In the end, you took an old Taoist as your master and began to learn the way of immortality. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye, and on this day, your master brought back a cold little girl, telling you that from now on, Xiaomeng would be your junior sister. You were instantly struck as if by lightning, thinking to yourself, Master, your title is Bei Mingzi, and this name Xiaomeng sounds like it has a great backstory. This is a martial arts world set in the context of the Qin dynasty. How can there be any cultivation of immortality? You had always believed that you could cultivate to become an immortal, but now it seemed completely unreliable, leaving you filled with disappointment from feeling deceived, because your master had previously supported your cultivation, saying that you were born with the bones of a Taoist and would definitely succeed. But then he said that the outside world was dangerous and told you to focus on your training in the mountains. Isn't that contradictory? Bei Mingzi seemed to have anticipated your reaction and calmly said, Now the 7 nations are divided, and wars are frequent. The outside world is indeed not very stable. You couldn't help but ask, then why did you say I could succeed in cultivating to become an immortal? Are there really immortals in this world? Your master paused and replied, Perhaps there are none now, but you might be able to become one. The originally certain definitely turned into maybe, which made you even more frustrated. Due to your master-disciple relationship, you ultimately did not voice your dissatisfaction. Bei Mingzi felt that you needed some time alone, so he said to Xiaomeng, Xiaomeng, your second senior brother needs to calm down, let's go back for now. The two of them left one after the other, leaving you alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. You quietly sat cross-legged on the grass by the stream, allowing the hot sun to shine down on you. Strangely, you did not sweat like an ordinary person. Instead, 2 streams of energy, one yin and one yang, fatally surrounded you, which is the very power of the Taoist balance of yin and yang. Xiaomeng quietly approached you from behind, seeing that you were contemplating the way of yin and yang and the power of nature. She did not disturb you but simply watched in silence. After a while, Xiaomeng asked, Is what you are practicing the way of yin and yang? You pondered for a moment before replying, My master said that your understanding of the Tao is very high, and that I should follow you in my cultivation. You then explained, According to Laozi, the Tao gives birth to the beginning, dividing into yin and yang, which combine to form 3. 3 gives birth to all things, and all things carry yin while embracing yang, harmonizing through the vital energy. In simple terms, it is like the male representing yang and the female representing yin. When the two combine, they can give birth to new life. Xiaomeng finally realized and felt that you were deliberately teasing her for not understanding the Tao. Becoming slightly angry, she drew her sword and pointed it at you, saying, Since your understanding of the Tao is so high, your skills must be strong as well. Let's have a match. You earnestly advised, Junior sister, the martial world is not just about fighting and killing, it is about human relationships and worldly affairs. Xiaomeng would not listen to this, saying, Don't talk about these grand principles. If you can defeat me, I will listen to you. With that, she fiercely drew her sword and lunged at you. Although she was young, her swordsmanship was already at a beginner's level, and she understood how to combine her movements and techniques. Striking with great speed, you remained motionless until the sword's edge was almost upon you. Then you took a slight step to perfectly evade this thunderous strike. Come again. Xiaomeng, unwilling to back down, launched another fierce attack. Is dodging all you can do? You shook your head slightly and said, I'm just afraid of hitting too hard and making you cry. I wouldn't know how to comfort you then. Xiaomeng snorted coldly, gathering her internal energy to deliver a powerful blow. You spread your arms, skillfully deflecting it, and her body uncontrollably spun in the air, rotating 2 or 3 times before drifting back to her original position. Xiaomeng was silent for a moment and asked, What kind of martial arts is this? You dispersed your energy and replied with a smile, Tai Chi, do you want to learn? I can teach you. Xiaomeng pondered for a moment, her brows slightly furrowed. I've never heard of this martial art. Could it be your own creation? You nodded, thinking that even if you revealed the true origin, others wouldn't believe it, so it was better to admit it was your own creation. Xiaomeng cupped her hands in salute. Xiaomeng has met the second senior brother. This seemed to indicate her acknowledgement of you as her senior brother. After all, you had to win against her to qualify as one. You said seriously, Just call me senior brother, there's no need to add anything before that. Xiaomeng looked a bit confused, but there is still a senior brother before you, named Shizanzi. Master has never mentioned he has other disciples, and I will eventually have to discuss the way with Shizanzi and ask him to give me this title. You looked at the girl for a few moments and said, Your martial arts and swordsmanship have already reached the beginner level. I probably don't need to teach you martial arts anymore. From now on, I will teach you the way. Xiaomeng's attitude changed immediately. Please, senior brother, teach me. Whether it was master's instructions or the fact that you had just defeated her, it was only right for her to follow your guidance. You shook your head and said, I still prefer the rebellious look you had just now. Xiaomeng was puzzled and thought to herself, could this person actually like me? Today's first lesson is about water. You continued. Laozi once said, the highest good is like water. Water benefits all things and does not compete. It dwells in places that others disdain. Thus it is close to the Tao. Do you know what this means? Without thinking, Xiaomeng replied, the sage means that water is the thing closest to the Tao. You showed a look of approval, as expected of a genius who can compete with middle-aged masters at just 18 years old. Even if you can't win, this talent is enough to stand out among the crowd. Today's task is to use your internal energy to capture a drop of water. You cannot hold it directly with your palm, but must let it hover 3 inches above your palm. After saying this, you strode towards the distant waterfall. Xiaomeng asked, what are you going to do? Seen your brother? As you walked, you took off your clothes and said, I am going to be with the water and use my heart to comprehend the way of water. Xiaomeng was lost in thought, feeling that your actions were not so simple, but since she came to learn a higher realm, she naturally would not refuse this task, so she went to the stream, circulated her internal energy, and began to try repeatedly. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaomeng, who had failed countless times, gradually became irritable and slapped the water with her palm, splashing a large amount of water. At that moment, you happened to be passing by with a few fish, and seeing this, you said earnestly, you must use your heart. Only by using your heart can you appreciate the beauty within. Right now, you are not using your heart to comprehend the Tao, only thinking about completing the task I assigned, so your mind cannot be calm. I was just experiencing the beauty of the way of water, but this mischievous fish bit me and disrupted my practice. It really brought trouble upon itself. Xiaomeng said, since you say that, why not show me? You smiled and said, still not convinced. Ha! With that, you waved your fingers, and the water instantly seemed to come to life, gathering into the shape of Xiaomeng, holding a sword, dancing gracefully in midair, showcasing exquisite swordsmanship. This is the realm of the highest virtue. Like water, you said. Xiaomeng stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. That's enough for today's lessons. Let's eat fish, you said. Xiaomeng understood in her heart that your cultivation was much higher than hers. She was stirred by her competitive spirit, ignoring you who were grilling fish nearby, and continued to sit by the water trying. You began practicing Tai Chi, softly reciting, train your form to resemble that of a crane, under 1,000 pines with 2 volumes of scripture. After a long while, you stopped your movements and said, perhaps in some time, I will have to descend the mountain. Xiaomeng, still practicing her swordsmanship, asked after a while, why? You didn't answer, thinking to yourself that since there was no hope for cultivating immortality for now, it would be better to go to the secular world and do what you wanted. But you couldn't explain this to Xiaomeng, so you remained silent. Which country are you planning to go to? Xiaomeng asked again. You teased. What? Do you want to sneak down the mountain to find me? Xiaomeng's expression was calm. If I wanted to leave, my master wouldn't stop me. After thinking for a moment, you said, most likely I will go to South Korea. There are things I want there, related to the key attributes of the yin-yang path. South Korea? Xiaomeng was puzzled. If you want to find a country to settle in, you shouldn't choose the weakest one. South Korea, you explained. I'm not going to South Korea to get involved in national affairs, given South Korea's current situation. Even if I exert all my strength, I can't change anything. Then why? There are many beauties in South Korea. I want to experience the mortal world for a while. You initially wanted to say that South Korea has strategists and various forces, but you changed your words at the last moment. Xiaomeng clearly doesn't believe it. In her heart, you, who are devoted to cultivating immortality, are definitely not a lecherous person. She just thinks you are unwilling to tell the truth. Unknowingly, 3 months have passed. On this day, you are packing your belongings, preparing to descend the mountain. You walk out of the house and shout to your junior sister, let's go. Xiaomeng's expression is calm, looking as if she doesn't care at all. Just then, a figure steps through the air, moving gracefully like a flying swallow. The newcomer is a girl in her late 20s, with long hair down to her waist, dressed in a gorgeous long dress of yellow and purple, adorned with wing-like accessories on her back. Beautiful and elegant, she lands steadily on the treetop, and her gaze inadvertently catches Xiaomeng by the stream. Seeing her draw a sword to manipulate the water flow, she can't help but praise. Not bad talent, but unfortunately too young. Xiaomeng swings her long sword, calming the water flow, and points at the newcomer. Who are you? The girl does not answer, but turns her gaze to you and says, I heard that a top genius has emerged from your hometown, and I came to seek advice. You look her up and down curiously and ask, are you the Eastern Lord of the Yin-Yang family? Yan Fei? So you are one of us. You smile at the seemingly tense Xiaomeng and say, I told you long ago not to be too ostentatious in your actions. Now you've caused trouble, haven't you? Then you turn to Yan Fei and say, my junior sister is young and a bit mischievous, Miss Yan Fei. Please don't take her too seriously. Yan Fei looks astonished. Xiaomeng was momentarily lost in thought and murmured, That's really too much. Although she wasn't afraid of Yan Fei, she was quite unhappy with your way of pushing trouble onto her. Yan Fei also came back to her senses and said, I came to find you. In fact, all three of them knew that Yan Fei's target was you. Although Xiaomeng was also a genius, she had just started, and if Yan Fei targeted her, it wouldn't be a sparring session but rather a suppression of talent. You sighed and said, I am of mediocre talent and truly do not deserve the title of genius. At the same time, you wondered how Dong Huang Tai could know about you since you had never left the mountain. Could there really be a way to calculate others? If so, that would be quite surprising. Thinking this way, your mood improved significantly. Yan Fei looked at you with intense eyes and said, no need to be modest. Since Lord Dong Huang has called you an extraordinary talent, you must have some exceptional qualities. If you don't make a move soon, I won't hold back. The Yan Fei in front of you was somewhat different from your impression. Upon reflection, it made sense. After she gets married, she will naturally become more gentle and home-oriented. Now, she is still a young girl just starting out, full of youthful vigor. Moreover, there has always been a feud between the Yin-Yang school and Taoism, so her poor attitude is understandable. You said, Taoism and the Yin-Yang school originate from the same source, so why must we fight each other and harm the harmony? Instead, let's change the competition into a discussion and share our insights. Yan Fei, however, was impatient. I can't argue with you. Since you refuse to fight, I won't hold back. With no choice, you had to summon your power and assume the Tai Chi starting posture. You saw Yan Fei forming seals in midair with both hands, a sphere of energy swirling in his palms, slightly raised, a gigantic golden handprint condensed above your head, and with Yan Fei's command, it came crashing down like Mount Tai. This yin-yang handprint technique is a secret skill of the yin-yang school, and Yan Fei has cultivated it to a very high level, probably second only to the sect leader, Dong Huang Tai. Zhou Yuan quickly raised his hand and gathered his palm power to slap at the top of his head. Boom! The palm energies collided, setting off a thunderous roar and a powerful wave spreading in all directions. Breaking or snapping. The ground under his feet crumbled and cracked, but it was Zhou Yuan who dislodged the force along his legs. Amazing Concubine's eyes showed a touch of surprise, then condensed internal force to slap down again. The sound was even better than the previous move. Zhou Yuan's face remained unchanged as he switched palms to deal with the situation. This time, he did not use the method of unloading the force, but instead, he performed the yin-yang and juxtaposition way. A taiji pattern sprang up under his feet, allowing the overhead palm to fall as far as it could, then twisting it in the way of yin and yang, returning it to his opponent in the same manner. In mid-air, Amazing Concubine witnessed the palm power she had struck coming head-on, and not caring about the surprise in her heart, she quickly used both palms to condense the sword blades and chop them out, which was precisely another set of Yin-Yang clan's masterstroke, gathering chi into blades. Sword chi was strewn across the river, the stream was broken, and the flowers and plants on both sides of the river were chopped off. Zhou Yuan had studied the way of yin and yang for more than 10 years, from which he had comprehended many means, and this method of borrowing power was one of them. Xiaomeng, who was watching from a short distance away, gripped her sword tightly in her hand. Is this the true meaning of Taoist yin and yang? One day, she would have to learn rebounding palm force with the yin and yang technique. No wonder Lord East Emperor speaks so highly of you. I lost in terms of fists and feet. If I lose to you again in terms of sword arts, I will leave here. Amazing Princess stood in the air, her hands condensing her sword blade. First things first, you can't put a spell on me, Zhou Yuan said seriously. For the Yin and Yang family's 6-soul sphere spell, he still has a few scruples. After all, he has never been taught, do not know if it can be solved. Amazing Concubine nodded. Since it's a match, I naturally won't use a spell on you. That's a relief. Zhou Yuan condensed his fingers into a claw and sucked it in. The dead wood on the ground was instantly incorporated into his palm and he casually pulled a sword flower. Please enlighten me. Amazing Concubine's heart was slightly enraged, sensing great humiliation from this man's actions, and Xiaomeng, who was about to borrow a sword for her senior brother, froze. How wildly paradoxical is it to use a branch as a sword? Zhou Yuan sensed his opponent's emotions and was busy explaining. Poor Taoist in no way meant to belittle it. It's just that according to the Taoist saying, there is no difference between an iron sword and a wooden sword. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Then why do you Taoists still have the Qiuli, Shuiji and other swords on the list of divine weapons? Considering her own image as a lady, Princess Yan did not curse, but secretly made up her mind that she would give this person a lesson. So the jade foot lightly point, flying body to bullion, waving the double blade to launch a fierce attack. Zhou Yuan poured his true chi into the branch in his hand and performed the taiji sword technique. This set of swordsmanship focuses not on the stance, but on the unloading of force in the yin-yang way, as well as the borrowing of force to fight the mystery of force. It all boils down to one word, stalking. Defense as offense. no matter how harsh and swift the opponent's moves are. First unload their force, and then bring the opponent into your rhythm by entanglement, so that he is as if he is deep in the mire. Of course, the prerequisite for doing so was to possess sufficiently deep internal force. Otherwise, instead of being able to unload the force, he would also be easily killed by his opponent because he had lost his head start. Amazing Concubine's swordsmanship was already very exquisite, and at this moment, she was already at 40% of her strength with her chi gathering into blades, and every move had the power of thunder, and her speed was incomparably swift. Zhou Yuan, however, did not fight with him, with the help of a sensitive body constantly dodging, although he did not create Ling Bo Wei Bu, but with the understanding of the I Ching hexagrams, the body is not inferior. Is that all you do? Hide? Amazing Princess couldn't attack for a long time and asked the same question as Xiaomeng. Then, poor Taoist will start to get serious. Zhou Yuan knew in his heart that if he did not share a victory or defeat, Amazing Concubine would not be willing to give up. He stood the branch in his hand in front of his body, and slowly brushed his left hand with 2 fingers together, the power of yin and yang rapidly rising around him. Seeing this, Amazing Concubine also began to accumulate her sword intent. The original 40% of her power of gathering chi into blades was raised to 60%, and the invisible blades stretched out to 10 feet away. The wind is blowing hard and the leaves are falling. Amazing Princess took the lead, her twin blades merging into one and chopping down through the air. Zhou Yuan slowly lifted the tree branch and gently clicked it. Click! The tree branches were finally unable to withstand the strong sword intent and began to shatter layer by layer. The taijutsu under his feet rotated crazily, unloading as much sword intent behind him as possible, leaving countless hideous sword marks on the ground. A touch of sword chi cut through, slicing off the fine silk that Amazing Concubine had bound her hair, and the 3,000 green threads scattered over her shoulders, which in turn gave her a bit more of a messy beauty. Sijin. Amazing Concubine's heart was unwilling, and she still wanted to build up her sword intent again. Girl, be careful. Gathering chi into a blade sword goes sideways. With your cultivation nowadays, 60% of your power is already the limit. Zhou Yuan kindly persuaded. If you raise your sword intent any further, not to mention whether you can defeat poor Tao, you yourself will be seriously injured. The Yin-Yang family swords were indeed unique, and he was afraid that he would be injured if he were to gather chi into a blade at 80% of his strength. Of course, the opponent would also exceed the load as a result, and even face the end of having their meridians shattered and going off the deep end. And in the end, it would still be him winning. Amazing Concubine gave him a deep look. Today is my defeat. In the future, I will come back to ask for advice. After saying that, he left. Zhou Yuan muttered, it seems like it's time for the poor Taoist to leave. Twisting his head to look at Xiaomeng, that's really gone. He deliberately raised his voice so that he thought his master, who lived not far away, could hear him. Xiaomeng was silent until he walked away. Then she shouted at his back, one day, I will fight you in a fair battle. Zhou Yuan's body stiffened. There are still experts? Traveling in pairs. Zhongnan Mountain is very close to Xianyang, but at the moment, Zulon has not yet taken over the government, so there is no point in going to see him. Zhou Yuan had no intention of getting involved in the dispute over the Great Qin dynasty, so he simply went straight all the way east and ran to the 6 eastern countries. On the way, if you meet the bandits, will also reason with them. If the reason does not make sense, poor Tao is also a little boxing. Gradually, more and more people in the Jianghu Qing Yuanzi this character. Outside the Hangge Pass, Zhou Yuan was walking through the mountains when he suddenly perceived dozens of figures weaving in and out of the forest, all of them releasing a biting killing intent. Dead soldiers. He couldn't help but be curious and cast his stance to follow. Not long after, a group of black-clothed men wearing bucket hats and holding sharp blades gathered in one place, surrounding a woman with a large belly, and a murderous aura filled the air. The woman was dressed in purple tights, holding an exquisitely crafted sword. Her eyes were sharp, and her face remained unchanged in the face of the many enemies, obviously also a martial artist with notable strength. Could it be her? Zhou Yuan had a guess in his heart and stood on the tree to wait and see what would happen. Go! With the chief's order, the crowd of black-clothed men swarmed up, and for a time, the sword light was dense, and the silhouettes were crisscrossed. These dead soldiers have obviously gone through strict training, very tacit cooperation. The order of strikes is tight, like a carefully arranged wolf pack. The woman responded calmly, swinging her sword in response while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Screams gradually rang out, and from time to time, a black-clothed man fell under the sword. Had she not been pregnant and bound, she might have been able to kill the gang of black-robed men easily. However, due to the fetus in her abdomen, she was unable to exert her full strength, and could only fight and retreat, seeking for breaks in the black-clothed man's attack. Zhou Yuan finally pressed his hand to strike, casually snapping off a branch from the tree and attacking the black-clothed man from behind. After all, having never killed anyone before, At first he would have left it open to just knocking the man in black down and giving him a stern warning. Get out! Instead of being ungrateful, the man in black had the audacity to strike back at him, making moves without mercy. How dare you! Zhou Yuan was furious and his hands were no longer merciful. When the branch in his hand pierced through the throat of the first black-clothed man, the bonds in his heart were completely released. These dead soldiers were also first-class martial artists, and their shots were all killing moves, but he was already vaguely attuned to the nature of heaven and earth, and the other party's moves slowed down a lot in his eyes. Pick, prick, sweep, only using the most basic moves. Wherever he passed, there was no enemy, one move and one child. The two of them were one after the other, and the crowd of dead soldiers were soon dead and wounded, leaving only the two of them standing opposite each other. The woman's gaze gazed at Zhou Yuan, seemingly wary, suspicious, and grateful. Zhou Yuan threw away the branch and laughed, seeing injustice on the road and pulling out the sword to help. This is the duty of my generation. There is no need for madam to thank me. Why did you save me? The woman whispered, her tone slightly icy, but not because of emotion, as if she had long been used to it. Zhou Yuan glanced at her high belly and said, poor Taoist is very interested in the secrets of the Luo net. If madam doesn't mind, you and I can travel together as a pair, which is considered to be mutually beneficial. The woman fell into silence, a few moments of confusion in her eyes. Although she possessed a strong force, she was also a woman who had been carrying a child for several months, and was in a precarious situation. Zhou Yuan looked at the purple long sword in her hand, and his heart was completely certain of its identity. The 8 swords of the Yu King, the Luo net shocking salamander. At this point, she's probably at the stage where she's just rebelled and fled around. In the future, she might flee to Qi, marry Tianmeng, and use the farming family to act as a shelter. But in the end, she could not escape being strangled by the Luo net. Only a few people know the secret of the Luo net. I'm afraid I can't help the Taoist master much. The startled salamander gradually lowered her guard. She could roughly sense the strength of her opponent. If she wanted to kill her, she was afraid that it would be difficult to resist. Just inform what madam knows. For example, how Luo net cultivated so many dead soldiers. How the already dead black and white Xianjian came back to life. Zhou Yuan casually enumerated. The shocked salamander was shocked in her heart. The Luo network attempted to resurrect the black and white Xianjian thing. She also managed to escape when she only learned by chance. This Taoist priest even a word to break. Is Taoist divination really so powerful? I'm not sure about the method of resurrection, but Luo net has been collecting ancient evil skills at all costs over the years, especially with the demon god Qi inheritance at the top of the list. The salamander began to tell, for no other reason than the outpouring of help just now was worth revealing. As for the means of cultivating dead soldiers, she had a pained look on her face. Enhance your power with elixirs, kill to sharpen your swordsmanship, and finally control with poison. Zhou Yuan's heart was clear. It was similar to what he had guessed, selecting strong people by fighting each other and using it to wear down their humanity. How is it? Would the lady like to travel with the poor Taoist? I am an ominous person. The shocked salamander hesitated a bit. Too many people had died because of her already, including the Confucian senior who had been enlightening her. The poor Taoist is a cultivator of immortality, and he's still afraid of being tainted with bad luck? Zhou Yuan laughed out loud. The only thing that can make him afraid of is the late ominous. Seeing that shocked salamander was still hesitant, he tilted his head and said, the bones of Jianan and the legacy of Wei Wu will live on forever in my Tao. Truth be told, the poor Tao has always loved other people's wives, and most of all, I can't bear to let them get hurt. Shocked salamander suddenly fell into silence. The Taoist family of people one looks upright, sprightly, privately turned out to play so flowery? The only man she had ever experienced was that Lord Xinling, but the other man was in a high position of power and never said such dirty things. The grace of the Taoist master is unforgettable, only to be repaid in the coming days. The startled salamander hesitated before making a choice, always believing in her heart that those words were nothing more than a pretext to convince her. This man is so elegant and gentle. How could he be such a shameless person? However, the next moment she saw that the man in front of her began to search around for the killer's coils, and when there was little left, he cursed on his lips. Luo net is really inhumane, a universal capitalist, actually paying such a small salary. You guys are really too. Less than a few taels of silver a month. What's the point of playing with your lives? The salamander suddenly wanted to retract his earlier comment. After some fumbling, Zhou Yuan had finally accumulated a fairly full money bag. He raised the loot and raised his eyebrows. This is the price for Luo net to cope with. Let's go. Shocked salamander nodded gently. If he didn't leave, the second batch of assassins from Luo net should come. Let's go, Zhou Yuan said as he walked. How many months has it been? It's been about 6 or 7 months. This bunch of people, you have been born and died for Luo network for so many years, but actually treat a pregnant meritocracy like this. Inhumane. The salamander is silent. The word humanity never exists in the net. She thought for a moment and asked, does the Taoist master know who I am? Got it. The heavenly assassin shrieking salamander. The Taoist priest is not afraid? The poor Taoist said that I am determined to obtain the secret of the Luo net, and sooner or later there will be a battle in the future. The Taoist heavenly sect? The salamander's heart settled down a few more points. In all her years of missions, the only thing she hadn't set foot in was the heavenly sect, and it seemed that even the people above her were wary of the place. 6. Must be a girl. Sinyung, Korea. After half a month, the three of them finally arrived at this capital city of Korea. Zhou Yuan used his only remaining savings to find a modest courtyard in the city to rent, intending to settle down for the time being. Is Taoist master planning to stay in Korea for a long time? Shocked salamander inquired. She always felt that Korea was too close to Qin and could easily be found by the Luo net. Zhou Yuan could see her concern and said in relief, don't worry, Luo net is not as scary as you think, and since this organization is spread all over the world, even if you escape to Qi Yen, you will inevitably be found. But, the salamander rubbed his stomach, his meaning unmistakable. If it was just the two of them, they were naturally not afraid of the killers of the Luo network, but there was still a child, so they couldn't let him or her spend the rest of their lives in the killing. One day, I will resolve this matter. Zhou Yuan's tone was confident, and he had two methods, either that, or borrow the future Zilan to mediate with Rohan. Either, reason with the rower. Of course, with his strength today, he couldn't influence the decisions of the Luo network, but his teacher could. A dozen years ago had accidentally witnessed the North Underworld sun and a mysterious strong man discussing the Tao. The sound is said to be heaven and earth. Now that I think about it, that mysterious strong man is most likely the East Emperor Tai. However, he wouldn't turn to his master unless he was pushed to the brink. Seeing his stance of being in control, the startled salamander couldn't help but trust him, as if this man in front of him could really solve all problems. After placing his traveling bag, Zhou Yuan spoke. It's been a bumpy ride, so let's take your pulse first so that you won't fall sick in the future. Upon hearing this, the startled salamander very obediently came to the table and sat down, stretching out her slender hand. If the Taoist priest wanted to harm her, he would not have waited until now. He could have joined forces with the Luo net killers to kill her on that day. Zhou Yuan sat in front of the stunning salamander and reached out to check his pulse. He was not pretending. These 20 years in addition to the study of Taoism, the medical arts did not put in a lot of effort. This was because alchemy required that in order to successfully refine a body-enhancing elixir, one must first be clear about the various meridians in the human body. Silky smooth. Zhou Yuan secretly praised the amazing salamander's skin and said on his lips, the pulse is very unstable. If it continues to be in the path of escape, both adults and children may be affected. The startled salamander looked at him in a daze, as if to say, do you have a solution? Of course I have a way. Zhou Yuan turned around and opened the package, in which there were a bunch of bottles and jars, which were labeled with names like antidote pill, heart cleansing pill, blood burning pill, and so on. The stunning salamander's willow eyebrows slightly knitted. The heart could not help but give birth to the feeling of rejection. Once upon a time, the Luo net would also force them to take all kinds of pills. It has the effect of enhancing strength, but also contains a difficult poison, which is to control them better. If she had not been sent to Wei Wuji's side to lurk, Luo net would never have solved the poison in her body, not to mention that she would not have regained her freedom today. Found it. Peiyuan Dan. Fixes the root and calms the qi in blood. Zhou Yuan poured a black and slippery elixir into his palm and carefully handed it to the startled salamander. If Qing Yuan produces something, it will be a fine product. You deserve it. Be careful. It's not easy to find the materials for the Peiyuan Dan. I've only refined one bottle in so many years. The shocked salamander, however, loomed large, and only after a long time did he say in a hesitant tone, there's nothing wrong with my body, so there's no need to waste the Taoist master's elixir, and it'll be enough to buy some medicinal herbs. You can't trust me? Zhou Yuan's full of enthusiasm was instantly quenched, feeling a little cold in his heart. I had a heart for the bright moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. It hurts. It hurts too much. The shocked salamander hesitantly said, I have never doubted the character of the Taoist master. Then you are doubting my alchemy ability? Zhou Yuan's gaze was tightly focused on the other party. The salamander was silent, and silence was tantamount to acquiescence. She did have her doubts. This man had such a cultivation level at such a young age. He was considered a heavenly genius. But, because of this, did he have any other energy to delve into alchemy? You can care less about your own body, but you can't care less about your child's well-being. Zhou Yuan sighed helplessly. This Dan can not only strengthen the foundation and cultivate the vitality, but also has the effect of beautifying the face, which is worth a lot of money. And I never thought that there would be a day when it would be disliked. The stunning salamander's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. her face showing surprise. She's a killer, but she's also a woman, and no woman can remain calm when she hears the words beauty. Thinking about this journey together, the Taoist master not only has a high level of cultivation, but is also very knowledgeable, so it is not possible to use two things at once, both martial arts and alchemy. It was my mistake to doubt the Taoist master. The salamander took the elixir from the man's palm and swallowed it in one gulp. Quite a bit of death is like home. If there is any difference, it can only be said that she and the child deserve it. Zhou Yuan did not have the good sense to say, "Count on your lady's quick hands, or else the poor Taoist will definitely take it back." The startled salamander was unable to respond at this point. The elixir melted in his mouth and quickly took effect in his abdomen, only to feel a warm breath spreading rapidly. Within a short time, the essence was replenished and the five senses coalesced and elevated. It really works wonders. The senses of a martial artist were especially sharp, and they could clearly feel the changes in their body, which were gradually developing in a good direction. The stunning salamander's beautiful eyes flickered as she said heartily, "I was the one who misjudged the Taoist master." Zhou Yuan was unmoved. When he thought that he was in the cultivation world and was bent on cultivating immortality, he was quite disdainful when he refined this kind of elixir. Nowadays, it seems that these elixirs may still be worth a lot in the current era, he mused. Maybe consider getting money through alchemy. Shocked salamander nodded slightly. If Taoist master can refine such pills, no matter which country he goes to, he will be honored as a guest. Being in the Luo network for many years and having come into contact with many famous families and nobles, she knew only too well which ones were obsessed with elixirs. In other words, the higher the status, the more fearful of death the person is. Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, "Sealing a marquis is not my intention, but I wish for peace in the world." If he pursued fame and fortune, he would have joined Qin directly. Although he did not have the ability to command troops and strategize, with the knowledge in his head, he could strengthen the country and enrich the people through agriculture, science and technology, etc. It was no problem. The surprised salamander wondered, "So what does the Taoist master want?" Zhou Yuan did not say anything, since he knew the background of the era in which he was living. The song "I Want to Become Immortal" has never been sung again. Seeing that he was unwilling to disclose, the startled salamander did not pursue the matter further and took out the savings in the package. "If the Taoist master wants to make pills, I'm sure he needs to cast a furnace, so please be sure to accept this money. It's better to save this money for little Yenner to buy milk powder later. The mountain man has his own plan." Little voice? The startled salamander pondered for a moment and nodded. Is this the name the Taoist priest gave the child? Although it is good, it seems to be a girl's name. Zhou Yuan coughed and said smoothly, "If madam believes in my medical skills, then just prepare the supplies for the girl child. It must be a girl in your belly. I believe in the Taoist master." The startled salamander had no doubt that he was proficient in such a strange art as alchemy, let alone a mere pulse. 7. You guys used to force yourselves out with your inner strength? Zilan Xian. The next day, Zhou Yuan came to this first building in Korea. He didn't have much reserves of pills, and was destined to only take the high-end route, earning money from that group of officials and nobles. Otherwise, with the financial resources of an ordinary civilian, even if all of them were sold, it wouldn't be enough to buy a mansion. Xuan is a place where the upper-class Korean aristocracy gathers, and just making a name for yourself here will mean a lot of money. Zhou Yuan was still very confident about his pills. Just as he walked into the hall, he saw a graceful woman welcoming him up. Although her appearance was not as beautiful as that of the stunning salamander, she was still a beauty in 100 miles. Because of the long experience of the wind and moon, the knitted brows and the tone of voice all carry a seductive magic, which makes people listen to the heart itch. The woman looked Zhou Yuan up and down for a few moments and asked with a smile, "Did Taoist master have an appointment?" Zhou Yuan did not deliberately change his attire and came directly in his Taoist robes, causing the guests to look at him. In her impression, no Taoist priest had ever set foot in Xuan, let alone seeking pleasure. Guessing that it was mostly an appointment with some big shot, Zhou Yuan said with a straight face, "I have an appointment with Miss Violet Lady and have important matters to discuss, so I would like to ask you to inform me on my behalf." The woman was stunned, seeing that he looked serious and didn't look like he was faking, and for a moment, she was a bit shocked. Is it a friend of the Purple Lady's sister? After thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth and said, "Please wait for a moment, Taoist master. I will go inform Sister Violet Lady." Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, believing that as the owner of Violet Orchid Xian, the Violet Lady would be willing to reward her face before she knew where he came from. If not, he would have to consider finding another way. Not long after, the woman went and returned, her face rather strange. "Taoist master, Sister Violet Lady has an invitation. Please lead the way ahead." "Girl." Zhou Yuan was calm and relaxed. There was no shame in making empty promises, but he had come to recruit money for Zilan Xian, all the way to a compartment deep in the second floor. The woman stopped and turned back, looking at someone with a grudging gaze. Taoist master is so bad, obviously wanting to see Sister Violet Lady, yet he had to make up a lie, letting my slave receive a reprimand for nothing. Zhou Yuan laughed. Don't worry, girl, in a few more hours, your purple lady sister will in turn praise you for knowing things. The woman looked hesitant. Really? Please wait and see. Girl, the slave will trust the Taoist master one more time. As soon as the woman's words fell, a mature, magnetic voice could be heard coming out of the compartment. Why don't you go ahead and help? The woman spat out her tongue, answered yes and turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a derisive look at the end. Zhou Yuan pushed the door and entered the room. A purple dress was sitting with her back to the door of the room, with a full head of purple hair and beautiful curves, even better than the stunning salamander. Poor Taoist Zhou Yuan, number Qing Yuanzi, Miss Violet Lady, nice to meet you. He introduced himself as he walked and came to take his seat directly in front of the one in purple, his eyes glancing up inadvertently. As expected, it was not far from the impression. Flirty, choppy and very imperial. The corners of the purple woman's mouth rose slightly, her tone teasing. I don't know when I made the acquaintance of the Taoist master, not to mention when I had an appointment with the Taoist master, so please enlighten me. This is a foretelling from the heavens, Zhou Yuan said with a straight face. The poor Taoist calculated a fortune a few days ago, and the purple lady girl and the poor Taoist are destined to meet, so I purposely rushed to South Korea to meet each other. Oh, I wonder what my destiny is with the Taoist master. Fortune. Rolling. Zhou Yuan lifted the bottom card. The purple woman is a businesswoman in the end. Will not say I am not interested in money, this kind of words, right? Words suddenly changed. The purple woman face stunned, a moment later laughed. Taoist long really funny people. Just do not know the source of wealth 2 words from? Selling medicine. Zhou Yuan pulled out a small bottle from his sleeve and laughed. This item is called the Great God Pill, which can make a man regain his former virility and return to his peak state. The purple woman looked at him with a smile, as if to say, so the Taoist master has come to sell medicine. As if he didn't see it, Zhou Yuan took out another bottle and continued to introduce. This item is called Sun Avoidance Pill, which can effectively avoid conception of heirs, is natural and harmless, without any additives. He looked straight at the purple woman's astonished gaze and curiously said, what did the girls of Purple Orchid Xian do in the past? Is it hard to force them out with their inner strength? The Violet Lady was mortified, and said without a trace of anger, this is of no concern to the Taoist master. I wondered in my heart, is this person really a cultivator? Why is he so penetrating to the affairs of men and women? If Zhou Yuan knew what she had in mind, he would have said, the many teachers in the folder of the poor Taoist's previous life can be much more experienced than the girls of Zilan Xian. The Violet Lady said with interest, as a cultivator, why would Taoist master refine this type of elixir? Zhou Yuan did not shy away and said with a straight face, as the saying goes, Lone Yin does not grow, Lone Yang does not grow. The way of yin and yang is marvelous and inseparable from cultivation. If you can fully comprehend it, the immortal Tao is within reach. Of course, the most fundamental reason is because of curiosity. At that time only thought to refine the best effect, and no after effects of Viagra. One is to fulfill the regret of the previous life, and the other, to benefit the majority of male compatriots. The purple woman would be skeptical. She had never heard of anyone refining this type of elixir in relation to cultivation, but she did sort of understand this person's intentions. In that case, Taoist master's trip is to join forces with Zilan Xian to sell pills? Nice, Zhou Yuan frankly said. Poor Tao has the best source of goods. Zilan Xian has the best sales channel. Win-win cooperation. Why not? The purple woman couldn't help but look at him. It was a fact that Zilan Xian had a wide range of sales, the best source of goods. I'm only afraid that it has yet to be verified. Miss Violet Lady is questioning poor Tao? Zhou Yuan was a bit displeased. If you don't believe me, you can directly test the medicine. The purple woman froze. Testing the medicine? Even with her experience, she couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Was this what a person of cultivation should say? Zhou Yuan also realized that this was not a good thing to say, and corrected himself. Let the girls under him take the medicine and try it. I will naturally try. The purple woman hummed softly. It's just that I don't understand why Taoist master, as a person of cultivation, would be interested in money? Zhou Yuan sighed. It's not the money I'm doing this for, but to benefit the people. Miss Violet Lady isn't a man. She doesn't understand the pain of people in their middle age. It's not a bad thing to have the alchemy you've been studying for years put to practical use. Purple woman was speechless for a moment, although she read countless people, but for men and women is not very clear, mostly from the mouth of the sisters heard. But I don't believe in the phrase for the benefit of the public, since it's not for money, it's for fame. Zhou Yuan stood up and smiled. Miss Violet Lady should try the medicine first today, and tomorrow, poor Tao will come back to discuss the specific cooperation. Take your time, Taoist master. The purple woman remained seated, her gaze looking at the Dan bottles on the table from time to time. Before leaving, Zhou Yuan looked meaningfully at the next room and then left in large strides. A few moments later, the purple woman pushed open the next door, and a young man in a brocade coat with a full head of white hair stood quietly in front of the window. He seems to have sensed your presence, a hallowed heavenly sex unearthly wizard. If he can't even spot such an obvious break, he doesn't deserve this evaluation. 8. In the name of the moon. Oh, Brother Wei Zhuang knows about this Taoist master Chung Yuan? A heavy curiosity appeared in the purple woman's eyes. Was it an unearthly genius of the Taoist heavenly clan? It turned out that this person could do more than just refine pills. Wei Zhuang said expressionlessly. I know, a guy who is praised by the old people. I just don't know how much real skill he has. The purple lady heard the emotion in the words and laughed. Since that's the case, why doesn't Brother Wei Zhuang test it out? She seemed to have an illusion. Brother Wei Zhuang, who has always been high-minded and proud, was afraid that he would lose, thus losing his face. It's not time yet. This person is useful to you. To Xuan, Wei Zhuang remained calm and collected, as if the purple lady's speculation was not true. The purple woman held back her laughter and took out the pills that someone had left behind and asked, in your opinion, can the pills that this Taoist master has made be used? Wei Zhuang glanced at him. The Taoists specialize in alchemy, and since they can be praised by that group of old men, they must have a few things going for them. The purple woman immediately summoned the girl from earlier and instructed, take these medicines and try them out. The one on the left for the guests, and this bottle on the right. Use it yourselves. Toward the end, the tone became a little unnatural. This woman, named Kai Dai, sniffed curiously. Are these pills left behind by that Taoist just now? And what is their purpose? She had clearly seen the purpose from the name of the elixir, but she deliberately asked the question knowingly, wanting to tease their purple lady sister. Not wanting to explain, the purple woman looked at her with burning eyes. What do you think? I'll take it to the sisters. Kai Dai took the elixir and fled. If you really pissed off the purple lady, although not to be beaten, but will be punished to copy books, practicing Qin and chess and painting and other things. Half of it is not happy. Sunset. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and the startled salamander, who was knitting a child's clothing, looked up, almost subconsciously reaching for the sword that was at his side. But then he calmed down. If it was an attack by the Luo network, it would never enter through the front door, much less expose the trail. She stood up slowly and twisted her tiny waist toward the door. Open the door, open the door. Impatient urging sounds came from outside the house, and at that moment, shocked salamander also opened the courtyard door, gazing expressionlessly at the several men in front of him. A few people didn't expect the new owner of the house to be a beautiful woman, and they couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Yo, or a little beauty. The brothers guard the streets laboriously. Today finally met a good thing. One of them reacted with undisguised desire in his eyes. The other man said falsely, it's just a bit of a shame to get knocked up. So what? It doesn't affect our play. Hey, who's going first? A few people uttered obscenities with impunity, and the face of the shocked salamander gradually turned cold. Will be a mother? And now in the situation of fleeing, she would not want to cause trouble, but now it is difficult to hold down the killing intent in her heart. Bang bang bang, the slender jade feet quickly lifted up, and the sound of fist and foot strikes rang out one after another, and several people flew backwards almost at the same time, falling on all fours. You know what we are. If you offend our poison scorpion sect, there's no place for you in all of Korea. Be a good boy and tie your hands or I'll tell you to die in one piece. Although a few people were beaten to the point of spitting blood from their mouths, their attitudes remained untamed. The salamander couldn't hold back any longer and flew forward with his finger as a sword, slashing the throats of several people between his raised hands. Zhou Yuan happened to return with a chicken and the first thing he saw was this murder scene. The startled salamander bowed his head and smoothed his brow like a child who had done something wrong. I wouldn't have wanted to cause trouble. It wasn't that he was afraid of these street and nine-stream forces. He was just worried that things would get out of hand and cause other unnecessary trouble. Zhou Yuan glanced at the scorpion symbol on the corpse's clothes and shook his head. You did the right thing. And besides, I never said we needed to be incognito. He believed that with the state of the amazing salamander at this moment, he would never take the initiative to provoke anyone. The poison scorpion sect, by and large, is the underground force of this era, the stream of gangsters. These third-rate forces were not in his line of sight, but now they have taken the initiative to come to his door, and he has accepted this small copy. Make the soup and wait for me to come back. The salamander hesitated for a moment. Good. She had seen the Taoist master's force, and had no problem taking care of these street ruffians, so she turned around and went inside, delivering her personal sword. Zhou Yuan did not refuse and reached out to take it, handing the item in his hand to the startled salamander instead. The poor Taoist has lived in the mountains for a long time and has never used a sword in many years, so it seems that today he is going to have a killing spree. Beware, don't underestimate the people, the Bible they don't understand. The poor Taoist is also proficient in martial arts. The night gradually descended. Zhou Yuan made some inquiries and soon learned where the poison scorpion sect's main hall was located, as well as what this gang had done, and the last trace of mercy in his heart completely dissipated. To get rid of evil, a cultivator can also ask for injustice with his sword. Strolling through the illuminated streets, the moon is shining brightly tonight, the stars are shining brightly, and the view is just right for the occasion. Without realizing it, he had arrived at the poison scorpion sect. What the? People! Before the words left his mouth, the sword slashed through, and several disciples guarding the gate fell to the ground with their throats covered. Zhou Yuan pulled a sword flower and continued pacing forward as if he was walking leisurely. The famous sword killed without blood, which saved the effort of cleaning up. Good guts! How dare you come to the poison scorpion sect to spread your wildness? The poison scorpion sect disciples heard the news and scrambled forward to die. Chuckle, chuckle. There were screams and screams. Zhou Yuan did not stop. All the way easy to right. His sword skills may not be called the top, but can be a glimpse of the enemy moves and the flaws, to win in the most direct way. Heaven and earth are natural, and all things are in them. Without realizing it, there was already a sprawl behind them. With a slap of his palm, the heavy door slowly opened. Poison Scorpion gazed at the man who was killing his way through the crowd step by step and said in a deep voice, "My Poison Scorpion sect has always been in a well of water with the Taoist family. What exactly does your excellency intend to do?" He was more aware of the strength of the man in front of him than an ordinary disciple with low eyesight. Not to mention that although the Taoist family was uncontested, no power dared to mess with them easily. The poor Taoist counted with his fingers that there are karmic obstacles in this place, and he has come here tonight to get rid of the evil. Zhou Yuan added in a tone, "In the name of the moon." In his opinion, street forces such as these were actually more harmful than behemoths such as Rohan, because the Luo net targets at the temple and the Jianghu, by and large, it only targets martial arts masters and upper-class nobles, and won't waste its energy to bother with the commoners. The Scorpion sect, however, is a street gang that seeks to make a small profit, but oppresses the people in the most direct way, sucking their already small amount of blood. Deceiving. Poison Scorpion was furious. Although he couldn't understand the other party's words, he could feel the biting killing intent in the other party's tone. "Do you know, Your Excellency, who my Poison Scorpion sect serves? And did you know that after Poverty Road kills you, Ji Wuye will choose to do nothing? You, kill this stinking Taoist who doesn't know the sky and the earth." At Poison Scorpion's command, the disciples swarmed up. 9. North Underworld. Sword Chi cut through the grey lobby. Shouts of murder broke the quiet of the night, and a killing feast unfolded. A sword swept across the room, precisely snapping throats, and in a flash, several people were killed. On the other side, a sharp blade swung in. Zhou Yuan dodged sideways and swiftly swung his sword again, and several more people fell. With such a cycle, half of the Poison Scorpion sect disciples in the hall were already dead or injured. The Poison Scorpion finally sat down and struck out, two steel claws attached to chains coming at him head-on. Zhou Yuan waved his sword and retreated, performing the Ling Bo Weibu to weave in and out of the crowd, his sword flashing and screaming. Just then, a thick green smoke came to the face, which seemed to have the effect of disturbing the mind. "You've already been poisoned by me. You're bound to die." Poison Scorpion was showing his triumph. The reason why the gang he created was called Poison Scorpion Sect was because it initially relied on poison techniques to become famous. The purpose of the previous weak words was precisely to lower the opponent's guard, and now that it has been accomplished, he is pleased as punch. The next moment, however, the man was seen walking out of the smoke like it was nothing. Poverty Road has been refining pills for 20 years and has tried countless medicines, so I don't dare to say that I'm invulnerable to all poisons, but I'm not so bad as to be mesmerized by your Thai poisons. Impossible. Impossible. Poison Scorpion couldn't believe that the poison technique that he regarded as his biggest card had been cracked so easily, and was momentarily unable to accept this defeat. "Come to your senses." Zhou Yuan flew forward and stored up his strength to swing his sword. The poisonous scorpion had just raised its steel claws in preparation for a response, when its throat was already slashed by the salamander. A figure landed on the roof, his gaze taking in the scene below through the skylight, his eyes revealing a flash of surprise. Zhou Yuan felt something in his heart and looked up, and after pondering for a moment, he finally did not strike again. Ji Wuyue has a fate. If you want to live you should get out before it's too late. Ink Crow did not say a word and performed a light power to step on the moon. Zhou Yuan then released all the people who had been locked up in cages by the Poison Scorpion sect, but he did not find Li Kai's figure, thinking that he had not been captured at this time. Yummy, yummy. When Zhou Yuan returned to the courtyard, the chicken soup and rice had been prepared, allowing him to feast. completely free of the discomfort of having just come out of the killing. The amazing salamander was like a virtuous wife, and from time to time, she would serve him dishes and soup, adding a bit of coziness. Rather, I didn't expect that the lady would adapt to this bland life so quickly. Zhou Yuan spoke. The shocked salamander's gaze fluttered, seemingly looking back at the past, and only said a moment later, I am tired of killing, and if I can, I am unwilling to intervene in the temple and the Jianghu again in the future. Zhou Yuan immediately proposed. In that case, poor Taoist does have a good place to go. The startled salamander looked at him without blinking, making a show of listening. The terminal mountain is my heavenly sex residence, and with Master Elder, his old man, in charge, I'm sure the Luo net won't dare to intrude. Why don't I repair a letter and ask Master Teacher to shelter you mother and daughter? Having said that, I am waiting for a decision. The shocked salamander was silent for a moment and suddenly laughed. Is the Taoist master afraid that I'll get in your way and drive us away? She seldom shows her smile on weekdays. This smile, as if the ice melted and flowers bloomed, it was mesmerizing. This? Poor Taoist has no such intention whatsoever. It's just that I'm afraid that Korea is not going to be peaceful next, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to take care of you mother and daughter. Zhou Yuan hurriedly denied it. The amazing salamander said softly, if the Luo net is in awe of the heavenly sect, even if I am in Korea, they will likewise not come to cause trouble. If I were to travel to the heavenly clan, my identity would only cause gossip. There was no denying that the hidden heavenly clan was safer than being in Korea. She also somehow felt more grounded with this man. Zhou Yuan only thought that it was a shocked salamander that was afraid of life and laughed. The poor Taoist is just talking casually. If the lady does not want to forget it, no matter what happens, the poor Taoist will deal with it together with the lady. The shocked salamander's heart rejoiced at his words, and he gave him another bowl of soup. Ahem, does this count as robbing the child's meals? Zhou Yuan was a bit ashamed. This was originally bought for a pregnant woman to replenish her body, but it made him drink most of it. My concubine has already drank it earlier, not to mention that after taking Taoist's elixir, my body has already recovered. The shocked salamander was unimpressed. Have to admit, the Taoist priest in alchemy has very high attainments. That cultivation Dan effect is remarkable. Not only the body is completely restored, power is also raised a lot. The startled salamander added, the Taoist master is originally a man of the world. Now that he suddenly needs money, could it be for the purpose of alchemy? Clever. Zhou Yuan praised and then explained. Alchemy requires a large amount of precious herbs, and back then when I was practicing in the deep mountains, the poor Taoist also exchanged pills for the required herbs. Far from it, just a good Dan furnace needs to be built with fine iron. It's all money. After eating and drinking, Zhou Yuan walked into the courtyard and leapt onto the roof. The startled salamander wondered, what is this, Taoist? Viewing the stars and realizing the heavenly Tao, would you like to join me, ma'am? Zhou Yuan extended an invitation. The startled salamander pondered for a moment, and was about to perform a lightweight feat when she suddenly felt a neutral and calm force surround her, slowly lifting her up. Although her labor was approaching, she wasn't so weak today that she couldn't use her inner strength, but the Taoist master's delicacy still warmed her heart. It's like nothing I've ever known, being cared for. I've long heard that Taoists can borrow the natural power of heaven and earth, and when I see it today, it's really extraordinary. The astonished salamander exclaimed. Although her power was not inferior to the person in front of her, this kind of means was not available. Zhou Yuan laughed. There are specialties in the arts, and Madame's sword skills poverty road would be far inferior. This is a fact. The shocked salamander is a Luo net heavenly word level killer. A sword art has long been integrated. A move is a killing move, and he was never a pure swordsman. The sword he used to control the sword was a Dao method, and the sword was just a medium. The two of them looked up at the starry sky side by side for a long time, and Zhou Yuan suddenly sat up in a platter, practicing his energy on the spot, and the two chi of yin and yang gradually appeared around his body. Is the Taoist yin and yang? The salamander was immediately energized and acted as a protector. Gradually, she suddenly realized that there was heaven and earth aura converging towards this place, and this person was actually cultivating in a direct absorption manner. No wonder he already has such power at such a young age. Zhou Yuan had already immersed himself in his cultivation, turning a deaf ear to the outside world and devoting his full attention to the process of creation. He had practiced Tai Chi for many years, and had already reached the realm of yin and yang, where he could absorb the enemy's attack by borrowing power and then rebound back. When he fought with Amazing Princess that day, he had already confirmed this. Use the other's way to return the other's body is similar to the familiar bucket turning and Qiankuan de Nuoi in the previous life. At the same time, after years of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, he had already understood the meaning of the word absorb. If he wanted to in his heart, he could even draw on the internal energy of a bystander. Of course, provided that both sides were evenly matched and in a controlled range. In the past 2 years, I have been hesitating whether to create the North Underworld Divine Power or the Qian Kuan de Nuai. After entering the world, the heart of the Wei is completely clear. I want it all. Just call North Underworld Infinite Kung Fu. 10. The practice of cultivation focuses on cultivating the mind. The speed at which the aura of heaven and earth was focusing was getting faster and faster, and the tu qi of yin and yang around Zhou Yuan's body was getting thicker and thicker, as if it had reached a certain critical point. Startled Salamander's small mouth slightly open. Originally has put down the Jianghu Shi, at this moment actually cannot help but heart envy. Her talent had already been described as a rare encounter, but it was really worthless compared to the person in front of her. While the other person had entered the Tao with martial arts, he had already walked directly onto the Tao. After a long time, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes and a flash of light passed by. The salamander said softly, "Maybe I shouldn't be standing here." Zhou Yuan heard a few hints of sultriness in his tone and laughed. "It's probably a gift from the heavens. You could also say it's Goldfinger." Ever since he crossed over, he had been very sensitive to the power of heaven and earth and could easily grasp it. Like the goodness of water, a thought of blossoms, alchemy, it's almost always a handful, and it's quickly learned. Otherwise, he would not have been called by Baimoz as born with Taoist bones and the most likely person to become immortal. At that time, I thought that being in the cultivation world, I still thought that this talent was not worth mentioning, but now that I think about it, it's probably the aftereffects brought about by crossing over. It seems the Taoist master wasn't practicing cultivation just now. The startled salamander's face showed curiosity. In her opinion, although this person had attracted a lot of heaven and earth aura, he did not absorb it at the first opportunity. That state seems to be sense. That's right, Zhou Yuan casually said. I felt something in my heart for a while and created a set of gong methods called the Northern Underworld Limitless Gong. Since this world had not yet reached the level of the cultivation world, it was imperative to create feats for better cultivation in the future. What you create yourself may not be the best, but it must be the best for you. The startled salamander froze. Creating a set of feats? And in such a casual tone. She is also a top expert, but has never had the idea of creating her own martial arts, and has no clue in her mind. This was because she used to be in the Luo net, and all her martial arts had been improved in battle, and she was still a bit lacking regarding theories. Zhou Yuan said seriously, the prerequisite for creating martial arts is not cultivation, but knowledge. The way of Wudao is inextricably linked to the way, and as long as one's understanding of the way is deep enough, the creation of techniques will naturally not be a problem. In his opinion, the so-called martial arts is actually the product of combining the human body with the power of heaven and earth, and the martial artist will incorporate the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into his body through exhalation, medicinal herbs, and strange objects, etc., and then store them in the 8 meridians and veins after refining them. To use this power in a special way with luck is the so-called true qi externalization. As for stances, they are the experience of the martial artist accumulated through years and years of practice. In his previous life, the familiar Huang Shang is the best example, compiling the Taoist collection to understand the human body and the way of nature, and then through the practice of absorption and transformation, the achievement of a generation of top masters. But it is not quite true to say that he learned without a teacher, because he read the Tao collection written by ancient sages, and these precious ancient books, or the person who wrote the books, was his teacher. The path Zhou Yuan took was similar to his. By first delving into the Tao scriptures and then stepping into the martial arts path, he was getting twice the result with half the effort. Shocked Salamander shook his head. Even so, it's enough to prove that Taoist master has outstanding talent. Not everyone who delved into Taoism was able to create their own gongfu, otherwise I'm afraid the Taoists would have already dominated the world. Zhou Yuan smiled and didn't humble himself anymore. Perhaps it was an indisputable fact that time travel carries the effect of cleansing the muscles and marrow, and he was quite talented in this life, coupled with having numerous theories about martial arts in his previous life. He naturally practiced by leaps and bounds. There was no talk all night. Early in the morning of the next day, after accompanying the shocked salamander mother and daughter to have breakfast, Zhou Yuan came to the purple orchid Xian according to the appointment. The one who greets today is still Kai Dai, and as soon as they meet, she can't help but think of the feedback from her sisters last night, and shyly says, Taoist master's elixir is indeed divinely effective, and the guests all say good things after using it. Zhou Yuan laughed. There will be better pills in the future. Please wait and see. Miss, Kai Dai's eyes turned, and suddenly flirted. With this good medicine, why didn't the Taoist master buy it himself, instead of borrowing my Zilan Xian's hand? Zhou Yuan did not understand at first, but on second thought, it became clear that this chick is clearly flirting with him for love. He was originally just afraid of trouble and thought of faking it, and after a moment's thought he replied, because, pity for you and others. Although he had joined the Taoist sect, He would never let a woman molest him in turn, or would he not let people laugh at him? Mercy? Kai Dai froze. She had thought that this Taoist priest was completely inexperienced in matters of men and women and would be teased by her. Who knew that the other party had opened her mouth and left her at a loss? Are the Taoists so eloquent? Zhou Yuan said with a straight face. Those who cultivate should be mindful of the living. The poor Taoist cannot see sadness and suffering in his eyes. If he can, he hopes to give you a home. May the day come when you have saved enough to get out of your misery and find a good man to marry. Colorful Butterfly's body stiffened, feeling her head spinning, forgetting that she was the one who wanted to tease the other in the first place. Taoist Master Cheng Yuan is a profound Taoist. With this amount of power you still want to fight with him. Why don't you go and help? Purple Lady walked up to her face, pulling her own sisters back from their touched state. The colorful butterfly glanced at someone and fled. The Purple Lady looked at him and said without a trace of anger, "It's obvious that you're afraid of trouble and want to borrow my hand to run the business, but you're talking about it in a grandiose manner." Zhou Yuan immediately retorted, "Miss Violet Lady is wrong. The reason why the poor Taoist chose Violet Orchid Xian also has this original intention. Zilan Xian only needs to provide me with the furnace and medicinal materials, and the rest of the profit gained. The poor Taoist won't take a penny." He was righteous and not half-hearted. The purple woman looked skeptical. Why? She couldn't help but think of her sister's words. This Taoist priest was only afraid that he wasn't coming for Zilan Xian, but for her as a person. I had scoffed at this, but at the moment I was somewhat convinced. No reason. Cultivation is all about cultivating the heart, but seeking the Taoist heart. Zhou Yuan remained bright and open. If he had no intention of doing anything, the purple woman shook her head. No, yesterday it was already agreed that this is a business. In addition to the Dan furnace and the required medicinal materials, 50% of the profit gained belongs to you. When those messed up thoughts were in her mind, she was even more reluctant to owe favors to avoid an awkward situation in the future. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Then I would like to trouble Miss Violet Lady to take the poor Taoist's share for a good cause. I'm a Taoist priest. What's the use of asking for money? Let's talk about it later. The Violet Lady didn't want to continue to dwell on this topic and turned around to walk upstairs, saying as she walked, "After trying out the Taoist master's medicine yesterday, I've already purchased a Dan furnace. I just don't know if it's to the Taoist master's liking." After trying the medicine, she had already determined the other party's alchemy level, so she would naturally make preparations in advance. Purple Lady has been running Purple Orchid Xian for many years, and has long since developed the habit of thunder and lightning, never squirming when it's time to do something. Zhou Yuan gave a thumbs up. It's still Miss Violet Lady who is well thought out. If that's the case, the poor Taoist can start the fire to make pills today. 11. With a smile on his face, following the purple woman all the way to the backyard of the Purple Orchid Pavilion. Inside the spacious room, there was a time-honored Dan furnace, no less than the one Zhou Yuan had in the heavenly sect. Treasures of this level could never be bought easily, and Zhou Yuan guessed that there was more than likely another hidden agenda, but did not pursue it. The two sides had only reached a preliminary cooperation now, and there was no need to delve into people's secrets. The Violet Lady spoke. "Is this Dan furnace still satisfactory to Taoist master?" Zhou Yuan walked forward, reached out and stroked the Dan furnace, nodding his head. "Not bad. The materials, the craftsmanship are all of the highest quality. It is estimated that it will not be damaged even if it is used for 100 years. In that case, the Taoist master will list the required herbs one by one, and I will order someone to acquire them. There's no hurry. There's one more important thing to do." Zhou Yuan laughed. "If you wish to refine pills, you still need the help of an important person." "Oh?" The purple woman was curious. "The Taoist master has another assistant?" Nonetheless, Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, "Alchemy requires meticulous fire control techniques, and once upon a time, the poor Taoist used to control it with Taoist techniques, but nowadays, Korea has a better candidate." "Who?" "A prisoner who was captured during the Battle of Baiyue back in the day and is now being held somewhere in Xinjiang. Named Flame Ling Ji. Miss Violet Lady is well informed, so I'm sure she'll be able to find this person." Zhou Yuan had a smile on his face. Saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. Not to mention that saving the flame spirit Ji could also help him in refining pills. This was a good deed that benefited others and himself, so why not do it? The Violet Lady's beautiful eyes gazed at him. "I finally understand why Taoist Master wants to cooperate with Violet Orchid Xian. Those who can work hard for the purple girl. May the Taoist Master be worthy of this hard work." The purple woman turned away. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, picked up the brocade and pen and began to write the list of medicinal herbs: goji berries, tiger penis, black fungus. In a short time, a sprawling mass fell onto the page. About a few hours later, the purple woman went and returned with a smile in her eyes. "I've heard that it's a great beauty with a lot of charm. The Taoist master's intentions. I am very skeptical. Zhou Yuan's face was as calm as water. Beauty is nothing more than a mere skin, and after 100 years, it is hard to escape being turned into withered bones. The poor Taoist is a cultivator. Will he be motivated by this? The purple woman was skeptical and opened her mouth. The woman is locked up in a secret prison outside the city. The guards are not tight. If the Taoist master wants to save her, she can move now. But, that's the person the blood-clothes marquis captured back. Isn't the Taoist master afraid of that? Zhou Yuan got up and walked outside. Let him come to me if there is anything. Let's go. Taoist master is really skillful and bold. The purple woman couldn't help but praise. Someone's next comment, though, gave her the urge to retract the compliment. With the Ghost Valley heir in attendance, I'm sorry that the blood-clothes marquis and the Night Curtain won't dare to act rashly. The Taoist priest is very considerate. There was quite a bit of gnashing of teeth in the purple woman's tone. It was a prison built inside a mountain, with the only entrance hidden under a flowing waterfall, which would have been difficult to detect if not for its exact location. Fortunately, Zilan Xian was well informed, and with Wei Zhuang's 7 Extinction Hall, he could always find traces. The Violet Lady was about to go forward, but she was stopped by Zhou Yuan. As a partner, he felt the need to show off his muscles to reassure his allies. With 2 fingers of his right hand together, he used his fingers as a sword to make a gentle stroke against the waterfall, and a calm sharpness swept across the air. In the next moment, the flowing waterfall looked like it had been chopped in two, cutting off the flow up and down in a bizarre gesture. The Violet Lady gave him a deep look. Taoist methods are truly mysterious. Can't let the purple girl get wet, please. Zhou Yuan laughed and the two of them then crossed the waterfall from the center break one after the other. It was a long, dark tunnel, illuminated only by the cloudy fires on the stone walls on either side, and faint footsteps could be heard in the depths. In front of them was an incomparably thick stone door, and the purple woman first went up to test it, then shook her head slightly. With her power, she couldn't even shake it. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly and paced forward, his power running unreservedly. As the stone door slowly rises, the duo is spotted by the guarding soldiers. What the? People! Before the words fell, Zhou Yuan executed his Ling Bo Wei steps and flew forward, and in a matter of moments, a few soldiers had already been knocked out by acupuncture points. Zhou Yuan looked sideways, and inside the cell constructed with crystals, a beautiful woman wearing only a small wrap was sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed, her long hair aptly blocking her breasts. For the first time, he realized that a woman's long hair up to her waist was such a hindrance. Seeing the purple lady casting a teasing gaze, Zhou Yuan turned back his head. Immeasurable heavenly honors. Nonchalance, please bother Miss Violet Lady. Without a word, the purple woman took out her red training and swung it at the crystal in front of her. Breaking or snapping, the crystal shattered and the water flowed like a torrent. The purple woman was about to take the person into her arms when the sleeping beauty in front of her suddenly opened her eyes and swung her palm at her. She grunted coldly and wielded her red train in response. You guys need to stop fighting. Zhou Yuan wanted to go forward to stop it, but he felt that the state of the eyes at the moment was out of place, so it would be a sin if he made a wrong move. The two of them were going back and forth, with vicious moves, like a Shura scene. Girl, getting naked. With no other choice, Zhou Yuan could only come up with this plan. At the same time, the heart secretly pondered. This demon girl has a fiery temper. To let her obediently help herself to alchemy, I am afraid that I have to give some means. The flame spirit lady sniffed and stepped back, her long, dark, shiny hair once again covering key spots. Her eyes flicked over the two of them and she suddenly laughed. Does it look good, Taoist? Although he was born in Baiwa, he still knows a little about the 100 schools of thought in the Central Plains. Instead of answering, Zhou Yuan changed the topic. Are all the people of the 100 you so ungrateful? Had I known this, poor Taoist should not have saved the girl. The flame spirit Ji raised her eyebrows slightly. Dare I ask, why did you save me? Since I can't bear to see the girl suffer here. Skin soaked in water for too long can bloat and even rot. Zhou Yuan explained. Of course, poor Taoist also has a selfish desire to borrow the girl's fire control technique. Oh, the flame spirit Ji played with her fingers, a wisp of fire igniting at her fingertips, her voice charming and feminine. Is Taoist master going to play the game of ice and fire with me? It is not impossible. Zhou Yuan smiled, but the girl doesn't seem to be very obedient. It seems that if the poor Taoist doesn't use some means, he won't be able to take the girl away today. Flame Spirit Ji's face went cold. The Taoist priest can try. Offense. Zhou Yuan bullied his way forward. His form was like a ghost, and his Lingbo Weibu stance was performed to the extreme. The Flame Spirit Ji's face changed slightly, and her entire body quickly stormed backward, her arms continuously condensing fireballs to throw out. But this man was simply too fast, making it difficult for her to distinguish, not to mention her inability to fight, and she could only watch as the other party approached step by step. She clenched her teeth and her whole body flames erupted as much as they could. already prepared to hurt people and herself. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan waved his arms and the water on the ground converged towards him, quickly condensing into a huge water ball that wrapped the two of them. The flames gradually extinguished, and with a flick of 2 fingers, the recently escaped banshee was once again captured. Zhou Yuan pulled out an object from his pocket and stuffed it into Flame Spirit G's mouth without a second thought. This is my heavenly sex #1 poison. Smile and half-step epilepsy. As the name suggests, a smile and a step will take your life. This poison needs to be taken once in 3 days, otherwise you will definitely die. 12. Please kill me. After speaking, Zhou Yuan undid Flame Spirit G's acupoints and raised his hand to make a please gesture, signaling that he would do as he pleased. The Flame Spirit G was so angry that her chest was jumping up and down, yet it didn't take long for her to change into a smiling face again. What is Taoist master doing? The slave has never said that she doesn't intend to repay the favor. At the end of the day, he realized that he couldn't laugh and hastily held back. Ha! Sure enough, it is a smart demon girl who can bend and bend, and it saves him a lot of trouble by admitting defeat if he can't fight. There's no harm. The poison won't break out within 3 days. The poor Taoist will not restrict the girl's freedom. She only needs to come and help at a specific time, and the rest, the girl can do as she pleases. The purple woman was on the sidelines with her hands clasped over her shoulders, as if she were an outsider. Flame Spirit G curiously said, I wonder what Nagi wants my slave to help you with. Help me make pills. By the way, miss, I am also interested in your fire control technique. Zhou Yuan confessed that although he was already very proficient in the way of yin and yang, he still wanted to take it a step further and delve into the cold ice and flame. Perhaps he could use it to create a corresponding gong method, or even incorporate the North Underworld infinite gong that he had just created. Alchemy? Flame Ling Ji faced curiosity, for this home means, she does not know much. 100 you people will only raise parasites, never know what is a potion. The girl will know then, it's what you do best. Go. Zhou Yuan turned around and walked outside. Now that he had an additional free laborer, he was in a rather beautiful mood at the moment. Flame Spirit G followed with her long legs, her gaze slightly provocative as she glanced at the purple woman. Who is this sister to the Taoist master? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Poor Taoist Qin Yuanzi. This is Miss Violet Lady, the owner of Violet Orchid Xian, and the partner of poor Taoist. Is it really just friends? Returning to Zilan Xian, Wei Zhuang unexpectedly took the initiative to show up and stood in the corridor leading to the backyard, seemingly having waited for a long time. The young man with the white head and lonely eyes was the same Xiao Zhuang that he remembered. Taoists have always pursued tranquility and inaction, but first you saved the person Luo Net was bound to kill, and now you've offended the night curtain, which isn't like the Taoist style. As soon as he opened his mouth, he lifted all of Zhou Yuan's old bottoms, so it was evident that he was well informed. Zhou Yuan was not surprised. The identity of the startled salamander had not been deliberately concealed, and it was not difficult to find out if one had the heart to do so. Brother Wei Zhuang is afraid? Excitement is useless to me. If you want to lend me a hand to fight for you against your enemies, give me a reason. The reason is, everything has long been predetermined in the underworld. Even if the poor Taoist doesn't come down from the mountain, you will still be enemies with the night curtain. The Luo Net. Zhou Yuan had a frank face, and what he said was true. If Wei Zhuang wants to change Korea, he's bound to go up against Nightmare. Now that Gaia has defected to Qin, Ying Zhang will come to Hanfei in admiration, and the Ghost Valley masters and brothers love each other and must not sit back and ignore each other's lives and deaths. There has never been any heavenly destiny. The so-called fate, in fact, is based on the character of each person, the choice to gradually form. Wei Zhuang snorted. I have never believed in heavenly destiny, but you must believe that your senior brother will come to you, and that the first battle after leaving the division will come down in Korea. At that time, you will never stand idly by if Gaini brings the Luonet, Zhou Yuan said with a straight face. So, it's not that I brought you strong enemies, but rather, I've given you one or two more notable combatants. The theories surrounding the original storyline perfectly aligned the roles of troublemaker and trouble solver. Wei Zhuang pondered seriously for a moment and coldly grunted. The Taoists are really good at the doctrine of destiny. Zhou Yuan also returned the compliment. The Ghost Valley's art of vertical and horizontal is unique in the 100 schools of thought, and is indeed extraordinary. So, you intend to let that woman enter Zilan Xian? If you guys don't object, it's not impossible. A Luo Net heavenly character level. I'm sure you guys know how strong she is, and by helping her through her weakening period, you'll have an extra sharp blade by your side in the future. I hope she's worthy of the title. Wei Zhuang hugged his sword and raised his head. Both sides of this conversation had exploded enough cards. At the same time, it also represented that the male owner of this Zilan Xian agreed to cooperate. Thus ended the first verbal exchange of the initial meeting. The purple woman was fine, barely able to hear the positions of the several forces in the two men's words. Flame Spirit G, however, was bewildered, because to her, whether it was the luo net or the night curtain, they were both extremely unfamiliar products. Who was that little brother just now? She couldn't help but inquire. The aura that the other party displayed made her fearful, sharp and cold, as if he would draw his sword and cut someone at the drop of a hat. His name is Wei Zhuang, a guy who likes to comb people's hair with his sword. It's best not to mess with him if nothing else. Zhou Yuan gave a friendly reminder. After all, Wei Zhuang would not be as compassionate as him. The violet lady bared her teeth and said, "The Taoist master's assessment of brother Wei Zhuang is apt." Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, poor Taoist is a bit curious. How did Miss Violet Lady convince Wei Zhuang to stay in Zilan? This question had puzzled him from his previous life. Wei Zhuang was arrogant by nature, so why would he choose Zilan as a place to stay? If he was willing, the 7 Extinction Hall could likewise provide him with intelligence. The purple woman slightly sidled her head, her eyes full of smiles. Does Taoist master really want to know? Naturally, the Taoist master should still refine the pills. You and I are not at a point where we can talk about everything. The purple woman dangled her appetite but didn't answer, twisting her small savage waist and walking towards the front yard. Zhou Yuan meditation for many years. The state of mind has long been very calm, but at this moment there is an impulse toward the rounded fullness of a few palms. Flame Spirit Ji smiled cheekily and instigated from the sidelines. Clean up a meal and she'll be honest. Zhou Yuan looked at her expressionlessly. How do you clean it up? The Taoist master is good at alchemy, so he naturally came up with a method. Good idea. So, alchemy first. Walking into the alchemy room, all the medicinal ingredients were already on the table. Zhou Yuan carefully selected a few and turned to look at Flame Spirit Ji. Your job is to control fire. Specifically, the poor Taoist has divided it into 5 levels, which are microfire, small fire, medium fire, large fire, and blazing fire. The girl will now begin the demonstration, and the poor Taoist will tell you which levels each flame belongs to. The Flame Spirit Ji looked at the huge Dan furnace as if she understood what she was going to do next, and immediately began to manipulate the flames. This is the small fire. It's a big fire. After half an hour of correcting and mentioning mistakes, the two quickly reached a tacit understanding. Zhou Yuan walked forward, picked up a side of the kitchen knife, his left hand to the table gently slap, only to hear the pop sound. Medicinal herbs have flown into the air. Swoosh, bang bang bang, the blade flashed, and the sword aura was rampant. Flame Spirit Ji's small mouth slightly opened. So martial arts can still be used this way? In no time at all, a host of herbs were cut into a paste. Get inside. Zhou Yuan put down the kitchen knife and used his internal force to throw the suspected Ali's object into the furnace. Start a big fire. The Flame Spirit Lady had fallen into a stupor, her body manipulating the flames instinctively. For a long time, the Taoist master might as well kill the slave. Lighters also run out of gasoline. 13. The world's greatest alchemist. Controlling fire for several hours in a row caused Flame Spirit Ji to sweat profusely, and for the first time, she realized that the flames that accompanied her were so annoying. There's this saying that when a hobby becomes a job, it ceases to be something you love. Black hair doesn't know that it's early to learn diligently. Whiteheads regret late cultivation. Doesn't the girl realize the gains she's made in the process of alchemy? Zhou Yuan immediately spoke kindly. The Flame Spirit Ji's flames contained internal energy and were hotter than normal hearth fires. Moreover, she had a unique talent for flames, and in terms of controlling fire alone, Zhou Yuan would still have to lose one step to her. He couldn't let go of such a good hitchhiker, and immediately began to think about how to comfort her, or rather, in what way to make her love the job. Thinking about it, he suddenly realized that he was gradually transforming into an unscrupulous boss, trying to squeeze the value out of his employees. However, there was one thing he didn't lie about. The Flame Spirit Ji's sense of the flame Tao would definitely deepen during the alchemy process. In other words, she was working as well as practicing. It was just that it was not easy to perceive in this subtle way. Flame Spirit Ji, however, could not listen to it. Only as an unscrupulous boss wages employees to sell their lies, pitifully said, slaves, if you continue to toss like this, sooner or later live and die of exhaustion. It would be better to Taoist long now to give slaves a pain in the ass. She stepped aside and sat down, with the attitude that she was done with the old lady, and that she would kill her if she had to. There is an elixir in this world called marrow cleansing elixir, which can cleanse the essence and marrow, making the flesh pure and free from dirt, and has the effect of reshaping the meridians. Zhou Yuan seemed to be talking to himself. Liar. Flameling was unmoved. There's also an elixir called Gathering Yuan Dan, which condenses the essence of the world and captures the spirit of heaven and earth, and can increase one's strength for several years. I don't believe it. There's also an elixir called the Resurfacing Elixir, which contains the essence of life, and can make youth last forever, and a red face never grow old. Zhou Yuan bowed his head and muttered to himself, there are as many beauties in the world as there are carp in the river. but why do they eventually turn into withered bones? The heavens have taken pity and given the Dan formula. The flame spirit Ji finally couldn't sit still. Although she didn't rule out that the other party was playing a trick, it was hard to suppress the yearning in her heart. What's more, he's now being held at a critical point and can't get away for the time being. Slave just felt bored with alchemy and was joking with Taoist. She got up and came to the Dan furnace, continuing her work of manipulating the flames, secretly thinking in her heart, if this stinking Taoist cheats me, sooner or later I will roast him. Time flies. When it was late at night, the first batch of pills were successfully produced. Up, Zhou Yuan let out a low gulp and dragged the lid of the furnace with his internal force to slowly rise up, followed by a smooth landing. In a flash, the entire room was covered by a rich aroma, which made people feel relaxed and happy, and even the fatigue was swept away. What kind of elixir is this? Flame Spirit Ji was filled with curiosity and doubly marvelous at the same time. She had never thought that one day she would be able to participate in something as mysterious as alchemy. Return to Yuan Dan. It has the effect of enhancing a man's qi and blood. Zhou Yuan did not hide the fact that the first few batches of pills were bound to be used to amass wealth. Otherwise the raw materials behind would be unsustainable. The Flame Spirit Ji's eyes widened as she sniffed, and there were hidden flames flowing in her eyes, a kind of anger at being deceived. Zhou Yuan turned a blind eye. The more superior the elixir, the higher the requirements for the herbs. If there is not enough money, alchemy is nothing but an empty phrase. Alchemy also required money, and it was a large amount of money, which was why he chose to cooperate with Zilan in order to amass money in the fastest way possible. As if she also smelled the fragrance of medicine, the purple woman twisted her water snake waist and walked into the alchemy room, followed by several sisters. Once you see the finished product, you can conclude that it is a good elixir. The Taoist master really never disappoints. This Dan has the effect of compensating for the deficiency of qi and blood. Miss Violet Lady is a businesswoman, so I'm sure she knows what to do. Naturally, the purple lady had spent a lot of money on acquiring medicinal herbs, so she naturally knew what price to sell them at. The upper-class nobles were not short of money, and when it came to their bodies, throwing away thousands of dollars was no big deal. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Is it sold in the name of the Taoist master?" She wasn't sure if the man was trying to hide his identity. Not only should it be in the name of poor Tao, but it should also use some exaggerated claims. So let's say, Heaven's first alchemist Qin Yuanzi. Zhou Yuan's face is not red and his heart is not jumping. I dare not speak of martial arts, but when it comes to alchemy, he can also rank at least in the top 3 among the 100 schools of thought. The Flame Spirit Ji said quietly, "Pity the slave who has spent so much effort, all for the Taoist master." The purple woman directly ignored her and twisted her head to signal for the woman behind her to fill the elixir. Zhou Yuan said with a straight face, "The poor Taoist will never treat the girl poorly." Flame Spirit Ji's eyes rolled, wanting to go along with the situation and let him detoxify herself. But on second thought, this was almost impossible. With these words from the Taoist master, "It will be worth it for my slave to be even more bitter and tired." He said so on his lips, but in his heart, he was secretly calculating what method to use to detoxify his body and let himself regain his freedom. Gathering up the pills, Violet Lady suddenly proposed, "Why doesn't Taoist master stay at Violet Orchid Xian?" Her intention was to avoid the trouble of running back and forth. Who knew that the man was shocked? The capitalists also only ask for 2 shifts. How dare the purple lady want to make the poor Taoist work around the clock? The purple woman froze at her words, although she did not quite understand the meaning of 2 shifts, but she also knew that this person was deliberately misinterpreting it, and laughed. "I was originally well-intentioned, but since the Taoist master is unwilling to do so, forget about it. It's not impossible." Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. "If I stay, I need to add 2 more people. 2, an adult, and a child about to be born." In fact, he has long had this aspect of consideration. Alarmed salamander is now close to the labor period, is in the weakest moment, if encountered a strong enemy. I am afraid that with his 1-person strength is difficult to protect the whole. Here we have Wei Zhuang, the purple lady, plus the barely obedient flame Ling Ji, enough to deal with most possible accidents. In addition to that, it would save him the time of traveling back and forth daily, allowing him to be free of distractions. The purple woman's face gradually became odd. She had heard about the woman from Luonet from Wei Zhuang's mouth, but she didn't know that the woman was pregnant. "So that's what you are, Taoist master." As soon as Zhou Yuan saw her reaction, he knew that he was thinking of the wrong thing, and busily explained, "The child is not mine. The poor Taoist has always kept his body like a jade. How could he do such a thing?" For some reason, the purple woman felt much more comfortable in her heart after hearing this. But on second thought, if the child isn't yours, why are you willing to offend Rohypnol for it? The purple woman was puzzled. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "The poor Taoist has always believed in karma. If we didn't meet it would be just that. Meeting is karma." there is no reason to stand by and watch. The purple woman turned and headed out the door, leaving a message before she left. The Taoist master is now Zilan Xian's cash cow. I have no reason to refuse. At that moment, Flame Spirit G came up. What child? 14. Demonis, help me cultivate. The salamander is now in a state of frustration. The only dependence on the whole day, early morning and late at night. The heart is inevitably fearful and uneasy. So when Zhou Yuan proposed to move, she agreed almost without hesitation. One sentence, the Taoist priest said. Zilangxuan, since then there is a pregnant woman with a big belly. Because they don't like crowds, the startled salamanders are housed in a secluded house in the backyard. Flamewing stood in the doorway with her hands on her shoulders, her eyes surveying it absently, feeling her brain get a little confused. All along, she had mistakenly thought that her martial arts were high enough, and even though the Central Plains was a vast area, there were very few experts like the blood-clothed Ho. However, in this building, she had already encountered 3 unappealing existences one after another. In addition to a purple lady sister who was no weaker than her, the Taoist priest in front of me is not to mention. That white-haired little brother is not to be messed with at a glance. And now there is a pregnant woman with a big belly. Although the other party did not show her sharpness, she still gave her an extremely dangerous feeling when they first met. This girl needs to get stronger. Flame Spirit G secretly made up her mind. And before that, she decided to keep a low profile. What is the girl doing at the door? Zhou Yuan was puzzled, and had previously thought that after getting off the shift, this demoness would be the first to raise her head and leave. The surprising salamander also looked over. On the surface his gaze was as calm as water, but in reality, it concealed an imperceptible sharpness. Human beings are in some ways somewhat similar to wild beasts in that when they are about to give birth, they are extremely sensitive emotionally and are very dangerous, and will be wary of all strangers that come near. The Flame Spirit G looked at him without blinking. The Taoist master just said that there is an elixir that can enhance one's power. Is that true? Although Zhou Yuan did not know why she suddenly had this idea, but now that she took the initiative to mention it, her mind gradually came alive. Yes, but it hasn't been refined yet today, so we need to wait a few more days. I wonder if slaves get a share. Flame Spirit G's eyes were full of hope. Of course. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, the girl wants to become stronger? He suddenly realized, was it because there were too many people around him who were stronger than he was? So he developed a sense of crisis? Aha! The Flame Spirit G nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and put on a coy face before her. After following the Taoist master and coming into contact with so many marvelous things, Nu Jia also wants to experience the wonderfulness of cultivation. Then, why don't you double cultivate with poor Tao? Zhou Yuan offered smoothly. In fact, he'd been craving flamingo for a long time. Gluttony for her flames, to be exact. Although the strength of this demon G is not strong, a fire control technique is very marvelous, very suitable for the yin and yang way that he has been pursuing for many years. The Flame Spirit Lady froze. Was this a figure of speech? The teacup in the salamander's hand nearly fell to the ground. Taoist priest. So direct? No. Although this Baiyu woman was 1,000 times more beautiful, and her appearance was stunning even to himself, but the Taoist priest is by no means a lustful person. Even though there must be another hidden agenda. The Flame Spirit G came back to her senses, and was ashamed and angry in her heart, but her face didn't show half of it. My slave has heard that the Taoists are all monks and may not marry, but a Taoist can have a Taoist couple. Zhou Yuan realized that he had been sidetracked only after he finished speaking, and busied himself by saying, however, the dual cultivation that poor Taoist refers to is not a matter between a man and a woman, but rather a peculiar cultivation method, whereby resonance is reached through divine awareness communication, causing both parties to gain enlightenment. The poor Taoist is interested in the girl's fire control technique, and likewise, will feed the Taoist true Qi back into the girl's body. It's a win-win situation. After saying that, he looked at Flame Spirit G with a burning gaze, waiting for her to make a choice. Although the Flame Spirit G was interested in Taoist true Qi, there was still hesitation in her heart. The Taoist master won't take advantage of my slave while he's at it. Will he? Absolutely not. Zhou Yuan said with a straight face. Poor Tao to a dear friend 10 years of marriage to swear. Double cultivation process will never have half of the underhanded action. Otherwise the oath will be fulfilled. Called the dear friend 10 years of loneliness and suffering. What a poisonous oath. It doesn't seem to affect you personally though. This matter is too sudden, and the slave still needs to give it some thought. The Flame Spirit G smiled charmingly and turned to leave, seemingly whetting someone's appetite. Zhou Yuan saw the situation as not without regret. Although he penetrated the way of yin and yang, but after all, is still limited to the use of the Tao, has not really turned into reality. If one could figure out the principle of the Flame Spirit G's fire control technique, one might be able to directly master the power of this attribute, spreading flames between the lifted hands and burning the sky and the earth. After the topic just now, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Zhou Yuan turned to look at the startled salamander and explained in a serious manner. Poor Taoism is really just for cultivation. Why is the Taoist priest explaining this to me? Isn't this because I'm afraid that it will affect the impression of poor Tao in Madam's heart, and I won't be able to be little Yenner's godfather? Since that day, the salamander decided to name the child words. The Taoist priest has saved my mother and daughter's lives and sheltered them. No matter what, in the future, you will be little Yenner's righteous father. Shocked salamander obviously didn't misunderstand, much less get angry, but it was just someone's own heart. Zhou Yuan looked at the sky and spoke. It's late at night. Ma'am, take an early rest. Poor Taoist will leave. Aha. The salamander nodded gently, walking out of the house. The moonlight is still bright tonight, and the stars are still brilliant. Zhou Yuan jumped onto the roof and was about to observe the stars and signs as usual to realize and cultivate, when there was suddenly one more person beside him. Without Tianzi, the girl has nowhere to go? These words directly poked the flame Lingji's pain, and after she went out and turned around, she actually realized that she didn't know where to go. If she wanted to take revenge, her strength alone would certainly not be enough. Flame Spirit Ji's mood suddenly became low. The impression that she should be a very optimistic, always with a smile on her face, out of the fact that this demon girl helped him to refine pills today and consumed a lot of essence, she couldn't help but feel some pity in her heart. Zhou Yuan thought about it and added another sentence. 10 should be released soon. The master is not dead? Not dead, but I don't think he's had a very good time all these years in prison. Based on the plot, Zhou Yuan guessed that Tianzi had been living as an experiment for more than 10 years, serving as a guinea pig for Madame Mingzhu's research on parasites. The Flame Spirit Ji was astonished. Could the Taoist master be able to foretell the future? She had always been a little puzzled as to why this man, who she had obviously never met, knew so much about her abilities, and the affairs of Baiyue. So true. Zhou Yuan had a smile on his face. Poor Taoist doesn't know how to deduce, but he still remembers the plot. Learning that Tianzi was fine, Flame Spirit Ji was in a much better mood and asked with a smile, why did Taoist master tell my slave? This person clearly wanted to control her and utilize her fire control technique, but now he took the initiative to inform his master of the news, which was really puzzling. Consider it your reward for your labors today. Slave suddenly wants to give the Taoist master a reward then. What reward? How about just fulfilling the Taoist master's heart and double cultivating? The flamingo suddenly came closer. Zhou Yuan was unapologetic and laughed. Good. Demonis, quickly help me cultivate. 15. Terrible idea. Reward? Not necessarily. On the surface, Flame Lingji was passionate, but in fact, she was very wary of strangers. It would be a fool's errand to expect her to put her trust in just one day of acquaintance. I believe the more reason was to obtain the Taoist true qi. Zhou Yuan knew it in his heart, but did not point it out. This was supposed to be a win-win cooperation. How do you double cultivate? Flame Spirit Ji inquired, about which she knew nothing. Zhou Yuan looked around. His eyes landed on the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain and gestured, follow me. With that, he performed a light power and floated away. Flame Spirit Ji watched his back disappear into the night, hesitated for a moment, and leapt forward to follow. Arriving at the bamboo forest, Zhou Yuan sat down on the ground and was already operating his power. Flame Spirit Ji, however, was a bit overwhelmed. What should my slave do? Zhou Yuan pondered slightly. Dual cultivation is roughly categorized into 3 types: soul, gongfu, and physical body. Let's start with spiritual resonance. How does it resonate? Cast fire charm on me. Thinking left and right was the fastest way for Flamingo to get into a mental state. As for the power of this charm technique, he was not afraid in the slightest. The prerequisite for this type of attack was that the spirit power was much stronger than the enemy's, and he didn't think that Flame Spirit Ji was stronger than himself in this regard. Flame Wing was stunned. Taoist, this is not good. She was a little hesitant, but more than that, she jumped at the chance. This person planted something in her body as soon as they met. How could there be no anger in her heart? Only that she couldn't fight it, so she temporarily endured it. Now that I have a chance to get my revenge back in a fair and square manner, I am naturally happy to do so. Anyway, it was you yourself who asked for it, wasn't it? Zhou Yuan saw through her little emotion with a glance and laughed. Poor Taoist knows that you've wanted to beat me for a long time. So do it. Then, it will be as the Taoist master wishes. Lest this person settle scores in the fall, the Flame Spirit Ji added. Everything is for dual cultivation. She came to sit on her knees in front of the man, and along with the mobilization of her internal energy, flames gradually appeared in her beautiful eyes, and an invisible surge came out from her eyes towards Zhou Yuan's eyes. Zhou Yuan relaxed his body and mind without putting up any resistance, allowing the Flame Spirit Ji's will to introduce him to a marvelous realm. This is a world shrouded in flames. and in all directions there are blazing flames that seem to have coalesced into a mountain of flames. Zhou Yuan could have exited this flame world at any time if he wanted to, but he deliberately sank down and carefully observed any subtle fluctuations around him. He reached out and stroked it, incorporating a wisp of flame into his palm. Feeling the slight burning sensation that came from it, the illusion was meant to be 3 times as real as it was. Taoist Master, where is my slave's true chi? The flame spirit Ji's consciousness also entered the illusion, and her slender figure appeared behind Zhou Yuan. There's no rush. Zhou Yuan moved his eyes away from the chasm and the white and slender jade feet, and activated the North Underworld Infinite Gong. In a flash, the flames around him were pulled, merging into his body like a tidal wave. Passion is like fire and flames burn. He used his conscious flesh to directly feel the mysteries of the flames, and even though he was burned to the point of bruising and sweating, he still did not respond. Flame Spirit Ji's small mouth was slightly open, and her hands tightly gripped the corner of her skirt. This man, it's so hard. Back then, the Master Tianze suffered a lot in order to cultivate that set of evil power, but not half as much as today. If you're that hard on yourself, let alone the next person. The Flame Spirit Ji was terrified, and the little bit in her heart completely dissipated. Zhou Yuan suppressed it to death, but his mouth was still uncontrollably emitting miserable screams, and gradually, heart-rending sounds resounded throughout the entire illusionary world. It wasn't until his consciousness reached the limit of its ability to endure that he began to exert his means. A torrent of water surging into the mountain of flames, drowning everything and extinguishing it. Unable to fight against it, the world of consciousness quickly collapsed, and the two opened their eyes in the real world. The green shirt on Zhou Yuan's body was already drenched in sweat, as if he had just experienced an unimpeded battle. He spread out his hand and a wisp of fire coalesced in his palm, faint but taking shape. He, who stole from me. The Flame Spirit Ji's eyes were full of resentment. The Taoist master only cared about stealing my slave's abilities. Where are the promised benefits? Not as much as that. Come what may. Zhou Yuan put away the flames and curiously said, your flame ability seems to have been integrated into your blood. Is this innate or acquired? He was a little curious. This ability was clearly not mortal, and could not be explained in words. Flamingo ignored him in a you stole my cheese kind of way. Zhou Yuan smiled. Poor Tao is drilling the new ice and fire way. When it is completely perfected, I will definitely be the first to teach it to the girl. A man's mouth. Slave won't trust you anymore. The Flame Lingji grunted and left the bamboo forest with a twist. Zhou Yuan fell into deep thought. This world exists all kinds of things beyond the mundane. Flame Lingji's flames, blood clothes Ho's ice, Hanfei's sword spirit, the 9 heavenly maidens, Qi, the heart of the cultivator came alive again. If these secrets can be unlocked, becoming immortal may not be just a falsehood. In the following days, apart from refining pills, Zhou Yuan immersed himself in the enlightenment of the Tao. Flame was a very marvelous attribute, full of aggression and harboring the power of destruction. Even with his power, he couldn't do it as freely as Flame Spirit Ji, not to mention creating a blazing flame. Do we have to draw her blood for research? Late at night, Zhou Yuan sat in the alchemy room pondering. According to his guess, this ability of the Flame Spirit Ji had already been integrated into his entire body. According to this, the blood in her body must contain the element of fire. If her blood, skin and flesh, as well as her sinew and bones were used to make pills, I'm afraid that the average person would immediately possess masculine strength after taking them. As his thoughts grew farther and farther away, Zhou Yuan suddenly realized that something was wrong. That's a horrible idea. This is evil and must not be done. The heart thought so, but the desire to know continued to spread uncontrollably. Well, it wouldn't hurt to draw a few drops of blood with her consent. Zhou Yuan made up his mind and was prepared to find a time to ask. And of course, he would also offer pills of higher value in exchange. There is someone who wants to see you. The purple woman walked in. Today she actually changed the same hairstyle, no longer coiled up her hair, but let that full head of purple hair hanging straight down. Delicate, generous, and such an outfit adds a touch of immortality to an already beautiful face. What person? Zhou Yuan stood up and stared at the purple woman for a while. The purple woman's face was a bit unnatural, but she still forced herself to remain calm. Ninth Prince, Hanfei. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, rather like he was running away. Zhou Yuan followed. The purple girl's hair is quite pretty today. I hope to see it again tomorrow. It was just a whim. The purple woman secretly chagrined. Had I known that I should not have listened to the instigation of the sisters, said what those two women are so beautiful. Purple sister, if you do not use snacks, our purple orchid Xian will be compared to words. I scoffed at the time, but when I was combing my hair this morning, I ghosted and actually changed it. 16. Interested in making a deal? Inside the compartment, two figures sat opposite each other. Zhou Yuan was quite surprised that Hanfei suddenly took the initiative to come to find himself on this matter, but he still came. The sword spirit on his opponent intrigued him, and it would be nice to sit down and talk. Neither of them spoke, just gazed at each other in silence. In the middle of the day, Hanfei broke the silence. Return to Yuan Dan. Residence in the face Dan. Since the non-return to the country, the most words I have heard in my ears are these two pills, and in just a few days they have become popular in Xinjiang, amassing countless fortunes. He appeared to be complaining that he thought it was sucking money out of Koreans. Zhou Yuan smiled blandly and asked rhetorically, do the ninth prince think that without poor Tao's elixir, these aristocrats would take out this money and spend it on the military and people's livelihood? Hanfei was silent for a moment and shook his head. No, they'll just try to get more money for the purchase of Taoist's elixir. The implication is that these elixirs still indirectly jeopardize Korea. The poor road to get it due money, in addition to the cost of alchemy, will be used in the relief of the poor and suffering. Do not dare to say that the benefit of the people, but it is also a slight act of charity. The nine gentlemen think how. Zhou Yuan gazed at the other party with a smile. Hanfei immediately made a bow with both hands. Tao Master is highly righteous. Hanfei pays his respects. Zhou Yuan continued. In the opinion of the ninth prince, should these moths that intercept the people's fat and wealth and jeopardize Korea be removed one by one? What does the Taoist priest mean? All it takes is a war to reshuffle the power and the upper nobility will naturally be much smaller. Hanfei was dumbfounded for a long time. The Taoist master is a great debater, and Hanfei is willing to bow to him. He knew what the other party was referring to, which was nothing more than the destruction of Korea by his country, in which case the Korean nobility would be reduced by at least a few percent. Yet he could not refute it, for the very beginning of the topic involved the country, the people, and the object of the other party's enrichment was the nobles who sucked the blood of the people. At this time, the purple lady walked into the compartment with two girls carrying wine and food, and when she saw that the two were silent, she couldn't help but tease. It seems that the two of you have finished talking. Zhou Yuan laughed. To tell the truth, this business is actually led by Miss Purple Lady. Look, nowadays, Zilan Xian is making money day by day, and Miss Purple Lady's complexion is much more radiant. Hanfei did not intervene. This is after all a business that you love. He has no right to intervene. This was clearly a rehash of an old story, alluding to the fact that the purple girl had changed her hairstyle today. Purple Lady glared fiercely at someone and said in a bad mood, my sisters and I are just earning some hard-earned money. How can we compare to Taoist Master, who has countless amounts of money coming to him just by sitting in the alchemy room? It was meant to be a joking remark, so Zhou Yuan did not continue the topic. Looks like you guys are planning to pull Hanfei in? Purple woman heart-shocked. This matter has been her and Wei Zhuang's secret discussion. This person is a mouth to break. Is it possible to see through the clues? Or is it really possible to see things before they happen? Zhou Yuan did not explain. It was precisely his intention to point it out to create a bit of mystery for himself. No matter how you guess, you can't guess that the poor Taoist is the chosen one who ascended after 2,000 years. Join the gang? Hanfei glanced at the violet lady, and his gaze fell on Zhou Yuan. What does Taoist master mean by this? Zhou Yuan murmured. The Ghost Valley disciple is young and eager to change Korea, and the ninth duke is resourceful and is the partner he has fallen in love with, but now he is still in the testing stage. A test? Test your ability to see if you are qualified to be his ally. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Yuan sensed an aura overflowing from the next room, and the words he had just spoken seemed to have messed up the mind of a certain person who was eavesdropping. The purple woman had grown accustomed to it, and just couldn't help but look at the man a few more times. The Taoist priest doesn't seem to think highly of this? Hanfei also looked over, and he vaguely understood what the other party meant. Probably that Zilan Xian was still hiding a Ghost Valley disciple who was planning to invite him to discuss important matters, and his heart was filled with curiosity about this first time, yet mysterious Taoist disciple. He didn't care about the matter of alchemy, but the other party seemed to have a thorough understanding of the affairs of state and politics, and his gaze was even farther than his. Can such words be said? Zhou Yuan was a bit hesitant. His eyes glanced at the direction where the breath came from just now, and he snickered. If the poor Taoist told the truth, would Brother Wei Zhuang rush out with his shark's teeth to help me comb my hair? Will Taoist masters still fear Brother Wei Zhuang? The purple woman was interested. These two people were also strange. Obviously they had never competed before, yet they were afraid of each other. Fear is not to be spoken of, but now that we are allies after all, there is no need to overturn the boat of friendship. Zhou Yuan, out of more far-reaching considerations, joining forces with Wei Zhuang at the present time would be more conducive to the stability that the amazing salamander sought, and he would be able to delve into his Tao and alchemy as he wished. But there's no harm in saying it. I'd like to hear a high opinion. Wei Zhuang pushed the door in. Since his old bottom had been lifted, there was no point in hiding it any longer. Seeing this, the purple woman knew that several people would most likely talk about sensitive topics next, and waved her hand to signal the two women beside her to leave. high views can't be talked about. Zhou Yuan laughed. In fact, this is a problem that everyone knows by heart. Qin has changed its laws for many years, and the country is getting stronger by the day. Even if you succeed in taking power, can you hold back the Qin's millions? After all, the Jianghu is just a Jianghu, and the individual force is no longer strong enough to stop thousands of soldiers and horses. At the peak of his career, Gainey's most brilliant battle record was only against hundreds of iron armor. Wei Zhuang looked towards him after hearing this. It seems that you aspire to Qin. Zhou Yuan shook his head. No, I'm just waiting for a new world co-owner to appear. Hanfei spoke up. Hanfei is a little curious as to what the Taoist master wants to do. Want to know? May I hear it? Interested in making a deal. Ninth prince? Zhou Yuan suddenly got interested and imitated the female dragon king's tone. Hanfei was not expecting this and subconsciously retreated half a step. I wonder what kind of deal the chief wants to make with Hanfei. Poor Taoist will tell you a secret. Call out that partner in your body and have a chat with me. Zhou Yuan smoothly proposed the idea. He felt like a hard-working scientist now, inquisitive about anything related to Sento. If possible, one would even want to dissect the sword spirit to see how he was born. Hanfei smiled helplessly. Could the Taoist master really foretell the world's affairs? He felt unbelievable. It was obvious that it was only the first time they had met. In this person it was as if they had been stripped naked. There were no secrets to tell. Divination is supposed to be one of the means of Taoism. That's not important. What is important is what secret is that partner of yours hiding. Zhou Yuan's emotions grew stronger and stronger, and he even felt the urge to dismember Hanfei and study him. It's still the same thing. The poor Taoist wants to become immortal. The Taoist master's appearance at this moment is truly intimidating, and at this rate, I'm afraid it will only turn into an obsession. 17. The sword scales. Hanfei was apprehensive and a bit confused at the same time. Why on earth was this person so interested in the sword spirit? Wei Zhuang and the purple lady also looked at Hanfei. Just now it was their secret that was leaked. Now it was a different person. Sword spirit? Wei Zhuang seemed to be affected, and there was a bit more searching in his eyes. Hanfei suddenly wanted to run away. He smelled danger in these people's eyes. A person who is extremely intelligent is often more likely to become crazy because their ideas have long transcended the world. And if they can't get an answer, I'm afraid they'll be trapped and unable to extricate themselves. To be honest, I don't know where this sword spirit came from. It's just that whenever I'm in a crisis, he will show up to save me. If I were to actively summon it, he would only not show up. Hanfei opened his mouth to explain, expecting these words to dissuade a few people from continuing to explore. Who knew? Zhou Yuan extended his hand towards the purple woman. Borrow the red trainer for a while. The purple woman's face was odd, but she still handed over her weapon, and with a twinkle in her eye, she admonished, although the red reinforcement is not as good as the divine weapons on the famous sword list, it is still exceptionally sharp, so the Taoist master must be sure to grasp a good measure of it. If you can't control the force, I can do it for you. Wei Zhuang made a gesture to pull out the shark's teeth. Hanfei got up and retreated. He could tell that these people were clearly trying to take the initiative to create fear for their lives and force the sword spirit to show up. It's deliberate, but what if it misses? It's such an obvious law that he won't fall for it. As soon as the words fell, the red train drew a graceful arc in midair, and the sharp blade of the sword came at him head-on. Hanfei is not a martial artist. Naturally there is no power of evasion, can only be resigned to close his eyes, and thought, this ghost place I will never come again. Buzz. The red train was firmly imprisoned less than 3 inches away from Hanfei's face, but if it slowed down one more step, Hanfei's head might be chopped off. Zhou Yuan could not help but have some doubts as to whether the sword spirit had calculated that he would not kill him, or had not sensed it. Wei Zhuang gazed deeply at Hanfei. If you die, is it possible for him to take over your body? These words had more than a hint of intrigue, but they clearly conflicted with Zhou Yuan's apparent description. If the sword spirit had been guarding Hanfei, there was no reason to wish him dead. He heard everything you guys said. Do you think it will still come out? Hanfei could not cry. These people were too scary. He just wanted to go home at the moment. Although it was a test, he truly felt that his life was on the line. Zhou Yuan nodded his head slightly. That being said, it seems that the poor Taoist is destined to not have the opportunity to discuss the Tao with brother Jin Ling. Hanfei stood up, arched his hand, and said, this wine has been drunk enough. The night is late. Hanfei takes his leave. After saying that, without waiting for a few people to speak, he fled this place of wrongdoing at a rapid pace. Seeing Hanfei off, the purple woman spoke. There seems to be something different about what the Taoist master is concerned about. Not to mention whether or not a sword spirit really existed within Hanfei. What was there to talk about with an undead? Wei Zhuang was also puzzled. Being in the Ghost Valley all these years, he had never heard his master mention these two words. Zhou Yuan smiled but did not say anything, did not casually reveal the idea of cultivating immortality. This era of immortal has been extinct. Easily exposed intentions will only make people think that he is a fool. What a hoot! A soft and charming voice came from outside the house, and Flame Spirit Ji quietly appeared in the doorway, her entire body leaning against the doorway, her figure standing in a delicate and exquisite manner. The eyes of the crowd fell on her in unison. What for? The Flame Spirit Ji was startled, and her entire body took half a step back. There is one thing that I need your help with. Zhou Yuan had a plan in mind and an impish smile appeared on his face. No time. The Flame Spirit Lady was about to leave after saying that. There are benefits. Sorry, slave is on vacation today. The flamingo was unmoved. The man never did anything but write blank checks, and his last promise was not honored. Zhou Yuan pulled out a small bottle from his pocket and leisurely said, once it's done, this Yuan gathering pill will be yours. Flame Lingji stopped at once. She remembered that this person said that the polygenetic pill could enhance the power for several years. Eating it would definitely increase her strength greatly. She couldn't refuse this temptation. Give the potion first. After the lesson she learned last time, she learned her lesson this time. Zhou Yuan did not squirm and casually threw it over. This was originally the gift he was going to give to Flame Spirit Ji in return for her hard work over the past few days. The reason for the delay was because there was only one elixir and it was difficult to take care of the others. As expected, the purple woman's gaze became complicated. Not jealousy, but just irritation arising from someone being thick-skinned. Wei Zhuang seemed to guess what he was going to do, but had no intention of continuing to participate, carrying the shark's teeth and striding away. Boring game. The purple woman followed close behind, her gaze obscure. This isn't good. Sister Violet Lady hasn't. Flame Spirit Ji pretended to hesitate, but her hand movements were not slow. The first time she stuffed the small bottle into her pocket, Zhou Yuan felt a big headache and could only deliberately raise his voice. When the raw materials are gathered, everyone will have them. This kind of potion can only be used once. The second time the effect will be greatly reduced, so it is not a precious item for him. But the material is rare and hard to get. Sure enough, sometimes it's not good to have too many friends. Go. I'm a little curious. What kind of person has such a deep grudge against the Taoist master that you would be so willing to spend so much blood? Hanfei, the 9th Duke of Korea. How dare he molest the purple lady in front of the poor Taoist? This is the way to death. Zhou Yuan made up a random reason. Anyway, all along the Flame Spirit Ji had felt that he had bad intentions towards the Violet Lady. Otherwise he would not have purposely sent money to Zilan Xian. Flame Lingji was suddenly excited. Korea and Baiyu had a hatred of extermination. Killing the Korean royal family, she was very happy. This idea has been there for a while, just because of the power alone, so did not rush to do it. Now since someone instructed her, she couldn't even be happy. Just as if she had gotten a backstabber for nothing. Hachu. Walking back to the palace, Hanfei suddenly sneezed, a sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. Looking back, behind the blank night suddenly more ablaze. From far and near, the woman's slender figure gradually clear. As beautiful as it was, that murderous gaze was terrifying. The Flame Lingji condensed her twin blades with flames, passing through the thick night like a shooting star, brilliant and passionate. Hanfei hurriedly spoke. Girl, there's something to be said. In a trance, he vaguely guessed who was directing it. At the same time, a familiar, cold and incomparable aura reappeared, and the man stood in front of him at some point. Fooled. In the distance, Zhou Yuan, who was standing under the moonlight ready to strike, secretly sighed in relief. Indeed, in order to deceive others, one must first conceal it from one's own people. Bang! Everything seemed to stand still as the hot and cold swords touched. 18. Discussing with the sword. Flame Lingji stared blankly ahead. The man with the sword clearly appeared in the form of a human being, but gave people a feeling of not belonging to the world. An air of extreme coldness enveloped her entire body, and for the first time since she had the flame ability, she felt cold. Better than the icy sky and snow. It was a cold that did not belong to the earth, as if it had imprisoned her, and she could only watch as the sword chopped down on her head. Show mercy under the sword. Hanfei had already gained insight into the causes and consequences and opened his mouth in an attempt to stop the sword spirit, but he was as if he hadn't heard. You are the Queen of Flames. What is there to fear even if it is the cold of hell? Zhou Yuan pointed a finger at the back of the Flame Spirit Ji through the air, stimulating the power of the flame in her body, dispelling the een and cold with the scorching heat, and her body was finally able to regain its autonomy. Sidestepping the sword, he flew forward and swung his palm down in the air. Reverse Scale's face was cold, and the sword in his hand slashed and stabbed head-on. Boom! When the swords and palms touched, a gale spread in all directions, and Hanfei and Flame Spirit Ji were both shaken back and forth. Feeling the cold touch coming from the blade of the sword, Zhou Yuan was not shocked but pleased. What he was after was precisely this power that did not belong to the earth. Interested in a chat? Zhou Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. The purpose of his trip was by no means to compete with the sword spirit, but rather to figure out where the other party came from and unlock the hidden secrets of this world. Reverse Scale's eyes were covered by the cloth, but one could feel him gazing deeply, seemingly very interested in Zhou Yuan as well. Immortal, Tao, he spoke with great difficulty, and it was not clear whether it was due to his physical condition, or whether he was under some kind of taboo. Zhou Yuan vaguely read his meaning and laughed. Although Poverty Road has practiced Taoism, there is still a long way to go before the word immortal. He wasn't sure if Reverse Scale would be able to leave the sword for long, and immediately got to the point. You, where did you come from? At those words, Reverse Scale seemed to be in a daze, seemingly pondering the question. Hanfei also couldn't help but get pumped up. Reverse Scale was the sword spirit that guarded him, so it could be said that it was a secret about him. For her part, the flame spirit Ji was annoyed, and by this point, how could she not realize that she had been tricked again? Look at both sides of the situation, which has the appearance of half of the enemy, is clearly in the hands of her, forcing this non-human, non-ghost swordsman to show up. Lord, man, take. Reverse Scale was still having a difficult encounter, as if his body was being affected by unknown rules with every word he uttered. Speak slowly, there is no rush. Zhou Yuan was a little worried, fearing that the Reverse Scale would dissipate in the next moment. It seemed that with every word he uttered, his figure would become illusory, and at this rate, he was only afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Yellow, Quan. At the last word, Reverse Scale's body completely dissipated and floated to who knows where. Zhou Yuan was a bit weak and asked, he shouldn't die, right? It would be a great sin if this caused Hanfei to lose his umbrella. Hanfei shook his head slightly. His aura is much weaker, but it's still there. The words turned. What the Taoist master was after turned out to be the secret of the ancient times. Being so interested in a sword spirit that did not belong to the earth, and bent on finding out where it came from, this person's purpose was already calling out. Zhou Yuan laughed. I remember you once said that you had traveled through the river of time and witnessed your own death. Is this incident true? Actually, Hanfei only said in the original story that it was only the first day the two had met, and that they hadn't yet gotten to the point of telling the biggest secret on their bodies. Zhou Yuan's words scared him to death. Hanfei didn't know why this man knew about this, and smiled bitterly. Taoist, do I have any secrets to tell in front of you? That's not the point. There are too many secrets hidden between heaven and earth. Don't you want to find out clearly? Zhou Yuan began to follow the good advice. Poor Taoist roughly understands the meaning of Reverse Scale. He came from the Yellow Springs. Since there is the underworld in the world, would there also be the heavens? Songlon's 7 constellations, the 9 heavenly maidens, and the demon god Qiyu. If these secrets are unlocked, immortal road can be expected. He formally extended an invitation to Hanfei. Pursuing the Tao of immortality was a long and lonely road, and it would be nice to have a few more like-minded people. I am not alone in my path. Immortalism? Hanfei's heart completely dawned on him that people of the Taoist school were already pursuing the way of heaven in all things, and that this person was so amazingly talented that it made sense that he would want to seek the way of immortality. He teased, is the Taoist master trying to get Hanfei out of the legalist school and into your Taoist school? Zhou Yuan calmly said, the 100 schools of thought seem to have their own doctrines, but in fact, they have a lot in common. Confucianism also learns the art of war, and legalism is also inextricably linked with Confucianism. All things are Tao, so why talk about changing one's mind? Hanfei seemed to be a bit impressed and lowered his head into contemplation. Zhou Yuan didn't rush and waited quietly on the side. What immortal path? The flame spirit Ji came up beside her. Originally she wanted to leave out of anger, but when she saw that the topic these two were discussing was getting deeper and deeper, she had the idea of listening to it. Who knew that the more he heard, the more bewildered he became, and at this moment he could not help but open his mouth to inquire. Becoming immortal, does it mean immortality? Zhou Yuan was stunned. With the girl's wisdom, it would be difficult for the poor Taoist to explain to you. What do you mean? Flame Spirit Ji was furious, forgetting her fear for a moment and grabbing the man by his collar to teach him a lesson. What the poor Taoist means is, the girl's understanding of the Tao is still too shallow, so if she wants to pursue the path of immortality, I'm afraid she still has a long way to go. Zhou Yuan's words turned. However, if the girl is interested, she can follow the poor Taoist all the way, and if she achieves the Tao one day, she will naturally not forget the girl. The flame spirit Ji loosened her hand and said indignantly, trying to trick me again. You're such a bad person. Not a word of truth comes out of your mouth. Zhou Yuan knew that she was mentioning the matter at hand, and explained, the poor Taoist is also helpless. The sword spirit will only show up when Hanfei is really in crisis. If he is told beforehand, I am afraid that the play will lose its truth. His heart was not without regret. This process of discussing with the sword had not met his expectations, although he had been informed of some information. The flame spirit Ji felt much better when she heard him say that. Anyway, No more lying to me. Well, the poor man tries his best. Zhou Yuan laughed to himself when he finished speaking. The flame spirit Ji appeared to be very intelligent on the surface, but in fact, she was very ignorant of world affairs. At this point, Hanfei raised his head. Hanfei has family and country ties, and in the end, he can't be as free as Taoist master. With your IQ you won't be able to think that Korea is the weakest of the 7 kingdoms. Even if you have the wisdom of Tai Gong and the strategy of Sun Tzu, you can't save Korea today. A great man has to do something, even if there is no way ahead. Hanfei will still try. Hanfei's tone was firm, as if he was already planning to die for his country. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and spoke. Why don't we make a pact? What engagement? After you've died once, you'll leave everything behind and work with the poor Tao to pursue the secrets of the world. Hanfei gazed deeply at him. Good. 19. Lian Yu wants to learn alchemy. What secret of the world? What after death? Can the Taoist masters still bring the dead back to life? Witnessing Hanfei's departure, the two strolled side by side under the moon, their backs drawn out. Flame Spirit Ji questioned. The more she heard, the more confused she became. Were all the people of the Central Plains so arrogant? If you can't do it now, you may not be able to do it in the future. Zhou Yuan laughed softly. This conversation with the sword spirit was short, but it made his heart towards the Tao even stronger. If there is a sword from hell, why can't there be an immortal? If the girl is interested, she might as well break away from Tianzi and travel with the poor Taoist. If one day you cultivate the right fruit, you can take the white moon of the 9 heavens, roam the endless stars, and live as long as the heavens. Wouldn't it be great to be free? Zhou Yuan's fighting spirit is high. Having touched the mysteries of the Tao, he is no longer interested in earthly power and status. Otherwise, he only needs to step into the Qin state. And the position of a great man is not a matter of course. Taoist master is trying to trick me again. The flame Lingji blinked, her gaze bright. Do you want to be your slave's master too? Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly. Although the so-called equality does not exist in this world, in the mind of the poor Taoist, there is no superiority or inferiority of people, so he will not think of being anyone's master. A girl is your own, and should be a free bird in the sky, uninhibited and soaring. The flame spirit Ji was slightly touched in her heart, but only for a moment. Although she was naive, she was not so naive that she would pull out her heart just because of a few words. The Taoist master will say nice things. If you really think so in your heart, why do you still use poison to control your slave? Can I just say it's just a candy bar for you? This truth of course could not be exposed. Otherwise the flame spirit Ji would definitely leave him. The meticulous fire control technique could enhance the effectiveness of the potion. He needed this demonic Ji. The poor Taoist can't leave the girl yet. When I completely master the power of the flame, I will return the girl's freedom. On top of that, the reward that should be given to the girl will not be half as much. Zhou Yuan made a solemn promise that he would never be the type to pull out and be ruthless. Nope, use it up and throw it away. Not right either. All in all, there is nothing less to be given in return. Flame Spirit Ji's beautiful eyes flowed. Her voice was low and soft. The Taoist master said that the slave is a little moved, but it's a pity that the master has a great kindness to the slave. If he leaves him, will it not become an ungrateful disciple? No ingratitude. The poor Tao really did not misjudge the girl. Zhou Yuan's face showed his approval. In fact, if we want Tianzi to transfer the girl, the poor Taoist has plenty of ways to do so. It's just that in doing so, it would appear that the girl is being treated as an item to be exchanged at will, and the poor Taoist cannot do that. Flamingo was not impressed. Master would never abandon me. Otherwise, it wouldn't be wrong to follow the Taoist master. Really? Are you sure it won't break your heart? Nuns don't cheat people as freely as the Taoist master does. Zhou Yuan's heart was suddenly bottomed out. Technically speaking, Tensor is considered a politician, just a bit of a failure in handling the affairs of state. So, for a man like that, he will never part with a woman if enough benefits are given. The flame spirit Ji had originally just said it casually, but seeing how confident he looked, she couldn't help but start to falter. Will the master really pass me on to someone else? No, master would never do that to me. Returning to the purple orchid Xian, the purple lady stood on the second floor steps as usual, like a lone violet, with her new hairstyle adding a bit of holiness. Is Sister Purple Lady waiting for the Taoist master? I don't know when, but the flame spirit Heim liked to flirt with the purple lady, like a witch and a fairy in some stories, always incompatible with each other. Yes. The purple lady's uncharacteristic reply made flame spirit Ji momentarily at a loss for what to say. Zhou Yuan, who was on the side, revealed a gloating smile and spoke. You shouldn't ask the purple lady this question at this time. Why? Mostly, there aren't enough pills to supply. The flame spirit lady was struck by lightning. The purple woman stroked the hair on her forehead and laughed. The Taoist master is indeed very skillful in his calculations. If I remember correctly, this Ling Ji girl's vacation is based on the Z hour. That means vacation is over for the day. The flame spirit G's face instantly showed a look of lifelessness, like a former battering ram. She pitifully said, Taoist master, can you give your slave one more day off? Just one more day. Can't. Zhou Yuan shook his head. All of our food and drink are supplied by the violet orchid Xian. If we were to cut off the pills, not only would we not be able to secure our food, clothing and shelter, we would not be able to afford to purchase even the raw materials for the pills. After thinking about it, he added, Miss Violet Lady might as well pick a few more resourceful girls to help out, or she might be able to boost production. The Violet Lady pondered for a moment and asked, will this work? Although the sisters are skillful with their minds, they know nothing about pills after all. The poor Taoist will teach the method of alchemy, and although the effects of the elixir may not be as good as one would like, the inferior product has the price of the inferior product, and it can also set off the effectiveness of the good product, further increasing the price of the good elixir. The Taoist master turned out to be so well versed in business matters as well. The purple woman couldn't believe it. How on earth did one person manage to combine so many things in only 20 short years, and study them all so profoundly? Commerce, little Doyle. Zhou Yuan laughed it off. Compared to his immortal cultivation endeavor, commerce was indeed called insignificant, and its only function was to provide him with raw materials for alchemy. The two of them then came to the alchemy room. A few Zilan Xian girls have long been waiting here, pounding the medicine, starting the fire, opening the furnace, all in one go. The purple woman stepped into the alchemy room, followed by a beautiful and serene young girl. She is not as mature as the purple lady, and not as charming as the flame spirit G, but she carries the purity of a young girl and the elegance of a Jiangnan woman. The young girl stood obediently behind the purple woman, as if she were a good girl who had not been involved in the world. This must be Miss Lan Yu, right? Someone's bite nailed it, leaving the purple woman, who had intended to introduce herself, speechless. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan could not help but smile, somewhat glad that he came from a Taoist family. I'm an immortal practitioner. I'm good at divination. It's normal for me to be able to foretell the world's events, right? The purple woman gradually relieved herself. Compared to those unforeseen means, knowing the name of was not so surprising, since the Taoist master knows about. Do you think she's qualified to be your disciple? Apprentice? Zhou Yuan was stunned. His biggest impression of Lan Yu was that she was good at blowing, playing the zither and other musical instruments, and having her come to alchemy felt strange anyhow. Violet Lady explained, is very interested in alchemy, and this girl has always been smart and clever, so I'm sure it will be easier for her to learn Taoist master's alchemy. Zhou Yuan sighed, using a musician's hands to make pills. If Boyaziki knew about it, I'm afraid that he would crawl out of the ground to fight with poor Tao. Lan Yu snorted a smile. She rarely went out during the weekdays, and Zhou Yuan had been harboring in the alchemy room, so the two of them were still meeting each other for the first time. It turns out that the Taoist master, who the sisters say is so powerful and omnipotent, is so young and so funny. Thinking of this, Lan Yu spoke up. Lan Yu is not afraid of suffering. If the Taoist master doesn't mind, I would like to be under your tutelage. 20. Buried in alchemy. Why? Zhou Yuan was interested. What was it that made a young girl think so much? Obviously she could be a Qin fairy admired by 10,000 people, but she had to dive headlong into the alchemy room. In the end, alchemy is similar to the kitchen of a restaurant. It is a place of pandemonium. Even more than that, a careless will also demolish the house. Zhou Yuan has a deep understanding of this. I've heard that Taoist master has the ability of divination, has been separated from her parents since she was young. If Taoist master doesn't mind, I would like to follow her around and practice Taoism. Softly whispered. Honestly, Zhou Yuan suddenly realized that it was for the matter of his parents, so he laughed and said, if it was just to find the whereabouts of your parents, the poor Taoist would have known the answer at this moment. Lan Yu's heart tightened and her tone was urgent. Is the Taoist master serious about this? Tears are already in the eyes. An orphan who has lost his parents since childhood suddenly heard the news. The feeling in his heart can be imagined. Unable to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he pursued the question, where are my parents now? The young girl's tearful eyes are so sad that I really feel sorry for her. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. It's not the right time yet. Meeting at this time will only make things awkward for both of you. The poor Taoist can only tell you that they are all in Korea, so let's just count them as safe and sound. As far as he knows, Li Kai is most likely in Xinjiang at this time, just in the way of the appearance is destroyed, coupled with the fear of dragging down the family, has not dared to show up, just misses. Who? She has remarried to Louis, the left secretary of Korea, and right now Louis is still alive, so if you get you to the door at this time, it will only bring unnecessary trouble. For this plot, Zhou Yuan had no intention to intervene, and it was the best outcome for the vulture to kill Louis. If the Taoist master knows the news, why is he unwilling to reveal it? Must he make Jade cry to be happy? The purple woman looked disgruntled. She had long been accustomed to the man's means of foretelling the world's events and was convinced of it. Flame Spirit Ji also chimed in. That's right. My slave also thinks that the Taoist master's heart is too hard. Little sister, it's better not to have such a master. For the black-hearted boss who always enslaved her, she had to make a few sarcastic remarks whenever she had the chance to settle her grudge. The other girls in the room also nodded in recognition, and for a while, Zhou Yuan seemed to have become a target. Unexpectedly, actually opened her mouth to explain for Zhou Yuan. I believe in the Taoist master. He must have his reasons for doing so, and knowing that my father and mother are well has given me great satisfaction in my heart. Seeing that she was so understanding, Zhou Yuan could not help but be fond of her. Good disciple. More than a few months, less than 10 days and half a month. I will definitely ask you to reunite your family. Looked up in surprise. Is the Taoist master still willing to accept me as his disciple? Trust in master. The Tao and alchemy will all be of use to you in the future. Zhou Yuan finished his speech and fell into thought. With his current means, can he complete the cosmetic surgery? All along, he had managed to incorporate the Tao into his life and liked to try out all sorts of new things, and Li Kai's face nowadays interested him. If he could recreate his former appearance, it should be a very fulfilling thing. Without any further hesitation, walked to the table and poured a cup of tea, bending her legs and kneeling down. Getting Jade pays her respects to her master. Zhou Yuan reached out and took it, drinking it all in one go. Today, we are going to refine a new kind of elixir, called the Asahodan. As the name suggests, after taking it, the whole body will be numb and weak, and there is no sense of pain. This elixir can be used for both backstabbing enemies and medicine. The formula is, he did not have the slightest sense of guilt for robbing the trademark of Dr. Hua, who was born in this life in the Warring States period, a few hundred years earlier than Dr. Hua, and called himself a sage. Perhaps many years later, Dr. Hua would kneel down and say great virtue of Zhou Shang after learning about the ephedra pill. Lan Yu listened attentively and thought carefully from time to time, not daring to miss any learning opportunities. Flame Ling Ji today is not like the usual face of hopelessness, but instead full of energy. I do not know whether it is because she ate the elixir, so that she is determined to become strong determination. The moon was extraordinarily full tonight, and after being busy for a few hours, Zhou Yuan took a break from his busy schedule and strolled to the bamboo forest to enjoy the moon. The purple woman came slowly behind her. What exactly is the Taoist priest concerned about? Obviously, she was still preoccupied with the matter of Lan Yu's parents, although there was no blood relationship, but Lan Yu was brought up by her, like a younger sister, but also like raising as a daughter. The feelings could not be said to be deep. She didn't understand. With the strength of their congregation, was there anyone else in Korea they needed to fear? Even against Nightshade, it could be said that there was no fear at all. This matter involves a hidden secret back in the day, and the mother of Lan Yu has already remarried, and is none other than Louis, the current left Secretary of State. Zhou Yuan told him the truth, not telling Lan Yu because it's not good to recognize her nowadays. As for informing the purple woman, it was a reminder to her. It won't take long for Louis to be killed, and at that time, can go to see Mrs. Who with a straight face. Louis? The purple woman frowned slightly. This person she recognized, with a high position of power, generous, one of the heavyweight VIPs of the Purple Orchid Xian, but she couldn't figure out how this person could have rolled with S mother, and her intuition told him that Louis was afraid that this person might not have anything to do with the matter of S parents. Who will kill Louis? Purple Lady pursued, daring to assassinate the important minister of Korea. The power of the mastermind must not be underestimated. You'll know about this later, and to avoid any complications, it's best to arrange a pair of eyes around Mrs. Who. Zhou Yuan had no intention of spending more energy on this issue. He was a man who wanted to cultivate immortality. How could he waste time on the power struggle in Korea? It is only because of the face of the purple lady, as well as the part of Lian you know how to remind. As for the Korean dynasty, and poor Taoism, what has it got to do with it? I'll arrange for someone to do it. The violet lady gazed at his back and couldn't help but inquire, just how far have you gotten with this divination art? She couldn't help but believe that this man could really be an immortal, as if everything in the world was beyond his control. If Zhou Yuan knew what she was thinking, he would definitely correct this illusion. The poor Taoist can only count to Korea. Exactly the people and things within the city of Xinjiang. Out of Xinjiang, is the exhaustion of the donkey? Zhou Yuan said with interest. What? Does Miss Violet Lady also have any loved ones or something like that who are lost? Or is it that as you grow older you begin to get anxious and want to ask the poor Taoist to calculate your marriage? The purple woman gave him a blank look. I won't bother the Taoist master with this matter. I think it's fine to be alone. Strong words on my lips, but my feet have not felt far away. Zhou Yuan looked up at the full moon in the sky and murmured in a low voice, when will I be able to rock up 90,000 miles and pick the stars with the sun and moon in my hands? In the middle of the day, he turned around and returned to the alchemy room, entering the state of hitting the workers. Mortal iron is refined into steel, and the Dan Dao also requires day after day of painstaking study. One day, he will shout out the words, a golden elixir swallowed into the belly. My life is up to me and not up to heaven. 21. Han Wongan wants to revitalize his career. After laboring all night long and coming out of the dreamland already in the late afternoon, Zhou Yuan walked out of his room, stretched his waist hard, and nudged towards the door towards the startled salamander who was lying on the chair knitting. Morning. Shocked salamander couldn't help but chuckle and said in a rare flirtatious manner, Taoist master, I'm afraid this hour is no longer considered early. She gradually transformed into a gentle mother, not as cool as she once was. Zhou Yuan smiled happily, those who can do more, and there is nothing the poor Taoist can do about it. He surveyed the startled salamander's belly and laughed, by the looks of it, it'll be next month. The salamander nodded gently, not doubting the Taoist priest's words, including the daughter comment. At this point, Flame Reiki, who lives next door, also pushes open the door, ready to kick off a day of hitting the worker's metabolism. Good morning, Master Wunderkind. The flame spirit Ji smiled sweetly, the exhaustion from last night seemed to have been swept away. Good morning. Zhou Yuan nodded his head in response, not caring about her rudeness, enslaving people day and night, and not allowing some resentment. As he was about to start, he suddenly saw the purple lady walking head-on, followed by a middle-aged man dressed as a eunuch. I can't help but wonder if it's someone from the palace. Just as he was thinking, he heard the purple lady say, the reputation of the world's first alchemist has spread far and wide, and even the king of Han is already aware of it, and wants to invite you into the palace to preach. Every now and then she liked to flirt with someone's confidence, even if the other person was never ashamed of it. The poor Taoist is not talented and learned, so I am afraid that I will have to fail King Han's great love. Zhou Yuan directly opened his mouth and politely refused. What King Han could give him was nothing more than money and district fame, all of which he already had now. The eunuch busily said, if the Taoist master doesn't go, the old slave really can't deliver. The violet lady also opened her mouth to persuade, the Taoist master is all alone and free, but there are still hundreds of people in Zilan Xian. The implication is that we still have to hang out in Korea, and we can't even offend the king of this country, even if that man is mediocre in his abilities. Zhou Yuan thought about it and felt that it was not unreasonable, so he nodded his head and said, that's fine, then poor Taoist will go and meet the king of this great Han. Slave also wants to go. The flame Lingji suddenly chimed in, interest in her eyes. Zhou Yuan said with interest, if I take you with me, I am afraid that the Han Wang palace will be disturbed, and I will also tire Zilan Xian to relocate overnight. The eunuch on the side had a strange look on his face. Was it appropriate to say these words in front of the old slave? But before his departure, the king of Han repeatedly urged him to treat the Taoist priest with courtesy and make sure that he would invite him into the palace, otherwise he would not have to go back. So he could only pretend that he hadn't heard it, so as not to cause trouble. Although Korea is not a strong country, the royal palace is not lost in solemnity. The soldiers wearing hardened soldiers are arranged in neat rows, armed with lances to guard on both sides of the palace road. Zhou Yuan was guided by the eunuch straight into the deep palace to the palace where King Han resided. The old eunuch guarding the door of the hall saw the two arrive and laughed. Taoist master, please enter the hall. The great king has been waiting for a long time. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly and paced inside. Just entering the door, there will be waiting little eunuchs to close the door of the temple, as if what is going to be carried out next is an extremely confidential matter. Could it be that? Zhou Yuan looked up and on the high throne, a middle-aged man with an obese build and wearing a black coronation suit was leaning against the armrest and closed his eyes in a false sleep. Hearing the footsteps, Han Wangan slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw the youth in a grey Dao robe, he immediately showed a happy face. The Taoist master has finally come. I've been looking forward to it. He rose from his throne and seemed about to sprint down, but felt that it would be a loss of the king's majesty, so he pressed on. A man of the mountains, meet the great king. Zhou Yuan bowed slightly and made a false bow. After a moment's meditation, he added, I wonder what path the great king seeks in his call today. The smile on Han Wangan's face gradually dispersed, and his eyes became tangled as if he had something unspeakable to hide. Zhou Yuan surveyed the other party and found that his aura was very depressed, just like a posture of gold and jade outside, but not in it. If explained in terms of the Tao, the rules were broken, the jurisprudence was incomplete, and there was no semblance of aura to speak of. I'm not hiding it from the Taoist master. The widow has been busy with the affairs of state all these years. Her body is deteriorating. I wonder if the Taoist master has any elixir to cure her? As if he had made up his mind, Han Wangan told him about his physical condition, but only with a subtle cover-up in his words. He then looked at Zhou Yuan with anticipation, expecting to hear the word yes. Zhou Yuan stretched his brows and said with a straight face, if the great king really wants to be cured, he had better be honest with the healer. Otherwise I am afraid it will be difficult to Dan to get rid of the disease. This, Han Wangan was mortified at his words, thinking that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep this last little secret. But in order to recreate the elegance of his youth, he could no longer care less about face. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yuan had already seen through his physical condition and asked just because there was some curiosity in his heart. Even if King Han has a harem of 3,000 beauties, his body shouldn't be overdrawn to such an extent. If it's just a general internal deficiency, the Wei Dan should be enough to cope with it. I'll be honest and tell the Taoist master. Over the years my body has become more and more incapable. The Taoist master's Wei Dan I have also tried. At first it was quite effective, but after a few days it was no longer useful. Does the Taoist master have any other elixirs that can help the widow regain her former strength? For the sake of his own happiness and the rest of his life, Han Wangan finally admitted the fact that it was false. There is, but I'm only afraid that it will hurt the fundamentals, and if you take it for a long period of time, your body will only be completely hollowed out. Zhou Yuan truthfully told him that he had not yet reached the realm where he could revitalize his nearly depleted organs nowadays, and could only stimulate the potential as much as possible. At the same time, he secretly pondered in his heart, what kind of demonic spirit was hidden in this Han King's palace that could make a man weak like this? Han Wangan clenched his teeth. Can this elixir support 10 years? He was nearly 40 years old, and if he could keep it up for another 10 years, this life would be enough. If the other party was certain that he could solve his problem completely, he would be skeptical instead, and that kind of statement would only make sense. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Poor Taoist doesn't dare to guarantee 10 years, but maintaining it for 3 to 5 years won't be a problem. 5 years, Han Wangan muttered. After some thought, it was finally a resolution. Good, just as the Taoist master said. After the pills are made, please make sure to send them into the palace at the first opportunity. Naturally, the Taoist master is a man of the world. If the reward of gold and silver treasures would seem vulgar, I heard that the Taoist master alchemy needs to be used to the temple medicine. The palace treasures a lot. I will later order people to send. Zilan Xuan. Han Wangan finished with an odd face. This Taoist master is good at everything. A high disciple of the Taoist heavenly sex master. Knowledgeable, good at alchemy, and is said to have extremely high martial arts skills. I just don't know why he chose to stay in a greenhouse. Could it be that you want to use the red dust to refine your heart and completely cut off your lust? The poor Taoist excuses himself. Zhou Yuan had already known Han Wangan's intentions and the two had reached a consensus, so he immediately intended to leave. I will order the Taoist master to be sent back. There's no need, the poor Taoist can do it on his own. No sooner had he left the king of Han's palace than he was stopped in his tracks by a palace eagle. Taoist master, wait. My lady wants to meet Taoist master. 22. Mrs. Pearl. Zhou Yuan was stunned. He had just finished solving a man who wanted to get his confidence back, and now there was a woman? Besides, is it appropriate for a harem person to meet a man in private? People who practice are men too. Which lady? My master is Lady Pearl. The palace eunuch was unapologetic and directly reported her own master's name, seemingly not at all afraid of ears through the walls. So it's this leprechaun. Thinking of the original fragment in which it planted Hanfei, Zhou Yuan's mind gradually became chaotic, and he hadn't reached the realm of emotionlessness and lust after all. This woman was the complete demon. The Flamelingji would be naive in front of her, and their methods were incomparable. He even suspected that Han Wangan's physical condition was directly related to this woman. Zhou Yuan had no intention of getting involved in unnecessary trouble, and subconsciously wanted to refuse, but on second thought, Mrs. Pearl seemed to be very good at compulsion techniques. There are many things in this world that interest him, and compulsion is one of them. Lead the way. If Mrs. Pearl wasn't afraid, why should he be? The two didn't seem to have much of a grudge, so they shouldn't be able to set him up with innocence. That a purple dress sideways reclined on the seat, while exquisite curves unreservedly show, long hair flowing, beautiful eyes charming, both with and purple female similar to the maturity of the charm, but also has a pair of fox charming eyes that the former does not have. She understood a man's heart better than any woman Zhou Yuan had ever seen. From her sitting posture to her every move, her knitted brows and smile all carried the magic of seduction. She was like a high and mighty queen who could stir a man's desire to conquer at first sight. I believe the first thought most men have when they see this woman is, tear her apart. She just sat quietly above her, a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, her eyes always gazing at the man who walked into the great hall. The door to the temple was closed again, as if some secret would be explored next. Zhou Yuan calmed his mind. realizing that his determination was getting worse and worse, and secretly thought to himself, should he follow the example of a certain senior brother to draw 100 beautiful aging picture? Lady Mingzhu slowly spoke. The great king invited the Taoist master to the palace today. Did he say anything? Imperial style with a magnetic voice. Why doesn't Madame ask King Han herself? Zhou Yuan asked rhetorically. He was not yet sure what the other party's purpose was, so he was naturally unwilling to divulge it prematurely. Lady Mingzhu pinned her chin with one hand and bowed slightly with her upper body. This palace can naturally ask, but would prefer to hear the Taoist master tell me in person. That seems to have a different meaning. Zhou Yuan was speechless for a moment. He smelled madness from this woman. As if there was nothing she dared not do. The poor Taoist also has a question. Does the lady know about the king of Han's physical condition? He posed a rhetorical question, his mind curious about the truth. If the matter had anything to do with the woman in front of him, how did she do it? Squeezing a man in the prime of his life down to nothing. Lady Mingzhu smiled charmingly. Is the Taoist master prying into the privacy of the great king in this palace? As a healer, the poor Taoist should know the specific symptoms of the patient, and I heard that the lady is proficient in the art of compulsion. Whether or not she has ever used it on the king of Han, Zhou Yuan steered the topic to the aspect he was interested in. If Lady Mingzhu was willing to pass on the compulsion technique, then naturally, all would be happy. However, as far as he knew, this woman not only understood men's hearts, but also possessed strong mind tricks, so it was only not easy to get the compulsion from her. Lady Pearl's veiled hand gently lifted and extended a white, slender finger. Is the Taoist master talking about these little ones? As soon as the words fell, an extremely small black dot came out from the sleeve, climbing quickly all the way to the fingertips. If not for Zhou Yuan's excellent eyesight, I'm afraid it would still be difficult to detect. This is compulsion? He couldn't help but think of Marquis of Blood Clothes by Yan Fei and the introduction about the other party, taking lives and turning them into withered parasites, condensing blood to stain white clothes. Is the blood clothes hose ice attribute also related to compulsion? Zhou Yuan has already mastered the flame attribute, and is thinking of when to borrow by Yan Fei's cold ice attribute to study it. The poor Taoist is quite interested in compulsion. If the lady is willing to give this method away, the poor Taoist is grateful and will return the favor in the future. He made his intentions clear straight away, and intended to use it to find out what the other man was up to. So the Taoist master wants to learn compulsion, but this is a secret not to be passed on. If it is to be taught, the only way is to say, pass on, and teach. Mrs. Pearl had a meaningful look on her face. Seeing that she agreed so readily, Zhou Yuan could not help but feel suspicious. I wonder what the lady wants. I want the Taoist master. Teach me the art of eternal youth. She always had just the right amount of deliberate pauses to tickle the mind. Zhou Yuan was speechless for a moment. Eternal youth equaled immortality, and this was something he had been begging for. How could he give it right now? I only heard Lady Mingzhu continue. I heard that the Taoist master is bent on cultivating immortality. I wonder what progress has been made nowadays. I can't believe I even know that. It's never been intentionally hidden, but it's not so well known that it's through that man? The blood-clad Ho, the emerald tiger on the rock, the tidal wave female demon in the blue sea, and the demoiselle clothier under the moon. Zhou Yuan was not very interested in the first few, but he was very interested in the demoiselle guest who had a mysterious origin and seemed to know everything about the world, and had been very interested in meeting him, but it wasn't the right time, and the other guy probably didn't want to see him. Zhou Yuan mused. The journey to immortality is long, and the poor Taoist is still figuring it out even now. So if I can get the lady's compulsion technique, I might be able to go further. But how can this palace trust the Taoist master's promise? In case I am deceived by you, won't I be heartbroken? Lady Pearl was very good at controlling her emotions, and even with Zhou Yuan's current state of mind, she still could not help but be affected by her. The Taoist heart, which had been calm for many years, even rippled during this conversation. And there was an urge to put this demonic spirit on the spot. He took a deep breath to calm his restless mind. Although the poor Taoist has not been able to cultivate immortal law, he has created his own martial arts through Taoism. So if you are interested, you can use this as an exchange. Oh, what martial arts? A set of light skills shaped like a ghost, called Ling Bo Wei Bu. As soon as Mrs. Pearl heard the name, her interest was immediately piqued. Taoist master is really as stunning as the world has rumored. So young that he can already create his own gongfu. This palace is getting more and more interested in you. The poor man is equally interested in the lady. Zhou Yuan ghostly uttered these words. Since the meeting, it had been Mrs. Pearl taking the initiative, as if he was the one being molested. How could he, who had been soaked in the arts of the latter world, tolerate this? You want to play? The poor Taoist will accompany you to the end. Mrs. Pearl was quite surprised, but quickly recovered as usual. If you are interested, you can use the name of treating the king's illness to come to see the palace in the future. There are so many different kinds of compulsion. You can't talk about them all in a day or two. Good, Zhou Yuan decisively answered. He suddenly wanted to join this crazy and exciting game. Moreover, through the mouth of Mrs. Pearl, he could gain a lot of things. The poor Taoist has another question. I heard that the blood-clothed marquis used to be white and flowing in the past, but now why has he turned into blood clothes? Is the change in his body also related to the compulsion? 23. Secret base. If this was a trade, Zhou Yuan was willing to make the deal even bigger. As long as Lady Pearl knew the origin of the cold ice attribute and agreed to do the exchange, taking out the northern underworld infinite merit would not be a problem. Ice, flames. If these two attributes could be incorporated into the North Netherworld infinite technique, his cultivation would inevitably rise greatly. On top of that, ice and fire were both important attributes in the power of nature, which would be very helpful to his future path. Lady Pearl, however, got the wrong idea and stepped down from the high platform. Her legs slender and her posture elegant. Is the Taoist master trying to use me against my cousin? Zhou Yuan gently shook his head. The poor Taoist and the blood-clothed marquis have never known each other, much less have any grudges, so how can we talk about dealing with him? Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth bits belong to the 5 elements, and have extremely high mysteries in Taoism. The poor Taoist has been painstakingly studying the yin and yang way for many years, and now he is lacking in the power of cold ice. Lady Pearl had come to him, drawn so close that her white skin, the hidden chasm, was in full view. It was as if she carried a special smoky fragrance that was refreshing to smell. That's good. Otherwise it's going to be difficult for people to get caught in the middle of you. Bold, indulgent, wild. This was Zhou Yuan's impression of this woman at the moment. Today, we are only meeting for the first time with Madame, and the relationship has reached a point where it can be compared to that of the blood-clothes marquis, which is flattering to the poor Taoist. Zhou Yuan said this on his lips, but in his heart, he was actually half disbelieving. It was probably because there was something in himself that interested Mrs. Pearl that he deliberately showed closeness in his words. Mrs. Pearl came close to his ear and whispered, although this is the first time we meet, but the heart of this palace has long been yearning for the Taoist master for a long time. Oh, is that so? Zhou Yuan was non-committal and turned to say, it is ultimately inappropriate for a lone man and woman to share a room for too long, so I would like to ask the lady to tell me about the compulsion. If he let this woman continue to tease him, he was afraid that he would be unable to hold back. Which old cadre could withstand this kind of continuous test? But he knew in his heart that this was a beauty trap, and the one who moved first would lose completely. Cluck cluck cluck. Lady Mingzhu laughed her ass off. The Taoist master is afraid of this palace? She unintentionally grazed the man's cheek with her finger and pulled away again at a quick pace, calling out to the man not to go up and down in a good way. Mrs. Pearl came to the table, her eyes indicating the silk book and pen on the table. Zhou Yuan instantly understood the situation and went forward to write down the steps of the Lingbo Weibo movement and drew a pattern of the steps, followed by handing the pen to the other party. Mrs. Pearl, however, did not reach out to pick it up, but came to the left wall and held the candlestick in her veiny hand and twisted it gently. Only a heavy turning sound was heard, and a thick stone door slowly opened, presenting a downward staircase. There was actually something else inside this palace. Lady Mingzhu took the first step into the secret room, following which she turned around and hooked her finger. Taoist, come on in. Zhou Yuan? I hope it's not the layer he understands. After a moment's hesitation, he finally followed, but always kept an extremely close distance from Lady Pearl, keeping everything under control. Mrs. Mingzhu sensed this, and with a thick smile on her face, she teased again. The Taoist master is so close, but this palace is scared. The poor Tao hopes that this is a cooperation that makes both parties happy. Otherwise, I will not blame the poor Tao for destroying the flowers. Zhou Yuan solemnly warned that if the other party dared to make any small moves, he would never show any mercy. After walking about a dozen paces, a dazzling array of chambers came into view. A stone pillar stands vertically, above which are placed many large and small glass bottles, each containing compulsion. It looked as if this place was a secret base used mainly for compulsion research, and the rest was probably incense and other things. Compassion is divided into 10 million kinds. In the past, the demon god Qiyu had cultivated an undead army with blood compulsion, and conquered the 4 directions without any disadvantage. Mrs. Pearl was rarely serious, as if she were telling something very sacred. It's just a pity. After his death, most of the compulsion techniques were lost, and only a paper remnant was obtained from the attack on Baiyu back then. Zhou Yuan's heart stirred as he pursued. So, there is a Qi inheritance in the land of Baiyu? He doesn't care whether it's the right way or the wrong way. It's the people who hold the power, and as long as their hearts are strong, the devil's way can also be used for me. Tao, devil, it's all in the mind. A few remnants that have roamed to the southern border are just that. There aren't many legacies in their hands. But, Lady Mingzhu deliberately stopped. as if she was appetizing, and as if she wanted to make conditions. Zhou Yuan directly said, "The poor Taoist will never let the lady suffer. In the future, if there is anything that he asks for, the poor Taoist will definitely help with all his strength. Commitment doesn't cost anything, so he opens his mouth. I heard that the Taoist master has an elixir that doesn't appear on the market, and after taking it, it can increase one's power for several years." Lady Ningzhu's calculations succeeded, and she smilingly put forward her conditions. It turns out that this longtime palace princess also has a strong desire for martial arts. "No problem, as long as madam provides a few rare medicinal herbs," Zhou Yuan agreed in one bite. "This palace also wants the resident's skin pill." "No problem, the palace will also." After agreeing to several requests in succession, Mrs. Pearl continued her story. Legend has it that there is a treasure in the land of Baiwei, in which is sealed the real inheritance of Qiyu, which is guarded by the remnants of Qiyu under orders, and is intended to be used as a capital for the resurgence of the demon god after the resurrection of the East. And then, she did not come back to life. Probably the plan failed. After thousands of years of change, about the whereabouts of the treasure has been very difficult to find. The blood-clothes marquis didn't get this treasure, did he? Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. There was no mention of what the treasure was in the original story, but it seemed that Bai Yifei, Tian Zhe, and even Ji Wuye were all trying to plot for this treasure. Mrs. Mingzhu coldly hummed. Back then, he didn't know people well and picked a few idiots to take on the important role. Because of his greed for money he broke the clues. I could tell she was angry, her chest heaving. Zhou Yuan did not move to avert his gaze and murmured, "How many clues about the treasure do you have?" Mrs. Pearl suddenly laughed. "There are so many questions from the Taoist master. If this palace says any more, won't it be at a disadvantage? So be it," and returned to the compassionate arts. Zhou Yuan did not pursue the question urgently. The Baiwei treasure was closely related to the secrets of the Cunlong 7 constellations and could not be resolved at a moment's notice. And as far as he was concerned, Mrs. Pearl didn't necessarily know much about the secret, and there was no need to come up with another bargaining chip in exchange. Seeing that he didn't even pursue the question this time, Mrs. Pearl couldn't help but be a little surprised, but she had no intention of revealing more, so she skipped over the subject and turned toward the stone table not far away. Lifting the black cloth covering the top, a glass bottle filled with parasites came into view. They were motionless and seemed to be in a deep sleep. Lady Pearl gazed at Zhou Yuan and said meaningfully, "In this world, the strongest is respected. The world of compulsion is even more brutal. Only the strongest one survives. The little one who wins at the end of this bottle will be given to the Taoist master as a gift." Finished pulling out a small bottle, sprinkled some white powder inside the bottle. The sleeping compulsion, as if awakened, launched a fierce fight, and soon the transparent bottle dyed red. 24. Cousins. Zhou Yuan in the Han Wang Palace wasted several hours. Back to Zilan Xian is already noon. The body also has more Mrs. Pearl gift. Just as she entered the alchemy room, Flame Spirit Ji, who was sitting on the ground controlling the fire, looked over with a suspicious face. "Why did you go for so long?" Zhou Yuan was not at liberty to talk about the process of meeting with Lady Ningzhu, so he said, "The king of Han is asking for a lot and it is difficult to get away for a while." Flame Lingji inhaled and said with interest, "There's a strange odor. Does King Han also use women's perfume?" "Ah, missed the boat." Zhou Yuan's face did not change color. Perhaps his harem consorts remain. King Han saw that I solved his persistent disease, and was momentarily grateful, and had to be close to me. When my slave stayed with my master in the past, I have never left a scent on him. Do you think that my slave will believe it? The girl is naturally beautiful, so naturally she doesn't need to use those mundane things. Zhou Yuan always bit the bullet. Flame Spirit Ji rolled her eyes and stopped tangling with him. Getting Jade was holding back a laugh and seemed to see what was going on. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Yuan looked at her expressionlessly. Apprentice didn't laugh, shook her head back and forth. A well-behaved disciple would not deceive his master. Zhou Yuan realized that he might have revealed a flaw and insisted on asking for clarification. "It's okay to lose. At least know where you lost." Lan Yu carefully glanced at him and whispered, "Perfume is not easy to contaminate unless one is very close to the person. The Taoist family doesn't seem to prohibit Taoist couples, so why is Master Zun trying to cover it up?" She guessed that her master most likely went to meet someone in the middle of the day, or the king of Han's love to order the palace people close to the service, just too shy to talk about it. But she could never have imagined that that woman would be King Han's favorite concubine. Inside the secret room did not happen any actual woes, but only Mrs. Mingzhu, this woman demonic, not moving, close to tease, as if the Taoist priest to break the defense she will have a sense of accomplishment. Zhou Yuan's mind drifted off. Were the traces so obvious? So, what makes her so bold? Isn't she afraid that Han Wangen will find out? On second thought, This woman was able to build a secret base within the royal palace, so I'm afraid that her influence in the harem was already very terrifying, and I don't know how many people she had planted. He then recalled what he had just felt, an extremely absurd phenomenon. The Yuan Yin in Mrs. Mingzhu's body was actually still very dense, as if it never lost. It also meant that the door had never been opened to her. At that time, it was thought that the other party had practiced a Yin and cold type of martial arts to make up for the lost Yuan Yin, but as the distance drew closer, the feeling grew stronger and stronger, and that level of complete closure could never be compensated for by a set of martial arts. Zhou Yuan believed in his perception of natural aura. He definitely did not judge wrongly. The one who was wrong was Han Wandan, the king of a country, his most favored consort never touched, but rumors of favoring the 6 palaces, and his body is still weak like this. Zhou Yuan could not help but feel pity for this fat king. This is being made a monkey out of. Master, a soft call came from his ear. Zhou Yuan came out of his thoughts, only to see holding a hot elixir in her hand and carefully inquired, "How is the finished product of this elixir?" She was a little expectant and a little apprehensive, like a student waiting for her teacher to announce her grade. Zhou Yuan picked it up, looked at it, smelled it, and nodded his head. The recipe modulation is good. It's just that the person controlling the fire didn't do it meticulously enough. This disciple's learning ability is very strong and very attentive. At this rate, I'm afraid that it won't take long for him to be able to independently formulate basic pills. There's no mistaking it. The Yuan Yin on Lian Yu's body is also so rich. That woman really has Han Wangan in the palm of her hand. Flamewing stood up and walked towards him, her eyes full of searching. The Taoist priest is very off today. Zhou Yuan's heart tightened, but his face was calm and collected. What's wrong? You must be hiding something from us. Roughly, I got some good stuff from the king of Han. Zhou Yuan obediently took out the glass bottle on his body so that the duo would not continue to pursue the matter further. As soon as the flame spirit Ji saw the compulsion inside the bottle, she immediately took a few steps back. Lan Yu, on the other hand, had a curious face and seemed quite interested. Compulsion is prevalent in the land of the 100 Vietnams, and you're actually afraid of this? Zhou Yuan found it interesting and deliberately approached her. Take it away. Don't bring these dirty things near me. The flame spirit Ji waved her hand repeatedly, her face filled with undisguised dislike. Zhou Yuan was instantly curious. Why? Once upon a time the master also practiced with these dirty things, a dense swath of them. It's really creepy to look at. Oh, in that case, Tianzhe is also practicing compulsion. As the prince of Baiwei, how can the master not be well versed in this? Bai Yifei, Tianze, and perhaps other unknown characters. It seems that there is indeed something magical about compulsion. Zhou Yuan pondered in his heart and then pursued. Do you know about the Baiwei treasure? What do you want? Flame Spirit Ji was instantly on guard. Obviously she knew, and it was a very important secret. It is rumored that the treasure is sealed within some of the Devil God Chi secret method. If you can get, I think it will be very beneficial. If the girl knows, the poor road can use any pills. Gongfa do exchange. Zhou Yuan's tone was sincere. According to his speculation, the cultivation environment in the ancient times was probable better than now, which also meant that the things left behind by the ancestors were likely to bring inspiration. I don't know anything. Flamewing's face suddenly went cold as she turned around and walked out the door. Zhou Yuan was baffled. This seemed to be the first time she had gotten angry. Once upon a time, no matter how much she complained, she always had an optimistic and positive stance. Lian Yu whispered, Master, it seems that the 100 you battle back then was caused by the treasure. It was a great war led by Chu and assisted by troops sent by Korea, and it seems to have unintentionally poked her in the butt. Zhou Yuan walked out. King Han's palace. Looks like you've already met him. Inside the secret room, Lady Pearl was fiddling with the incense when a red dress quietly arrived. Lady Pearl was unsurprised and seemed to be used to this cousin's deceptive side. People are really curious. What kind of man is it? To be able to remain unharmed after provoking Night Curtain one after another. She turned and winked playfully. Cousin, do you fear him? Bai Yifei's face was cold. The ones who died were just some insignificant pawns. Those losers from the Poison Scorpion sect are indeed not worth mentioning. But what about that woman? You've been locked up for so many years, and now you've let someone snatch it. Aren't you angry at all? Prey will often be able to taste the bait before they step into the trap that is the source of their death. Bai Yifei's tone was still cold and arrogant, as if he had the world under control. Lady Bright Pearl laughed softly. He also seems to be interested in your blood compulsion. Then give him the recipe. You know what to do. Then, wouldn't the graceful Taoist master go off the deep end? He touched a secret he shouldn't have gotten his hands on, and was destined to die for it. 25. Give my brother back his life. Inside the bamboo forest, Flamelink heard footsteps coming from behind her and quickly wiped her face and sniffled, wiping away all traces of her crying. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. A piker does not commit a crime, but a person who carries a treasure is guilty of a crime, and as long as the secret of the treasure is not solved, sooner or later, the 100 Yue land will rekindle the fire of war, including your crown prince, who, as an ambitious man, will likewise pursue this power that will make him stronger. Flame Spirit Ji looked at him sideways. There are many people who want the treasure. Can you compete with them? For example, Blood Clothes Marquis by Yan Fei. Whether we can beat them or not, we will only know when we try. Zhou Yuan didn't jump to conclusions easily. This world didn't have a very clear division of strength, and the so-called realm couldn't completely determine the strength of a battle. This era for the division of martial artists roughly, just into the martial arts, entry, open part of the meridians, third rate, second rate, the whole body meridians through. The internal force has been a small success, first rate, the work of the deep, the internal force of the great success, top master, back to basics, absolute great master. Further up, it was feared that in some ways, they had already surpassed the level of mortals, and of all the people Zhou Yuan had seen, probably only Master Bei Mozi had reached this realm. But the realm does not represent everything. Some of the pride of heaven by virtue of superior talent, extraordinary use of moves, as well as firm willpower. The battle power can far exceed the same realm, and even cross the realm and fight. For example, Wei Zhuang. He's young and his power may not be at the level of a supreme patriarch, but I'm afraid the vast majority of patriarchs in this world can't beat him. The Flame Spirit Ji didn't expect him to be so confident and couldn't help but look surprised. 16 years ago, Bai Yifei was the commander of the South Korean army, and killed countless experts of my Baiyue by force, and although the Taoist master has outstanding talent, he is still young, and I am afraid that it is difficult for him to reach the same level of strength. Poor Tao's power definitely beats all his peers. Zhou Yuan's tone was calm, yet it carried an unrivaled confidence. But, it's indisputable. This life has a special physique, can directly absorb the heaven and earth aura. The power growth rate is far beyond normal people. Otherwise the day also dare not hard to catch amazing concubines gathering chi into a blade. The Flame Spirit Ji thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. Slave is not a Taoist master's person right now. If you can really manage to get your master to pass on the gift, slave will naturally tell you everything. Do you hate Bai Yifei? Zhou Yuan asked. What does Taoist master mean by this? Flame Spirit Ji was puzzled. Let's go find him for a fight tonight. Zhou Yuan made an inexplicable suggestion. Flamingo was confused. Is this a demonstration of strength from the Taoist master to your slave? There are considerations for that, but there are other, more important purposes. To what end? Stealing a lesson. Late at night, Flameling was dragged in a daze to the mysterious castle. It was the height of summer, but the blood-clothes castle was in an icy place, as if it had gone against the rules and transcended the common sense of the world. The two stood side by side in front of the drawbridge, and Flameling turned her head to look. He was even more confused when he saw the man beside him raise his hand to remove his hairpiece and drape his full head of long hair over his shoulders, and then draped himself in a black suit, wearing a ghostly mask that he had bought on the street. What the hell is he doing? Bai Yifei, get your ass out here and die. Dare to plot against my brother. Today I will definitely tell Bloodclothes Castle not to leave a single piece of armor behind. Zhou Yuan let out a loud shout, and with his inner strength, his voice almost spread for miles around. Brother? Flameling looked at someone with a puzzled look on her face. Zhou Yuan whispered, my current identity is Tian Zai's younger brother, Tian Qi, and I have come here to avenge my brother's death. It's a case of trying to hide the fact that you may not be able to hide it, but it's better than just tearing your face off. On the castle, a group of white-armored soldiers looked at each other. Since their marquis had never dared to come to Bloodcoat Castle in such a dignified manner to pick a fight since she had risen to power, she was momentarily at a loss for words. By the time the people reacted and were ready to go out of the fort to take down this maniac, Bai Yifei had already heard about it and arrived. Death is not a blessing. With a bloody coat and a white horse at his hip, he walked above the castle as if a god had descended tomorrow, his majesty inviolable. I have to say, Bai Yifei is very good at creating the atmosphere of the appearance. This kind of scene in the eyes of ordinary people, really no different from the immortal god. However, Zhou Yuan had the insight that the other party had constructed the ladder in the air by virtue of the power of cold ice, and also the BMW under his seat had the spirituality to accomplish this spectacle. If someone were to make a move against him at this time, it would only be difficult to sustain, but most people witnessing this scene would most likely have their attention drawn to it, and naturally would not take advantage of the situation to make a move. But Zhou Yuan was different. Since he had already surveyed the principle, how would he let the other party play handsome in front of him? At that moment, he shouted angrily, evil thief, give back my brother's life. At the end of his words, he performed a lightweight leap and attacked the man in midair. Bai Yifei's eyes flickered slightly, and the bloody sword in his hand suddenly came out of its sheath. Boom! The swords and palms met, and a thunderous roar came from the air. In order to hide his identity, Zhou Yuan did not use martial arts related to Taoism, but instead, he only relied on his internal strength and struck out in the most brutal way. Bai Yifei's power is also very deep, so he can deal with it calmly, but his white horse is not a beast, so he can't withstand the internal game of the two masters. However, seeing the cold ice below shattered inch by inch, the warhorse lost its point of gravity, and suddenly fell downward with difficulty. Bai Yifei did not expect, and then want to stop has been too late. He was held by the opponent, cannot be separated from the energy to condense ice, can only give up the crotch of the white horse, and the opponent together to the ground. There was another loud bang, smoke and dust rolled out, and the two were still in a state of internal power confrontation. Not far away, the white horse could be said to have all its limbs broken and blood splattered as it wailed because of its free fall from a high altitude. You're looking for death. Bai Yifei's face was cold to the extreme. Like him and other aristocrats, the most taboo was to lose manners, but this man in front of him in front of his man lost face, and his beloved steed is also disabled because of this. The one I want to kill is you. It's a pity that this horse, following the wrong master, ruins his life. Zhou Yuan secretly sighed. He did not expect Bai Yifei to be so decisive. For the sake of his demeanor he could even give up his mount. Who the hell are you? Bai Yifei spoke coldly, because Zhou Yuan had acted on a temporary basis and had deliberately hidden his martial arts path. Even though he had intelligence channels, it was difficult for him to distinguish it for a while. Of course, Bai Yifei would never believe that Tianze had a younger brother with high martial arts skills. Just from the internal strength, this person's power had already surpassed that of Tianze. Surnamed Bai, return my brother's life. Zhou Yuan hissed angrily. Too many explanations would only reveal the cracks. He only needed to play the role of a younger brother who avenged his brother's death. Bai Yifei's eyes flickered, and his shadowy cold internal force spread in all directions, and the ground under his feet was unconsciously covered in ice, as if he wanted to seal his opponent. Zhou Yuan used his internal force to resist the cold air, and there was some hesitation in his heart as to whether he should directly absorb this cold ice attribute. In the distance, Flame Spirit Ji's face was odd. The man was acting so real that even she almost believed him. So, she decided to join the good show and play the role of a loyal subordinate. Second Prince, I'll help you. 26. Cold ice flame, ice, blaze, opposites repel, yet they are born together. Flame Ling Ji's power although cannot reach the two. A body of flame but the existence of the effect of ice and ice. At the moment the full force of the show, enough to melt the snow and ice. She gathered flames into sharp blades and joined the fray from the side. Bai Yifei glanced at the afterglow. A cold chi was released, and a wall of ice immediately coalesced around his body, blocking the Flame Spirit Ji's sharp attack. Flames intertwined with cold ice, and water mist rose up. The three of them were quickly enveloped. It's now, deliberately competing with Bai Yifei in terms of internal strength. At this moment the Flame Spirit Ji distracted the other party's attention. It was the perfect time to take advantage of the situation. Zhou Yuan seized the opportunity and performed the North Underworld Infinite Gong, which was the first time he had used it to absorb internal energy after creating the Gong method. The yin and the yang are the same, and the karma is reversed. Icy cold true chi surged into the palm along with the blood sword in a steady stream, and utter cold soon filled the entire body as if it had come to an endless snowy area. Sensing the loss of internal energy, Bai Yifei's face suddenly changed, and he was about to disengage when he suddenly thought of something, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Devouring my internal energy, can you handle it? Instead of stopping it, he loosened the gag and allowed the internal energy to flow towards the other side. Zhou Yuan only felt that the coldness in his body was even thicker. The blood had almost stopped flowing, and his internal organs were almost frozen. It must be said that this kind of internal force containing special attributes is not easy to fuse, so it is no wonder that Zhuo Lingchan would use this method to restrain Ren Weisheng. He let out a cold snort, as if he had suffered a great loss, and used all his strength to force the other party back, and he himself retreated backwards in the same direction. Seeing this, the Flame Spirit Ji hastily drew back and performed her stance to close in on someone. Second Prince, are you okay? She was in the zone by now, too, with a searching gaze that seemed to say, are you any good or not? Zhou Yuan had no time to explain with her at the moment. His eyes were tightly closed and he did his best to suppress the coldness in his body. Bai Yifei did not take advantage of the situation to counterattack, but slowly stepped forward, maintaining the grace and composure of an aristocrat as always. Whoever you are, the choice you make tonight will be the worst decision you'll ever make. Foolishness and ignorance are the cause of your death. Flame Ling Ji face heavy, the heart has done the worst intention, is about to fight to the death. Delicate jade hand was suddenly held. Immediately after that, the true chi in her body surged towards that person uncontrollably. She wanted to break free, but her body was controlled by a mysterious tug, making it difficult for her to move. Done. Given her impulsive behavior this evening, She had thought of a million ways to die. The only one she hadn't thought of was being backstabbed by an ally. She had even thought about her next death, probably being sucked alive and dying an ugly death. Bai Yifei frowned slightly and quickly gained insight into someone's intentions. His elegant demeanor instantly faded and his entire body sped forward at top speed. Zhou Yuan also opened his eyes at this time, and the addition of the flame true qi gradually suppressed the cold ice, allowing the transforming and absorbing energy of the North Underworld infinite technique to operate. Hyper, dragon, there, regret. He let out a low gulp, his palms clasped round, and with a blazing flame condensed into a hideous fire dragon with a huge body, pouncing out with the momentum of mountains and seas. Bai Yifei's blood sword swung lightly, and an incomparably dense cold ice true qi surged out, colliding fiercely with the fire dragon. When the water mist dispersed, someone had already wrapped his arms around Flame Spirit Ji's slender waist, and with extremely fast lightweight skills, he raised his head and disappeared into the vast jungle. After a long period of silence, the cold ice around them shattered with a loud bang. Bai Yifei's face grimaced. He, actually, had been tricked. He was taken away from his inner strength in full view of everyone and got away with it, but he couldn't show it. Under the city wall, countless pairs of subordinates' eyes were staring at him. No matter what, the result of this battle could only be Marquis in bloody clothes repelled the incoming enemy. The Marquis is mighty. I don't know who shouted first, and the rest of the generals chimed in, oblivious to the fact that this cry was actually rubbing salt into the wounds of their own Marquis. Whoever you are, you will surely pay for what you did tonight. The blood sword swung. A stream of blood ons toward the white horse that was still wailing not far away. Blood splattered 3 feet, and the white horse's corpse was separated. The generals shouted and thought they were sacrificing their flag for this victory. When we came to Bloodcoat Castle, I thought you were the handsomest of men, daring to challenge a powerful foe and fearless of 1,000 armies. Flamingo whispered. Zhou Yuan said in relief. You are very weak right now. Take a good rest first. No, let me say it. The flame spirit Ji looked at him blankly, her eyes harboring incomparably complex emotions, unable to tell whether it was love or hate. How tall he was when he came, how wretched he was when he escaped, and he sucked up all the internal energy that my slave had worked so hard to cultivate. It must be the most humiliating thing in the world to recognize a Taoist priest as your master. She sniffled and fought the urge to cry. Why doesn't the Taoist master just kill the slave? Only a little bit was sucked in. Zhou Yuan did not stop on his feet and mused about the amount of only Pei Yuan Dan. Oh, the flame spirit Ji could no longer hold back, burying her head in his arms and crying, her small fists unable to stop pounding her chest. Poor Taoist will definitely return this part of his inner strength to the girl. Zhou Yuan made a solemn promise that he was only borrowing it for the time being so that he could suppress Bai Yifei's cold ice true qi. The flame spirit Ji shook her head repeatedly. It's tainted with your scent. It's not clean anymore. And what exactly does the girl want? Zhou Yuan saw that Bai Yifei was not chasing after him, so he stopped. Flame spirit Ji bowed her head and sobbed for a moment, slightly raising her pearly face. The Taoist master will pass on this martial art, and the slave will go and get it back. Figure of speech. She had been acting for so long, but finally she was revealing her purpose, wanting to learn this set of martial arts that could suck people's internal energy. No need to cultivate hard, just need to keep looking for prey to devour. When the amount of dongqi reaches a certain level, one will naturally become strong. This is almost the stereotypical impression that most people have of this set of martial arts. If the poor Taoist were to gift the gong method, he would be harming the girl. Zhou Yuan shook his head. He didn't need to think about it to know what the flame spirit Ji was contemplating. It was nothing more than continuous devouring. Flameling looked at him in a daze. My slave knew the Taoist master couldn't spare it. With your nature, if you were to obtain this gong, you would most likely fall into endless devouring. Everyone's true qi is different, and once the amount of foreign true qi exceeds one's own by too much, it will gradually go out of control. Zhou Yuan said heartily. After all, it was better to cultivate the internal power yourself to get it. If you only thought about plundering others, not only would you become a public enemy, but you might also affect your mind. Even the best way of compatibility, but also cannot compete with the rejection of different attributes. A devouring is the wrong use of the northern darkness gong. Although there will not be a different kind of true qi outbreak of the hidden danger, but will affect the Taoist foundation. The only reason why he made an exception tonight was because he wanted to obtain the two attributes of cold ice and blazing flame for the purpose of perfecting himself. Flameling looked down in thought and retreated. The palm technique that the Taoist master used at the end wasn't impossible. 27. Passing on the power. Hyperion? This is in order to hide his identity, with special techniques to create the illusion. In the final analysis, this is only the use of internal force condensed dragon form of brutal impact. Not familiar with the Dragon Fall 18 palms, Flame Spirit Ji is interested in this, but he was not expected. The girl also want to be a beggar gang leader? Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, What the girl has seen of the hyper dragon has regret is only the surface form, not the complete technique. Liar. The flamingo looked unconvinced. At least the name hyper dragon's regret sounded real to her. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and then added, if you delve into it with all your heart, it is possible to create this type of palm technique, but do you really think that this martial art is compatible with you? Of course. The flame spirit Ji did not hesitate. The dragon was originally the head of the 4 great divine beasts of the ancient world, and she was endowed with the gift of flame. Imagine how awesome and intimidating it is to have a fire dragon appear in the world with a slap of your hand. Zhou Yuan's face was odd. He had never thought that there would be a woman who would like this martial art. That's fine. When I have some spare time, the poor Taoist will perfect this feat for the girl. He nodded, doing so both to compensate for the flame spirit Ji, but also realizing that although his own defense was strong, his own means of attack was slightly lacking. The core of the heavenly martial arts lies in 2 points: the stance, and the corresponding route of transportation. Zhou Yuan would have known the core mystery of this set of martial arts. As long as the heart to ponder will be perfected dissatisfaction. Is this martial art really not perfected? The poor Taoist is never half-hearted. Is its name just Hyperion? No, it's called Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. The two had just returned to the Purple Orchid Xian, and when they passed through a compartment, they found that the people were gathered together, with Wei Zhuang standing at the window as usual, and the purple woman sitting alone in a row. Hanfei also came, followed by a tail, a young man with an elegant face, probably the future famous sage of strategy. A lone man and woman going out late at night. What has Taoist master gone to do? Hanfei opened his mouth to flirt. Poor Taoist is a cultivator. Everything he does is naturally for the sake of attaining the Tao. Zhou Yuan coped with the words of a crown. Hanfei swept his gaze over the exhausted-looking flame spirit Ji, revealing a smile that a man would understand. Zhang Liang, who was on the side, suddenly inquired, we are troubled by a matter, and I heard that the Taoist master is well versed in the matter of ghosts and gods, so can he solve the problem for us? This one is? Zhou Yuan asked knowingly. My name is Zhang Liang. I have repeatedly heard of the Taoist master's abilities from the 9th prince, and I would like to ask for some advice today. Zhang Liang wanted to confirm whether or not this person could really be unpredictable. If the other party relied on wisdom, it was just the right time to test the waters with the current matter. Last night when the rain poured down, a sum of military pay escorted to the border was strangely missing, and according to the description of the escorting generals, the pay was robbed by ghost soldiers. In the Taoist master's opinion, is this matter really related to the ghost soldiers? The words were spoken and the answer was awaited. Hanfei lowered his head and smiled bitterly, as if to say, Zifeng, why are you so bitter? The purple woman sipped her tea with her head bowed expressionlessly, as if she had already guessed the answer. Wei Zhuang was still looking out the window, and he wondered if there was some interesting scenery outside. The flame spirit Ji suddenly said, is the Taoist master going to open the altar and do the magic? Zhou Yuan ignored her and said to himself, first of all, hell does not use gold as currency, and I'm afraid that gold that is worth a lot of money on earth is just a pile of stones when it comes to hell. Secondly, gold is held as a treasure, unless it shines in appearance, but also because it is not easily damaged. In a sense, even a ghost soldier can't affect the form of gold, let alone make it disappear out of thin air. Zhou Yuan spoke on the spur of the moment, casually mentioning the setting of a certain world. Are you saying that the gold in Korea is fake? Flamingo seemed to really want to participate in this conversation and spoke very positively. Of course, this answer is ridiculous. Either she is stupid or she is deliberately blackmailing Korea. After all, there is a grudge between Baiwei and Korea. The treasury gold has gone through layers of tests, so it probably wouldn't be fake. Otherwise Korea wouldn't have survived. Zhou Yuan laughed. As for the ghost soldiers, they shouldn't have toiled from the underworld to rob gold. The place where the gold disappeared was the place where the soldiers of Zhang were pitted back then, so perhaps they hold a grudge against Korea. Zhang Liang spoke again. Zhou Yuan said with a straight face, the poor Taoist has calculated that there are no underworlds in the land of Korea. Crowd? So, the problem only lies in the gold itself. According to the ancient records, there is something in this world that is extremely similar to gold, named water-dissipating gold, which melts when it encounters water. Zhou Yuan made a final addition. That being said, everything is clear. Not a single one of those present was a cutie. Wouldn't be able to figure out the root of the problem until now, dropping the bag. Zhang Liang made an edit with both hands. Taoist master is wise and resourceful. Zhang Liang admires it. As a future great master of strategy, he never believed in the so-called divination, preferring, instead, that it was an answer projected by wisdom. Hanfei took a sip of wine and asked with a smile, in the opinion of the Taoist master, by whom was the gold robbed and where is it hidden today? It's just a matter of following the trail and beating the bushes. And you're the one in charge of this case. so don't always think about getting something for nothing. Zhou Yuan finished his speech and left. He had a full harvest this night and was in a hurry to organize his gains. He had no time to tell a few people about the plot. He was about to go back to his room, but he saw that the alchemy room was still brightly lit, and Lan Yu was sitting alone in front of the case, reading the formula written by his master. She had actually been able to memorize it a long time ago, but she still reviewed it from time to avoid making mistakes. Seeing this situation, Zhou Yuan turned back to look at the flame spirit Qi behind him. If you were half as hardworking as, you should have been able to independently refine pills by now as well, and then the Taoist master can be lazy with peace of mind, right? The flame spirit Qi rationalized. She wasn't like Lan Yu, who was so well behaved that she obeyed and did whatever people said, and she wasn't interested in alchemy. She only wanted to practice martial arts to become stronger. Although individual pills could enhance strength, the results were really limited, and the biggest goal in his mind at the moment was to get that set of martial arts that could suck people's internal strength. But someone said they wouldn't give anything before they backed out. Zhou Yuan knew that he could not persuade this demoness to learn alchemy, so he stopped talking and stepped into the alchemy room. Master rose and poured the tea, presenting the most perfect form of a disciple. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, came to the desk and picked up the brocade and pen, and began to write furiously. Not long after, a large piece of sprawling landed on the paper. How can my disciple only refine pills? This gong is called the Taiyin Sutra and is compiled from orthodox Taoist techniques. He made the Im part of the North Underworld infernal technique into a separate set of heart method, which would be more suitable for women to practice. After all, not everyone can directly absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth like him. The flame spirit Qi looked at it with her eyes straight, and said with a face full of indignation, "On what grounds?" 28. Cultivation is not easy. On what grounds? Just because she's your disciple, she gets nothing for nothing? It wasn't so much that he was jealous of Lan Yu, but he was upset because of someone's uneven distribution. By her efforts, she knows to help master share his worries. Zhou Yuan was unmoved, not to mention that he had already made a promise. The flame spirit Ji's eyes rolled as if she understood something, and she suddenly said, "Does the Taoist master still lack a disciple? Although this technique is in front of her, but she cannot practice. See, the name is known to belong to the category of cold. She is covered with flames. I'm afraid that under the conflict to go into a fire and die." Zhou Yuan handed the silk book to and smiled. "The girl is also tired today. Take an early bath and rest." "I hate you." The flame spirit Ji left the alchemy room in indignation. Without squirming, Lan Yu reached out to take the handed-over heart technique and whispered, "Master's grace is as deep as the sea. How can I be told to return the favor? Practicing well and learning something is the best reward for master." Zhou Yuan turned around and walked outside. After delaying for so long, it was time to deal with the cold ice blaze in his body. Returning to the room, he crossed his knees on the ground and clasped his hands in a circle in front of his chest, and two distinct streams of true qi immediately surged out of his palms. Cold ice and blazing flames flowed in the center of the palm, repelling each other and vaguely fusing. Zhou Yuan began to run the infinite way, trying to use the power of yin and yang to prompt the two attributes to be compatible. If he could succeed, in the future, he would be able to utilize the principle of unending circulation to produce a constant stream of cold ice and flames. At that time, it would not matter if he had a cold ice palm in his left hand, a flaming fist, or even an ice dragon or a fire dragon that he could conjure up at will. However, it was not easy to make the two mutually exclusive attributes completely blend together. It was fine if they did not use their internal force. Once they ran their mind techniques, the two attributes would collide and even injure their meridians. Zhou Yuan fell into thought. The average man's physique was yang, and the flame attribute was still manageable. However, the cold ice internal force was in conflict with it, bringing bone-chilling cold from time to time. And how did they do it? Zhou Yuan recalled by Yan Fei and Flame Spirit Ji. The former was supposed to have a masculine attribute but was good at manipulating cold ice. The latter, being a woman, possessed the art of controlling fire, as if this talent had been incorporated into last night. For by Yan Fei, it was easy to understand that, according to the words of Mrs. Mingzhu, as well as the perception of this night's fight, the other party's fusion of cold ice true qi relied on compulsion. As for the flame spirit Ji, from the original story, it was mostly related to the experiences she had when she was young, and Zhou Yuan had asked about it in a sideways manner, but she had been evading it. Zhou Yuan also suddenly recalled a plot in the original story, where Lady Mingzhu would often present wonderful young girls to Bai Yan Fei, and it seemed that these young girls all ended up with a hard time escaping death, ruling out the possibility that Bai Yan Fei was a pervert. It's for practicing, or raising compulsion. Thinking about it, it all became clear. The so-called blood compulsion is the medium of transformation to suppress the cold ice true qi with the maiden zine to prevent it from going overboard. What an evil set of skills. Zhou Yuan laughed coldly. He did not care about the difference between good and evil. But this method of practicing kung fu with human lives was really hard to accept in his heart. In fact, if one were to refine the Taoist mind, one might not be able to find other methods to transform the Yuan, but the speed would be relatively flat. Most people are in a hurry and do not like the Taoist method of gradual progress. Now that Zhou Yuan had achieved some success in Taoism, he had his own method of transforming this qi, but the only thing he was struggling with was whether or not to break his precepts in order to fuse his true qi. If you want to break your fast, whose yin should you borrow? Which lucky woman will get the first night of a poor man's life? He had never traveled the path of too much oblivion. He had only been slow to seek the path because he did not want to be trapped by love. In this life, he was destined to fight the immortal way to the end, so he didn't want to add to the ties. With the women in this garden is mostly just a passing acquaintance, or each for their own needs, and in the future, once the world's power starts, he will have to leave this place. Cultivation was in trouble. He simply stepped out of the house. The moon was extraordinarily full tonight. The night in this era was not yet hazy, and he could see 5 fingers in his hand. Within sight, a purple dress lay quietly on the eaves of the house, using the sky as a quilt and the earth as a bed. Her gaze as calm as water, looking up at the starry sky, with her full head of purple hair flowing in the wind and her skirt swaying from side to side. The whole person seemed to be one with the night. She held the wine pot in her hand and tilted her head back to take a sip from time to time. So it turned out that this Zilan big sister was also a good drinker. Perceiving the sound of the door opening, the purple woman gave a slight sideways glance. The Taoist master turned out to be unable to sleep as well? A thought suddenly surged in Zhou Yuan's mind. How about dual cultivation? Miss Purple Woman? It is only for the pleasure of one night, and there is no need to enter into their respective lives. The thought was immediately dispelled as soon as it came out. With the purple lady's nature, even if she couldn't beat him, she would definitely fight with him. Cultivation is in trouble, so I came out to enjoy the moon and take a break. Zhou Yuan leaped to the side of the violet lady, then took it upon himself to grab the violet lady's wine pot and ruthlessly poured a large mouthful. The purple woman was stunned. This man wasn't right. Zhou Yuan laughed. The children of the Jianghu are not formal. Miss Purple Lady shouldn't care, right? Sure, as if she really didn't care. The purple lady didn't retrieve the wine pot that had been taken away, but instead asked, I had thought that the Taoist master was learned and omnipotent, but it turns out that he would also have troubles. Even immortal gods, I'm afraid they can't do it without desire, let alone the poor Taoists mere mortals. Zhou Yuan was caught in hesitation. Should he say the words that would most likely lead to a beating or not? The purple woman didn't say another word, continuing to look up and admire the moon. Zhou Yuan was awkward. Why didn't you ask me what exactly was bothering me? Just now, when he intentionally grabbed the other party's wine pot, he had the intention of testing it. He was planning to tell the purple lady frankly if she pressed him, and in the meantime, test the other party's attitude. If there is a play, then you can try to go further. If it doesn't work out, let's leave it at that. However, the purple woman's unorthodox behavior left him momentarily at a loss. What is the Taoist master thinking about? The violet lady, sensing the strangeness in his behavior, turned around to inquire. The moon tonight is so beautiful, but not half as beautiful as the girl. Zhou Yuan spoke out stiffly. Being attentive to nothing is either treachery or theft. The purple woman looked skeptical. What exactly does the Taoist master want? Think. Zhou Yuan didn't say anything. One could not do such a thing alone, and the purple woman half grasped what he meant, and was at a complete loss as to how to begin. As if she had thought of something, the purple woman solemnly said, if it involves the division of the elixir, Tao Master doesn't need to talk about it. You've already gotten half of it. You can't be insatiable. Zhou Yuan, the poor Taoist had better change his target. Otherwise, I'm afraid the tranquility of this night will be broken. As if to avoid someone mentioning money, the purple woman decisively jumped off the ground, wriggling her fat fruits to escape. Zhou Yuan watched her slender back disappear from sight and muttered, it's not easy to cultivate. On the other side, the purple woman stopped the colorful butterfly that was busy. What exactly are the intentions of a man who suddenly compliments you on your beauty? Of course I like you. 29. Disturbances of the heart. Kai Dai blurted out and followed up like a curious baby. Sister Purple Lady, which man complimented you? She was interested in her big sister's gossip, and her mind floated. Mr. 9. Lord Wei Zhuang? Or, the Taoist priest, thought you knew more about men's hearts. Ha! The purple woman scoffed. That man is full of only cultivating immortality, the same virtue as Wei Zhuang. How could he indulge in love affairs? But then the thoughts became strange as he remembered all the strange things the man had done tonight. No way. A few days passed, and Zhou Yuan was never able to find any other solution. He woke up early that morning and played Tai Chi in the yard. It was rare for Flame Ling Ji to see him practicing boxing and kicking, so she thought she would have a chance to steal a lesson. but she was greatly disappointed. What kind of martial arts is this? She felt that this person was fooling them. Obviously having high martial arts skills, how could he be practicing such slow moves? Zhou Yuan kept moving and casually replied, Tai Chi, want to learn? Don't want to. Flame Spirit Ji questioned, not believing that this kind of martial art would be strong. Zhou Yuan could see what was on her mind and raised his eyebrows. Want to compare? Compare. The Flame Lingji thought for a moment and added, you can't use your inner strength to press me, nor can you use any other martial arts. Zhou Yuan nodded his head, only compare moves. A wry smile appeared on the Flame Spirit Ji's face all of a sudden, thinking that she had succeeded in her ploy, and that she would finally be able to experience the opportunity to defeat this person. She flew forward, her hands clenched into fists, her attack swift and powerful. Zhou Yuan loomed large and waited for the fist to come close before he quickly launched his palm. Catch a punch with your palm, unload it, and top it, all in one go. The Flame Spirit Ji only felt that there was nowhere to use her strength. Her body was hit hard, and her whole body fell backwards uncontrollably, sitting on her butt on the ground. Zhou Yuan smiled and beckoned. Again, the Flame Spirit Ji was still unconvinced, believing that she had been careless just now. She struck again, her attack as ferocious as ever. Learning from the last time, she threw her punches faster, not giving her opponent a chance to limit them. However, Zhou Yuan had long been aware of her moves and slowed down her speed with the tangle technique, letting his opponent fall into his rhythm a little bit. Gradually, the Flame Spirit Ji attacked more and more slowly, as if it was affected by Tai Chi. Bang! With another palm, the Flame Spirit Ji was once again defeated. What kind of evil power is this? She didn't strike again, raising doubts in her mind. Two failures have already experienced the magic of that set of martial arts. Seemingly slow, but the defense is impermeable, and extremely good at entanglement, so that you have nowhere to use your strength. Zhou Yuan explained. The conventional martial arts concepts in today's world are all based on speed, the pursuit of rigidity and harshness, and when masters fight, victory or defeat is often only between a hair's breadth. But Tai Chi is different from common sense, using slow to fight fast and soft to overcome hard. Flame Ling Ji is difficult to understand. In this era where everyone is pursuing speed, salamander, there are actually people who put forward the concept of slow to beat fast, but she couldn't refute it, because in the game of moves she had just played, she had indeed lost. Fast or slow, it's up to the one who holds the sword. Wei Zhuang came at some point. He did not refute Zhou Yuan's point of view, perhaps because he found it quite reasonable, but also voiced his opinion, as he went the way of speed, dominance in itself. Flame Spirit Ji's gaze flicked over the two and suggested, why don't you guys fight? These two in front of her were the strongest men in Zilan, and she had always wanted to know who was better. Wei Zhuang raised his head, and although he didn't say anything, his gaze filled with wariness already indicated everything. Zhou Yuan also wanted to feel the subtlety of the vertical and horizontal sword technique, and was about to propose a point-to-point test, when the eunuch from the palace came again. The king of Han called. Spoil sport. Flame Wing whispered. Zhou Yuan was also a bit puzzled. The elixir had already been sent to the palace. What was the king of Han looking for him at this time? However, it was not good to brush off the face of this country's lord and could only say, Brother Wei Zhuang, it seems that we can only compete next time. Wei Zhuang turned and walked away, cleanly. Surprisingly, this time, he did not head to the palace where King Han resided, but instead came to Lady Pearl. False transmission of the king's order. Madam has great guts. Zhou Yuan looked at Lady Pearl, who was sitting above the high-seated lady, and was somewhat speechless in his heart. Was there anything that this woman did not dare to do? She was maintaining a very elegant posture at the moment, her slender legs slightly crossed, her white skin hidden. Lady Mingzhu hid her mouth and smiled. The great king is in the temple at the moment, and the order was given by him. So what is there to say about false transmission? Zhou Yuan followed her gaze, and the familiar sound of sound sleep came faintly from the inner room on the side, as if the owner of the sound had just experienced a sound battle. However, in light of Mrs. Pearl's physical condition, the situation is somewhat intriguing. What exactly does the lady want? I have to say, this woman's insanity makes him a bit scared, and he doesn't want to be planted like Hanfei and end up fleeing Korea in a mess. Lady Pearl played with her fingers and laughed softly. The Taoist master is afraid? The poor Taoist's reputation for a lifetime of purity cannot be destroyed in the hands of a demon. Cluck cluck cluck. Taoist master dared to explore Bloodcloth's castle at night, but now he's afraid of a weak woman in this palace? Lady Pearl laughed so hard that her chest rose and fell. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly as he suddenly felt that his eyes began to be uncontrollable, never able to move away from the fruitfulness. Something's not right. He sniffed gently, and soon realized that there was an additional fragrance in this temple, which had a strong stimulating effect on a man's desire. If your ladyship's purpose is to trap the poor Taoist, you won't be able to get out in one piece yourself. He solemnly warned that if he was going to lose his reputation today, he was bound to pull the other side down as well. What kind of words is this from the Taoist master? Could it be that in your mind, this palace is this kind of ruthless woman? Mrs. Pearl looked aggrieved, as if she had been greatly wronged. The great king has a strange taste for this incense to help him enjoy himself, and there is nothing this palace can do about it. Is that so? The poor Taoist is really a bit curious as to why a woman who favors the 6 palaces is still intact. Zhou Yuan simply tore open that layer of window paper. Mrs. Pearl's face was stunned. The other party saw through this to her surprise, but then she returned to her smiling demeanor. Instead of being half flustered, she said with interest, "How does the Taoist master know about this? Could it be that he has already secretly checked this palace's body all over? The world is so large and full of strange men and women that there are many more means that the lady does not know. Then, what does this palace have to do for the Taoist master not to reveal this matter?" Mrs. Pearl stepped down from the high platform with a gesture that she would sacrifice something to keep the secret. Poor Tao has no interest in the affairs of King Han's harem. Zhou Yuan had no intention of threatening her, but only used this as a slight warning that the bright struggles of the Han King's palace had nothing to do with him. "Taoist, your breathing is messed up." Mrs. Pearl stretched out her green jade fingers and gently placed them on his chest. 30. Heavy reward. The heart, indeed, is in turmoil, perhaps attracted by Lady Ningzhu's flirtatiousness, or perhaps influenced by the special incense in the hall. A thought suddenly surged in Zhou Yuan's heart. Surrender this demon. For one thing, this woman seemed to think he didn't dare to do anything and had been teasing recklessly, and her heart had long been upset. Moreover, the Yuanian that had been troubling him for days was right in front of him, and it cost him nothing, and he was not responsible for it, because this is the king of Han's consort. There is no need for heartache. Perceiving the change in the man's eyes, Mrs. Pearl took a slight half-step back. "On guard?" She was a little puzzled, with the man's power. This amount of medicine shouldn't be out of control. The intention was just to tease a little, to find some fun for the boring life, but did not want to really dedicate himself. This person had obviously been acting respectfully towards her earlier. Why did he suddenly show such strong aggression in his eyes at this moment? As if he had turned from a harmless white rabbit into a big gray wolf in an instant. Once upon a time, the poor Taoist always thought that cultivating immortality should be peaceful and quiet, with no desires, but now I realize that I was wrong. Big mistake. There's a person next to the fairy. Cultivating immortality should actually be about walking hand in hand and embracing each other for warmth. Zhou Yuan leaned forward and tried to make his tone seem emotional, if he could. He wanted this to be a game of you and me. What does he want? Mrs. Pearl's heart was also in turmoil. No matter how demonic she was still an untouched woman after all. In fact, all that was needed at this point was a shout to end the situation at hand. But then a voice in the back of my mind vaguely resounded, "All these years have been so boring. Haven't you always wanted to have some fun?" The man in front of him was young, handsome, erudite, and many times better than the pot-bellied King Han. Seeing that she did not show any obvious resistance, Zhou Yuan took another step forward, and the two of them were already so close that they could even feel each other's breath. The lady refuses to promise the King of Han, so she must have no intention of marrying him. In that case, why not find another good match? The poor Taoist wishes to seek the path of immortality, and if he achieves something in the future, he would like to join hands with the lady and see all the prosperity in the world. Zhou Yuan continued to weave words of love, trying to make the woman in front of him willingly cooperate with him in dual cultivation. "Immortal Wei," Lady Pearl murmured. Clearly these two words held a complete attraction for her, but she quickly came to her senses. Her face became clear and cold. Scolding, "This palace thought that the Taoist master was a man of high character and purity, but I didn't expect that he would be so nasty. The great king is resting in the side hall. Aren't you afraid of being seen by him? He's in a better." Zhou Yuan subconsciously blurted out. Mrs. Pearl stared wide-eyed. This meeting almost completely refreshed her cognition. Originally just wanted to take the knight's blood-clothes castle thing to test some, but unexpectedly saw the true face of this person. Even with her insanity, she wanted to curse a pervert at this moment. Zhou Yuan realized the slip of the tongue. Busy changing the topic, "The world trend will be divided for a long time. According to the poor Taoist, sooner or later, South Korea died under the iron hooves of Qin. Is it possible that the lady wants to follow an unloved man to martyrdom? When did the Taoist master care so much about this palace?" Mrs. Pearl still hadn't relented. She could never believe that this man would fall in love with her so quickly. From the way he had acted the last time they met, this man knew a lot about her and had been showing a lot of defense. Because, love. What is love in this world that can make you want to live and die? At the first sight of the lady, the poor Taoist could not help himself. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth with deep emotion, and secretly mobilized his mind to perform this spiritual attack that he had never used before. With the power of yin and yang, the instinct of opposites attract was catalyzed to the extreme, and both of their breathing became disordered. Mrs. Pearl did not know where the emotions in her heart came from, wanting to accept and resist, and ultimately could only struggle to step back. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, approached step by step. There was no turning back when the bow was opened. Since it had already come to this, he had to realize the plan no matter what he said. And so, she fled, and he chased, until there was no way back, and her back slammed hard against a stone pillar. What did you do to me? Lady Pearl was well informed and quickly realized what the problem was. Zhou Yuan's face stiffened. Had he really overestimated himself after all? He collected his internal energy and calmed his mind. It seems that the falling flowers are intentional and the flowing water is heartless, so the poor Taoist will leave. A twisted melon was not sweet, and although his heart for cultivation was strong, he was not yet so strong as to subdue the other party by force. Just as he turned around, however, his hand was pulled. Perhaps the Taoist priest is right. After keeping it for so many years, it's always time to give it out, rather than giving it to this waste of a man. Nun. Half an hour later, it turns out that the Taoist master is going to utilize this palace's body to cultivate. Lady Mingzhu was also proficient in martial arts, and although she was not as experienced as the man on her body, dual cultivation is of great benefit to both me and the lady, and is in no way exploitative. Cheat, your ladyship will know later. Unconsciously, the offense and defense changed shape, and the kingdom of heaven and earth were turned upside down. Zhou Yuan was finally able to calm down his mind to carry out his energy and sense the wonders of the extreme Yin breath. Lady Pearl was also affected by this gong method, and her eyes became more and more flirtatious. He didn't lie to me. The mind gradually came alive. If she could keep improving her power like this in the future, she was afraid that she couldn't wait to summon this man into the palace day after day. But if she kept on using Han Wanyan's name, she was afraid that she would reveal her flaws after a long time. Lady Pearl hesitated and spoke. The secret. There is a secret passage in the chamber that can lead straight to the outside of the city. Zhou Yuan was stunned at his words. His initial intention was to take one step and then set aside the relationship. However, looking at Mrs. Pearl's demeanor at this time, how could she say the word no? He nodded furtively and said, "Good, I'll come and see you as soon as I have a moment to spare in the future." It wasn't just for personal selfishness either. It was only after experiencing it that he realized that the speed of dual cultivation was not in the least bit slower than absorbing heaven and earth's aura, and it could also make up for the deficiencies of the yin and yang path in the process. Lady Pearl was satisfied with his answer and laughed softly. "If you keep helping me to improve my power, I will give you a wonderful gift." "What gift?" "You'll find out later." Zhou Yuan was annoyed with her selling out and slapped her heavily. "Don't stop." Lady Pearl gave him a blank look and continued unfinished business. Inside the palace, King Hanan woke up quietly, looking at the mess all over the place, as well as the exhausted beauty. His heart was suddenly pleased. The Taoist master is worthy of being the #1 alchemist in the world. It really works. Mrs. Pearl was stunned, and a strong feeling of irritation came over her. It does work, then the king will have to thank him. This is natural. The widow will be heavily rewarded and ordered to send the medicinal herbs treasured in the palace. On the other hand, Zhou Yuan followed the secret passage to the outside of the city. Turns out it really can't be grasped. 31. Mysterious old man. The exit of the secret passage was a flowing waterfall, which seemed to be not far from the place where the flame spirit lady was initially imprisoned. Zhou Yuan did not return to the city at the first time, but came to the edge of the water pool under the waterfall, condensed the cold ice internal force in his left arm, and slapped it down heavily. Boom! The palm energy was raging and splashing. Within moments, a thick layer of cold ice condensed on the water. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, and then he condensed his masculine internal force with his right arm again and once again launched his palm. A dragon of fiery flames surged out and smashed into the ice with a thunderous force, but the ice was seen to melt in spots and rise vertically as water mist. He let out a low gulp and quickly built up his internal energy, the two chi of yin and yang flowing around his body. Both palms came out at the same time. Two very different internal forces came out of the palms at the same time. On one side there was a bone-chilling cold, and on the other side there was also a scorching hot flame. Cold ice. Flames, put and take, switch at will. It's a done deal. Until today, his yin and yang way has only become complete, and what was once limited to meaning can now be turned into substance with the snap of a finger. Through the principle of yin and yang, he could use his internal energy to create a constant stream of cold and fiery flames until his true chi was depleted, then pondered the reason for the change in Mrs. Mingzhu's attitude, clearly backing away and refusing at first, then suddenly taking the initiative, even going wild. Is it love? No, presumably because everyone gets pleasure from dual practice, as well as a boost in terms of kung fu. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly glimpsed a cloth-clad old man sitting in the distant stream downstream, wearing a bucket hat and holding a bamboo pole while fishing. This should have been a normal thing, but Zhou Yuan realized that something was different. That person was motionless, as if he was one with the heaven and earth, and I am afraid that he would not be able to detect it if he did not observe carefully. With curiosity, he took a step towards where the old man was. It was as if the old man had not noticed his presence and was still concentrating on his fishing. When he came close to within 10 feet of the other party, Zhou Yuan spoke. In ancient times, Tai Gong was fishing and King Wen was willing to take the bait. Today, Senior stopped here. Could it be that he is waiting for someone? The water in this stream is so clear that you can even clearly see vertical hooks in the water with no bait on them. The fish will never bite unless they are very sick. The old man laughed softly. The old man is not my little friend. How do I know that my little friend will be here? Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. Senior did not say that Senior was waiting for me. The old man was silent for a long time and shook his head. That's a bad road. Road? What road? Zhou Yuan asked after him. In the ancient times, there was a man who also tried to pursue the lost immortal way, but in the end, he was revolted by the power of heaven and earth, and ended up in a situation where his form and spirit were destroyed. The old man spoke as if he were reminding those who came after him. Zhou Yuan's Taoist mind was firm and unperturbed, and he only pursued. Who is it? The old man was silent for a long time, gently said 4 words, Demon God Qi. After a pause, he added, at that time, the path of immortality was already closed, but he was still unwilling to do so, and even went so far as to step into the devil's path by using his sword. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows. Senior called him a demon god. Does that mean he succeeded? The old man was silent, as if he had heard a hint of intent in the tone of the postulant's voice. Blood sacrifices to all beings, killing them all. Is this considered a success? The first 4 words already symbolized endless killing, and Zhou Yuan finally understood where the word demon god came from. He pondered for a moment and asked rhetorically, what about Emperor Xian Yuan? There are rumors that in the past, the Yellow Emperor had 3,000 women and flew up in the white sun. There was not only the demon god Qi in that era, but also the man who defeated him. The old man still didn't turn around inside. That's just a legend after all. And there are rumors that the Yellow Emperor suffered a serious injury after his battle with the demon god. Zhou Yuan gradually realized that this person seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally dissuading him from moving forward. But how could he be shaken by a few words after 20 years of bitter cultivation? Is this the purpose of Elder waiting for me here today? Senior may not be able to defeat Senior, but his heart to cultivate immortality will never change. The old man suddenly smiled. Being born with a Taoist bone and a strong heart might really get you through that path, said the words, but if you go on the path of Qi, the old man will never be forgiven. At the end of the sentence, the body slowly dissipate. Seems to be a leaf blind. The water was rippling, and a fish was swimming around in the water with a bite on its hook, saying it wouldn't spill its guts. Zhou Yuan bristled. What willingness to take the bait, but it was just influencing the mind of the fish by some means. That's just it. It's your fate. He stepped forward and without any mental effort picked up the fish in the water and grilled it. Back to Purple Orchid Xian is already noon. Alchemy room is full of all kinds of rare medicinal herbs. After asking, only to learn that it is actually the King of Han reward. What kind of dan did the Taoist master make that would make King Han Shinria come to this? Flame Spirit Ji came closer as she did last time, trying to sniff out the unusual flavor. But Zhou Yuan had learned his lesson this time, and first took a bath outside before returning, the odor on his body having long since faded. The poor Taoist has been honored. Zhou Yuan was a little ashamed, and he did not know what exactly Mrs. Mingju had said that had fooled King Han to such an extent. Lan Yu said softly, perhaps Master has done the great king some great favor, which is why he has given such a generous reward. In her opinion, it was mostly pills to replenish the body and such, but she must have never imagined that it would be something like helping to take care of the concubines in the harem. Master intends to close his eyes for a few days. If there is nothing important during this period, do not disturb. Zhou Yuan did not want to continue with this topic, so he smoothly informed about the closed door. Today's cultivation had benefited him greatly, and his power had risen so much that he needed to close the door to stabilize his realm. On top of that, it is necessary to create a more aggressive set of punches and kicks to better utilize the yin and yang true qi. Dragonfall 18 poems would be nice. Fire dragons, ice dragons, use them with gusto. In this era dominated by swordsmen, he was inclined to step out on a new path. A prosperous martial arts world should not only have swords. Zhou Yuan looked at. After Master's seclusion, the matter of pills will be left entirely to you. Regarding the news about your parents, I have already informed the Violet Lady, so if you have any doubts, go and find her. Lian Yu's delicate body trembled lightly. Thank you, Master. She had never mentioned it all this time, not because she had let it go, but just because she believed in her master, and now the time had finally come. She couldn't wait to go to Sister Violet Lady right away, but she felt so overly out of character that she only wished that her master would enter seclusion earlier. Seeing that the other party seemed to have forgotten something, the flame spirit Ji busily reminded, Tao Master mustn't forget the promise made that night. Of course, would the girl be willing to double cultivate with poor Taoist? Zhou Yuan offered an invitation, clearly got the wrong idea and shyly lowered her head. Flameling was caught in hesitation. She was a bit tempted, but she was worried that like the last time, someone had stolen her ability, but she was working for nothing. Although the girl is burdened with flames, she doesn't know how to fully control them yet, so the poor Taoist can create a set of supremely masculine heart techniques based on your physique. Forget it if you don't want to. Zhou Yuan made a move to leave. The flame spirit Ji was busy following. The way the Taoist master puts it, is the slave for the heart technique? Purely just wanting to help the Taoist master. 32. You must have done it on purpose. This retreat lasted for half a month. During this time, visions of the house within the bamboo forest were frequent. Sometimes it would be frozen in ice. Sometimes it would be in flames, well controlled so as not to burn the house to the ground. On this day, Wei Zhuang and the purple lady stood on the high ground as usual and witnessed that bamboo house being covered by cold ice. This should have been the means of the blood-clothes marquis, and he even controls it now, the violet lady whispered, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Wei Zhuang faintly said, what Taoism pursues is originally the natural power of heaven and earth, and half a month ago, someone had appeared at Blood-Clothes Castle and fought with Bai Yifei. Are you saying that he stole Bai Yifei's ability? It seems so now. The purple woman snickered. With that kind of ability, can brother Wei Zhuang really match it? This was a rehash of old events. After all, half a month ago, the two were planning to spar. If not for the people from the palace, these two strongest men within the purple orchid shen would have already split the winners and losers. One sword is enough. Wei Zhuang's tone was confident, and it seemed that no matter what the final result was, he always had an air of surrender. The purple woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly, but did not say anything to break her old friend's heart. Wei Zhuang slanted a glance at her. You have feelings for him, why don't you say so? The two were close, like a pair of close siblings, and if it was any other woman, Wei Zhuang would never have said such words. The purple woman didn't deny it at first, but instead asked rhetorically, when did Lord Wei Zhuang know so much about the love of men and women? Could it be because Hanfei intends for you to be that princess's master? An uninteresting move, Wei Zhuang proudly said. I don't have that kind of free time, it's better to let him do it. As he spoke, he glanced at the bamboo house in the distance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came, the house collapsed with a bang, smoke and dust rolled, and two figures could be vaguely seen standing on top of the ruins. Under the bamboo forest, Flameling Ji's long hair fluttered and her clothes fluttered in the wind, as if she was venting the uncontrolled qi in her body. Zhou Yuan exclaimed in admiration, it seems that the flames have been integrated into every inch of your body. And this kind of most masculine and rigid technique fits you the best. Flame Spirit Ji stroked her increasingly white hand held and inquired, what is the name of this martial art? Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and replied, 9 Suns. The Taoist master does know how to name names. Flame Spirit Ji thought that the name was very apt, almost as if it was made for this martial art. Zhou Yuan thought to himself, this is all due to Master Jin. Flame Spirit Ji suddenly rushed over, her hands clutching his collar. Did you do it on purpose? The poor Taoist doesn't understand what the girl means. Zhou Yuan pretended to be confused. This was not something honorable after all. The flame spirit Ji's eyes were on fire and she was furious. With your power, you wouldn't be unable to control that flame. You just did it on purpose. The girl has really misunderstood. For those who cultivate, the flesh is no different from flowers, plants and trees. How would the poor Taoist do such an underhanded thing? Zhou Yuan fought to the death not to admit this kind of thing if he confessed. His reputation that he had been struggling to keep for many years would be wiped out. It was all because that demonic spirit, Lady Ningzhu, had made him break his abstinence, so that now his self-control had declined, and he had done this kind of underhanded thing. Otherwise, with the lessons he had received all those years, he would never have behaved like that. He couldn't help but compare the Flamelingji with Lady Pearl and found that the latter was still superior. Hearing the commotion, held the clothes and came, her face a little odd. It wasn't the first time she had delivered clothes for the two men over the past half-month, and sometimes she even had to do it twice a day, and most of the clothes sent from the house were tattered and torn, so she didn't know exactly what the two had done, and she, a yellow girl, didn't have the heart to ask. The flame spirit Ji let go of someone and solemnly explained too, it's not what you think, no fighting. Ruyu forced a smile and gently nodded with an expression of I believe it. Flame spirit Ji saw that she couldn't say anything, so she didn't explain, and felt the pure yang true qi in her body with all her heart. After the 9 suns had been completed, her power was even higher, and her control over her internal power was even more comfortable, so I'm afraid that her strength had almost caught up with her master. Thinking of this, the resentment in his heart subsided a lot. Anyway, looking at a few eyes will not be less a piece of meat, but Hugh wanted to come in. Lian Yu suddenly said cautiously, Sister Violet Lady has been in a bad mood lately. Can Master's Gongfu be given to Sister to look at as well? She and the purple female feelings are very deep, has long had the intention to share, just without the consent of the Master. Do not dare to take the initiative. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded. Since it's given to you, it's yours, and you can give it to whoever you want. Lian Yu's heart rejoiced. Many thanks, Master. Zhou Yuan carefully scrutinized her and found that her breath had stabilized, which was the phase of a small success in the internal force. Couldn't help but praise. Not bad. Must have penetrated 4 or 5 meridians. According to this, it won't take 2 or 3 years to be among the first-class level. Lan Yu already had a foundation in martial arts, and practiced extra hard, so this progress was fully expected. Lan Yu was praised by her master. Her heart was quite happy, but she didn't show it on her face. Her master cultivated her with all her heart, and Lan Yu didn't dare to slack off. Zhou Yuan laughed. Now that you have to refine pills and practice martial arts, I'm afraid that the art of Qin and Shao has fallen behind, right? Lan Yu's gaze flickered slightly, trying to suppress the despondency in her heart, and forced a smile. The zither and Shao are just small paths. Lan Yu wants to be a helping hand to Sister Purple Lady, and share some of the pressure for her. Actually, you can do both. Zhou Yuan proposed an idea. Perhaps, you can combine martial arts with music, and use the sound of the zither, and the sound of the Shao to injure the enemy. The Blue Sea Tide Song, the Heavenly Devil Zither is a very good example, and this era of force value is higher, and once likely to have the immortal god. To Qin into the road is by no means false. At the same time, integrating martial arts with what you like and what you are good at can be twice the result with half the effort. To hurt people with the sound of the zither, Ru Yu muttered. She used to only know that the sound of the zither could make people happy and intoxicate them, but she didn't know that it could also be used to kill people. Instead of resisting, her heart is filled with yearning. If she kills, it will inevitably be to someone who deserves it. Seeing that she was not repulsed, Zhou Yuan immediately spoke. Fetch the Qin, and I will teach you. Nodded and turned to leave. Does Taoist Master also play the zither? Flame Spirit Ji was filled with curiosity. No, Zhou Yuan shook his head, but all laws have the same origin. If the poor Taoist wants to injure someone with his sound, he can do it just as well. Weapon is just a medium. The key lies in the person who uses it. As long as you know how to use your internal power to enhance it. Grass, wood, bamboo and stone can be used as swords, and the sound is certainly not a problem. Not long after, Lan Yu returned with the ancient Qin in her arms, and came to the stone table in front of the collapsed bamboo house to sit down, placing the Qin on the table. Play one of your favorite tunes. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. After all, it was his first attempt, so naturally, the more familiar he was, the better. Ru Yu pondered for a moment and nodded gently. Clang! The veiled hand lightly played, and the sound of the zither gradually rose up, gently encircling the ears, and the state of mind gradually became calm. 33. Persuasion. The martial arts of Lan Yu may only be considered a beginner, but the zither is definitely a master class. She can use the sound of the zither to make people peaceful, and even bring people's consciousness to a paradise. Tone requires emotion to be dialed in, and by the same token, tone can render emotion. It was as if this place was the fairy world deep inside of Lian Yu. Beautiful, yet a little desolate, probably because she had not yet been reunited with her loved ones. The world in her dreams was not complete. That's probably it. Empty mountains and birds. Zhou Yuan first appreciated the beauty of the mood. Then he suddenly spoke. Run the true qi. Lan Yu was immersed in the sound and rhythm. When she heard the words, she instantly woke up and began to operate her mind. Gradually, more internal power fluctuated between the strings. Visualize me as an enemy and attack me. Zhou Yuan spoke again. Lian Yu fell into hesitation. Although she knew that this was the guidance of her master, it was inevitable that she would hesitate to strike at him. Enemies who killed their father, lusted after their mother, and had a blood feud. Seeing her hesitation, Zhou Yuan laid down another heavy hand. The flame spirit on the side blushed oddly as she seemed to hear a few moments of truth. Lan Yu blushed, lest her master say something shocking again, and attached her inner strength to her fingers, plucking the strings of the zither. Clang! The sound of the zither came like a blade. Zhou Yuan's mind moved, and his yin-yang true qi surrounded his body, vaguely forming a layer of protective astral aura, blocking all the incoming sound blades. Is this the best you can do when your enemy is in your face? If so, you mother and daughter will be at my mercy. A certain man spurred on his beloved disciple without mercy. Lian Yu was affected by his superb acting skills, and anger gradually welled up in her heart, speeding up the frequency of her playing. In a flash, the sound blades came one after another like a tidal wave. Zhou Yuan remained lofty and unmoving. There was a huge difference between the master and disciple's strengths, and Lian Yu's attack was not enough to break through his protective astral aura. In the middle of the day, Lan Yu was sweating and panting, and was no longer able to play anymore. Not bad, today is already a good start. In the future, you can use the dead things as a companion. Zhou Yuan nodded his head in approval, very satisfied with S performance. Maybe one day she can really use the Qin to enter the Tao. Liao Yu lowered her head and gave a soft although she knew that her master was helping her to cultivate. Those words lingered in her mind, and when she went to look at that handsome face again at this moment, she would always think of something else uncontrollably. Flame Spirit G, however, didn't let her go and said with a low laugh, I always feel that these words don't seem to be false. The Taoist master wouldn't really want to do this, right? That kind of thing. It's exciting to think about. Zhou Yuan was speechless for a moment. He definitely just wanted to stir up S fighting spirit, nothing else. Lan Yu couldn't hold it down any longer and hurriedly said, Sister Ling Ji mustn't be joking. How could the master think like that? The flame spirit Ji flashed to her side, her fingers caressing the delicate white face, teasingly saying, Little sister, you're still young. You don't know the degree of perversity of some men. The more they have the status added, the more excited they are. Why do you know so much? However, Zhou Yuan quickly reacted and said without any good humor, Demonis, don't tarnish the poverty road's one-time reputation. The flame spirit Ji hummed, her gaze contemptuous, as if to say, what you have done yourself is clear in your own heart. Zhou Yuan shook his head. If I had known that it was a white-eyed wolf, I shouldn't have expended my mind to create a power for you. Flame spirit Ji was stunned. Her mood gradually became complicated. Although this person was sometimes nasty, but he did treat her extremely well. After following his master for so long, he had never received any instruction, let alone specifically tailored martial arts. But she had always been strong, and would never show a look of gratitude, or this man's tail would surely go up to the sky. So she left with a show of panache, leaving behind the words, this is what my slave deserves. I'm going to go make pills. Also fell away. Zhou Yuan was the only one left in the spot, and suddenly, a tiny, imperceptible cutie crawled up the palm along his ankle. I was about to slap him to death when I suddenly detected a familiar scent, a messenger sent by a certain unhappy lady who lives alone in a deep palace. Having been alone in a room with Flame Spirit G for the past half a month, and having looked at things he shouldn't have, he was now on fire. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. One last time, King Han's palace. The flames gradually burned out, and the pair of good couples were extremely sublimated. Is it true that if I don't seek you out, you won't come into the palace of your own accord? After being extremely satisfied, Mrs. Pearl questioned, eating the marrow to know the taste. She these days day after day looking forward to this person to come to her, but waited for a full half a month did not see anyone. At first, he was a bit unable to wipe his face, but today he finally couldn't help himself. Zhou Yuan was sitting in meditation and practicing when he opened his eyes at the words, so that's how ma'am thinks of me? At this time suddenly want to have a cigarette. There is a saying, a cigarette after the incident. Happy as a god. Should we get this thing out? Zhou Yuan thought about it and eventually gave up. Those who cultivate should abandon their evil addictions. And he had long been at loggerheads with gambling and drugs. Then the Taoist master would like to explain what he's been up to lately? Lady Ningzhu's face was scrutinizing. She looked at the moment like her girlfriend who had started to get suspicious and check her cell phone in her previous life. Zhou Yuan was calm and collected himself, creating the method of dual cultivation so as to help Madame better enhance her power. This was both true and false. He did spend a lot of effort studying the dual cultivation method over the past half month, but more time was spent on the 9 suns divine power and the 18 palms of the descending dragon. Of course, these words could not be said. Otherwise this woman would feel that she was being generous and had to force him to create a more powerful technique than 9 suns. Mrs. Pearl originally didn't believe it, but when she thought about what she had just felt, this person was indeed even more raw. Her power had increased even more than last time. Maybe this guy was really helping her. Thinking of this, a hint of sweetness could not help but rise in his heart, a feeling he had never had before, of being cared for. Auntie would only force her to refine the parasites. Cousin is bent on using him to control King Han, and that big belly of King Han only craves her body. Be careful lately. Cousin has already learned from the demoiselle guest that the person that night was you. Mrs. Mingzhu suddenly reminded. Zhou Yuan doubly surprised. He is not afraid of Bai Yifei, now yin and yang consummate, hand holding ice and flame. The two sides really fight. Victory or defeat is not yet known. The other side is also unlikely to transfer the army into the city. They have Hanfei, Zhang Kaiji. The night curtain is not yet to the point where it only covers the sky. No matter how dim-witted the king of Han is, he is still the king of Korea, and the Korean generals may not be towards Ji Wuye, or else they would have taken his place long ago. He was surprised by the change in Mrs. Pearl's attitude. Could it be that the lady is being slept on by me and is abandoning her ways? Mrs. Pearl felt that the word convince was very wrong, and gave him a blank look, asking in return, Who is the light and who is the dark? She's not a little girl who doesn't know anything and won't believe in good, evil. It's just a matter of different interests. This reminder was nothing more than a feeling that the man was a bit more humane, and that it was the most obvious choice not to cross swords with either side before victory or defeat was decided. What are they going to do to me? 34. Tianze is coming. Do you think the palace will help you against your cousin? Lady Pearl hummed lightly, her eyes teasing. Zhou Yuan rightfully said, how can a cousin be kissed by a man? Mrs. Pearl was speechless for a moment. It was the right reasoning, but, a moment and then revealed a smile. But the man of this palace has been defending himself against me, and he really can't feel any semblance of love. Do I have to rip my heart out for you? You dig? Mrs. Pearl looked at him with a smile. Zhou Yuan was furious. How dare you try to murder your own husband? Watch me poke your heart. They want to release the beast. Mrs. Pearl looked lazy. Already did not even want to move her fingers. Apparently was once again persuaded to burst out important secrets. Tianze. Zhou Yuan suddenly realized that it was because of his appearance that this matter had been brought forward. On top of that, they seemed to be looking for outside help. Lady Pearl made another addition, which could be said to have lifted all of Night Curtain's cards. Rose Web, associated with the original. The answer instantly calls out. Then the anticipation rose again. Black and White Xin Jian, a man who had once died, but was extremely resurrected. There must exist unknown secrets in him. It was all these transcendent things that made Zhou Yuan always believe that the immortal road was within reach. However, he was a bit surprised by Mrs. Pearl's change in attitude and couldn't help but ask, he is your cousin after all, is that good? Lady Pearl snorted, a man who even his cold blood will not have any feelings for anyone. Then you used to be an enabler. Zhou Yuan slapped her heavily. People are weak women after all. They always need a support. Mrs. Pearl winks her eyes. The original high and mighty queen is now gradually becoming meek. The hipster banshee is as hip as her name suggests. Whether you are true or not, one day I will kill him, and I hope you get out of this as soon as possible. Zhou Yuan got up from the bed. After being ridiculous for so long, night was approaching and it was time for him to leave. Mrs. Pearl was intimidated by his confidence, and by the time she reacted, the man was already fully dressed and had regained that immortal, graceful demeanor. She was a little disgruntled, desperate man, leaving every time he's had his fun. Zhou Yuan slightly side-eyed. Could it be that madam hasn't eaten enough? Of course it's full. Taoist people are good at health maintenance and have ridiculously strong bodies. If you enter the palace in 3 days, I will prepare a generous gift for you. The poor Taoist is looking forward to it. Zhou Yuan readily agreed. Half an hour later, a red dress entered the hall. Upon catching a whiff of an odor that hadn't yet had time to be masked, it was instantly clear what had happened. You're playing with fire. Bai Yifei was very dissatisfied, and he had to take into account that women would change their stance because of where their bodies belonged. What is cousin worried about? Lady Mingzhu was all smiles, a posture of being in control. He's the prey that will one day fall under my skirt. Bai Yifei's eyes were skeptical. Even if it was his cousin whom he had known for many years, he would not trust her lightly. I planted a little something inside him. You'll see later. Mrs. Pearl acted so well that she fooled even herself, as if she had really had her way. With his strength, he wouldn't be unaware. Bai Yifei was still skeptical. LOL. Cousin hasn't experienced that kind of thing and won't understand what it's like to be oblivious. Lady Ningzhu flirted with her face. Bai Yifei heard the deep meaning of humiliation, and his face grew cold. I hope you don't turn into prey or you'll just get a corpse. Mrs. Pearl had mixed feelings in her heart, and this was the second time she had heard these words today. Both men wanted to kill each other, apparently to the point of no return. From the looks of it, the cousin is older, has higher cultivation, and has power in Korea, so the odds are that he will be on the winning side. But she had the absurd idea in her mind that the man would win. What kind of grudge was it that made you have to kill him? Lady Pearl was a little curious. She only knew the general story of that night, but not exactly what happened. Intent on stealing power he shouldn't have. That's his way of getting killed. I hope you know what you have to do. Bai Yifei stood up, unwilling to reveal too much. After all, being taken away from one's ability was not an honorable thing. The Purple Orchid henhouse is bustling today. The amazing salamander is in labor. There were a lot of women in this place, but this was the first time that such a thing as giving birth to a child had ever occurred, and many of the women gathered around the outside of the house, seemingly in curiosity and with longing. Unexpectedly, today's Purple Orchid Shin's door is closed. Wei Zhuang, Purple Woman, and Lan Yu are all missing. As soon as Zhou Yuan returned, he harvested numerous gazes. Congratulations, Taoist, you're going to be a father. The relatively familiar Kai Dai was even more direct in her congratulations. Zhou Yuan's face was odd, subconsciously recalling the scene in Wind and Cloud where Bu Jingyun and Jinshen were fighting to become fathers. The baby isn't mine, He told the truth so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstanding. Who knew that the women would have the wrong idea, and they could not help but feel more pity in their eyes. Kai Dai hid the embarrassment on her face and laughed. There is no harm in it. Ah, your sister is gentle and considerate. She will definitely be a good wife. Ning Fish, the new name the salamander has given himself, symbolizes the desire for peace and quiet. Is this comforting him? Zhou Yuan was speechless for a moment, but he was also too lazy to explain. This kind of thing would only get darker and darker. Standing outside the house, the sound of the salamander's heavy panting came vaguely to her ears, and given her nature, this was already the result of extreme restraint. If it were an ordinary woman, I'm afraid that the pain would have already torn her heart out. There's no need to hold back, it's better to block than to block. Zhou Yuan voiced out a reminder. Even if one was a supreme sect master, it would be difficult to completely endure in the face of such tearing pain. The startled salamander seemed much more at ease at the sound of his voice, and his barking gradually grew louder. Right at that moment, a rich fury came from the air. Zhou Yuan's heart moved and he disappeared into a residual shadow. Inside the bamboo forest, a tall, robust man bathed in the nightlight, dressed in black, with an evil aura all over his body. Flame Spirit Ji leaned against the bamboo in boredom, gently blowing on the fire at her fingertips for fun. It was as if she hadn't sensed someone's arrival and acted like an outsider. Zhou Yuan glanced at her and spoke. Bai Yifei sent you? I'm not beholden to anyone. It's a deal. Tianzai's personality is very similar to Bai Yifei's. Well, one more Wei Zhuang must be added to the list. All three of them have a kind of heaven and earth. The oldest pride. The difference is that decades later Wei Zhuang is still alive. The remaining two are mostly gone. Zhou Yuan mused. If you're being restrained because of the compulsion, mother, the poor Taoist can solve it. Tianzai sniffed and twisted his head to look at Flamelingji, as if he had heard similar words from her. Then prove it to me. Not available tonight. 35. Conspiracy. Zhou Yuan vaguely smelled the scent of a conspiracy. The Violet Lady and the others were not at the Violet Orchid Xian, and Tianzai was killing at this time. If these things were linked together, it was hard to rule out the possibility of someone deliberately arranging it. At the moment, Zilan was like an empty city, and the startled salamander was at a critical moment of fertility, so he couldn't leave for too long. Tianzai, however, did not agree. Bai Yifei had told him to kill this man, and although he was unwilling to listen, he would never change his goal just because of a few words. Is it so easy to unravel the parasites of Baiwei? Prove your strength and make me believe in you. With a low cry, snakeheads manipulated by chains attacked from all directions with teeth and claws, as if wrapped in a gust of wailing, like monsters from the underworld. If ordinary people were to face it, they would have already lost their nerve. However, Zhou Yuan knew in his heart that this was just a manifestation of martial arts with an evil nature, and the real power was not as terrifying as imagined. He just casually slapped out a palm, and the snakehead chains in midair instantly froze. The poor man's last warning. Go. If it was usual, it would be possible to cut a deal, but at this moment, it was really out of place, and his patience had gradually worn out. Seeing that this person was really angry, the Flame Spirit Ji hurriedly advised, Master, why don't you come back another day? Last night's double cultivation object. She was well aware of the strength of this Taoist priest, and her master was by no means an opponent. Tianzai's pupils shrank. This tactic was too familiar. Back then, Bai Yifei had also captured him like this, but if he retreated there, would he not lose face in front of his subordinates? Arrogant! He shouted angrily, shattering the cold ice on the chains with his true chi, and struck again, attacking even more fiercely than before. Zhou Yuan's brows wrinkled, and his always peaceful state of mind gradually rippled. Sometimes the uninformed dogpile is more hateful than the mastermind because they are willing to be a knife in someone else's hand. It wasn't really necessary to trade in order to take down the Flame Spirit Lady. She would just as easily regain her freedom if the current owner died. Zhou Yuan sank his breath into his dantian, clasped his palms round and blasted out with a vigorous palm. This is the first time after the creation of the dragon subduing 18 palms to perform. The true chi out of the hand immediately turned into flames, vaguely condensed into the form of a dragon, with the momentum of the mountains and seas whistling past. Rigid, furious, unstoppable. The wind is blowing hard and the leaves are falling. The moment they touched, the snakehead chains were shaken and flew backward, covered in blazing flames. Tianzai retreated several steps one after another, his face full of disbelief. First Bai Yifei's cold ice, and now Flame Spirit Ji's flames. What kind of martial arts was this person practicing? However, he could no longer think about it. Zhou Yuan quickly turned from defense to offense when he succeeded in his strike. The whole person rose up in the air and slapped his palm down on Tianzai's head. Boom! Muddy palm force like Tarzan pressure. The surrounding green bamboo have broken. In the center of the storm, even though Tianzai double fist out, still feel very strenuous. Zhou Yuan mobilized his true chi and slapped down another palm. the ground crumbled under Tianzai's feet, and a splash of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Tao Lord, Flame Spirit Ji called out, subconsciously wanting to step in, but not knowing who to help. By rights, she should not hesitate to help her master, but the time spent together, the gifts, made it impossible for her to make a decision. Zhou Yuan was unmoved. It was the first time that he completely discarded Taiji's defense for attack, and was already determined to obliterate. Just at this moment, the rear Zilan Xian direction came shouting noisy sounds. There were shouts of killing, and mixed with the extremely fast rhythm of the zither. Spare your life. Zhou Yuan withdrew his palm and turned around to step into the air. Tianzai breathed heavily, venting the suffocation in his chest, his heart filled with doubt. The pressure this person gave him was actually stronger than by Yan Fei. The Flame Spirit Ji made a move to go after them. Am I the Lord, or is he? The power of his opponent caused him to become unconfident, and coupled with Flame Spirit Ji's standoffishness just now, the skepticism was obvious. The Flame Spirit Ji was silent for a moment and replied, of course the master is the master, but there are my friends there, so when my slave finishes resolving this matter, I will come back to apologize to the master, he said and walked away without looking back. Tianzai's gaze was cold. He had been locked up for so long that he couldn't help but be skeptical of loyalty, the power of flame that even he couldn't master. Without the help of the Flame Spirit Ji, how could that person possess it? A group of black-clothed men of unknown origin rushed into Zilan Xian for some unknown reason, and they were going to kill anyone they saw, without the slightest bit of compassion. Although the women have been instructed in martial arts by Wei Zhuang, but after all, the time is still short, and they are not yet able to form a fighting force. Luckily, the disappeared purple lady suddenly appeared and danced with her sword in one hand, beating the black-clothed man to death. Lian Yu sat high up on the second floor, burying her head in her zither, but in no way was she cheering for the battle, but rather becoming an aid in the best way she could. The two sisters, even if it was their first time working together, had a very good understanding of each other. Getting Jade trusted the sword held in the purple woman's hand. Likewise, the purple woman was very relieved to give her back to this sister. One far and one near, one in front and one behind. This coordinated battle between the two was airtight, making the man in black impenetrable. It also seems like two beautiful people playing the piano and dancing. Beautiful, of course, provided that we ignore the blood and corpses on the ground. Zhou Yuan also rushed back at this time, and without caring about the shock in his heart, he quickly joined the battle circle. One punch, one palm, still one move a kid. Seeing that it was not possible, the man in black decisively ordered to retreat, leaving dozens of his companions' corpses lying silently on the ground. Just then, a loud cry rang out. Zhou Yuan secretly sighed in relief and paced towards the purple lady. Are you guys hiding something from me? The violet lady glanced at him faintly, her tone meaningful. How dare I? The Taoist master is busy with his affairs. We don't have the chance to talk about it even if we wanted to. Zhou Yuan knew he was in the wrong and didn't have the heart to protest. Walked down from upstairs and explained. You can't blame master. If it wasn't for the matter of father and mother, brother Wei Zhuang wouldn't have left. Zhou Yuan fell into deep thought. Lian Yu's parents, Tianzai, Lady Mingzhu, all of them appeared on the same day. What a coincidence. The rings are interlocked and airtight, but any time they make the slightest mistake, they could pay a huge price. He had always thought that Bai Yifei's target for retaliation would be himself, and now that his art was strong, he was fearless. Now it seems that they are targeting the amazing salamander. A supposedly supreme master is at her weakest moment, and there is no better moment to kill her than now. So, am I being lied to? Deep disappointment welled up in Zhou Yuan's heart, as well as anger. If Mrs. Pearl was doing this deliberately, he was afraid that he would need to re-examine their relationship. The purple woman was confused. She was just joking. Not so much, right? Lian Yu was also unsure, but still explained. We didn't mean to hide it from master. It's just that we didn't know where you were going and couldn't convey the message. Zhou Yuan smiled. I'm blaming myself. 36. Zhou Yuan slowly walked into the house. The startled salamander was lying weakly on the bed, her delicate face covered with sweat, but she was holding her personal sword tightly in her hand. It was only when he saw the familiar man approaching that he slowly loosened the hilt of his sword. Kai Dai came up to the front with her newborn child in her arms and carefully said, Taoist master, we won, didn't we? Zhou Yuan nodded slightly and smiled. The enemy was almost completely wiped out. Luckily, there's the Taoist master. Colorful butterfly patted her chest with palpitations. When he spoke, he twisted his head to look at the shocked salamander on the bed, and then he walked out of the room with a sudden self-consciousness. I'll take Sayer to get cleaned up. People who don't get to have children tend to like them more and may even treat them as if they were their own. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and said, sorry for narrowly missing the appointment. Shocked salamander gently shook his head. You're just going to deal with a stronger enemy. There's no need to be so hard on yourself. She knew in her heart of hearts that the man demanded too much of himself and thought he couldn't be half wrong. But no man is a saint. Besides, he didn't need to do this in the first place. Zhou Yuan smiled. It seems like it's time to do something about it, or else people will still think that we are weak. The salamander was silent for a moment. Anything you need me to do, just ask. Just because she sought a peaceful life nowadays didn't mean she forgot how to kill people. Not to mention the fact that those people were simply coming for her. Zhou Yuan said in relief. Your most important task now is to recuperate properly. The 8 swords of the Yu King, all of them belong to the Luo Net Heavenly Character class. The salamander warned earnestly that I was strong and not to be underestimated. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded. The female assassin was quite cute when she wanted to be strong. Yes, ma'am is the best, but if you don't get well, won't little Yenner starve? The startled salamander looked away somewhat unnaturally and whispered under his breath. The Taoist master has changed. He used to be a serious Taoist priest, but now he looks like a flirtatious prodigal son. Zhou Yuan was naturally aware of the changes in himself, but he felt that this was not a bad thing and there was no need to deliberately hide his nature. Instead, he got an inch and said, "Then does the lady like the old poor Taoist, or the current me?" The salamander was silent for a long time. "I'm tired." "Good." Zhou Yuan nodded and consciously retreated. When he came to the front yard, Wei Zhuang, the purple lady, and the others gathered together. Lan Yu was hugging a middle-aged man dressed in cloth, already sobbing uncontrollably, almost crying into tears. The man was dressed in cloth and had a stooped physique. It was hard to believe that he would be Li Kai, the father of Lian Yu, who was in the prime of his life. The formerly suave right hand of Korea is now a disfigured man. Sensing his arrival, Lan Yu reluctantly broke away from Li Kai's embrace and introduced, "Father, this is yours master." He was the one who revealed the news of you being in Xinjiang. Li Kai immediately knelt with his head in his hands. "Many thanks to your excellency for taking care of recently. I'm afraid I can't repay you in this life, only in the next life." It's not that exaggerated. The poor Taoist only moved his lips. The ones who contributed were Miss Zi Nui and brother Wei Zhuang. Zhou Yuan was self-conscious of his guilt and hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. Li Kai also instructed, the Taoist master is very knowledgeable and has a high level of cultivation. You must listen to the teachings well." "Aha." Meng Yu nodded heavily. At that moment, Hanfei came with Zhang Liang. "I heard that Zilan Xian was attacked. Is everything alright?" During the time that Zhou Yuan was in seclusion, Wei Zhuang had already seen eye to eye with Hanfei and formally established quicksand. Strictly speaking, the two sides now belonged to an alliance. Just a bunch of outcasts. Wei Zhuang's tone was casual, as if he didn't want his allies to look down on them for it. Romeo sensed that the crowd had the intention of talking about business, and immediately signaled Li Kai, "Father, let me take you to settle down first." Good. Li Kai, after all, had been in the imperial court, so naturally he wouldn't fail to see that, and followed out of the compartment. "You guys want to change Korea? You can start preparing now." Zhou Yuan directly turned the conversation to the main topic. The people looked at each other, and Zhang Liang was the first to inquire, "What is the plan of the Taoist master for quicksand?" This person's willingness to help was the best result. Not only did he add a powerful combatant, this ally had even more unpredictable means. The night curtain seems to be dominated by Ji Wui Knight. In fact, the real core is by Yifei. As long as you kill him, Ji Wui Knight is the meat on the board. Wei Zhuang can go and comb his hair at any time. Zhou Yuan's plan was one point, to kill Bai Yifei. The crowd heard the murderous aura in the words and thought to themselves, "You're a Taoist priest. How can you be even more fierce than a ghost valier?" As always, Wei Zhuang stood at the window, looking different. He was not the first to offer an opinion on this proposal. As if weighing the pros and cons, Hanfei frowned. The Marquis of Bloodcoat is a hereditary marquis with great war achievements, and most of Korea's army is in his hands. If we do it rashly, even if we succeed, I'm afraid it will be difficult to make good. If it doesn't work, the consequences will be unimaginable. He cared more about the stability of Korea than being in power, and if he caused Korea to be in turmoil because of his own mistakes, he would rather not do anything at all. Unless you can come up with the best of both worlds, once you do it, you will leave Korea, whether you succeed or not. Wei Zhuang finally spoke and hit the nail on the head. In response, Zhou Yuan returned 3 words, "Doesn't matter." Wei Zhuang wrinkled his eyebrows and twisted his head to continue looking out the window, looking like he didn't want to talk to you guys anymore. The purple woman advised, "Don't let your anger cloud your mind. You will always think of a better way. As far as I know, that lady is a wanted criminal of the Luo network. If the 3 of you leave Korea alone, even if the Taoist master is superbly strong, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to block these many open and dark arrows." Hanfei also spoke up to advise. "Everyone understands one thing, it's far easier to kill a man than to protect a baby still in its infancy. That's probably why the Ghostbusters stayed single. Women would only affect how fast I could draw my sword. Actually, it's not that there is no method. It's just that I don't want to be in a passive state all the time. Zhou Yuan sighed. It seemed that Bai Yifei could not be killed for the time being. Numerous, however, were intrigued by his words. Hanfei pursued. I wish to hear more. It's simple. Lend a hand. Borrow what? Borrowing from you, Hanfei. Hanfei was confused. What kind of momentum did he have to lend? It couldn't be that reverse scale could go and remove Bai Yifei's head in the middle of the night. Not to mention whether or not reverse scale could leave the sword for long. Whether or not he could beat Bai Yifei was questionable. Zhou Yuan laughed. Brother Han does not know. In this world there is a man of honorable status who has great admiration for you, although he has never met you, but he has been a godly friend for a long time. If you can manage to lure him to Korea, the poor Taoist will have a way to kill Bai Yifei in name only with the help of external forces. Hanfei subconsciously touched his cheeks and thought to himself, am I that attractive? Wei Zhuang, Zhang Liang, and the purple lady also looked at Hanfei, as if trying to find out what was tantalizing about him. His name is Ing Zheng, 37, on science and technology. Ing Zheng, just by hearing the surname, it was not difficult for the crowd to guess his identity, not to mention that he was the king of the strongest country among the 7. If you don't even know who the king of Qin is, you don't need to think about changing Korea. After all, you haven't even learned about your strongest imaginary enemy. How could Ing Zheng come to Korea and help you? Wei Zhuang snorted. He did not recognize the first point alone. The example of King Huai of Chu is still fresh in our minds, and as the king of a country, how could he risk his life? Zhou Yuan laughed. Perhaps Brother Han's charisma is too strong, and it's well known that Qin esteems jurisprudence. Regarding the original story about Ing Zheng coming to Korea, he didn't quite understand it at first, but now he roughly understands it. The Qin state certainly honors the legalists, but would a mere Hanfei be able to make the Qin king wade into danger? Unless, Hanfei's thoughts were in line with Wei Zhuang's, but at the end of it, he put forward another preliminary idea. The power of the state of Qin is held by the Prime Minister Lu Buwei, but as Qin Wangjing grows older and his pro-government is imminent, the two are bound to have a fight unless Lu Buwei willingly surrenders his power. If you go out of the palace in the name of entering Han, it is not a bad plan, and it can also paralyze the bystanders. Zhang Liang also commented that Ing Zheng's move might be related to the upcoming pro-regime, but what exactly he wanted to do was unknown. They were not in Qin and did not know the exact power structure of its court. Zhou Yuan secretly praised that he was worthy of being the future sage of scheming, guessing roughly based on just one sentence. In his opinion, Zhang Liang's wisdom was still above Hanfei. It was just that he preferred to hide himself compared to the protagonist's sharpness. Hanfei, on the other hand, directly appreciated. Zifang is indeed resourceful. After a pause, he added, if all these things come true, that Qin king is not simple. Get in on the ground floor with your body. There were a few sighs in his tone, both praising Qin Wangjing and worrying about the future of Korea. If the strong Qin wants to go east, South Korea is a stumbling block in the way, and it must be kicked away. Qin Wangjing. Interesting. Wei Zhuang also reacted and saw the deep meaning behind this matter. They hardly doubted the question, will Ing Zheng come to Korea? Because this Taoist priest had never made a wrong prediction, which made people subconsciously trust him. The purple woman sat quietly, watching the men display their wits. According to what the Taoist priest said, Qin Wangjing's pro-government is imminent, and the opportunity to enter Korea will be within these 3 months. Hanfei made his judgment because once he was pro-government, coming back to Korea would lose its meaning. Similarly, if one waits until the time of the proclamation is near, it will be too late to do anything, and one may be delayed by the enemy's design and lose the best time for proclamation. Zhou Yuan sipped his tea. Perhaps we use some means to advance the time he comes to Han. What means? Hanfei pursued. For example, you publish an article that interests him. Hanfei was speechless, saying, how do I know what articles Ing Zheng likes to read? And I'm a Confucian scholar and a law major, so it's okay for me to make laws, but to write some magnificent articles, I can't do it. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the defeated look on his face. I'm just borrowing your name. Ing Zheng admires you, and probably only your writings will be read. In that case, the Taoist master already has a bellyful? Hanfei is interested. Has never heard that this person can write articles. Now that I think about it, could it be that it is a deep hiding? The purple lady couldn't help but say, the Taoist master is also proficient in jurisprudence? Wei Zhuang, Zhang Liang also turned his gaze to him, quite expectantly. Ahem. Zhou Yuan cleared his throat and said seriously, no. The crowd nearly fell over. But, the poor Taoist once had a dream, had many bright and prosperous worlds, and saw many light and strange things. Zhuang Zhou dream butterfly. Wei Zhuang blurted out. This is one of the most famous illusions of Taoism. So naturally, you will not be unaware of it. Zhou Yuan nodded. It was exactly this illusion that he intended to use as a reason for his explanation, and then continued. I once heard this sentence in a dream. Science and technology is the first productive force. The words science and technology were unfamiliar to them, but it wasn't hard to guess that it was something about skill, craftsmanship or something like that. As for productivity, it's probably literally about production. Zhang Guqi said, the science and technology in the Taoist priest's mouth? Could it be referring to the Majia organ technique stream? Not bad. Zhou Yuan showed his approval. The Mozi family and the Gongshu family who specialize in organ techniques can be called scientists, and their organ techniques are what I call science and technology. The crowd was even more confused after hearing this. What is the relevance of the Mahist organ technique to production? Zhou Yuan could see the doubts of several people and explained. The organ art is marvelous and infinite, but it is a pity that the people of the Mozi family only know that they are only interested in researching organ beasts with offensive and destructive power, but they don't know where the real beauty of the organ art lies. He'd wanted to spit this out for a long time. Throughout the original, this world can be described as a variety of organ techniques. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, and even swimming in the water can be built. So, wouldn't it be feasible to incorporate these technologies into agriculture, architecture? On the contrary, no matter whether it was the Mo clan or the Gongshu clan, they would only single-mindedly use their organ techniques in war. While it is good to raise armaments, the root of a country's strength is its national power, money and food. The crowd heard the words full of dislike and hatred. How do you intend to use the organ technique for production? Wei Zhuang finally pressed on and opened his mouth. These theories were too new to his ears, and even if they had nothing to do with the way of vertical and horizontal, he could not help but be curious. Zhou Yuan asked rhetorically, let me ask you, what is used to plow the land now? Naturally, it's manpower and plow oxen. If the Mozi family builds organ beasts that can plow the land on their own, will they be able to save a great deal of time and free up a great deal of labor? Wei Zhuang was dumbfounded. Using an organ beast to plow the land? I'm afraid the first Mozi didn't even think about it, did he? Besides, the farming family, all they know is fighting and killing all day long, completely violating the true meaning of the word farming. They don't deserve it. If one is willing to put some effort into drilling all kinds of agricultural materials, one may not be able to increase food production, and those stinking Taoist priests of the Taoist family, who think of pursuing immortality all day long, if they can refine pills that benefit people's livelihoods, that would be a great merit. And, Zhou Yuan spat out a large amount of words in one breath, only to realize that the crowd was looking at him a bit strangely. Oh, except for the poor Taoist. Since the day he entered the Taoist sect, the poor Taoist has been thinking of the living people all the time. All in all, a world where the people are well fed, warmly clothed, and have minced meat to eat is a world worthy of being called a Shangshi. Hanfei was silent for a long time and let out a sigh of relief. If Korea had had Mr. Earlier, why would it be like this? 38. Friends smell good. Hanfei already know how to write this article. List of the hundreds of strengths. Take the essence. As the Taoist said, science and technology. For example, the Mahist organ technique, the Taoist alchemy, the agricultural serial record. If all the visions described by this man ended up being realized, he shuddered to think how wonderful the world would be like that. Once this kind of article comes out, I'm afraid that not only Qin Wanzhang, but all countries will scramble to send people to investigate. Hanfei looked toward Wei Zhuang and solemnly said, I'll be counting on brother Wei Zhuang for the article's dissemination. Under Wei Zhuang, there was the 7 Destroyers Hall. Although this gang's combat power wasn't high, if they wanted to spread the news around the world, these types of ninth-rate forces were better to use. Wei Zhuang said indifferently, I have little interest in benefiting the people, but I can do you this favor. Obviously, he had agreed to do it, and his mouth was inclined to be arrogant for a few moments. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but snicker. It's too good, he agreed. Wichita. It always felt like it was directed at him. In short, in the future these 3 words he would never say. Zhang Liang inquired, will the world described by the Taoist master really appear someday? He's both a bit expectant and a bit reluctant to see it, because it's definitely not going to be South Korea that accomplishes this feat. Conversely, for example, Qin. If Qin one day united the world and realized this great deed, it would only strengthen the foundation of his rule. Unconsciously, Zhang Liang's mind seemed to have crossed decades and seen the future. Hence this ambivalence. It all depends on whether or not the future supreme being of the world is willing to make this happen. Zhou Yuan was not sure if Ying Zhang would support him. It was one thing to be ambitious, but another to believe or not, or to want to build a prosperous and glittering world. There is this saying that the people can be made to know, but they cannot be made to know. The minds of the people were divided, and the seminar came to an end. Hanfei Zhang Liang offered to take his leave, ready to go back to writing articles, regardless of the future. The most important thing at the moment is to get rid of the night curtains, and they will dominate Korea. The Violet Lady seemed to still have questions she wanted to ask and followed Zhou Yuan all the way. Say whatever you want to say. The friendship between us should already be deep, right? Zhou Yuan smiled and teased, alluding to the words of the Purple Lady when they first met. At the time, she probably meant, why do you ask so many questions? Do we know each other well? The Purple Woman blankly glanced at him and teased. So the famous Taoist master Qin Yuan is so petty that he still remembers what happened back then until now. It's just some feelings. It turns out that I already have so many friends without realizing it. Zhou Yuan sighed with a few moments of joy. Once upon a time, sitting in the mountains, only knew to bury his head in alchemy. Martial arts. He did not feel anything wrong, but after stepping into this wonderful world, he realizes what fun means, and that this is the getaway he always wanted. Move with your heart, move with your blade. A friend? The Purple Woman muttered to herself in her mind. Indeed, feelings have built up without them realizing it, and they are now called good friends. You just said that Taoist alchemy can also be used for people's livelihood. Is that true? The Purple Woman asked, the doubt in her heart. Zhou Yuan stopped his footsteps, and without realizing it, the two of them had already walked out of the Purple Orchid Xian and came to the place where they had just fought with Tianze. There are still charred flowers and plants on the ground, and the flames are merciless, making them no longer alive. Zhou Yuan crouched down and did not answer this question directly, but asked in return, do you know the meaning of the word immortal? The Purple Woman thought briefly and replied, longevity and longevity with the heavens. Taoist priests want to cultivate immortality. This matter in the Purple Orchid Xian is not a secret. Some people aspire to, some people question, but all listen to it, think that there is little hope, but it may also be able to succeed. To put it simply, it is to realize the secret of life and death, and to inhibit the inevitable aging and decay of all things in the world. Zhou Yuan slowly placed his hand on the wild grass whose vitality had burned out, and whispered under his breath, so, growth and death have always been the direction I've been working on, and now I've made some small achievements. The power of yin and yang operated silently, transforming into aura and sinking into the withered grass. A strange scene appeared. The original has been cut off, the vitality of the weeds rebloomed turquoise color, as if back from the dead. The Purple Woman's small mouth was slightly open and her eyes were colorful. Zhou Yuan did the same thing again, causing a dried-up flower near him to rebloom and regain its original color. After doing these two things, his essence gradually became low, and he was even more exhausted than the 3 or 4 times he had fought Lady Pearl. I've never been able to penetrate it, and that's all I can do at the moment. Flowers and plants have weak vitality. If they were replaced by living things, I would love to be unable to help. He's stating facts. The Purple Woman, however, thought it was braggadocio. If you really let you penetrate it, you will be considered to have attained the way, won't you? For the first time, she began to believe that the man could actually pull it off. I've heard that the Luo network has a means of bringing the dead back to life. I'd really like to talk to them. Zhou Yuan's face showed anticipation. He didn't care about the issue of identity position. If the object of his request was a good person, then he would have a good talk with the other party and take something of equal value in exchange. If it's the bad guys, then, kill for treasure. Obviously, the Luo network is the bad guy in his mind. Wait until one day the strength is enough. Inevitably have to go on a journey. The Purple Lady said softly, the saying of coming back from the dead is too unbelievable. I'm only afraid that it's some kind of evil art. She didn't want this friend to go astray in his pursuit of immortality and become something that even he hated. The evil art of righteousness depends on who uses it, and since it works, it means that the theory has merit. It's just that they're using it in the wrong place. Zhou Yuan did not think that. For example, by Yifei's cold ice power, the other party was supported by compulsion, which required a large amount of maiden's blood to be fed. Unlike him, by virtue of the mystery of the yin-yang cycle and the unending cycle of life, he could constantly generate cold ice. Perhaps the speed of growth is not as fast as by Yifei, but it is dignified and thick. The Purple Woman saw that he had an art in his mind, so she did not say anything more. I don't know if I'll ever see the world you describe in my lifetime. The Purple Woman let out a sigh of relief. She knew very well that such a grand blueprint could never be accomplished overnight, and she was afraid that it would take decades, or even centuries, to do so. Life is but a few dozen years, and by then she will mostly be gone. Zhou Yuan heard the emotion in his tone and laughed. If there is a day when the poor man achieves enlightenment, he will definitely pull Miss Purple Lady. Just because we're friends? Yes, friend. The two were close enough to clearly smell the aroma of the Purple Woman's hair and wonder which brand of shampoo she was using. Zhou Yuan pressed down the restlessness in his heart and thought, my friend smells so good. Suddenly I don't want to be friends. The Purple Woman suddenly said, you must succeed. Even if you can't become an immortal, there will be your name on the merit monument in 1,000 years. 39. The Purple Lady's past. The purple woman's eyes were full of emotions, and it was obvious that she was also a person with a story. The poor Taoist has only 2 wishes in this life, one wishing to become immortal and live as long as the heavens, the other wishing to be free and roam heaven and earth. Zhou Yuan uttered the secret that was hidden deep in his heart, which was also what he thought was the significance of coming to this era. So I will do my best. The purple woman nodded gently, a heartfelt smile blooming on her face. Zhou Yuan obediently asked, "That question from the initial meeting, can it be answered now?" He was curious about the story behind the purple woman. "Brother Wei Zhuang is considered my righteous brother." The purple woman didn't refuse this time and recounted the events of the past. It turns out that she is actually the former royal family of Zhang, and Wei Zhuang is also the original Zhang nobility. They have known each other since childhood. Later Zhang was destroyed, Wei Zhuang was taken away by a mysterious old man, and the two had not seen each other for 10 years up to that point. It wasn't until 2 years ago that the purple lady decided to move the purple orchid Xian to South Korea because it was difficult for her to gain a foothold in Chu. A group of people on the way to the north encountered robbers, although the purple woman fought back, but ultimately outnumbered. When Wei Zhuang appeared, it's probably fate. When the deceased met, Wei Zhuang acted as the team's umbrella until now. Zhou Yuan laughed. So brother Wei Zhuang is still a man who values love and justice. I was wrong to look at him. The purple woman heard the flirting intent and said in a bad mood, Wei Zhuang originally had a good heart, just a knife mouth. Yo, and protective. Zhou Yuan didn't think so. Wei Zhuang's feelings were only for those close to him, and might not have cared about the group of girls if there was no purple girl. You should know that when Xiao Zhuang starts to get tough, he even cuts his senior brother. The world is mostly stuck on preconceived notions, and Wei Zhuang is proud of his nature and doesn't care to explain. So it's been like that for a long time. The purple lady obviously knows Wei Zhuang's character very well. After all, according to her, the relationship between the two is considered to be a childhood friend. Yes, the preconceived notions in the minds of men are a great mountain that you will never try to move, no matter how hard you try. Zhou Yuan borrowed a flower and used the supreme words of Taoist Master Shen. Wei Zhuang possesses the cynicism of Huang Yaoshi and the rebelliousness of Nezha. You think I'm cold-blooded and heartless, so I'll show you. The violet lady couldn't help but give a sideways glance. These kinds of words don't seem like something a Taoist master would say. It was not that I doubted the man's wisdom, but I felt that the words were full of so much bitterness and helplessness that if I hadn't experienced it, I would have found it difficult to appreciate. But the man in front of me is a genius, so he should not be troubled by preconceptions. Indeed, I did not say that. Zhou Yuan nodded. He was blessed in this life. Not only did he have the advantage of being prescient of the times, he was also gifted with an innate ability to comprehend the Tao. After the two of them enjoyed the moon side by side for a few moments, the purple woman asked again, "You seem to think very favorably of Qin. It's not that I'm optimistic about Qin, but Qin's great power has been established, and fighting for the rest of the 6 worlds, the one who will unify the world in the future will definitely be Qin." Zhou Yuan told him frankly, not to mention how smart Hanfei and Zhang Liang are. In the face of absolute strength, even the best plan is useless. Qin almost crushed the momentum of Korea. Who are you to counter the wisdom of one generation against the efforts of 6 generations of others? In that case, why would you encourage Hanfei and Zhang Liang? The purple woman wondered. Zhou Yuan shook his head, because even if I stop them, they will still do it all the same. This is their motherland, and they have a deep bond since birth. There is no need to persuade, because he is not a Korean. Do not have the national sentiment, cannot stand on the moral high ground to say that the world unification is the general trend. The world is good and so on. That would be too phony. It's as if someone in a previous life told him, don't hate the small life. It will be one of us in 100 years. It was precisely because he knew he could not stop it that he made a gentleman's pact with Hanfei, with a view to saving this talent in the future. The purple lady suddenly laughed. Why did you use the name of Hanfei? Couldn't the famous Qin Yuanzi impress the Qin Wangzheng? It's not good to say. Zhou Yuan knew that she was poking fun at herself, but did not care. If it was Ying Zhang in his old age, he might be interested in alchemists. But now that he was in his prime, his concerns were mostly about people and things related to the king's reign. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and added, within a few years, all 6 countries will be in war, and only Qin will be able to maintain stability. It's an invitation. He's just looking out for his friends. Nothing wrong with that? The purple woman was silent for a long time. Let's talk about it later. Although the Taoist master is skillful in his calculations, there might be times when he miscalculates. What if I'm right? Then I'll listen to you. The purple woman turned and walked away, her voice imperceptible. Zhou Yuan laughed. No wonder he was a righteous brother and sister with Wei Zhuang. This arrogant attribute was almost the same. He also thought of the coming Ying Zhang. In what way should he persuade the other party? Does it mean, Your Majesty, do you want to build a great Qin that will never fall in the sun? Our journey is a starry one. There is a much wider world beyond Great Qin, with many unenlightened and foolish people waiting for us to educate them. Qing Yuan's product will be of high quality, presenting the great king with an eternal life pill. The Bloodcoat Castle at night was, as usual, in the middle of an icy sky. Bai Yifei, dressed in red, sat on the balcony parapet at the highest point of the castle, his body leaning against the cold wall. In front of him stood a man clad in a black cloak and wearing a ghost face mask, listening to the voice of about middle-aged age. It seems that in order to hide his identity, he deliberately suppressed his timbre to a very low level. Perhaps I overestimated your abilities. Unable to kill even a pregnant woman, it seems you can't go much farther. The black-robed man's tone was full of dissatisfaction, and the words seemed to be related to the attack on Zilan Xin this night. The traitor is right in front of you, yet Luonet doesn't dare to do anything. Are you afraid of the Taoists? Bai Yifei sneered back without mercy. No one who betrays the Rahurim ends well, and it might be fun to let her have this child and continue her path. I'm just afraid you'll end up folding and being laughed at. That Taoist is still of use to us, otherwise he would have been a corpse by now. On the contrary, Your Excellency, how does it feel to have your proud abilities taken away from you? It is my gift to him to get what he wants before he dies. Both were doing their best to maintain the majesty of their side, as if anyone and everything was within their grasp. At least the compulsion piece wasn't lost. The man in black continued. You have an internal problem and you don't realize it. Don't overestimate the loyalty of a woman who is addicted to love. Bai Yifei's gaze chilled. Although he had suspected it, the fact that this matter was brought up by an outsider still made him doubly angry. But he tried to suppress it without exploding. Those who betray the Nightshade will die just the same, and she is destined to be a companion if she falls in love with that man. I'll see then. The man in black laughed, a mocking laugh. He turned to leave. Bai Yifei suddenly opened his mouth, his tone morose. The conditions you promised had better be accomplished as soon as possible, or else I will kill you along with me. Of course, that Taoist has been trying to kill you if you're still alive the next time we meet. At the end of his words, the man in black leapt down from a high place. Bai Yifei tried his best to suppress his anger and said in a calm tone, Has the woman been sent this time? His words were not loud, but with the internal power, they were enough to reach the ears of those who should hear them. Report Marquis. Mrs. Mingzhu claimed that she has been busy with affairs recently, and asked the Marquis to, himself, figure it out. Bai Yifei's face instantly became unsightly as an extremely cold truchi stretched out in all directions, instantly freezing a few feet in a radius. Seek death. 40. Sword discussion. Early morning. Everything is revived. Zhou Yuan was playing Tai Chi in the courtyard as usual, while Lian Yu was stroking the zither and playing a cheerful, emotionally charged tune. Zuosima Lui had died, and the family of three was able to reunite, and her mood at the moment was like a withered tree blossoming into a new bud. The salamander is holding Zhou Yan and playing the role of an audience member. As a goddaughter, she rightly follows her godfather's last name. Zhou Yan seemed to be full of interest in martial arts, staring with wide eyes and watching extraordinarily carefully. Unconsciously, half a month has passed. During this period there are no major events. Both sides seem to be waiting for the time to send a fatal blow. After a long time, the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end. Suddenly said, It's been a long time since I've seen Sister Ling Ji. Those who are going to leave can't stay. Zhou Yuan kept moving, looking full of concern. Flame Ling Ji has practiced the Nine Suns' divine power. Naturally can feel the body smiling half-step epileptic is false. Already will not be his pinch. Even if it was a real poison, it would be incinerated by the most masculine and rigid true Qi, and whether it was real or fake no longer mattered. Lian Yu hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. Her affection for us does not seem fake. The implication is, do you want to talk some more? There is no need for that. Master can also control fire. Zhou Yuan shook his head. There was destined to be a battle between him and Tianze. Even if they were barely reconciled now, they would still be immortal in the future. This period of time was nothing more than each taking what they wanted. He got the flame he wanted, and the flame spirit Ji got the gong method in return. The two of them owed each other nothing. That's when the purple lady came over. He's coming. Lan Yu was stunned. Who was here? She didn't realize what was being talked about that night. Zhou Yuan stopped moving, then let Hanfei go and see him, and Hanfei will know in his heart what to say. He felt that it was not yet time to meet each other. After the unification of the world, Qin can only accomplish what he wanted. Too early commitment will only be caught in the power struggle. He wants to see you. The purple woman had a smile in her eyes, seeming to gloat a bit. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. Why? The purple woman teased. The ninth prince is also a smart man. Naturally he doesn't care to take credit for others. He added your name to the signature. This old six. He didn't want to stay out of it, so he let Hanfei write on his behalf. And this kid actually turned the tables on him. Where's the kid? He's already gone, and has most likely met with the man by this time. Lead the way. Seeing that he could not escape, Zhou Yuan simply accepted it. And he was also very curious about the Ying Zheng of this era. Wise, domineering, calm. The first emperor of this era fits everyone's idea of perfection. It's a secluded compound. Just stepping into the courtyard, he felt two stern auras. Wei Zhuang leaned against the corridor pillar, holding a shark's tooth in his arms, his eyes full of wariness looking at the opposite young man of similar age to him. This person is more than likely gainer. When he was young, he was very young, and his breath was not yet as introverted as it would be later on, even sharper than Wei Zhuang. Of course, if it was in the general population, Gainy, the senior brother, would have to appear to be a bit more amiable. The pair of Ghost Valley brothers were looking at each other, as if a blazing fire was burning in each of their eyes, as if to say, senior brother, Xiao Zhuang, fencing? Sensing the arrival of Zhou Yuan and the Violet Lady, the sword intent on the two of them subsided a lot. Wei Zhuang pretended to look at the sky carelessly. For his part, Gainer politely clasped his sword and arched his hand. This, I believe, is Taoist Qing Yuan. It is the poor man. My name is Gainye, and I've heard of the Taoist master's name resounding through the 7 kingdoms. Please don't flatter me. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said, it's just a Taoist priest with a slight knowledge of alchemy. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning, Gainye said in a serious manner. In addition to alchemy, I'm afraid that the Taoist master's martial arts have also been perfected. And my master once said back then that the Taoist master's talent could be called the first of the second-generation disciples. His face was very serious, as if Ghost Valley had really said such things, and with this person's character, it seemed that he wouldn't lie. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look at Wei Zhuang and thought to himself, how come you haven't mentioned this, Mr. Ghost Valley is flattering. The poor Taoist is only somewhat enlightened in Taoism. In terms of sword Tao, it's still Ghost Valley who is proud of the group. The other guy complimented him so hard that he had to be polite. However, this is also the truth. After stepping into the peak of the Ghost Valley double sword, look at the Jianghu was almost difficult to meet the enemy. In addition to those few almost do not go out of the mountain old monster. Zhou Yuan was just about to enter the door when he heard Gainy say, listening to the 9th prince's discussion on swords just now has given me a lot of insights, and now I would like to listen to the Taoist master's tall tales. He was a bit speechless. Xiao Nye, shouldn't you be as shy with words as Xiao Zhuan? But the other party showed an open-mindedness to ask for advice. So he couldn't afford to be disrespectful, so he planned to cope with a few familiar stories. He slowly recounted, in another heaven and earth there is a sword-strong man, called Dugu Old Devil, a person a sword invincible in the world. The group of heroes tied hands, the long sword empty prophet, is not also sad. Dugu's sword demon believes that the way of the sword can be divided into 5 realms. The sharp sword is strong and ferocious, invulnerable, soft sword is flexible and changeable, wonderful, heavy sword without sharpness. The great coincidence is not work. The intention is to lift the weight as if it were light, to the wooden sword, and then into lifting the light as if it were heavy, until we enter the realm of no move is better than a move. Fallacy, to make such a person invincible to the world. It seems that that world isn't much better. Wei Zhuang's tone was disdainful, as they were all using divine weapons. Were they all in the first realm of the sword Tao? Zhou Yuan did not deny that the eagle-shooting realm, if it truly existed, was indeed inferior to this heaven and earth. As for Dokoroko's theory, he felt that the other party's sword philosophy, provided of course that it could not be taken literally, because in the world where Dokoroku is located, there is no abyssal rainbow, shark's tooth, such a divine weapon rich in spiritual chi. The enhancement for high realm martial artists has been very low. The sharp sword realm he refers to as more of a beginner's realm, a swordsman who is still stuck in the conventional swordsmanship stances. The 5 realms of sword Tao is more like a clearly analyzed textbook, honing the way of the sword in all directions from fixed stances to variations to power. Perhaps not in a fixed order, but the end point must be, no stance is better than a stance. That is, back to the basics. No longer stick to any moves, a move are handy and varied. Gainy was calmer than Wei Zhuang, so he quickly figured this out. Maybe that Takuro Senpai's theory is more suitable for beginners. His words have been very subtle. In fact, he is saying that people with poor talent, geniuses like him and Wei Zhuang only needed to practice sharp swords, and at this age they could also comprehend the mysteries of lifting heavy weights as if they were light, and lifting light weights as if they were heavy. It's just as well to fool those fools. Wei Zhuang gradually responded, but still didn't change his tone, because he didn't need this theory at all. Zhou Yuan laughed it off. Geniuses, they have the capital to be proud. That's when Hanfei came out of the house. Dawnguard, it's your turn to go in. 41. Ying Zheng, standing quietly in the courtyard in white, as if with a natural grace and dignity, Ying Zheng was indeed born to be a nobleman. Zhou Yuan came beside him wordlessly, looking up at the same azure sky, as if he was a friend of the same path. Neither spoke, as if they were competing to see who was more patient. since you have chosen Great Qin, why did you not enter Qin when you first came down from the mountain, but came to Korea instead? Ing Zheng finally opened his mouth, and his tone seemed to carry a bit of resentment. The terminal mountain is located in the territory of Qin, so there is no excuse for asking this. Zhou Yuan had an early response to this, because the great king at that time did not need the poor man, sitting in a deep palace, with power falling away. The widow still needs the assistance of the world's heroes today. Ing Zheng did not accept this answer. His meaning is obvious. Knowing that I am facing the dilemma of being pro-regime, you still only care about your own free ride. The end is not a son of man. I don't know what Hanfei has said, but it seems that Ing Zheng has already regarded him as one of his own. Zhou Yuan laughed bitterly. This old six was really good at digging a hole for him. If you need advice, Li Si is sufficient. If you need a guard, Gainy's sword can cut down demons and monsters. If you need an army, millions of Qin troops are at your disposal. The great king now has abundant wings, and only needs to complete his pro-regime. He will be in control of the power, and then all resistance will be futile. He wasn't avoiding it, but it was the fact that even without himself, Ing Zheng could still accomplish these things. It's just hard to avoid feeling grueling because you're still in the process of trying to get there today. Unbeknownst to him, these words caused a furor in Ing Zheng's heart. Li Si was now still Lu Buwei's man on the surface, and no third person knew about his secret defection, not even his closest personal guard, Gun Ye, who had not been informed. So, is Mr. really able to foretell the future? As Hanfei said, nowadays, the military is dominated by the Wang and Ming families. In your opinion, if I were to rule, would these two generals support me? Ing Zheng couldn't care less about his previous disguise. He only wanted to get the answer he wanted now. Will, Zhou Yuan replied without hesitation. Why? It's partly about loyalty and partly about military merit. May I hear it? Ing Zheng was anxious, but remained calm in front of him, which was the basic cultivation of a king. Loyalty, because they all started out with military service and were favored by many of the previous kings, and will never turn their backs so easily as long as the new king of Great Qin is not a dim-witted ruler. Military service, because only the great king can lead them to unify the seven kingdoms. If they cast their lot with Lu Buwei, I'm afraid that Great Qin will be plunged into endless infighting, which won't do them any good. On the contrary, if you defect to the great king, you can easily take down Lu Buwei, and then start a unification war, giving the military a chance to build a career. It is an indisputable fact that the military has risen to prominence on the basis of war, and the military's position is especially important in this upcoming political game. The Zhao clan has been in business for hundreds of years, and its reputation has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, with countless loyal ministers. Only if the king of Qin showed some ability, most people would not hesitate to vote for him, Li Si being the best example. What's more, Lu Buwei never wanted to rebel, and Ing Zheng's only opponent was Lao Ai, the man who was rumored to be able to turn a wheel. In your opinion, sir, the generals of the army will turn toward the widow? Ing Zheng took a long breath in his heart. Although he already had his own plan, he was inevitably a bit apprehensive as the big event was approaching. It is naturally much more relieving to be certified by an authority. They either don't help each other, or they completely turn to the great king, and most of the only ones who assist the rebels are the gang of gatekeepers, who are not worth mentioning. Zhou Yuan mused. Other than that, there is a calamity in the great king's return journey this time. He was a Taoist priest, so naturally his speech should be in line with the Taoist style. Ing Zheng frowned slightly. What is the solution? Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged, but your majesty has his own nobleman to assist him. As the saying goes, good fortune and bad fortune come hand in hand, and you can also receive a great general after you pass this calamity. Zhou Yuan sold the story. Meng's clan was loyal to Qin, and that mutiny ultimately couldn't turn any waves. Wouldn't you be a valuable person to me? Ing Zheng didn't like being out of control, so he smoothly extended the invitation and solemnly said, if you return to Qin with me, I would like to treat you as a state master in the future, and build a Taoist palace, compile a Taoist collection, and establish a Taoist system. There is no reason why it is not possible. This promise is not to say that it is not generous. Simply put, follow my brother. Whatever you want to fulfill. Poor Taoist cannot leave now. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Those who cultivate are most wary of having a defective state of mind. I still have unfinished business. If I leave here, I am afraid that I will brew a heart demon in the future. Sir, are you referring to the Korean Marquis of Blood? Ing Zheng said with a single word, probably because Hanfei had mentioned this matter to him. There is no need for you, sir, to do it. When I am in power in another day, the great Qin Iron Cavalry will come to Korea, and I will give you the head of the Marquis of Blood clothes. The tone of voice is full of absolute confidence. Not to mention a small Korea, even if it is a vast territory of Chu, Great Qin is also sure to destroy. He was a monarch and saw things from a different perspective. If he wanted to kill someone, he didn't need to do it himself. There would naturally be thousands of people to help him do it. As for the question of the man's force, again, it was not on his mind. Are you a good fighter? What's the point of you knowing how to fight? You have to be powerful and have a background. Is 500 iron armor enough? If not, then 5,000 iron armor. 50,000 iron armor. Zhou Yuan laughed and said, maybe he can't wait for the great king to be pro-regime. Ying Zhang's face was puzzled. Now that the great king has left Qin, there are naturally many people who want to kill you. Do you think they will collude with the internal forces of Korea? Zhou Yuan had only mentioned a few things, and Ying Zhang understood everything. As a matter of fact, he had already learned of the existence of 8 Linglongs from Hanfei. When I think of this, another figure springs to mind. Subfather, the teacher he once respected. Now he wants to kill him? Ying Zhang put away his thoughts. As a king, he would never show his vulnerable side to people. I just heard Hanfei mention that you wish to use the power of Great Qin to kill the Bloodcloth Marquis. I don't know what the specific strategy is. He knew that this person will not return to the Qin with him, so it is better to sell this face first, not to mention that the next need for all the people to help him return to the Qin peacefully. This is, in fact, borrowing from each other, plotting the murder of a great Qin envoy with the intention of provoking a war between the two countries. How about this charge? Zhou Yuan confessed that it would be better to use the name of murdering the king of Qin, but then the news of Ying Zhang's private visit to Han would spread all over the world, which would undermine his authority. Mr. Wants Li Si? At a glance, Ying Zhang could see that in order to be used to kill an important Korean minister, this person naturally had to have some weight. Lord Li will be the right-hand man of the great king in the future, so it's a good idea to use this matter to sharpen his heart. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh as he finished, gloating a little in his heart. Ying Zhang nodded without hesitation. The widow will have Lis do everything the gentleman commands. Is the king really willing to give it up? As the gentleman said, it takes a resilient heart to achieve great things. 42. Gathering. Late afternoon. Ying Zhang left, secretly leaving the city under the escort of Gai Nye, while Li Si was left behind. Lord Li is a scholar, yet he has to accompany the poor Taoist to wait for the arrival of a strong enemy. It is difficult for you. Zhou Yuan looked at Li Si in front of him and stored a trace of guilt in his heart, but it soon vanished. What is this suffering compared to the future of your excellency? Li Si's tone was not subdued, eating the king's salary, being loyal to the king's affairs. Li Si is duty-bound to do so. Just a little curious, what person is the Taoist master waiting for? The poor Taoist doesn't know what kind of person will be waiting. Maybe Bai Yifei, or maybe Black and White Xinjian, or maybe both of them will come together. Zhou Yuan couldn't be sure. He was only clear about one thing. His actions must be under the watchful eyes of some people, and through speculation, those people might come to the conclusion that Ying Zhang is in this courtyard. He had previously reminded Hanfei not to bring Ying Zhang to Zilan Xian in order to choose a relatively remote battlefield. Tonight, a lot of people and a lot of things will probably be completely unsettled. What if two come together? Reese couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yuan glanced at him. 36 plans, go for it. Reese, you are so sincere, Zhou Yuan said in relief. That was the worst outcome. Don't worry, the situation won't be that bad. These words were more of a tease, and although they didn't rule out the possibility of Bai Yifei and Black and White Xinjian killing together, he wasn't alone. He also has Xiao Zhuang, Xiao Nye, the amazing salamander, the purple lady. Li Si, however, couldn't half feel at ease, because he suddenly realized that this Taoist master, who was rumored to be a great god, actually didn't have much of a well-thought-out plan. It's like a crazy gambler betting that the situation won't evolve to the worst. But, he's just a bookworm, can do as only ordinary gentlemen 6 arts? From the master word is still far from. If this person feet bottom wipe oil skipped, he must not escape. If another Qin emissary dies in Korea, the great king will do more than just apply pressure. Li Si solemnly reminded, emphasizing his importance. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Was this kid threatening him? It's not his Korea. What's it got to do with me? If that's the case, the poor Taoist will definitely mourn for Lord Li. Li Si stopped talking at once, obviously realizing this as well, and was a bit speechless in his heart. Why would the king do that? Are you doubting my loyalty to you? Zhou Yuan sensed his emotions and realized that what he said was too heavy. Soothingly he said, don't worry, since the king of Qin has given Lord Li to poor Tao, he will naturally keep you safe. If something goes wrong accidentally, then let's pretend that the poor Taoist didn't say anything. Suddenly, a rich aura of fury came over him, and the wailing of lonely souls could be faintly heard in his ears, as if even the heavens and the earth had been rendered, with an extra splash of blood in the dimness. That's the recipe. Zhou Yuan did not have half a bit of fear in his heart and only had a sense of full expectation. The Jedi Grand Master. It must be. If Bai Yifei was still a step away from this realm, The man who was about to arrive was a complete and utter Jedi powerhouse. The hairs of sweat on Zhou Yuan's body stood up. This was something that had never been seen before. The wariness, fervor, and excitement for a strong enemy, and the desire to know more about the experiments. Li Si did not think so. In the face of this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, he felt that the vast righteousness in his body was somewhat suppressed. Is this the momentum of a martial artist? It really is extraordinary. He tried his best to maintain his composure. As a scholar, even if he died, he could not lose his gentlemanly demeanor. When he spoke, he looked at the Taoist priest not far away and saw that he had not fled as he had said earlier, so he was much relieved. However, when the man actually showed up, Reese couldn't hold his breath. Nagan Kuan. The young man standing on the fence was dressed in fancy clothes, and his face was very familiar. It was the Qin ruler Chang'an, Ying Zhang's younger brother Qingzhou, who had been killed in the rebellion earlier in the year. How could he not be shocked when someone who was already dead was standing in front of him intact at the moment? You know me? Sung Jiao had a smile on his face, but his eyes held a few moments of bewilderment. Reese was silent for a long time. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan laughed and said, "Is this the Confucianism of Zibubu Jing's strange force confusing the gods? Seeing ghosts and gods with your own eyes, so you are silent in response?" Li Si gave him a furtive glance, thinking, how can you misinterpret the sage's meaning so? Zhou Yuan looked at Cheng Jiaojiu and said directly, "You're already dead, so let the rightful owner come and speak with the poor Taoist." Upon hearing this, Cheng Jiaxiao's pupils shrunk, and his face became incomparably brilliant, as if he was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis, and the fury on his body grew thicker and thicker. Reese's face froze. He had probably guessed this fact as well, but was it really okay to just say it outright? Waking someone who was caught in a dream is a very dangerous act. A familiar voice came, and Bai Yifei appeared from the other direction, his tone as condescending and beaten as ever. Zhou Yuan snorted. No wonder there has been no movement for so long. So you are waiting for an ally, thinking that you can live on like this? Your head. The poor Taoist will take it. Honestly speaking, he didn't actually have any deep hatred with the other party. He just disliked the other party's behavior, as well as salivating for that power. The best of both worlds, being chivalrous and getting what you deserve. Bai Yifei's face turned steeply cold. For some reason, every time he faced this stinky Taoist priest, he couldn't maintain his noble demeanor. Think you can save your life by bringing a Qin envoy with you? He will only become your companion. Listening to this, he didn't care about Qin's position. Li Si's face sank. You can't afford the wrath of Qin. That's a Korean thing. Bai Yifei sneered, as if he was already bound to do so. Bang! With a loud bang, the gate to the courtyard was shattered from the outside with brute force. The Tianzai, Flame Ling Ji, Wu Shuang Ghost. The 100 Legion walked in one after another. Li Si's face was ugly. He had never thought that this man would play such a big game of chess. Each of these people looked strong, not to mention that now that they were gathered together, could they not be defeated by the power of one person? If I had known this, I should have excused myself from this matter by borrowing an illness from the great king. It seems that you have already made your choice. Zhou Yuan looked at Tianzai. The appearance of the 100 Heavenly Regiment was beyond his expectations, but it was not unacceptable. This was ostensibly a question to Tianzai, but it was actually directed at Flame Spirit Ji, who had also been in a relationship for a while after all. The Flame Lingji, who had been pretending to enjoy the moon, turned her head back and skimmed her lips. I thought you had everything ready, but it turns out that you just pulled a backstabber. She walked slowly, pretending to be careless. What will happen to my antidote if you die? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan smiled. Finally he hadn't paid correctly. This side of the world is smiling and happy, while the other side is very different. Tianzai's face was grim. You dare to betray me? Master has been kind to my slave, and this Taoist priest has been kind to my slave. So if we sit back and do nothing, people will say that we Baiwei people are ungrateful. 43. The Story of the Sword. The Flame Spirit Ji walked all the way to Zhou Yuan's side, completely making her stance clear. At least in this battle, she stood on the side of justice. However, she was also a bit underpowered. Although her power had increased greatly after practicing the Nine Suns' divine power, at best, she could help this person block the master. Where are your allies? She inquired in a low voice, as if she was afraid someone would hear her. Zhou Yuan said with both hands spread out as if he was posing. No, you. Flameling felt her teeth itching to bite. Reese silently took a few steps back to avoid being caught in the crossfire, thinking that pulling in a weakling will change the situation. Ha, delusional. Bai Yifei laughed coldly, but strangely enough, he had the illusion that things were getting out of control even though he clearly had the upper hand at the moment. And so, he struck. Cold air overflowed and ice and snow spread. Dozens of ice arrows cut through the sky and sped towards the several people in a furious manner. It was obvious that he wasn't as relaxed as he thought he was, and had prepared for this battle. Zhou Yuan was not slow, and with a wave of his big hand, the incoming ice arrows instantly collapsed and turned into broken ice scattering all around. In a flash of lightning, Bai Yifei had already killed in front of him, and the bloody sword in his hand was halfway out of its sheath. A dense cold aura came over them, as if it was going to freeze the two of them. Zhou Yuan slapped out his palm and the flames rolled into a long dragon, facing the sword blade directly. The aftermath is scattered in all directions. Doors and windows are shattered, and debris is scattered in the wind. Your Excellency's head portoist is determined. Jesus can't keep it. I said so. Zhou Yuan felt that this was very appropriate and said it in a smooth manner. Ridiculous wish. Bai Yifei's anger had risen to the extreme, completely throwing away his past nobleman's elegant demeanor, and his two swords came out. Zhou Yuan was calm and collected himself, gradually diffusing it with Taiji. The flame spirit Ji looked deeply at the two of them and flew to meet Tianze, who was killing from the other side. The roaring flames intertwined with the snake head chains filled with evil aura, and it seemed like a collision between the sacred and the evil, and nowadays she hadn't lost much to her master. Master, the compulsion in your body may not only be solvable by Bai Yifei. Flamewing still tried to dissuade, not wishing to betray either side if she could. The reason why the Taoist was chosen was because he was at a complete disadvantage. I don't need a traitor to teach me what to do. Tens was losing his mind at this point, not just because of the betrayal, but because his subordinates were about to catch up with him. Wu Shuang nervously scratched his head and looked at the two companions beside him, the meaning of which was self-evident. Help who? The exorcist was silent. The 100 Poison King coldly said, take down the Taoist priest and then plead with the crown prince. At the same time, Sung QQ completely transformed into a middle-aged man with a black and white sword. Black and white Xian Jian, the swords of the heroes. But that was once. You shouldn't have woken me up. Xian Jian drew his twin swords and cast his stern gaze at the duo who were fighting, clearly having the intention of joining in. I seem to have come back late. Wei Zhuang walked slowly into the courtyard, unsurprised by the sight in front of him, as if he was the prettiest boy on the street. No, you came back just in time. Where's Shan Ye? Zhou Yuan took the time to look and realized that Gainey had not returned with Wei Zhuang. He made a point of urging it, unbeknownst to him, when he said that his opponent was so strong that he needed to join forces with vertical and horizontal in order to have a chance of winning. The proud Shoujuan planned to deal with it alone, and so returned one step ahead of Gainey. Wei Zhuang did not answer. His eyes did not hesitate to cast to the strongest among the enemies. Black and white Xian Jian proudly said, your opponent is me. Bai Xian Jian, who was planning to join forces with Bai Yifei, stopped and looked at the young man in front of him who didn't know the heights of heaven. It will be the decision you regret most in your life. Wei Zhuang didn't say anything, only silently pulled out his shark teeth, looking like he was going to brush Xian Jian's hair. With four eyes facing each other, both sides sensed the battle intent in each other's eyes, followed by a tacit understanding to strike at the same time. When sword chi flew across the sky, and the surrounding flowers and plants were all torn to shreds. Reese sat in a distant pavilion, sipping his tea slowly. He had already looked away, if he secretly escaped, but met with misfortune on the way. Instead, he would look stupid. It would be better to sit steadily on Taishan, and if his side won, it would be more reflective of his transcendent state of mind. Is this the reason you're laying down the gauntlet to me? To invite me to this great show? Another figure appeared, a gorgeous dress, beautiful and graceful, quietly hanging in mid-air, like a beautiful landscape. The amazing consort of the Eastern monarch. Help me out. Black and white Xian Jian is definitely a worthy opponent. Zhou Yuan, who was fiercely fighting with Bai Yifei, took the time to reply. Why should I help you? Lord Dongjun, you wouldn't want to lose a rare confidant, would you? Amazing princess, shameless. This was a remote mansion located outside of the city, and the purple lady had brought a group of sisters with her, intending for them to settle here for the time being. After a few months, the startled salamander once again put on the tight black clothes, and tenderly handed his daughter into the arms of. Let me go too, offered a plea, but her voice was very weak. She wanted to help, but was worried that she was not strong enough and would end up being a liability. Shocked salamander shook his head. You still need to grow. Leave the present to us. My daughter is in your hands. Be careful with everything. Lian, you did not insist on following after all, only secretly vowing to become stronger. The shocked salamander nodded slightly and turned around for a split second. The tender mother transformed into a cold swordsman, almost like two people. The purple woman was a little stunned for a moment, but quickly came back to her senses. They should have fought already. Aha! The salamander nodded gently. The two quickly reached an understanding and rushed side by side towards the city. However, they had only just traveled a few miles when they saw a tall figure with a sword on his back standing in front of them, blocking the two women's path with his back turned. The surprising salamander's face gradually became grave. For her, this sword was more than familiar. Burying the sun, the Luo net high level. the status is still above the heavenly character level. Although the purple woman didn't recognize the man, she could sense that the other party was coming from a bad place. You can hardly protect yourself, but you still want to save others. It's simply delusional. Covering Sun's voice was still low, and like the mask on his face, he was hiding his identity. A woman is weak, but a mother is strong, let alone a top assassin. The stunning salamander now had no fear of this superior, and cleanly drew his sword and pointed it at his opponent. I won't run away again. Ha! With a soft laugh, the blood-colored rainbow rushed up into the sky, followed by the continuous sound of metal clashing. The silhouettes flashed and the swords were densely covered. Both of them are assassins. Martial arts path is extremely similar. Swift, cold, moves straight to the vitals, to kill the enemy in the most simple and direct way. The purple woman knew the gap between her strength and the duos, and did not approach the center of the battle circle, but supported from the side with the flexibility and versatility of her sword wielding. The night is long, and tonight is a tale of swords. 44. Rock solid. The full moon is in the sky. The neighing of the warhorses broke the quiet of the night, and the streets echoed with the sound of crisp hooves, as well as the dense sound of footsteps. Ji Wuye, who hadn't gone out in the dead of night for a long time, went against the norm tonight and personally went out to the city today to mobilize troops, as if there was some shocking change about to happen. At that moment, the firelight reflected two figures standing in front of them. Phew! Ji Wuyao fiercely tightened the horse's rope, and because of the strong inertia, the front half of the warhorse's body was raised high. What is the Ninth Prince standing here for when he's up late at night? He had a few moments of displeasure on his face. Since this Ninth Prince had returned to Korea, everything that should have gone well had gone wrong. The gold is gone, the tigers are gone, and the power structure they have worked so hard on for years is gradually being compromised. Ji Wuye disliked Hanfei so much that every time he saw him, it was like eating Xuan was as difficult as eating Shang, and this loathing was almost undisguised on his face, as if he didn't see the rejection on that brawny face. Hanfei laughed softly and said, "The moon is nice tonight, so I'm meeting with Zifan to go out and enjoy the moon." After a pause, he was puzzled again. How did the great general have the leisure to personally lead a patrol this night? Zhang Liang said, "It is said that the great general is devoted to his duties, and this is really true. If all the civil and military personnel are like this, the day of Han's prosperity will not be far away." Ji Wui's face skin twitching. The duo this meal of Rainbow Bridge shot him all over the body uncomfortable. Of course he will not say. This is to lead the troops to cooperate with Bai Yifei to deal with your allies. This general has received precise information that a Luonet assassin has infiltrated the city with ill intent and is waiting to be apprehended. On the surface, Luonet belonged to Qin, but in fact, the two sides were just cooperating, each taking what they needed. Before that, Luonet was still an alliance of assassins who received money for their work. Hanfei was shocked at his words. Is this really true? If that's true, Fei will definitely go with General to find out. Swords have no eyes. The Ninth Duke is not capable of martial arts, so it's better not to come and add to the chaos. Come men, escort the Ninth Prince back to the mansion. Ji Wuye directly objected, very much not giving face to this royal prince. He knew very well that Hanfei's appearance here was by no means a coincidence. Since the Luonet is in rebellion, I shall go myself. A dense sound of footsteps came, and another heavily armed team appeared. A luxurious carriage clustered in the center, and a brocade-clothed young man with a three-quarter resemblance to Hanfei stepped out from within the carriage. It was Han Yu, the brother of Hanfei, the fourth prince. He is different from Hanfei, who has just returned to Korea, and although he has an official position, he basically does not have any real power, except for the favorable opinion of Chancellor Zhang Kaiji. Han Yu has been assisting the dynasty for many years and has not only many followers, but also military power. No matter how dim the king of Han was, he knew that he couldn't let his vassal be a dominant figure, so it could be said that he was an important figure that the king of Han had supported to fight against Ji Wuye. Ji Wuye's face sank. Hanfei's face he cannot give, but cannot not give face to Han Yu. Tonight's matter is only difficult to make good. Fourth prince, please. Great general, please. True Qi clashed, famous swords clashed, and the roar of battle was unceasing. Snakes, scorpions, spiders, countless densely packed scrambles rushed out from the dark and damp bushes, scrambling towards Zhou Yuan. Amazing concubine stood in the air, her veiled hand lightly raised, her true qi flowing around her. As if summoned, the fallen leaves on the ground converged towards her palm. With a flick of the wrist, the fallen leaves flew, full of aura toward the ground. Poisonous insects covered, killing them. Corpses everywhere, and like a battlefield of 10,000 arrows, 10,000 flowers and flying leaves flow. As the Dongjun of the Yin Yang clan and a rare wizard, she was proficient in almost 90% of the Yin Yang clan's arts. The 100 Poisons King was horrified and unconsciously took a few steps back. This kind of swarm attacking means was almost the nemesis of his poisonous insects. Not to be outdone, the exorcist devil blew a mysterious and gloomy piping sound, and the departed dead seemed to be summoned and killed out of the darkness in a brazen manner. Amazing concubine was calm and collected herself. Her hands quickly formed a seal, performing the yin-yang combined hand seal. Several palm prints were blasted out one after another. The oncoming corpse puppets were knocked to the ground, and even the corpse-driving demon was spat out blood from its mouth and retreated back and forth. Now the corpse puppets really are corpses. At the same time, the peerless ghost had already lifted the hammer to kill close to the front. The heavy body fought to leap up, swinging the hammer and smashing it, completely not knowing how to take pity on the girl. Amazing Princess did not spoil him. Accumulating internal energy from top to bottom kicked out a foot. Wu Shuang Ghost was not good at lightweight. Body in midair is even more difficult to perform. Was a solid kick in the face. Bang! Smoke rolled. Broken leaves flew. And a man-sized deep crater was added to the grass. Drink! The peerless ghost became furious and was about to fight again despite his red and swollen cheeks. Wu Shuang, the 100 Poisons King shouted, his eyes full of suggestive meaning. This woman can't be messed with, and she seems to show mercy. Wu Shuang was naive, but not stupid, and after roaring angrily to show his strength, he limped back to his companion. Amazing concubine twisted her head to see that Zhou Yuan was fighting fiercely with the blood-clothed man in close quarters, and although he had been on the defensive, he did not see any decline. In comparison, Wei Zhuang on the other side is being pressed by Xian Jian, and his bruises are so miserable. Flame Spirit Ji and Tianze is also a difficult fight. She now has the 9 Yang divine power to protect the body, but also has a fierce and unrivaled dragon subduing 18 palms. Has been completely not lost Tianze, but also more and more courageous trend of the battle. Amazing concubine's face was odd. A woman actually practiced this kind of martial arts, and it looked like she was using it very smoothly. She then made a decision and swept towards the direction where Wei Zhuang was, and halfway through her journey, her palms had already coalesced into sword blades. The battlefield was unconsciously divided. The originally elegant mansion was in shambles under the horrifying destructive power of the crowd, and Zhou Yuan got the chance to fight by Yifei solo as he wished. What the hell are you waiting for? It seemed that he took the initiative. However, the other party did not receive the slightest damage. Proud of the cold ice was restrained by the flame. Not only could not freeze the other party, even the source of the cold air in the body or hidden tendency to dry up. On top of that, the strength of the other party's physical body and the protective astral aura were also unexpected. He never knew that this person was also proficient in the art of body refining. Under the combination of astral chi, body refining, and both, he was actually able to use his flesh and blood body to fight hard with the dual swords in his hands. Bai Yifei was starting to get anxious. The situation was moving in his unfavorable side. Is that the only means of attack you have? Zhou Yuan laughed coldly. This was the first time he exposed the secret of his physical body to people. Cultivating immortality cultivates both the mind and the body. With 20 years of true chi quenching his body, and the innate yin and yang tu chi transformed into the astral deities to protect his body, his physical body might not be called adamantine, but it was still as solid as a rock, horribly hard all over, so to speak. Under Bai Yifei's incredulous gaze, both hands gripped the blade of the sword. As yin and yang met, the originally peaceful true chi gradually went berserk. Breaking or snapping. The cracks were thick, and the long sword snapped. 45. Devour. Empty hands catch white knives, folding basalt with one hand. Time seemed to freeze, and the only thing that remained was the shattered sword blade slowly falling to the ground. Although Bai Yifei's twin swords could not be called divine weapons, they were still made of rare Xian iron, and now they had been snapped raw. Zhou Yuan never carried weapons because his hands were the strongest weapons. The thick and incomparable palm force came face to face. The sound of the dragon's roar faintly sounded. Bai Yifei has been unable to avoid, can only palm to deal with. Boom! Bai Yifei's body was smashed by the unstoppable palm force and flew, ruthlessly hitting the roof beam pillar behind him, and the large house collapsed. Zhou Yuan twisted his head to look at him. Li Si was still slowly drinking tea. Sensing his gaze, he even smiled and raised his teacup to indicate. Rather elegant. Good. You've succeeded in provoking me. A dark black line burrowed out from under the rubble, as nimble as an octopus's tentacles, twining around and moving the buried pillars, wood chips, and door panels out of the way. Bai Yifei stepped out of the ruins, his hair cloaked, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, his bloody clothes tattered and torn, and his words filled with rage. He had never been so humiliated since the day he was born. Strangely enough, it was clear that he had been seriously injured, but the aura on his body rose instead of falling, and with every step he took, the tiles under his feet were covered with a layer of cold ice. Zhou Yuan raised his head and gazed. and quickly saw that this person was frantically burning his essence blood, and was obviously going to fight to the death. The fish will die, but the net will not break. Drink! Bai Yifei suddenly rose up in the air, striking out his palms one after another towards Zhou Yuan's location, sustaining dozens of cold ice palms. Even though Zhou Yuan performed the Ling Bo Wei steps, he was unable to completely dodge this intensive attack and eventually had to receive it head-on. Using pure Yang True Qi to condense the palm energy, he opened a sparring mode with his opponent. The cold ice and the blazing flames kept colliding in mid-air, and after an intense roar, Zhou Yuan was already filled with water mist and his feet were covered with broken ice. Bai Yifei used all his strength, both palms came out at once, and the cold ice True Qi gushed out like a tidal wave. Just like a torrent of ice and snow, Zhou Yuan had already gained an insight into the other party's intentions, but at this moment, it was too late to dodge, so he could only take this full force blow. The flames condensed into a fire dragon, and the cold ice torrent charged head-on, quickly forming a confrontation, and making a clear distinction between each other. Right at this moment, Bai Yifei's body exploded with an incomparably thick and cold aura, as if even the climate had been affected, shifting from the peak of summer to the cold of winter. Perhaps only he himself knew clearly that the blood parasites in his body were almost burned out of his life and could no longer be saved. It also means that nearly 2 decades of painstaking cultivation has gone down the drain. I want you dead, Bai Yifei roared. With a head full of white hair flying in the wind, he no longer had his old aristocratic demeanor. The dragon of flames was eventually unable to block this cold aura, and was swallowed alive by the cold ice, which in turn spread along with the true qi all the way, completely freezing Zhou Yuan along with several feet around him. Bai Yifei slowly fell to the ground and looked up. The man within the ice still had a loathsome smile on his face, as if he was mocking him. Immediately, he struck out with a palm containing anger, to break the person inside the ice along with the ice. Just then, a hot and incomparable breath came over, the water mist rose up, and the cold ice diminished and melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the two palms met, Bai Yifei once again felt the long-lost suction force, which was the evil power that the other party had once used to steal his ability. North Hades. He wanted to draw back, but his body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and unable to move, and the taiji pattern was faintly visible under his feet, releasing the circulating taiji power. Zhou Yuan said in a deep voice, "Poor Taoist has been waiting for you for a long time," deliberately showing weakness in the front, constantly pestering him to inflict heavy injuries in the back, and forcing Bai Yifei to have to consume the blood parasites, all for this moment right now. Now that Bai Yifei was at his full strength, he would definitely not be able to absorb it, and he might even be injured by his opponent's counterattack. However, he had first been hit by Zhou Yuan's all-out slap, and then he had madly burned his blood parasites in order to win, and at this moment, he had long been externally weak. "You're looking for death," Bai Yifei roared in anger, thinking that his opponent would withdraw his hand like last time because he was unable to withstand the extremely cold true qi, not realizing that Zhou Yuan was now able to transform the absorbed cold internal energy towards the yang gang attribute. Maybe not in a short time. It's absolutely fine to suppress it for the time being. It wasn't until his internal energy flowed out of his body that Bai Yifei reacted completely, hastily mobilizing his true qi to resist, and even attempting to burn the blood parasites again to enhance himself. However, he had overlooked one thing. Zhou Yuan was frantically devouring his internal energy, and the more he did so, the faster the blood parasites would die. As his true qi continued to be devoured, his essence continued to weaken, and even his features were aging at a rate visible to the naked eye, covered in wrinkles. "She will never let you go." His internal energy drained away, Bai Yifei gritted his teeth and uttered his last words, his breath gradually breaking. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and combed the cold ice true qi that was still out of control in his body. Throwing the dried-up corpse in his hands aside, he lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Her, the legendary Marquise? Is she still alive? "Master, stop fighting," the 100 Poison King shouted. At those words, Tianze, who was fighting with Flame Lingji, stopped his movements and looked in the direction of his finger. When witnessing the tragic situation of the blood-clothes Marquis, Tianze could no longer suppress the fear in his heart, but he still had the good face to hold on to his composure. He looked deeply at Flame Spirit Ji and turned to leave. "Go!" Peerless Ghost and the others followed. Zhou Yuan did not go after him, but looked at Amazing Concubine and Wei Zhuang who were teaming up to fight against Xianjian, and after determining that it was difficult for the two sides to distinguish between them, he directly sat down on the ground and ran his gong. His current state was really not suitable for fighting, otherwise it would have been possible for the three of them to join forces to take down Xianjian. The Flame Spirit Ji walked towards him, and when she saw the powerful enemy that had attacked and destroyed Baiyu 16 years ago being sucked into a dry corpse, she couldn't help but be shocked and afraid. It turned out that this set of martial arts could be terrifying to such an extent. Then he got up his little mind again and hummed, Who was it that said that sucking in someone's internal energy would damage the foundation and didn't want New Jia to learn it? Zhou Yuan's eyes were tightly closed as he replied. The poor Taoist will never easily suck in anyone's internal energy. Except for him. Why? He has the attributes I want in him. As if he did not perceive the defeat of his ally, black and white Xianjian was still struggling to tear apart, each sword filled with overbearing power and bloodthirsty fury. Amazing Concubine and Wei Zhuang joined forces, but they couldn't even take half the advantage, and were even vaguely pressed. The sound of dense footsteps came as Hanfei and the others had arrived outside the courtyard. At this time, a strange whistling sound came, as if Xianjian was summoned. He quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night after forcing the two back with a full-strength sword. Wei Zhuang raised his head slightly, and there was a familiar figure standing in the treetops in the distance. Four eyes met, and it was all in the air. Bang! The first few soldiers savagely kicked the basilica door open, and when they saw the mess all over the place, as well as the corpses lying on the ground, they panicked. After double-checking, he rolled and ran out. Great General, something big has happened. The Marquis in blood is dead. 46. Only Bai Yifei is hurt. Who? The startled salamander gasped for air. Several wounds across his right shoulder, blood dripping down his sword-wielding arm. Not to mention the fact that she had just given birth not long afterward. Even at her peak state, she was by no means a match for Covering Sun. If not, who was that person to order them? The heavenly character Great Assassins? Although the Purple Lady's assistance from the side was effective, it could not fundamentally change the battle situation. The real reason that made Covering Sun choose to retreat was that young swordsman. He's Gai Nia, Wei Zhuang's fellow senior, who probably happened to be passing through this place. The Violet Lady opened her mouth to explain. Ghost Valley Air. No wonder it was able to create such a strong deterrent to burying sun, and with just one sword coming across the sky, it managed to injure this Luo Net senior. At this point in time, Gai Nia, the surprising salamander, might not even be able to defeat the Covering Sun, but if they were to join forces, the outcome would be unknown. And she also seemed to see that the young swordsman trailing the Covering Sun all the way, completely unaware of what fear was. He didn't just save us, the startled salamander whispered, still a little frightened in his heart. The Violet Lady nodded heavily. During their fight with the Covering Sun, the distant Violet Orchid Xian had heard the sound of zither, as well as the sounds of a fierce fight. Apparently, someone raided the sisters. Just as Purple Woman and Surprise Salamander reached a tacit agreement and were ready to go back to save the others, they heard the screams coming from all men, while Zilan Xian was all women. It's not hard to tell from the sounds that a third party joined in and unleashed a one-sided killing spree on the attackers. As expected, when the two returned the way they came, they saw corpses all over the place in front of and behind the door of that new residence, and a group of sisters were busy collecting the corpses and preparing them for collective cremation. Seeing that the two returned and were both injured, the crowd immediately surrounded them and spoke with concern. After the Purple Woman responded to the crowd, she looked at the large swath of corpses on the ground and was in a somewhat strange mood. This guy Nia looked so gentle on the surface. How come his sword skills were even more vicious than Wei Zhuang's? That little brother is so handsome. Kai Dai suddenly spoke, her eyes filled with longing. At first you said that Lord Wei Zhuang was the most handsome, then you said that he was the eldest, and now it's this little brother. The woman beside her laughed and joked. Kai Dai said shyly, he saved us. What's wrong with a few compliments? Cluck, I see you want to lose your virginity. Humph, still talking about me? Your eyes were straighter than anyone else's just now. On the side, Lian Yu couldn't help but say nothing. After this night's robbery, the tension in his heart always needed to be vented. The Purple Woman said indifferently, you guys can forget about this one. I guess he's going to hold the sword for the rest of his life. A pure swordsman will not be moved by any woman. Wei Zhuang is like this, and I believe Gaini is too. She looked to the startled salamander with a questioning look on her face. Just now, before Gaini left, he left a sentence that said you guys stay here, so he probably went to the city to support them. Shocked salamander thought for a moment. With him around, everything should be fine. If they leave, the sisters here will be powerless to fight back. Ji Wuye and the others walked into the mansion with large strides, and when they saw the corpses on the ground that were already almost unrecognizable, they couldn't help but look unsightly. Although he had always scorned and even hated this ally, Ji Wuya would never wish for him to die, especially at this extraordinary time, because it meant that he would lose a powerful booster and be alone from now on. Thinking of this, Ji Wuyao sank his face and waved his big hand. Take it down. Zhou Yuan was still sitting steadily on the ground, using his energy to refine Bai Yifei's huge amount of true qi. Even though Bai Yifei had consumed a lot during the fight, this amount was still almost equal to the total amount in his body, and was not easy to digest. Wei Zhuang, Flame Spirit Ji, Amazing Concubine and the others saw the soldiers surrounding them and made a gesture to resist. They were by no means sitting ducks. I'll see who dares to do it. Li Si walked out, his hands behind his back, showing the style of a famous scholar. After watching the play all night, it was finally his turn to play on the stage, and that was the point of his staying here tonight. As soon as Han Yu saw Li Si, he knew that this ninth brother of his was right. He had to come tonight. He could care less about nightmares fights with others, but he couldn't let Ji Wuye do something that might shake the foundation of the Korean nation. Ji Wuye's face was horribly dark, messed up, all messed up. It wasn't that they didn't know that Li Si was here, and they even guessed that Ying Zhang had already left, because killing a Qin king would not be in their interest, and it would also bring about doom. As for Li Si, the plan agreed upon by Ji Wuye and by Yan Fei was for Black and White Xinjian to kill him, and then push everything onto Luonet at that time. The problem is, now that the person isn't dead, everything gets tricky. I only heard Li Si say unhurriedly, the blood-clothes Marquis of Korea suddenly paid a visit to this door this evening, and without a word, he laid a murderer on this envoy. I would like to ask, is this the personal intention of the blood-clothes Marquis, or is it the intention of Korea? Korea wants to go to war with Qin? The moment he opened his mouth, he used his power to suppress others, just as he did in the courtroom, and his confidence stemmed from the great strength of the Qin state. Han Yu couldn't just sit back and watch this charge be put into effect, and spoke. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding. The blood-clothes Marquis has come tonight because he's found out about the Luonet trail. He didn't favor either side, he just hoped that tonight's strife wouldn't lead to a national war. Hanfei's heart is mixed. This backhand is used very skillfully, but also shows the side of Korea's weakness. A Rognet? What Rognet? Reese, feigning confusion, turned his head to look at the crowd behind him. Have you all seen any of the people in the net today? Wei Zhuang sat cross-legged on the ground and ran his energy, licking his wounds in silence. Princess Amazing stood alone in the distance, with a slender figure that was absolutely unique, for by Yan Fei's death, the flame spirit Ji's heart was full of joy, but on her face, she pretended to be panicked and said, there's no such thing as a net. This blood-clothed man just rushed in like a madman, and chopped at every person he saw. I heard that this blood-clothed Marquis practiced evil kung fu. Could he have gotten carried away practicing kung fu? She added wittily to make it all make sense. Impossible. Ji Wuyue was furious. Tonight he had lost an extremely important ally, but these few people wanted to muddle through with flowery words. How could they endure? Now that all the testimonies point to the blood-clothes Marquis, could it be that great general has other witnesses? Han Yu opened his mouth to stop Ji Wuye from going further into a rage. He didn't care if Bai Yifei died or lived, as long as he preserved Korea. These people are in cahoots. Could it be that Ambassador Qin also lies? Han Yu deliberately emphasized the word Qin envoy as if to remind him of something. Ji Wuyao's face changed for a while, furious but helpless. Tonight it was they who had lost completely and utterly. Bai Yifei's allies were nowhere to be seen, almost equivalent to coming alone. Close ranks. In this way, only Bai Yifei was the only one who was injured in the world reached. 47. The woman in the coffin. After Ji Wuye left, Han Yu also offered his farewell. He gave Hanfei a meaningful look and smiled. Ninth brother, I'll leave Lord Li's safety to you. With the Taoist master here, I'm sure everything will be fine, so I'd better go back with fourth brother. Hanfei laughed. If he stayed here, wouldn't it prove that he was familiar with these people? We don't really know each other well. The group then left with their troops. Taoist Qing Yuan is so calculating, inviting me here in the name of placing a war order. The purpose is actually to add a booster. What happened tonight seems to have been planned for a long time. Amazing concubine walked over, pointing out someone's wishful thinking in one bite. The initial refining of the true qi in the body has gradually stabilized, until the complete refining of this huge internal force. Even if it does not reach the absolute great master, it definitely has this level of combat power. It could be said that the current him dared to fight Black and White Xinjian alone. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, slowly stood up and laughed. If I say that I really only wanted to meet Miss Amazing Concubine to discuss the Tao in the beginning, do you believe me? Aren't you afraid that I will help your enemies? Amazing Princess obviously didn't believe me. How in the world could there be such a coincidence? If it was really as she said, whether it was helping Bai Yifei to fight Zhou Yuan or helping Tianze to deal with the flame spirit Ji, it would be an extremely serious outcome. If it's to help Xinjian, Xiao Zhuang is probably going to be gone, because poor Tao has always believed that the girl is a gentle, kind woman who will definitely stand on the side of justice. Zhou Yuan gently patted his ass. He admitted that the purpose of the letter of war was to pull Amazing Concubine into the pirate ship. Although he verbally defied Bai Yifei and Night Curtain, he had always sought to be prudent in his actions, so how could he not leave a backhanded approach? The flame spirit Ji bristled. This person was good at coaxing people. That was how she was tricked into being confused, and now even her master had betrayed her. However, on the contrary, he treated people so well that it was hard not to develop good feelings. It could be said that she was hardened by this person's gongfu, pills, and feelings. I've never been a kind person. Since you've given the order to fight, let's fight. Amazing concubine opened her arms and began to condense her internal energy, in a posture of going to war. Risa's face was odd. Another fight? And the girl had just stood on their side and thought she was the Taoist master's best friend. Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly. It's almost dawn. How about next time? He didn't want to fight with Amazing Princess, not to mention the fact that the two of them didn't have any grudges, and they had just helped him. You do not appear to be injured. Amazing Princess scrutinized him. Zhou Yuan said with a straight face, but I have just devoured a huge power, and now my breath is unstable. So I believe that Miss Amazing Concubine will definitely not do such a thing as taking advantage of a person's danger. Amazing Concubine was speechless for a moment. After not seeing him for a few months, this man had become even more shameless. Why would Lord Donghuang give me such an order? She couldn't help but recall what she had said when the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi had suddenly appeared before she set off, follow him around and unlock the secrets hidden in him. Does that mean she's going to try to stick to this guy for the rest of her life? She gave the man a deep look. I'll be back for you in 3 days. After saying that, he executed his ethereal body technique to leave. Zhou Yuan looked at her wonderful back and thought, so I am surrounded by so much fruitfulness. Then he shook his head, casting away the distractions in his mind. It must be by Yifei's inner strength that carried an evil nature, affecting his upright state of mind. This sister is so beautiful, and she has an aura that the others don't have. She must have a strong desire to conquer men. The flame spirit Ji came to her side with a smile, her words meaning something. Zhou Yuan subconsciously nodded his head, but quickly reacted and denied. I am only Dao friends with her. To be honest, if Amazing Princess hadn't been thinking of fighting him, he would have really wanted to argue with the other party. He practiced the way of Yin and Yang, for which the Yin Yang clan must have very profound insights. Duel? The flame spirit Ji scoffed at this. What's one step further? Dao Yu? She had a very keen sense of smell and always felt that this man often sneaked out behind their backs to do bad things. This is not the place to talk. Go back to Zilan Xian first. Zhou Yuan changed the topic. Now that Bai Yifei was dead and Luo Net retreated, it was believed that the coming period of time would enter a period of calm. Just in time, he could digest the gains from this battle in the meantime. Slave won't go. Suddenly backfiring, there has to be an explanation for the master. The flame spirit Ji turned around and walked in another direction. Zhou Yuan thought about it and finally did not retain it. It was already very rare for her to be able to stand on her side at a critical moment. If there's nowhere else to go, you can always come back. Li Si also spoke up. This matter has been settled, so I will take my leave. If Korea still insists on pursuing this matter, the great Qin Iron Horseman will never agree. If he had a choice, he would never want to stand next to this man again, and this night's encounter had nearly derailed his mind. The poor man sends the gentleman off? I won't bother the Taoist master. I'm sure they're still waiting for me. Good thing too. Zhou Yuan knew that he was referring to Ying Zhang and Gai Nye, so he didn't leave anyone behind, and in the end, Wei Zhuang was the only one left to accompany him. After Li Si left, he looked at Wei Zhuang. Xiao Zhuang, let's go. Wei Zhuang, if he hadn't been so badly injured, he might have had to compete with this man. Stubbornly, Xiao Zhuang refused someone's assistance, as if to preserve the image of being a ghost valier. Bloodcoat Castle. The snow and wind remained. Deep inside the castle, in a secret room where few people set foot, a beautiful and dusty young girl lay quietly inside a coffin made of cold ice. It was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens and for some reason chose to seal herself away. White, dazzling white, everywhere on his body is white, including the dress on his body. Waist-length hair are snow white, skin is even more white, slightly sickly. Suddenly, the young girl's willow brows frowned slightly, as if she had sensed something, and snapped her eyes open. Damn it, who killed my ice seed? The crisp and pleasant sound came out through the air holes of the ice coffin, echoing within the closed chamber. After a long time, the young girl fell into a deep sleep again, leaving only one sentence. When I get out, I'm going to make you look good. Outside the Hanga Pass, an old man and a young man were walking with the moon. Master, why are we going down the mountain? A young girl dressed in green with a full head of white hair suddenly inquired. The old man in the grey Taoist robe thought for a moment and replied, your senior brother said that the scenery in Korea is extremely beautiful and asked us to come over to have some fun. This statement is simply heavenly. In terms of the beautiful scenery, the environment is quiet. Can be compared to the Taiyi Mountains realm as not much, otherwise the heavenly sect would not have chosen there as the sect place. The young girl's brow furrowed. I take it he's made a mess and asked you to clean it up? The old man smiled. Although your senior brother is usually debauched, he acts steadily. You should learn from him. If you can't beat them, call them out. Shame on you. If it's running into that one, there's no shame in not being able to fight. 48. Deep sea fishing. The following day, in the evening, Violet Lady and the others returned to Zilan Xian one after another. You guys are injured. Zhou Yuan's 5 senses were getting sharper and sharper now, and he quickly gained insight into the injuries under the 2 women's dresses and skirts, and it looked like the startled salamander had been injured even more. And in addition to the sword marks on her shoulders, she was afraid that there was still sword chi left in her body. This is also in line with common sense. The purple woman is using a long weapon. Do not need to fight in close quarters. The two if they join forces. The frontal pressure is naturally on the shocked salamander. The startled salamander nodded slightly, her red lips parting, covering the sun. Then he briefly told the process in which Gainer met him by chance and came to his aid. It dawned on Zhou Yuan that no wonder they did not come as promised. So it turned out that they had encountered another strong enemy, which was also considered to have shared a lot of pressure from the side. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhuang glanced this way, his emotions complicated and difficult to understand, but did not say anything, just walked away on his own. I'll help you guys heal your wounds, Zhou Yuan proposed. He was proficient in the waterway and his ability to heal wounds was far better than the others. Aha! The startled salamander didn't refuse, but his face just looked a bit gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Violet Lady shook her head. You can just help Sister Fish. What I suffered is just some superficial injuries. I can just take some pills. It was the truth. The injuries on her body were mostly caused by stray sword chi and were not considered serious. Zhou Yuan thought briefly and nodded slightly. Good. The two of them then came to Zhou Yuan's house, where not many people would come on weekdays, and the only neighboring ones were only the flame spirit Ji and the shocked salamander mother and daughter, which was a bit quieter. The stunning salamander was still wearing the tight-fitting battle robe, and the dress had a great effect on her, as if she had returned to the period of the cool swordsman. She hesitated for a moment and began to disarm. Actually, there is no need. Zhou Yuan hesitantly opened his mouth. His healing method was internal force, and his clothes did not get in the way. It will affect the efficiency of healing, and strong enemies are still watching from the shadows. It's okay. That reason was enough to convince both men. Zhou Yuan felt that something was strange, but the startled salamander's back was turned to him at the moment, so he was unable to see his complexion. Both of them sat on the ground with their knees in the same direction. Zhou Yuan condensed his internal energy and slowly pressed his palms towards the back in front of him. The goodness of water is like water, which benefits all things without contention. The way of water can also hurt, but more than that, it heals. I owe Taoist master too much. I'm afraid I can't pay back in this lifetime. The amazing salamander suddenly opened his mouth, his tone meaningless. I thought that I would be able to repay some favors tonight, but it turned out that I ended up having to ask him to help heal my wounds. You forgot that I am now Yenner's godfather. Zhou Yuan was not amused. As a person of cultivation, he had always believed in karma. Doing good deeds and accumulating evils would eventually come back in various ways. The salamander was silent for a moment before saying something else that was puzzling. Monsieur seems to like these kinds of clothes. Zhou Yuan didn't know how to answer. How many men could say no to Haishir? At that time, when he first saw the startled salamander and witnessed the appearance of a familiar product in a foreign world, he had quite a feeling in his heart, so he commented a few sentences, and he did not expect that the other party would remember it in his heart. These types of dresses are indeed beautifully crafted and appropriate for a woman. He didn't feel right. Why the sudden conversation about clothes? The salamander bit his lower lip lightly, as if he had made up his mind about something. There's no way to repay Taoist master's favor. If you don't mind, I'd like to take the form of a bushy willow. The latter words were difficult to say, but she was sure that the Taoist master's wisdom would understand them. Zhou Yuan was stunned. The possibility that he couldn't believe the most had happened, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Ma'am, I in no way saved you to hold you hostage. I know, but it's the only way I can think of to repay you. The shocked salamander was silent for a moment, then added, the Taoist master should not be practicing the emotionless Tao. Am I not as good as that woman? Turns out she knew everything. She just never said anything. It had come to this, and if he still squirmed, he would truly be worse than a beast. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. Ma'am, I have a better way to heal your wounds. Would you like to try it? I believe in the Taoist priest. This night, Qing Yuanzi had a dream that there was a fish demon on the shore of the East China Sea as a scourge, and as a cultivator, he was duty-bound to draw his sword to subdue the demon and get rid of it. The fish demon is quite cunning. A moment actually capture her not. The critical moment he took out the ancestral demon sword, before finally the fish demon subdued. Last night's battle was very intense. Zhou Yuan used up quite a bit of energy, and this sleep was not until midday. Push open the door. Shocked salamander is holding his daughter in the courtyard swing. Look radiant. All do not see half a bit of injured look. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel that there were really only tired cows. He walked forward and smiled at Zhou Yan. Girl, your righteous father spent a lot of energy last night to help your mother heal her wounds, and if there is a day in the future when you are dying, You will have to take up the responsibility. This may seem like it's addressed to a child, but it's actually a jibe at an adult. The shocked salamander drifted off as if nothing had happened. It was only after last night that she was reacquainted with the Taoist priest. Turns out he's so well versed in this. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yuan was also overwhelmed with emotions in his heart. Although the salamander didn't have the Yuan Qi he needed, she had obviously received specialized training as a beauty who had once been assigned to act as a beauty planner. It simply means knowing men and knowing what you want. The two are a match made in chess. In a few days, the poor Taoist will enter Qin. Zhou Yuan stopped reminiscing and got to the point, his face gradually becoming serious. He was asking for the other party's opinion, and if he did not want to go with him, he could still go to the terminal mountain as originally planned. The heavenly sect has the master's father in attendance, so I'm sorry that the Luonet doesn't dare to make waves. The startled salamander's head was lightly lifted, and his expression was serious. Last night I had said to Covering Sun that I would not be afraid of the Luonet anymore, and would never run away from it again. Zhou Yuan laughed. It can be more than just not escaping, but it may also actively provoke them. He had a deep interest in rohypnol, especially the means of resurrecting the dead, which would be the next major area of his research. So, even if Ronnet didn't come after her, he would still go and talk to the other side. The salamander was speechless for a moment. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who dared to take the initiative to find trouble with the Luonet, right? But she knew the man's quest, and that Taoist heart had long been unshakably firm, and what was decided would never be changed. I believe in the Taoist priest. She still said the same thing, as if she had grabbed a lifeline after drowning, and said she wouldn't let go. Going to Zhongnan Mountain might be safe and secure, but she had no family to turn to, and her life seemed to have lost its color. At that moment, Lan Yu and Li Kai came walking head-on, followed by a charming noblewoman. When Zhou Yuan saw it, he immediately realized that this woman was probably Madame Hu, the mother of Lan Yu, and this family seemed to have come to look for him on purpose. Zhou Yuan's gaze fell on Li Kai's scarred face, and suddenly thoughts arose. Maybe it can still be salvaged. Li Kai stepped forward and arched his hand. I heard that the Taoist master is very interested in the Baiyue treasure, and Madame may know some inside information. Mrs. Huang bowed. The Taoist master has no way of repaying his kindness, so I wish to know everything. 49. The whole thing? The Hayakogashi treasure? The exploration of this secret was stuck in a bottleneck, and Zhou Yuan was planning to find a time to explore the Blood Clothes Fort to see if Bai Yifei had obtained anything. It seems that it would be a good idea to hear the inside story from Mrs. Hu first. He raised his hand in a gesture. How much does the lady know? But tell us. Several people sat around the stone table. Mrs. Hu recalled for a moment, slowly said, to tell the truth, my Hu clan was once the old part of Qiyu. After the defeat in the ancient period, with the rest of the two families moved south together in charge of the Qi secret scrolls, waiting for the return of the devil god. Are you afraid that your men will be disloyal? Well thought out. Zhou Yuan placed his right hand on the table, his fingers gently tapping on the tabletop. He didn't come back later, right? Yes. Mrs. Hu nodded gently. After 1,000 years, the demon god never returned. At this time, one of the families became greedy and wanted to obtain the remaining 2 remnants of the scrolls to open the treasure. Zhou Yuan was not surprised. The era of supremacy of interests, to be able to endure for 1,000 years proved to have been very loyal. After all, the middle has not known how many generations have been separated. He mused, the traitor must not have gotten away with it. If he gets it, I'm afraid the secret of the treasure won't continue to circulate, and Mrs. Hu most likely won't be able to sit here and talk to him. The Taoist priest guessed correctly. That family strength is strong. Our 2 families join hands is also difficult to defeat, but also lucky to be able to escape the danger. From now on incognito. Mrs. Hu thought for a moment and then said, when it came to my father's generation, he was determined not to care about the secret scrolls, and only wanted peace for his descendants from now on. The tone of his voice was slight, and the emotion of hindsight appeared in his eyes. But, then I heard something from my father, that the family that escaped with us that year had been exterminated. It was no wonder she was scared, because if they were the ones found, it would have ended the same way. Although it was hard to escape the end of the extermination in the end, she felt differently at that time. It's all my fault. Li Kai obviously associated himself with what happened back then, and punched the stone table hard, his face full of self-reproach. It's because I have no eyes, otherwise you guys would never. The reason he chose not to reunite with his family in the original, besides protection and guilt, is that the Marquis only wanted the secret scrolls and didn't ask him to kill anyone. The Fire and Rain Villa is full of his men, because of his negligence. It could even be said that it was because of his relationship with his wife that those people were able to find Fire Rain Villa. Therefore, to this day he could not forgive himself. You are too naive. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Do you think that with Bai Yifei's intelligence, He would not know about the tricks these people are doing? Li Kai was incredulous. If you know, why would the Marquis look on coldly? Zhou Yuan gave him a deep look, finally knowing why a main general would be framed by his subordinates like this. This political wisdom is only slightly inferior to the soldier immortal. Mrs. Huan were a bit embarrassed because it was something that even they could figure out. Bai Yifei is an aristocrat and has the best face. He originally didn't care to do this kind of dirty work. Now that someone is willing to do it for him, how could he refuse? But Li Kai originally thought that the Taoist master was biased because he had a grudge against the Marquis. But the more he thought about it, the more horrified his heart became. Yeah, how could someone that smart and scary not know the tricks of his men? Seeing his disoriented appearance, Zhou Yuan immediately changed the topic. Does the lady know the identities of the remaining two families? Concubine really doesn't know. Lady who looked apologetic. Back then, my father did not want to be involved in that secret any longer, and stopped his correspondence with that clan. And by the time he learned of the news, that clan's land had already been reduced to ashes. Ashes? Burning corpses? Zhou Yuan asked after him. For some reason, mentioning flames subconsciously reminded him of the flame spirit Ji. Mrs. Who nodded slightly, mostly to cover up the matter and burn everything to the ground. If Flamingo was a survivor of that family, it was highly likely that she would know something. But of course, it could just be a coincidence. However, Zhou Yuan would not give up any clues, and the next time they met again, they were bound to ask for clarification. He looked to the disoriented Li Kai. How about a whole one? This dignified appearance of the other party nowadays was really intolerable to look at. Plus it was his father, so he didn't mind pointing out a few things. What does the Taoist master mean by this? Li Kai vaguely read it, but just couldn't believe it in his heart. Zhou Yuan mused, with the sculpting technique supplemented with the best face-nourishing pill. I dare not say that it can bring back your former elegance, but at least it can restore 3 or 4 points. Nourishing Dan already has the effect of revitalizing the skin, and after taking it and making a cut on the face, and then applying some medicinal powders such as warming the skin, it can probably save half of the other person's appearance. The skin on Li Kai's face was almost completely necrotic, and he hadn't reached the realm of turning decay into magic after all. Mrs. Hu and Lan Yu glanced at each other and were overjoyed. Although they would not dislike their husband, father, but if they could recover some, at least he would be a little more comfortable in his own heart, because he had scared children to tears a few times earlier. Li Kai no longer dared to go out with a bare face. Puff! Li Kai fiercely knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in succession. Many thanks to the Taoist master for his renewed kindness. Li Kai will only find it difficult to return the favor in this life. It's just a show of hands. Don't forget, Lan Yu is the poor Taoist's disciple. After Zhou Yuan helped him up, he turned his head to look at. A woman's mind is a good one, so you'll be the one to handle the knife and help your father save his face yourself. Me? Lan Yu stiffened and said, Master, but I don't know how. So you're going to be working on your sculpture for a few days. Master, if it was up to Master to do it, I'm only afraid it would give you an extra mother. Zhou Yuan stood up with a meaningful smile. That was actually a flirtatious remark. The point was, his sword skills weren't that great either. Lan Yu had no choice but to accept this errand with a stiff upper lip. Mrs. Who comforted from the side. Don't worry, father and mother will always believe in you. Li Kai nodded his head and said, just feel free to use the knife boldly. Father is not afraid of pain. Zhou Yuan, who was about to walk away, had a footstep. Man, are you trying to vacuum up the battlefield? Lan Yu hurriedly explained. Master has a kind of elixir, called Asaho Dan. After taking it, it can make the number of people unconscious for a few hours. Only then did Li Kai realize, the Taoist master's methods are truly unpredictable. I admire them. Zhou Yuan came to the other mother and daughter and was about to tease Zhou Yan when the startled salamander suddenly spoke out. Can looks be changed too? Ma'am, you're good looking enough as it is. Zhou Yuan spoke bitterly, fearing that the salamander would say something like make me more perfect. Shocked salamander glanced at him, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. I mean, it's not a bad way to get rich. Not everyone in this world is beautiful, and those famous families with noble bloodlines actually have no shortage of ugly people. Zhou Yuan firmly refused. Are you going to destroy the world? 50. There's gold in the pillars. Although Zhou Yuan was not very repulsed by the idea of moving the knife, he definitely could not be the one to bring it up, or else what would future generations say about him? The first plastic surgeon of the Taoist sect? The founder of face-swapping technology? There might even be drugs like Aoyoko will help you become beautiful, which gives me chills just thinking about it. Mrs. Hu and Lan Yu both couldn't help but laugh. They didn't have any thoughts in this regard, and were already very flattered by their own faces. When the startled salamander saw that he was unwilling to do so, she did not mention it again, and had been alchemizing and amassing wealth, and she thought that this person was a wealth junkie. Snap! Zhou Yuan slapped his palm to the back of his hand. killing the compulsion that a certain deep palace complainer had used to contact him. What? The salamander wondered. Nothing, a naughty mosquito. Zhou Yuan lowered his eyebrows, his eyes flickering. Is it because Bai Yifei is dead that you want to ask him what happened? He has not yet figured out whether Mrs. Pearl was intentional that day, and is somewhat conflicted in his mind between not wanting it to be her and fearing that the truth is uncomfortable. Love might not be a good idea, but it was ultimately his first woman in the world. That's when Hanfei and Zhang Liang came back. The blood-clothes marquis practiced his kung fu and became obsessed, nearly injuring the Qin envoy by mistake and causing a big mistake. Father has decreed that this matter ends here. As soon as Hanfei opened his mouth, it was the final word on last night's incident, with all the evidence pointing to Bai Yifei and involving the state of Qin, plus the fact that the king of Han is close to the Taoist priest himself. Today's court meeting went well. Although Ji Wuyue and his party were reluctant, they couldn't argue with the king of Han, who had already made up his mind. Zhang Liang laughed. The king of Han seems to be very inclined towards the Taoist master. His intention was to praise someone's level of alchemy, but he didn't know the inside story. Zhou Yuan nodded. Perhaps the great king is grateful to poor Tao. It's a pity that the Taoist master's ambition is not in my Korea. Hanfei sighed, meaning it. Those who cultivate do not get involved in worldly disputes. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Even if he had the intention to help, the weak South Korea really could not think of the possibility of defeating Qin. Hanfei mused. If we use the way of combining the columns and gather the sharp soldiers of the 6 countries, we may not be able to fight with Qin. Zhou Yuan looked at him. The human heart is the most complicated thing in this world. You have combined. Others have linked. If the 6 states could really spare no effort to join hands against Qin, Qin would have been crippled a long time ago. But unfortunately, this was destined to be an impossible task. Whether it's good or not, we'll only know after we try it. Wei Zhuang walked over. Although the injuries on his body had not yet recovered, his tone was still strong. It's good that you guys are happy. Zhou Yuan had no intention of challenging the hell difficulty and chose to stay out of it. Hanfei skipped the topic and turned to Li Kai. Does the general still wish to be an officer? If it were the past, Li Kai would not hesitate to say no. He did not want to face the ridicule and humiliation of others. But now that the restoration of the appearance is expected, the frozen heart gradually warms up. Am I still okay? Father has heard of the general's case and intends to reinstate him in his official position, pending only his opinion. I will. Li Kai almost wept with joy. He never thought that this day would come. His family reunited and his former glory restored. Zhou Yuan's lips moved, but in the end, he did not open his mouth to persuade. Still the same. He came from a different world and couldn't relate to their domesticity. Now, that's really getting into the game. Zhou Yuan looked at Hanfei with interest. With the nature of the other party, probably not deliberately calculating, but must be happy to see it. What they lack most today is military power. Li Kai is back in the court. With the relationship between the two sides, it is the same as having soldiers in their hands as well. Hanfei said frankly, this is not my intention. The poor man believes. Zhou Yuan nodded his head. Otherwise, with Hanfei's intelligence, he would not be mixed up until he died in Qin. According to the setting of this world, he is smarter than Li Si, but not as ruthless as Li Si. Now there is Li Kai help, but also the support of the Prime Minister Zhang Kai ground. If he has 2 Phoenix 800 on 800, Xuan ring to see the courage. May not be no opportunity to take the reins of power. Of course, the end result won't change much. Zhou Yuan said with interest. Now that your wings are growing, do you have the ambition to sweep away the obstacles and reorganize the kingdom? Almost everyone present could grasp the meaning of these words. Bai Yifei was dead and Ji Wuye was still alive. To change Korea, this great general had to be removed, perhaps even including Hanfei's brother. Wei Zhuang looked at Hanfei, his emotions implying uncertainty. I don't know. Hanfei smiled bitterly. Killing his own brother? Such a thing he really could not do. Zhou Yuan was not surprised. He had always known that Hanfei was not suitable to be a monarch. He did not have that killing heart. The goal he had in mind was probably to be succeeded by his own brother, and to become an auxiliary minister like Taigong himself. But things don't always work out the way they're supposed to. Wouldn't Hanwu be afraid to face a younger brother who's smarter than you and has the same inheritance rights? Just as the words of Ying Zhang, I know that you have not thought of rebelling, but you have the ability to rebel, and this is your sin. Just then, the purple lady once again led that palace eunuch. Immortal master, the great king has an invitation. The eunuch's face is also a bit strange. He has been working in the palace for decades, and it is the first time that he has gone to the greenhouse several times to invite people. It can't be helped. Who made our king like it? The designation changed. Zhou Yuan's heart is like a mirror. Han Wang just need to use the normal Dan. There is no need to see him. Most likely that demon girl again ghost. Well, let's go and meet them and see how you defend yourself. So he stood up and nodded. let's go. After the two left, Zhang Liang mused, the great king seems to hold the Taoist master in high esteem. Hanfei nodded. Father has always been in poor health these past few years, but after using the Taoist priest's elixir recently, he looks much more refreshed. He was completely unaware that his elderly father's health had changed for the better because someone else had taken the strain for him. Zhou Yuan walked into the main hall. The scene that met his eyes was very strange, and the doubts that had plagued him for a long time were completely solved. I only saw Han Wangan's hands tightly encircling the stone pillars in the temple, as if he was afraid of being robbed, as if there were countless gold hidden in them. He also shouted, Your Highness! Your Highness! A strange fragrance filled the air. Zhou Yuan was proficient in elixirs and quickly judged that it contained the effect of disturbing the mind as well as aiding in pleasure. As always, Mrs. Pearl was sitting high up in a purple dress, her slender jade legs crossed, like a spectator viewing the clown's performance below. The Taoist master is so cruel. He sweet-talked me at first, but now he ignores me. Could it be that by killing the blood-clothes marquis, you will never see me again? Monstrous resentment came to the surface. Never underestimate a lonely woman who has lived in the palace for a long time and has eaten her heart out. The poor Taoist also has a question. Was the last meeting deliberately arranged by the lady with the purpose of move the tiger away from the mountain? 51. Gifts. Deliberately? You're not going to get away with this? Mrs. Pearl froze for a long time, then suddenly rushed down from her high perch and gave someone a whack on the chest. I can't believe you doubted me. If I wanted to harm you, I could have revealed this matter in the first place, and even if you were able to escape from the palace, you would have lost your reputation and never been able to get a foothold in Korea again. Asshole. She actually cried. It was the first time in all the time we'd known each other that we'd seen this soft side. It's probably because the queen's wild, exuberant, and superior stance is so deeply ingrained. Zhou Yuan tried. Madam won't say that you have fallen in love with poor Tao, right? Think beautifully. Lady Pearl stopped her movements as if she had come to her senses, and resumed her previous cold, arrogant, and delicate posture, twisting her waist and limbs towards the high ground. As he walked away, he said, It's children who talk about love and affection. We're just taking what we need. Then I am relieved. Zhou Yuan smiled. It felt so good to not have to maintain the car after driving it. Lady Mingzhu was so angry that her teeth itched. Couldn't this person see that she was angry and needed coaxing? Zhou Yuan followed up and smiled. As compensation, poor Taoist is willing to grant Madam a set of ice technique as well as leave an ice seed on your body to help you cultivate. He looked away, true or false, and used it first. The sudden benefit makes Mrs. Pearl suspicious, and it is either treachery or thievery to offer something for nothing. She questioned, What do you want? Zhou Yuan replied decisively, I want to meet the demoiselle client. Business matters. Just this? Lady Pearl fell into thought, and only after a long time did she speak again. Aren't you afraid he'll tell Ji Wuye? Why should I be afraid? Zhou Yuan laughed it off. Not to mention whether Ji Wuye could do anything about it. The demoiselle clothier probably already understood which side was more dominant. Moreover, he didn't think that he and Mingzhu's matter could be hidden from the demoiselle clerk, and if Ji Wuye knew about it, he thought that he would have already used it to make a big deal out of it. Mrs. Pearl couldn't help but rejoice when she saw that he was only making such an easy request. Humph. Men, obviously still favoring her, have to beat around the bush. I knew the Taoist master wasn't that kind of heartless person. It's not in vain that I prepared a gift for you specially and carefully. Gifts? Zhou Yuan was stunned. This promise had been said for a long time, but it had not been realized, and he had gradually forgotten about it. There was that one lady who had the same deep admiration for the Taoist master and had always wanted to meet you. Later, when she learned that you had helped her sister's family, she even wanted to return the favor in kind. Lady Pearl spoke slowly, leaning down to look at him with teasing in her eyes. Do you want to rip? Over the years, she didn't ask me to borrow medicine, but the old ghost never got it. What you want is still there. Oh. Zhou Yuan's breath caught in his throat, and when he heard this, how could he not understand that the words were referring to Hu Beauty? But, how did these two women get together? You're not forcing people, are you? Is the Taoist priest so unsure of his charms? The poor man is certainly a bit of a charmer in that regard. The problem is, I've never met the one. Zhou Yuan felt strange that he would fall in love with him just by hearing about it. That's too much of a stretch. As if she could see through what he was thinking, Mrs. Mingzhu added, Actually, repaying the favor is only one aspect. She also wants to take revenge on this mastermind who wiped out his entire family. As he spoke, he looked mockingly at Han Wangan, who was still holding the gold. Zhou Yuan probably heard and understood that beauty who was obedient on the surface, but in fact, she deeply hated Han Wangan in her heart, because although he did not start the murder at Fire Rain Villa, he was the king of those people. That is to say, in the past, the scene of this moment was often played out in the palace of the Humian. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Han Wangan with a little more pity. Good grief, king. You're doing me a disservice. Don't you know about my relationship with her niece, Mong Yu? Zhou Yuan was a little moved, but he thought that he could not continue to be so indulgent, or else in 1,000 years, the world will not be Chow thief, but Zhou thief. Mrs. Mingzhu was unimpressed. What's so difficult about this? Each discusses their own, not on the line. You call her niece, she still calls you master. Zhou Yuan? Why are you so generous as to offer to warm me? A man who lives in a greenhouse all day, can I expect him to stay from one to the other? Mrs. Mingzhu was interested. Her eyes seemed to say, don't tell me you haven't touched a single one. Zhou Yuan was going to say, we are innocent, but thinking back to last night's madness, he finally didn't have the heart to say it. The person is in the side hall. If the Taoist master doesn't see fit, I'll let her go now, but in that case, my sister will only be ashamed to see a woman actively dedicating herself. Mrs. Pearl followed her lead. Don't say it. Zhou Yuan had already felt that scent, and had deliberately closed his 5 senses earlier in order to isolate the strange fragrance in the hall, so he did not perceive that a fourth person was here. Dual cultivation is more conducive to refining the Fei true Qi in the body. He quickly gave himself a grand excuse, and it did hurt his pride to send an unsolicited lady back. First, teach me the feats you just mentioned, and also, how do you plan to leave the ice seed behind? Lady Pearl stopped him, domineering. I'll have this head soup first. Of course it is the way that Madame is most familiar with. Zhou Yuan finished and looked at Han Wangan. Your Majesty, these 2 goblins have bullied you too much. Poor Taoist will subdue them for you. With an evil look on his face, he said, Ma'am, your husband seems to be in a bad state, and you don't want any harm to come to him, do you? Mrs. Pearl understood in seconds. Don't you move him. With that, the 2 men sat in their chairs and began to pass on the power, as well as the ice seed. Honestly, why do you know so much kung fu for a Taoist priest? The teacher taught me. Liar. Bei Moz is a respected Taoist senior. How could he teach these things? I have more than one teacher. Not far away in the side hall, Beauty who began to fidget, her face complex. Is this really the Taoist master Cheng Yuan, who is rumored to be immortal and righteous? Far too. And Mrs. Pearl's words, what do you mean by each to his own? Do you want to call Lan Yu an aunt today and a teacher's wife tomorrow? She was a bit annoyed that she shouldn't have taken the bad woman's bait, and that the other woman had said, it's pathetic that you don't know what it's like after decades of life. In a moment of impulse, I came with her on a whim. King Han, her nominal husband, is still out there. Even if you hate it, it's hard to be honest about something like that. 1 hour later, the sound of the storm outside gradually ceased, and Humayrin felt her body a little soft, and the sound of footsteps came vaguely to her ears. She immediately lay down on the bed and pretended to have fallen into a deep sleep. Your ladyship must not know that the 5 senses of people who cultivate are far sharper than ordinary people. Hummel struggled for a long time. You're not allowed to tell your sister. Of course the poor man won't say. Zhou Yuan laughed bitterly. How could he take the initiative to say such a thing? And don't tell Man Yu either. Aha. Can't tell my brother-in-law or anyone else either. God knows. You know, and I know, and the bad woman knows it too. 52. Retracing our steps. Night. Silent. The lake gradually calmed down, with only the fish poking their heads out from time to time for a change of air. Zhou Yuan rode on a flatboat with his hands behind his back, driving the boat under his feet forward with his internal force. The king of Han's palace was so much fun, with the generosity of the men and the hospitality of the hostesses, that he couldn't wait to come and visit day after day and night after night. But at this point, having entered the sage mode, after all, reason prevailed, and after becoming immortal, wouldn't 1,000 years be a lot of fun? Mrs. Pearl was overworked and refused to come along, and after telling him the contact information and location, she mercilessly threw him out. Asked about the death of Bai Yifei, she even casually and not perfunctory, completely without the sadness of a dead cousin. But it did reveal a secret. It turned out that Bai Yifei wasn't that Marquis's either, like a tool person adopted for some purpose. As for the mysterious and unpredictable Marquis, Mrs. Pearl knows very little. Because of the innate fear, escape is still not enough, let alone explore its secrets. I only know that that person suddenly passed away that year. Bai Yifei hastily dealt with the funeral and then inherited the marquis, and then sent her to the palace. In the middle of his thoughts, he was already in the center of the lake. On the misty lake, a figure could vaguely be seen in front of him sitting on the bow of the boat fishing, wearing a bucket hat on his head and a straw raincoat. He vaguely blended with the night color. Zhou Yuan drove the boat to within 3 feet, and without competing with the other party for patience, he directly opened his mouth and asked, "How much does your excellency know about the Baiwei treasure?" Since the other party was willing to meet, he must be willing to reveal something. Now do not know the age, origin, and even gender, can only temporarily this to address? Cannot call people demoiselle brother or close brother or guest brother? This is too rude. Legend has it that in the ancient times, the demon god Qi is proficient in a number of heavenly arts, one of which is called the spell of the past life, can make the dead come back to life. The demoiselle was also quick to ask and answer. He sure knows a lot. Zhou Yuan thought to himself, if he could transfer this person's memories to Poverty Road, it would save a lot of effort. But he didn't really go through with it after all. There was no injustice and the other party was giving face. So why bother to harm someone's life? Do you know the exact location? Zhou Yuan asked after him. Although there was not much hope, it was just a matter of a sentence. The demoiselle clothier replied, if I had known that, the blood-clothes marquis would not have had to make a big deal out of it back then. That makes sense. Zhou Yuan nodded. When your excellency didn't disclose the matter of the poor Taoist, I'm sure you're not a raccoon with Ji Wu yet. How about making a friend? I'm just a seller of information. Whoever pays more money will work for whoever they want. The blood-clothed marquis didn't ask, so naturally I won't talk too much. After working with Night Curtain for a long time, my friends in the Jianghu treat me as one of them, and it's not easy for me to explain. The demoiselle began to skim the surface, intentionally or not. All in all just one sentence. They give just too much. Zhou Yuan's face showed his approval. To be in business and not to be in the company of treacherous and evil people. Mr. Gao Yi. The reason why he shifted his address was because he heard from it that the other party was probably in his middle age. Demoiselle? He is not good to respond. After all, these years received a lot of benefits from the blood-clothes hoe. Eat and drink enough to smash the rice bowl this kind of thing cannot do. The demoiselle clothier said with a straight face, I, Tianyi sect, have been established for hundreds of years, and have always adhered to the principle of equal exchange, but for the sake of the Taoist master's coming, this time, I can waive the fee. He's reminding that he's going to charge for the next one. When the other party mentioned the word origin, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but say curiously, do you know the story of the poor Taoist? A little bit. The demoiselle clothier paused and continued. The Taoist master descended into the world roughly 20 years ago, and that night, the immortal gate had opened. Immortal gate. This was the news that Zhou Yuan wanted to hear the most. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, he pursued, because of poor Tao? Senior Beimoi has talked about this matter with Mr. Ghost Valley, sect leader Dong Huang, and Master Sun successively, so I think it must be about 8 or 9. The demoiselle nodded his head in affirmation of his doubt. Zhou Yuan's face instantly became wonderful. Good old man, not a word to me, but externally, he is proclaiming it everywhere. You wait. When you are dying of old age, it will be over whether the disciple gives you a pension or not. What about after the immortal gate opens? Zhou Yuan continued to pursue the question. At this time it was no longer possible to think about whether to pull out the trachea in the future or provide difficult-to-chew beef. The immortal way was important. The time for the opening of the immortal gate is fleeting, so I'm sure a bunch of strong people haven't had the chance to feel it yet. Is it a moment of light? Zhou Yuan was a bit lost in thought, finally understood why the teacher thought he was hopeful of becoming immortal. If the demoiselle clothier hadn't lied, he had once opened that door, even if it was only for a moment. It is presumed that it should be related to traveling, because of a certain way of opening the starry sky to this realm, and because of this special way, he has an innate talent for heaven and earth aura. Well, it turns out that the poor Taoist's way of descending is so special and awesome. Qin Yuanzi couldn't help but feel a little proud, adding a few more points of confidence in the future. Had witnessed that beauty when I came. If the road ahead is confusing in the future, we will retrace our steps. What the Taoist master wants to ask is nothing more than the Sanlong 7 constellations and the immortal sect. That's all I know, so I'll take my leave. The demoiselle clothier suddenly offered his resignation, and without waiting for Zhou Yuan to react, his figure had gradually disappeared into the depths of the mist. The name Tianyi sect is not atmospheric enough. Sir can consider Tianji Lu, by Shaoshang stream, Zilan Xian, Xuan, Zhou Yuan shouted, his gaze somewhat surprised. You made a breakthrough? As he brushed his shoulders, he perceived a sharp aura that was a manifestation of the sharpness going further, almost reaching the peak of the sword chi outward. It could be said that the current Xiao Xuan was a walking sword. If you go up a level, you may gradually converge, also known as returning to the truth. Wei Zhuang snorted coldly, and although he didn't freak out over the name-calling, he didn't pay any attention to him, and walked away on his own. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile. Not talking and pretending to be an expert? It seems that although that battle was badly beaten, it also had a strong sharpening effect on Wei Zhuang, and he even broke through to the realm of the absolute top master in just one day. Growing up in battle and sharpening his sword blade with blood, he was worthy of being a Ghost Valley disciple. If Gainey on the other side hadn't had a strange encounter, I'm afraid that at this point, he would have already been outsmarted by Wei Zhuang. However, a senior brother is still a senior brother, and Zhou Yuan feels that the sword saint should not stay put. and that the original's ability to handle and subdue his opponent with the calmest of minds after breaking his sword alone is enough to give 99% of the world's swordsmen a run for their money. Within the wilderness, the Baiwei Heavenly Regiment gathered once again. Eat this poison pill and I will once again believe in your loyalty. Tianzhe took out a black and unattractive elixir from his bosom and handed it to the flame spirit girl in front of him. It seems logical to use special means after a betrayal. The peerless ghost tried to stop it, but was stopped by the 100 Poisons King. Master, I have always been loyal to you, and last night's act was merely to repay that Taoist priest's favor. The flame spirit Ji did not hesitate to accept the elixir and ate it as if it were candy. What kind of poison can compare to the world's no? One poison. The smiling half-step maniac? 53. Night visit to Bloodcoat Castle. The night is already late. The purple woman's house is still brightly lit. She sits in front of the case constantly fiddling with the abacus, and sometimes murmured, as if in the calculation of a very large account. Zhou Yuan walked into the house with a gentle pace, facing a smile as he approached the other party step by step. Taoist Qing Yuan, what a rare guest. The purple woman did not raise her head, as if she was immersed in the purple orchid Xian finances and could not extricate herself, and she did not know by what she was judging the identity of the visitor. That's true. You and I are intimate partners, and the poor Taoist can't care about concern? If you have something to say, say it. The purple woman saw through it at a glance. This one mostly had nothing to do with it. Is there a surplus this month? Zhou Yuan was a bit shy to speak, but he still opened his honorable mouth. He would never believe the words of the demoiselle client. What do you mean what you know has already been said? It is clear that he did not want to be continued by him to whore himself out, so he would flee at the speed of light. Did he say he wouldn't pay? There is, but the share belonging to the Taoist master is only very little left. Do you need my daughter to list it out for the Taoist master? The purple woman looked at him with a smirk. Qing Yuanzi produced pills are very profitable is right, since the fame will be the ordinary pill's brain all to get the jade management, but also called exercise technology. Subsequently, this person from time to purchase some such as Tianshan Snow Lotus, Millennium Ginseng and other expensive and incomparable medicinal herbs, but also repeated alchemy failure. The furnace let him blow up a number of, can be said to be blood money. Even the great image of this first alchemist began to be shaken. It could be said that this alchemist was both a money spinner and a downright loser. Even if you take Korea's treasury and give it to him to burn, you'll lose it all in a year or two. Zhou Yuan knew what she was thinking, and said with a straight face, failure is the mother of success, and one day, I will tell Miss Violet to see what an immortal pill is. Yes, he had never given up the pursuit of immortal pills. Even if he could not achieve immortal fruits overnight, prolonging his life by 30 to 50 years would be a great success. It seems that there is a need to expand the business. Zhou Yuan whispered, Taoist master has other doors? The purple woman was instantly interested, like a little fortune hunter. Wait for me to think twice. Zhou Yuan was very bottomless in his heart. It's as if some aspects of the world's offerings are out of reach because of the association with the word immortal. Brewing? I'm sorry, but we have immortal wine that smells better than your Lafite. Your Mutai. 4 miles and miles. Soap? We also have it, called Parfum Dew, and after using it once for 3 days without bathing there is still a lingering scent. Makeup, stockings and the like, not to mention the purple girl was wearing it. It was probably only the greater scarcity of alchemists that gave him a bare share of the means, but not enough to support his. Are you really going to open a plastic surgery hospital in Xincheng? This idea was dismissed by Zhou Yuan just as soon as it appeared. It's not that you don't want to around, it's that this path is not for this world. After all, the ugly people among the nobles are a very small minority. The ordinary civilians are still difficult to support the food and clothing, let alone spend a lot of money on the face of the knife. After further thought, there were only 2 paths left. Hayakugashi treasure, Qin state treasury. There is no doubt about the richness of the Qin state, not to mention the fact that in order to unify the world in the future, it will be the mastery of the resources of the entire 9 states, pouring the world's power to cultivate immortality, and smashing it with elixirs will also give you a smashing out. As for the Baiwei treasure, in addition to the gungfu left behind by Qi Yu, there should be a large number of exotic treasures. After all, the demon god reemergence is also to money and food. These treasures would be worth a fortune today. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan made a choice. Tonight's nightly visit to the widow's village. No, a night visit to Bloodcoat Castle. Counting the time, the old man should be here. The purple woman frowned slightly. You're going to the Bloodclothes Castle? Yes, if you are short of money, I can lend it to you first. Zhou Yuan was speechless. Was this thinking that he was going to steal something from the Bloodclothes fort? But on second thought, it seems to be true. The poor Taoist is going to explore the secrets of the Baiwei treasure. He carefully corrected that stealing treasure and stealing money are not the same thing. I'll go with you, the purple woman proposed. She was also very curious about that treasure that countless people had dreamed of. No. Why? Are you afraid I'll steal your treasure? Afraid you're in danger. Zhou Yuan had always adhered to a cautious attitude towards an almost completely unknown enemy. What kind of power can make a castle snow year-round, regardless of winter or summer? Seeing him look like this, the purple woman realized that there might be something else going on, so she didn't dwell on it. Be careful with everything. After Bai Yifei's death, most of the troops in the Bloodcoat Castle were transferred away, and the castle, which is still in the freezing snow, became even colder. Han Wangan seemed to be mindful of the 2 generations of Marquis with outstanding achievements, and did not completely liquidate, of course, may also be out of fear. Zhou Yuan stepped on the moon and landed in a smooth figure. Through the dictation of Mrs. Ming Zhu, he had a preliminary understanding of the layout of this castle. Nowadays, the guards inside the castle were already very weak, and with his stature, he could easily get past the guards and reach the interior of the castle silently. The deeper you go, the colder the climate gets. As if you've come from the middle of summer to the North Pole. Could it be a formation? Zhou Yuan pondered in his heart and suddenly realized that the secrets hidden in this castle were no less than the Baiyue treasure. Who, perceiving a very slight aura behind him, although deliberately hidden, it could not be concealed from his 5 senses, which were extremely sharp. Amazing Princess Soleil walked out in a big way. I wanted to seek out your excellency to discuss the Tao, but I ran into this kind of chicken stealing. She tried to act as if she had been stolen, not wanting to be seen to be secretly stalking the fact that she had been given insight. Discourse in the middle of the night? Ha! Zhou Yuan saw through it and didn't say anything. Since we're here, together, the Yin Yang clan's Dongjun is strong, and instead of needing him to take care of him, he could be an aid. How could I do something like that? Amazing Princess looked proud, yet the next moment, her small hand was held and dragged to the corner. Not long after, a patrol of soldiers passed by where the 2 had just been. Amazing Concubine drew back her small hand and said, disgruntled, why are you hiding? Girl, what thief have you ever seen that was honorable? You even dared to kill the blood-clothed Marquis, so you're still afraid of these few shrimp soldiers? Zhou Yuan was speechless for a moment. He dared to kill Bai Yifei because the other party's strength was within his control, and he had prepared himself. That mysterious and unpredictable woman was completely out of sight, and with no knowledge of her strength, her methods, or even whether she was alive. She certainly had to be careful. Taking a step back, even if the woman was dead, breaking in so openly and forcefully would soon attract an army. Don't you see anything odd about this place? Located in the Yin vein, the ancient formations above were added to create the present icy scene. Zhou Yuan, no, you really know? 54. Zhou Yuan had always thought that the amazing concubine in front of him was ignorant because she was too young, but now it seemed that she knew far more than she thought. It's called knowing without fear. You know that woman? I know that a strange woman who carries an ancient inheritance needs to stay in a cold and gloomy place for a long time. Otherwise her spiritual power will gradually dissipate. Amazingly, Princess Amazing spoke with impressive clarity. If I had known that you knew so much, I would have added money to find what Demoiselle Gesta. So, is she dead? Zhou Yuan captured the key information. Ancient inheritance, spiritual power. It sounded inextricably related to the immortal Tao. Suddenly he didn't want that one to die, and if he could talk to her, he'd be able to get something huge out of it. No one knows. Princess Amazing shook her head, her heart bottoming out a bit. She actually didn't know much. This information was still told to her by the East Emperor before she set off, but of course she wouldn't say anything about this matter. To maintain her knowledgeable side, Zhou Yuan did not doubt it and began to sneak towards the palace where Bai Yifei resided, following the route depicted by Lady Ningzhu. Not long after, the 2 had stepped into the unusually cold palace. The layout of the entire palace was very simple, basically dominated by the red color tone, almost without any extra furnishings. Looking around, a clear view. Princess Amazing mused, you can't hide anything in a place like this unless there are secret rooms. Zhou Yuan took over the conversation and the 2 of them hit it off. What are you looking for? Amazing Princess inquired, clearly intent on helping. Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned. How did he suddenly become so good at talking? Just don't want to delay with you. Finish this so that you can discuss with me. Amazing Concubine responded as an afterthought, her face feigning carelessness. Zhou Yuan saw through it and pondered. The Baiyue treasure. I think it should involve a map and perhaps a key. This was the conclusion he reached after reasoning for a long time by combining the narrations of Mrs. Mingzhu, Mrs. Hu and others. Since it was a treasure, it must have left the exact location. At the same time, there should also be a corresponding means of sealing. Otherwise if a passerby meets by chance and gets it, will not vomit blood 3 liters? Of course, we'll have to wait until we find it. Zhou Yuan suddenly proposed. I wonder what the combination of my Taoist family and your Yin Yang family would be like. Taoist, the Yin Yang family. All of them are cultivators chasing after the heavenly Tao. Of course they won't use the most time-consuming and laborious way to find it. Otherwise what else is there to cultivate the Tao? Not to mention, Zhou Yuan's major discipline was also the yin-yang way, which was very much in line with the yin-yang clan. Princess Amazing thought briefly. May. The two of them immediately sat face to face, palms facing each other. Two strands of true qi with similar breaths surged out from the two of them respectively, instantly filling the entire palace. Princess Amazing's true qi was different from normal people, mixed with a few moments of sizzling heat, which was masculine, yet it did not look like a pure flame attribute. Zhou Yuan had now gradually tended to be balanced, with the two attributes of cold ice and blazing flames entwined with each other, vaguely forming the phase of Taiji, the way of the infinite, which continues within me. Under the coverage of pure Taoist true qi, the whole room seemed to be fixed, and the two qi flowed in all directions, starting to search for the movement in the stillness. A three-legged golden crow with a golden-colored body surrounded by a divine aura flew out from the amazing concubine's body and flew around the hall continuously, searching. Wherever a secret door existed in the temple, it was bound to be unable to escape the duo's means of detection. Zhou Yuan gazed at the three-legged golden crow and thought, is this the ability of her bloodline? You're more suitable for my yin-yang family. Amazing concubine suddenly opened her mouth, her tone seeming somewhat regretful. Zhou Yuan laughed it off. This matter could not be left to him. When he was directly born in Tai Mountain, it was probably the arrangement of a supreme god in the underworld. However, he was not sorry. North Underworld treated him extremely well. Taoism, alchemy, martial arts, almost taught him everything. Besides, if you really join the yin-yang family, how can you still have the heart to cultivate if you spend the whole day in a group of women? The girl seems to harbor a special bloodline. What's the point of asking about it? Amazing princess, apparently unwilling to reveal it, closed her eyes and didn't look at him. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan did not continue to pursue the matter and devoted his full attention to the exploration. A moment later, the three-legged golden crow and the two qi of yin and yang stopped in front of a stone wall at the same time. Found it! Zhou Yuan stood up and walked towards that wall, with amazing concubine following close behind. Coming to the stone wall, his eyes swept slightly, quickly discerning the imperceptible spot and pressing his palm on it. Ka! The stone tiles sagged, a heavy stone door slowly turned, and a passageway to the underground was revealed. The stone walls on either side were inlaid with many jewels, illuminating the path downward. The blood-clothes husband family seemed to enjoy creating these types of secret chambers. If we move it all back, it will last at least a few months of alchemy. Zhou Yuan secretly mused, then carefully walked in, constantly observing the situation along the way. There were no imaginary organs, traps. This journey went very smoothly. Not long after, the two of them stepped into the secret room. White walls, coffins, bookshelves, all painted white, as if to create a snowy landscape. Even the temperature inside the chamber was bone-chillingly cold, probably the coldest place in the entire blood-clothes castle. The person in the coffin was also all snow-white, just lying there peacefully. Could it be her? Zhou Yuan gave a shhh gesture to amazing concubine and was secretly on guard in his heart. Although he had disappeared for more than 20 years and was still lying in the coffin at this moment, he did not rule out the possibility that he was still alive, and this world could not be measured by common sense. Princess Amazing walked forward, her eyes sizing up the coffin, and she wondered if she was comparing her beauty to the others. Zhou Yuan thought about it, but finally did not spit out any words, nor did he open his mouth to speak, so as not to wake up the woman and bring unnecessary trouble. He came to the white shelf by himself, didn't waste time to check it, directly opened his carry-on package, stuffed a bunch of ancient books into it, only leaving the white skirt on top untouched. Amazing princess witnessed this scene and her face was a little unnatural. This guy was going to take the... Suddenly, the man in the coffin opened his eyes and met Princess Amazing's eyes. Zhou Yuan felt something in his heart and turned his head to look over. 3 men, 6 eyes sizing each other up. Burglary, stolen goods. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and said to the woman, Senior is just borrowing it to have a look, and will definitely return it to its rightful owner in the future. It's you! The woman's red lips flicked out, and a color of anger appeared on her stunning face. She seemed to recognize Zhou Yuan, or rather, she recognized the aura on the other party. Confirmation of eyes, mostly people who can't be beaten. The wind is tight, tugging and whirring. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yuan executed the Lingbo Weibu, utilizing his speed to the extreme, and pulled Amazing Concubine's hand and ran outside. He had the sharpest aura perception and could vaguely sense the powerful aura emanating from the woman. The woman was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect this little thief to run so decisively. Boom! The ice coffin shattered and the person in the coffin slowly stepped out. 55. An insurmountable rift. Having just stepped out of the main hall, Zhou Yuan, who was running playfully and furiously, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Directly in front of him, a white dress hung in mid-air, bathed in the roiling wind and snow. The most attractive thing about the Marquis was not the stunning face, but the extraordinary temperament of her body, as if she did not belong to this earth. It's like a stunning, graceful dragon. The god of the Luo River in Chao Zijian's Luoshanfu probably looks like this, doesn't it? If Senior is unwilling, we will return the item to its rightful owner here. Zhou Yuan offered the package in his hands with both hands. He did not like killing, not to mention that he was now at a disadvantage. There was no need to make a big fuss. His Lingbo Weibu was already fast enough, but the other party seemed to have the means of instantaneous movement and had already blocked the way first. The Marquis surveyed the two men from her perch, her gaze finally settling on the dowser. Did you kill him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan realized that it would only be difficult to make things right tonight. Without a word, Amazing Concubine condensed her sword blade and palms with her true chi and took a step forward to block in front of someone. Zhou Yuan was greatly surprised. Was the relationship between them already this good? You can't die. Seemingly afraid that he would misunderstand something, Amazing Concubine solemnly reminded. Zhou Yuan didn't really think too much about it, although he didn't know why Princess Yan was so protective of him, but it definitely wasn't because of the word love. He took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with the other party. As a man of cultivation, how could he hide behind a woman? Bai Yifei has committed many evils and used the blood of innocent people for cultivation. He deserves to be killed. I'm sure Senior doesn't want him to go around corrupting your reputation, right? The reason for the explanation was because she had heard those secrets from Lady Pearl and realized that the Marquis and Bai Yifei were not really that close to each other. Moreover, he also sensed that the other party had not unleashed killing intent on them, and there might still be room for things to turn around. The Marquis fell into deep thought, as if discerning whether his words were true or false. Zhou Yuan and his duo were not in a hurry to make a move. The other party's mysterious and unpredictable means, as well as their oppressive aura, were scary. They were confident, not a mallet, and this had been the absolute suppression of the realm. Looks like he's on that path after all, the Marquis murmured, then cast her gaze once more. These things can be given to you, and the killing of him can be forgiven. The other party clearly had something in his words, so Zhou Yuan pursued. I wonder what Senior wants. This body of your kung fu. The Marquis spoke out of turn, not wanting your life, but this body of kung fu is almost equal to half a life. Zhou Yuan's face sank. Admittedly, without his internal strength he could still practice back again, but what about the time consumed in it? Although the North Underworld power has the ability to suck people's internal energy, but ultimately not as pure Taoist true chi as one's own cultivation. Similar to Bai Yifei, such as the ice attribute of the ice is few and far between. And, why should he be tied up? The amazing princess was even more direct, and as soon as the Marquis's words were out of her mouth, she had flown off and swept away with a reliability that was almost tearful. Zhou Yuan could not afford to lag behind and performed his stance to follow him, his right fist quickly building up its strength before slamming out. The fist power filled with flames came out of his hand, and with his current power, the power of this punch was enough to collapse a house. Amazing Concubine also had no reservations, directly raising her power of gathering chi into blades to 60%. Obviously after experiencing that battle, her strength had also increased. Sword chi, fist energy, swept towards the Marquis in midair at the same time. She, however, did not flash or evade, and with just a look, the temperature in a circle of dozens of feet instantly dropped by a dozen degrees. The snowflakes in the sky coalesced noiselessly, turning into a wall of ice in front of his body, easily dissolving the duo's attack. Not only did she possess absolute strength suppression, she was also in the best position to fight, with the snow-capped peaks being an inexhaustible source of power. Pointless resistance. The Marquis condensed her spiritual energy and waved her hand lightly. The falling snowflakes turned into dense ice arrows, as if 10,000 arrows were firing at once, covering down towards the two of them. Such tactics seemed to no longer belong to the earth, as if they were facing a deity. Of course, if according to the words of Bei Moz, there were no longer any immortals in this world. And no matter how strong the Marquis was, she still belonged to the ranks of mortals after all. Zhou Yuan quickly rushed to the front of Amazing Concubine and condensed a layer of astral barrier with yin and yang chi, enveloping the two of them. Bang bang bang, the ice arrows kept smashing on the astral barrier as if it was endless. In the long run, even if Zhou Yuan's internal strength was deeper now, it would eventually be heading towards exhaustion. I guard, you attack. Zhou Yuan quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Amazing Concubine's chi gathering into a blade had a powerful attack, but a relatively weak defense. If this soul companion fell, he would be on his own, and it would be better to combine the strengths of each and use the best tactics to match them. He let out a low gulp, and the true chi in his body rapidly transformed. The rolling flames swept forward like a wave, melting all the incoming ice arrows. Amazing Concubine quickly understood and took this opening to kill from behind him. Her two-handed sword blades interlaced and crossed, taking on a form. Perhaps he didn't want to miss this good opportunity to counterattack. This move to gather chi into a blade had reached 80% of the power, as if even space was going to be torn apart. Amazing concubine's face instantly turned pale, and her body's ability to withstand it had almost reached its limit. Zhou Yuan still felt that it wasn't enough insurance. He built up his full strength, and his two palms came out, blasting out the two giant dragons of cold ice and flames. Facing this opponent with terrifying strength, both of them did not have any reservations. Boom! The sword chi and palm force hit the ice wall at the same time, and all of a sudden, cracks spread out and shattered. However, this all-out strike under the joint effort ultimately failed to injure the opponent. The huge gap in realm seemed to be an insurmountable moat. The Marquis's eyes flashed a flash of surprise, as if she did not expect the duo to be able to break her defense. Praising, not bad. Seemingly as a sign of respect, she also began to cast a spell. As his arms slowly opened, countless ice spines emerged from behind himself, regardless of the number. The scale was far beyond by Yan Fei, like the difference between an adult and a child. Zhou Yuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air at the sight. This fairy-like figure was actually a tentacle monster. Bang bang bang, ice spines one after another continuously smashed down towards the two. The destructive force is very amazing. Every time I'm afraid that there is 1,000 pounds of force, the ground will be smashed out of a road and a deep pit. In the face of this terrifying and incessant attack, the two of them could only keep dodging. How could they still have the strength to counterattack? It's not like you're pro-life. What's the point of taking a life? Zhou Yuan took advantage of the gap to shout. Humph. The Marquis did not explain, but only drove the ice vines to whip him. Ultimately, the long defense will be lost. In the face of this impermeable attack, the two have been smashed flying, spitting blood bodies seriously injured. Teacher, it's going to be gone if you don't come. Zhou Yuan gathered his astral energy with all his might and barely managed to block the whip of the ice vines, but he was already faltering. This is no longer a level of combat. The Marquis frowned slightly as the ice vines behind her stopped their attacks and her gaze looked towards the front of the blood-clothed fortress. As if hearing the call, there was an additional ethereal aura between heaven and earth, and the grey-robed Baimoz appeared on the roof not far away. Old man, your disciple killed my son. How does that count? Thank you all for your rewarding reading support. 56. The big boys are gathered. Head of the heavenly sect, the first contemporary of Taoism, Baimoz was obviously quite intimidating, and the moment he showed up, the Marquis changed from her previous lofty attitude, and her tone seemed to carry a hint of condescension, as if emphasizing that she was the victim. This was a very strange woman, obviously with at least one aeon of experience, but at the moment, she was as cunning as a young girl. Baimoz was silent for a moment and said in a very flat tone, "If you kill him, you will never be able to return to the snow region." There was no nonsense, nor did he argue with the other side about who was right or wrong, and the moment he opened his mouth, he spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. For the first time, Zhou Yuan realized that his teacher, who had always been approachable, had such a domineering side. He suddenly thought of a person, Wudong founding ancestor Zhang Jinren. The poor Taoist has been in seclusion for dozens of years. Have you all forgotten that Azzi swinging demon? I didn't think of killing him, as long as this power. The Marquis seemed enraged and said coldly, "You should know how important that person is to me." No way. Baimoz shook his head slightly and balked. On what grounds? The next 20 years is too long for any of us to wait. Us? As soon as the words left his mouth, a stern and boundless aura came over him, and a bamboo pole cut through the night sky, shattering all the snowflakes along the way. Boom! The palace whereby Yan Fei resided was torn apart by the sword chi, neatly splitting into two, along with the ground being ripped open with a crack several feet deep and tens of feet long. The bamboo pole went on unabated, deeply embedded in the ground. Zhou Yuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air when he saw this. This sword felt like some déjà vu, only that he had never seen it with his own eyes and did not dare to be sure for a while. 100-pace flying sword? But that's a distance of hundreds of paces less. The owner of the sword never showed himself from the beginning, but only expressed his presence in this way. On top of that, he also vaguely sensed an aura that was very similar to his own, yet even more powerful. The way of yin and yang? He had already roughly guessed the identities of the two men in the shadows. He just couldn't figure out why they were protecting him. Do you guys really think he can succeed? The Marquis was very annoyed, but in the end, she didn't strike again. If there was only one opponent of the same realm, she would still be able to run even if she couldn't beat them, but now that there were three of them, I'm afraid that she really wouldn't be able to return if she moved. Baimoz sighed quietly. Once a person has a thought, they will not be able to control the birth of an obsession. The poor Taoist still wants to fight again. There was a pause, and his eyes went to his beloved disciple. Actually, it's not for lack of other methods. The Marquis also cast a glance, and her face seemed to have more than a hint of mortification. Take your precious apprentice and get out. Zhou Yuan was a bit confused. The two seemed to have made some kind of agreement behind his back. amazing concubine, who was sitting on the ground to heal her wounds, slowly stood up and solemnly said, "I will come back for you again." At the end of his words, he performed a light power and floated away, which was clearly the direction from which the yin-yang aura came from. Sure enough, it's that man. Zhou Yuan was completely sure, and after seeing her off, he looked down at the package in his hand and fell into the difficult decision of to return or not to return. It is reasonable to return it, but there is always something in my heart that I can't let go of. Since the fairy has promised to give it to you, it's hard to refuse the hospitality, so accept it. After finishing his speech, Bei Moz seemed to feel that his old face was a bit untenable, and quickly turned around to leave. Putting aside her age, and her fierce appearance just now, the Marquis was fairy-like, and indeed deserved the honorific title. Zhou Yuan was overjoyed. Many thanks to Senior for the generous gift. Get out. Master and disciple walked on the mountain path one after the other. Seemingly because they hadn't seen each other for months, some rusty, both of them didn't open their mouths to speak. What was the last thing that Master said to the Marquis? Zhou Yuan finally could not hold back his curiosity, and always felt that the so-called solution had something to do with him. We'll see later. What the hell is she from? We'll see later. Zhou Yuan wanted to curse, but he had always honored his teachers, so he tolerated it for now. Mr. Ghost Valley, sect leader Dong Huang, why are these two helping us? Seeing that his master's father was unwilling to bring up the matter of the female marquis, he simply changed the topic. What the old man doesn't want to say, it's useless even if you ask for months on end. An old Taoist priest who has practiced for I don't know whether dozens or hundreds of years. It is very difficult for you to beat him in the state of mind. Since you already have the answer in your mind, why do you need to ask again? Bei Moz asked rhetorically, but it also sidestepped his speculation. Immortal gate. Because he had opened it by accident, he had the unanimous trust of the three big men. Zhou Yuan pursed his lips and thought to himself, I can't necessarily wear it again. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, why didn't the two seniors show themselves just now? The purpose of their trip is merely deterrence. Bei Moz stopped and explained, if it was only Master alone, he might not be able to protect you all the time. It suddenly dawned on Zhou Yuan that his master could not follow him forever. And even though the Marquis was undefeated, there was no guarantee that she would not take advantage of the pain when he was alone. And if he were to unlock the secrets of this world, he would inevitably have to set foot in many places, and it would be impossible for the master and disciple to stay together forever. But it would be different if there were two more backers, just like the North Underworld sentence, kill him and you'll never be able to return to the snowy realm. The implication is that if you insist on bullying the small with the big, you may succeed, but at the cost of your life. Zhou Yuan curiously said, Master, can it be beaten? Outside the snow domain, she is not as good as her master, but she can still escape. Bei Moz's face was calm, but his tone exuded absolute confidence. The two of them hadn't even fought yet, and just revealing the aura of I'm coming was enough to make the Marquis stop. The last few words indicate that the Marquis can't beat him, but she can escape. That's why Ghost Valley and East Emperor Tai Chi came here on purpose, right? Beyond the snowlands. Does that place have some bonus attribute for the Marquis? Zhou Yuan collected his thoughts and continued to pursue. Since you've come all the way here, why is it just a deterrent and not a permanent end to the problem? It wasn't that he had much of a murderous intent towards the Marquis. The other party at least hadn't tried to take his life, and that statement at least suggested the optimal solution. Bei Mei, no surprise, this disciple often will let dead Taoist friends do not die, poor Tao hanging on the lips. Have this idea is not surprising. She carries a heavy burden and must not be killed. What heavy duty? Later, Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and pressed the qi and blood that was almost surging up due to his injuries. It's okay. I've gotten used to it over the years. He tried to squeeze out a smile. When will Master leave? The corner of Bei Moz's mouth twitched. This rebellious disciple was by no means literal. The matter is settled, and it will go at once. Master teacher, go all the way. Today is an exception. Your path will have to be your own after all. Bei Moz admonished in a serious tone. Zhou Yuan understood and said with a straight face, if not for the gap in realms being too great, this time would never have bothered Master. He now dared to fight with a great master, only that the female marquis had obviously gone farther, and it was difficult for him to match even if he joined hands with amazing concubine, so it was really not a crime to fight. The master and disciple duo continued forward, and not long after, the familiar petite figure came into view. 57. Xuan also wants to become an immortal. Under the moon, by the stream, Xiaomeng sat on a boulder, staring blankly at the moon. In fact, Bei Moz didn't know at first that the East Emperor in Ghost Valley would come to help, and was already prepared for a battle, but he had underestimated the duo's obsession, and things had gone unexpectedly well. No one in this world dared to challenge these three sect masters at the same time, even if they were the king of a country. Of course, the three had never joined hands before, and this night was considered a special case. Noticing the arrival of her master and elder brother, Xiaomeng's eyes flickered slightly, but she pretended to be full of concern. Humph. Instead of disgracing the heavenly sect outside, why don't you return to Taiyi Mountain before it's too late? Ouch. Learning the hard way, Zhou Yuan walked forward and pinched the young girl's face. Why beat around the bush if you miss seeing your brother? Xiaomeng slapped his dog's paw away and said in a cold voice, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to beat people everywhere and lose your master's face. Then do you want to consider going down to the mountains to help your senior brother? Boring. Xiaomeng flatly refused. Zhou Yuan didn't care. It was just a casual mention. Xiaomeng's age nowadays was still more suitable for meditation in the mountains. Seeing that his master and his sister were about to leave, he suddenly remembered what he had seen along the way and asked, with the blood-clothed castle as the center, there is almost no greenery to be seen in a 10-mile radius. Why is that? He'd actually noticed this last time. A large part of what made Bloodcoat Castle look eerie was the fact that it was practically deserted outside of the castle. In order to maintain the cold winter for a long time, one needs to condense a large amount of spiritual qi, and the so-called formation of gathering spirit is essentially plundering. The ancient book gifted by the fairy must have a record of the formation path, so if you are interested, you can observe it. Baimozi said as he led Xiaomeng far away. The latter glanced back and realized that someone wasn't looking at her. A faintly imperceptible color of anger appeared in her eyes. Damn it! Master Teacher didn't know to see her off when she was leaving. She didn't know the way her master and her elder brother got along, and had been using the title old man for the past 20 years, and now calling him master was already very polite. Zhou Yuan bowed his head and pondered for a long time, and probably understood the meaning of these words. The aura of a certain territory, or a mountain, was fixed, and the intent of the spirit-gathering formation was to absorb the aura from other places around it. He then associated it with the immortal way, and the legend of Qi. If the limited amount of aura is not enough to support immortality, does it mean that the only way left is to plunder? That's why the mysterious old man said blood sacrifices for all beings. Zhou Yuan cast aside his thoughts and performed light energy to rush towards Zilan Xian, the Tao of formation, which was no less than one of the immortal Tao. He felt that he would probably use it in the future. It was already dawn when he arrived at Zilangxuan, and he happened to meet Wei Zhuang, who was returning from a trip, facing a powerful opponent. You shouldn't go alone. Wei Zhuang's tone was slightly dissatisfied, actually because he didn't bring him along to get beaten. Obviously, he had gone out this time to see Mr. Ghost Valley, otherwise he wouldn't have been so clear about this night's events. Only an opponent of the same level as his master would be worthy of being called a formidable opponent by him today. Zhou Yuan mused, even if we add you and your senior brother, as well as the vertical and horizontal combinations, I'm afraid we don't have the power to fight. Facing a palm-level opponent, the difference between the two sides was roughly 2 large realms, especially if it was still a tentacle monster that excelled at swarming. A few more people wouldn't be of much use. Wei Zhuang solemnly said, my sword will never retreat. Zhou Yuan was speechless. Next time for sure, but after the shock of the 3 big men, there shouldn't be any such opportunity later on. Is the Tao you seek truly possible? Wei Zhuang gazed deeply at him, taking the rare initiative to chat. Even as proud as he was, he couldn't be completely disinterested. That's the way of the immortal. Longevity and longevity with the heavens. Unless it's clear that Sendo is a pit, I'm afraid no one will be able to resist this temptation. Definitely, Zhou Yuan replied almost without hesitation. At first, when he knew that this was the world of Qin Shi, he had been disappointed, and had even entertained the thought of giving up. But then after serious contemplation, found that this world is not actually not work. Here there are 9 heavenly basilisks. There is a demon god Qiyu. There are difficult to explain the machine art, and even more dead people come back to life in all kinds of means. It's like a once prosperous, but gradually declining immortal cultivation world. The two of them walked side by side towards the interior of the purple orchid Xian, neither of them speaking for a while. It wasn't until he reached the backyard point that Wei Zhuang spoke again. One man's fairy, or a group of them? Obviously, he has a very strong interest in this as well. Presumably, from the behavior of the Oni, it was surmised that if it was just someone cultivating immortality on his own, there was no need for the master to make a special trip to the city. Then there's only one possibility. The old people thought he could take them with him to the ascension. Zhou Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded. I haven't even found the right path myself, and you guys are thinking of letting me lead? It wasn't a matter of whether he wanted to or not, but whether he could. In the future, if they succeeded in opening the immortal gate again, these powerful people who had long stood at the peak of the era would surely scramble to ascend. He didn't have to stop it, nor did he have the ability to make enemies of everyone, not to mention that he already owed karma for this night. If there is really such a day, it is not unacceptable to ascend together. It is better to have fun alone than to have fun together. We'll see later. Zhou Yuan used the mantra of Bmoz. The words proved to be really hateful, and Wei Zhuang almost drew his sword. The immortal world. Rather an interesting place. Wei Zhuang's heart was clearly moved, but his mouth pretended not to care much. Zhou Yuan flirted. Xiao Zhuang, it seems that poor Taoist didn't say that he would take you along, right, Wei Zhuang? He seemed a little angry, and said in a slightly betraying tone, there's no need for you to bring it. I'll just cut through it with my sword. Aspirational. Zhou Yuan gave a thumbs up. I like your untamed look. Wei Zhuang felt that this person was always teasing him, as if he was treating a child, and he couldn't help but feel a little resentful in his heart. But for the sake of his master and Sendo, he didn't pull out his shark's teeth to help him comb his hair after all, and walked away on his own with a cold grunt. Zhou Yuan bowed his head and thought, and at that moment, he was almost certain of his future path. Reopen the door to immortality and ascend to immortality. The question is, how do I open it? Is it like what Wei Zhuang said about splitting with one sword? There seem to be cases of this type in the other world, but Li Jianxin's limit is only one sword to break armor 3000. Middle-aged Gainey has been able to do one person one sword to destroy hundreds of iron horsemen. I believe that the stronger several great masters will not be much worse than that Li Jianxin. If this path is feasible, the North Underworld, the Ghost Valley, and the East Emperor Tai would have joined forces to open the Immortal Gate. So why pin their hopes on him? Perhaps that method won't work in this world. Are you hurt? The startled salamander appeared in the doorway at some point, judging by the blood that remained at the corner of the man's mouth. 58. The way of the formation. After repaying the favor, the distance between the two is invariably drawn closer, which is supposed to be the best gateway to the heart. Zhou Yuan collected his thoughts and laughed. Compared to tonight's harvest, this injury is not worth mentioning. Although he hadn't flipped through it yet, through his master's reminder, he was already sure that he was getting the treasure. Why don't you take me along? Shocked Salamander offered the same words as Wei Zhuang, but neither of them knew the true strength of the enemy. If it was just the Archon, there would be no need for a booster. But that was above the great masters, and 2 or 3 more people wouldn't change the ending. Next time for sure. Zhou Yuan was so eager to delve into the formation that he couldn't be bothered to explain too much. I'll be in seclusion for a while next. In short, don't bother with nothing. The startled Salamander's head nodded lightly. She had always known that this man had high pursuits. Naturally she would not disturb with trivial matters. Zhou Yuan turned around and walked towards his house, locking himself up from the inside. I want to be immortal, happy with the sky. The familiar song plays again. The stunning salamander guffawed. The Taoist master was always full of confidence in the road ahead, so much so that now she was also infected and her mind was gradually opening up. It's a pity there are no storage bags, rings or the like. Looking at the loot piled up on the table, Zhou Yuan muttered that as an immortal cultivator, this type of storage was really degrading and extremely inconvenient. He quickly put aside these side issues, however, and turned his attention to the item at the top. That is full of years of traces of animal skin. The body is dark gray. He just tried. The material is very tough, but does not look like a familiar beast. Even more strangely, there was no writing, no pattern on it, and it was really hard to guess its purpose. A wordless book? Zhou Yuan tried to feel it again with his true chi in an attempt to dig into its secrets, but never gained anything, so he simply put it aside for now and turned to open the second snow-white scroll. This scroll is quite new, obviously has not been through too long. With a touch of the hand can feel that it is made of sheepskin. A formation totem was depicted on the snow-white plane, and the layout of the formation, the runic patterns, and the required materials were all clearly visible and labeled with names. Spirit Gathering Spell Formation. The corners of Zhou Yuan's mouth lifted up because he saw in the notes on one side that the word Spirit Stone was clearly included in the formation materials. It's too familiar. Isn't this the flavor of the immortal cultivation world? However, on second thought, he seems to have never heard the word Spirit Stone in the mouth of the people around him. It must be that there are not many of these precious products, otherwise it would not be so unheard of and unseen. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel some remorse in his heart. As a disciple, I've really failed in my duty. I promised to invite Master to have a glimpse of the Korean scenery, but now I've actually broken my promise. Zhou Yuan secretly pondered. In fact, what he thought in his heart was that if his teacher was still here, he could join him in exploring the Bloodclothes Fort again. The reason was simple. Since the Marquis was able to place such a large formation within the Bloodclothes Castle, she must have no shortage of spirit stones, and if there is no teacher accompanying him, he may not be able to get even if he goes. The other party just promised not to move him. It does not mean that they are willing to help him. Both sides' strength difference. He can't reason with the other side like in the past, otherwise the other side will tell him what is called very slightly no boxing and kicks. Later, Zhou Yuan put it down for the time being and lowered his head to carefully observe the formation runes. It is written that there are corresponding runes for different attributes of power. and they must not be drawn incorrectly, or else the runes will be invalidated, or the Tao will be confused, and ultimately backfire will be formed. Runes guide attributes and spirit stones provide power. This is beyond mundane common sense. The word is still there, Zhou Yuan whispered, his entire body becoming more and more immersed in it. He was no longer just studying the way of formations, but was also pursuing a power that he had never touched before. The perceived immortal realm was immense, not just martial arts, but also spells, refineries, treasures, formations. According to what he knew in his previous life, immortals lived as long as the heavens and could easily close their doors for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. There are so many things to learn, and it takes endless years to master them all. There is no end to the path. Cultivating immortality is wonderful. This retreat was a full month long. If not for the lack of spirit stones that could not be practiced, Zhou Yuan did not even bother to come out of the retreat. He knew why most of the immortal cultivators were able to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The world of the Tao was vast, as if a road that could not be seen to the end, which still had time to toss love and affection. Of course, he himself is still a mere mortal and cannot achieve supreme oblivion. What's more, there's no shortage of pairs of prowling immortals in the Kanashenti, and practicing doesn't have to mean being a single dog. It was early in the morning and the sky was just turning white. Interested in making a deal, Taoist? I just opened the door and saw Flame Reiki, who I haven't seen for a long time, and she was as beautiful as ever. Opening her mouth with someone's usual catchphrase, the Taoist priest's words left him speechless. Zhou Yuan didn't see eye to eye with her and said with interest, "What kind of deal?" "100 you treasure, the Qi secret scrolls that the Taoist master has been craving and drooling over. The 3 tokens to open the treasure. Only the one in the Taoist master's hand is missing." Flame Spirit Ji blinked, as if to say, "I'm not wrong, right? I haven't seen you for a while. This demon girl is getting more and more skinny. Do you really think that poor Taoist can't lift the sword?" However, at the moment, she could not care about teaching her a lesson. Although she had obtained the Marquis's formation, her interest in the Qi secret method had not diminished in the slightest. Formations were to be learned, and secret techniques were to be read. He wants it all. How do you know that I have it? Zhou Yuan was a bit curious. During this period of time, he had carefully searched through the scrolls taken from the Blood-Closed Castle. Almost all of them were illustrations of formations, leaving only the wordless heavenly book. Taoist master went to Blood-Closed Castle a month ago and suddenly closed his doors when he came back. He should have gotten a lot of good stuff, right? The Flame Spirit Ji approached step by step, not the slightest bit affected by the revolutionary friendship because of this period of separation. How is it divided? Zhou Yuan didn't pursue how the other party knew this, nor did he need to ask. Tianze has been salivating over the treasure, and now that Bai Yifei is dead, I'm afraid that he has long been scheming to explore the Blood-Closed Castle, only to be preceded by him. Qi's secret scroll naturally belongs to the Taoist master. The rest of the treasures, money, we 6, Taoist 4. How? Afraid that he wouldn't agree. Flame Spirit Ji added, "Anyway, Taoist master isn't interested in money, is he?" Zhou Yuan pretended to think for a moment and nodded. Deal, in his heart, but said, "Poor Tao wants not only the Qi secret scroll, but the whole treasure. He's short of money right now, and how could he sit back and do nothing when an ambitious person like Tianze would inevitably start a war when he had money?" The Flame Spirit Ji seemed to have not expected him to be so forthcoming, and added, "In order to avoid the Taoist master from bullying others, only one person can go on this trip. No problem. If we find out that someone is following us privately, we won't open the treasure even if we die. Don't worry." Zhou Yuan was afraid that Tianze's side would change its mind, and almost always agreed in one breath. As for Tianze's sincerity, he was pretty sure that the other party must have come up with a plan that he thought was a sure thing. It was nothing more than an attempt to set him up with his familiarity with Baiyue by taking advantage of the situation. "Ha, you can't even beat Bai Yifei, and you still want to fight with the poor Taoist? Isn't the Taoist master afraid that I'll count on you?" 59. Who gave you the courage? Flame Spirit Ji's face suddenly changed. Sorrow, confusion, joy, all sorts of emotions flashed through her eyes. She seems to have misinterpreted someone's perfunctory words as absolute trust to the point of touching herself. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded for a moment. Was it because his acting was too good? Couldn't help but be a little curious as to what the Flame Spirit Ji had gone through during this time. Why did she seem to have a soft, helpless feeling? If the girl wanted to harm me, why did she help me against Tianze that night? Zhou Yuan's face was serious. The play was already halfway through. It would be difficult to end it halfway through, so he could only show a trusting gesture. Tianze must be trying to scheme against Tao Master. It's just that I'm still unclear as to what exactly he's scheming for. The Flame Spirit Ji spoke out of turn, intense hatred in her eyes. Zhou Yuan was stunned. You, defected? Going from master to calling him by his first name, combined with the mood of the moment, Something seemed to have gone wrong within the Hyakugashi 1010 group. I used to run away from facing my sad past, so much so that I mistook my enemies for my benefactors. The flame Lingji gritted her teeth and revealed the unexpected hidden secret. In detail, Zhou Yuan was filled with curiosity and only hated that there were no melons in his hands at the moment. He still does not know the original story, even if he wants to comfort but do not know how to speak, can only listen to it for the time being. The flame Lingji pulled out a thumb-sized, blood-red round bead from her bosom, which looked like it had been condensed from blood. This is one of the 3 tokens to open the treasure. The blood pearl. Once upon a time, I was running away from that memory, and I didn't know what the beads were for, until now, since the Taoist master already knows the origin of the treasure. Do you know why I have it on me? Her tone was mournful, and there was an intense hatred in her eyes. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Could it be? Not bad. My family is one of the 3 families, and it was precisely because of this token that my family was tragically exterminated. Tianzi, or the royal family of Baiwei, is the 3rd family. Zhou Yuan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, thinking about the story Mrs. Who told that day, and the words of the flame spirit Ji today. He roughly came to a conclusion. It's no wonder that one family had the power to force the other 2 into anonymity. A strong enemy that had developed for many years, was a local king and had an army under his command. This was no longer a gap in martial arts. Unless one reached the celestial unity realm, it would be difficult to take advantage of the army. How did you see it? Zhou Yuan was puzzled. Since Tianzi had been deceiving for many years, he thought that he would not easily reveal his flaws, because he was in a hurry. The flame Lingji said in a cold voice, when he possessed one of the tokens and suddenly said that I was carrying it. I found it strange. There will be no one else who knows about this except those who are related to what happened back then. That memory also gradually awakened, and it turned out that the people who exterminated my entire clan were the royal army. When I spoke, I didn't realize that I was already in tears, probably for the first time since we met. It suddenly dawned on Zhou Yuan that Tianzi had been imprisoned for many years and it was impossible for him to suddenly know these secrets. There was only one possibility. He had known all along, just worried about revealing his chicken feet, and the 3rd token had been nowhere to be found, so he chose to keep it hidden, until it was determined that the 3rd token was in his possession, and the treasure was within reach. How could Tianzi be told to endure it? It was a surprise. Originally, he thought that he would be alone against the Hyakugashi Celestials next, but now it seems that the Flame Lingji is also on his side, and the victory is even less in doubt. According to his plan at the beginning, if this demoness helped Tianzi to beat him up, certainly she would not kill him painfully, but at least she would have to beat him up. Now there are no worries about that. He told you that on purpose. Zhou Yuan came to another conclusion. Though Tianzi was a loser, he would not take it too lightly, especially since he had to be cautious about the completely foreign land of Baiwei. Although the other party's force was completely beneath him, he could not rule out other credentials. What mysterious force gave him confidence? Zhou Yuan had always been verbally contemptuous, but never belittled his opponents in his heart. Without realizing it, the two were pressed together, and people caught in grief always need comfort. Taking advantage of people again, the flame spirit Ji pushed him away. Her get it done and throw it away nature exposed. Zhou Yuan was stunned. Didn't you lean up yourself? It must have been some dastardly trick you used. It's good that you're happy. Zhou Yuan was speechless and did not suffer anyway. You mean, he's gambling? Flame Ling returned to the topic from earlier, her mood seeming much better after planting the slander. Zhou Yuan nodded his head in recognition. After concealing it for so many years, no matter how anxious you are, you won't lose your mind. After a moment's thought, he added, because he was certain that you alone could not kill him with your power. The flame spirit Ji had recently increased her power greatly, and was among the first-class level, and might even have reached the peak, but she had only made up for the gap between her former self and Tianzi. After all, she did not have sound. The Nine Suns' divine power cannot be practiced in just a few months to a great success. The two are now estimated to be at the level of equal strength. Therefore, if the flame spirit Ji wanted to kill him, she had to use external forces. If Zhou Yuan intervened, he would likewise not kill Tianzi easily. The third vital token to open the treasure was still in his hands. What a great move to carry the water. I've underestimated him. So it is. Flamewing felt that there was nothing wrong with what the man had said, and that Tianzi had guessed that he would surely turn to him for help. So he chose to make the best of the situation. So it was that the two were caught up in thinking about the same question. Just what hidden means had given Tianzi this confidence? Do you Baiwei have any heaven-defying poisons? Or compulsion kings? Or something like that? Like something that can suddenly boost your strength tenfold? Zhou Yuan thought left and right, and even from Tianzi's point of view, he could not figure out how to defeat this incredibly powerful opponent. Qin Yuanzi. In the past, Bai Yifei was able to kill Tianzi in seconds, and now he can do it even more easily. The other party seems to rely on a body of evil kung fu barely reached the martial arts master, but there is a great moisture. Even Wei Zhuang, who was still in the first-class realm at the time, could easily hack Tianze to death. Who gave you the courage to challenge the poor Taoist? Young Ju? No. The flame spirit Ji replied cleanly. Otherwise back then, he wouldn't have been captured by Fei and tortured for more than 10 years. That's odd. Zhou Yuan rubbed his chin and muttered. Could it be that he's really tired of living? Flamingo couldn't help but smile. The man was at times, but always entertaining. She was disgruntled. Why can't it be that he didn't accidentally reveal a flaw or underestimate my intelligence? What does the girl say about the word wisdom? Beating. The two thought for a long time, but they were never able to figure out Tianze's hidden means. It's just a matter of making more preparations. Ready for what? Bring more Weishantan. 60. The king of Chu is sick. Weishantan. Reinvigorated. You deserve it. Tagline. Flame Spirit Ji gave him a blank look. What can this thing do? Feed it to Tianze to eat and then fencing with you? Zhou Yuan teased. Is it possible that this is prepared to be used on the girl? But slaves don't cool down. They just make the fire hotter and hotter. The flame Lingji played with the flames, her eyes filled with laughter. Burning stick warning. Roses are beautiful, but they carry thorns. Zhou Yuan did not rush things and inquired. When will you depart? Of course the faster the better. Flame Spirit Ji did not think twice. Although her mood was much better, her hatred for her enemy had not diminished at all. If she wasn't afraid that she wouldn't get another chance after missing, she would have already struck out at Tianze at the first opportunity. Then let's set off now. Zhou Yuan was also of a decisive nature, unwilling to waste a single moment of time, and since he had already made a decision, he would do it at the first opportunity. Flamingo was a bit taken aback. No pleasantries with them? She deliberately aggravated her tone, as if to imply something. Zhou Yuan shook his head. A letter is enough. It's not like a life and death parting, but there is already a calculation in my mind that the next time I come back, I'm afraid it will be a few years later. Once the matter of the treasure was settled, he should also travel to Qin. Not for any other reason. The huge treasury was still waiting for him to dispose of it. It takes too much energy to make money, so why not sit back and enjoy it? The two had just packed their bags and went out, and there were already 3 figures waiting outside. The startled salamander stood at the door of his room with Zhou Yan in his arms, seeming to have guessed what was going on. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and spoke. I don't take you there because I'm afraid of scaring away the prey. The salamander gave a hum. Be careful with everything. Go to Mount Tai. It's one of the safest places in the sky. Zhou Yuan walked up and added. If Luonet dares to go and make trouble, the teacher will slap a bunch of them. Shocked salamander nodded slightly. She had always known that the man intended to go to Qin. To him, Korea no longer possessed anything of value. Wei Zhuang stood not far away holding his sword, his face as cold as ever. The next time we meet, we may be enemies. Apparently, he has guessed from someone's arrangement with the salamander that he won't be returning to Korea next. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly and did not discuss this topic with him. There was probably no conflict of interest between the two. Tell the Violet Lady and Longevity Jade for the poor Taoist that I will be waiting for them in Qin. Good. It was rare for Wei Zhuang to be patient, because it was the men's war that followed, and there was no need to bring them into it. The two of them bought 2 BMWs in the city, and just after leaving the city gates, they saw several people already waiting by the roadside. Tianze gazed at him and spoke in a deep voice. I hope that your excellency will honor your agreement. Otherwise the Bayou people will never be bullied. Zhou Yuan laughed lightly. Of course, poor Tao has always been the most trustworthy, and I also hope that the crown prince will not secretly play tricks. Otherwise, you don't have to say everything, just be clear. In fact, both of them were harboring ulterior motives, and only because they shared a common goal at the moment did they barely maintain a superficial calm. Flame Spirit Ji came to Tianze's side as usual, playing the role of a loyal subordinate for the time being, regardless of the other party's thoughts. The day the treasure opens is probably when both sides will tear their faces off. Chu capital, outside Sichuan city. Not being able to enjoy the scenery of the south of the river in Chu, the group sped up their horses with the intention of arriving at the land of Baiwei in the shortest possible time. However, someone doesn't seem to want to let them have their way. On the official road, a team of sharply armored Chu soldiers arranged throughout the day, blocking the front road tightly, headed by a tall and sturdy middle-aged military general, as well as a Confucian scholar. Kill over there. Tianze's face turned abruptly cold, subconsciously thinking that he was here to arrest him. The 100 crown prince. Zhou Yuan, however, felt that things were not that simple. If he was trying to arrest someone, he should not have stayed with only so many dozens of people. Furthermore, the other party was not in a battle formation, much less had such sharp weapons as bows and crossbows that targeted martial artists. Daoist Qing Yuan stays behind, the military general shouted and slowly drove his horse forward. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the Flame Spirit Ji's face. And the 100 Poison King and Corpse Exorcist Demon on the side were also stifling their laughter. Tensor felt a hot pain on his face, and anger at being scorned. This is Chu's territory after all. If it gets rowdy, our speed will be even slower. Zhou Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. The only thing he was famous for was his alchemy, and it was nothing more than for that reason. My name is Xiang. I came to invite you by order of my king. Please be sure to show your face. Sir, Xiang had obviously been instructed by the king of Chu, and was very courteous. At the end of the sentence, he waved his hand at the soldier behind him who was holding the wooden box. The king of Chu also has a disease? However, at the moment there are important matters at hand. It is really inconvenient to stay for a long time. If the other party insists on forcing, I'm afraid that we can only follow Tianzhe's suggestion to break in. What a coincidence. Poor Taoist. Zhou Yuan immediately wanted to act perfunctorily. However, when he saw the objects after the wooden box was opened and the rich spiritual qi emanating from it, his words came to an abrupt end. What did the gentleman say? Oh, those who cultivate should be mindful of the living. Although the poor Taoist has important matters to attend to, but the hospitality is hard to refuse. So let's go with the general for a walk. Zhou Yuan was righteous, but his eyes never left the glittering strange stones inside that wooden box. Such a pure aura. Could it be spirit stones? Xiang, however, had already realized that the Taoist master seemed to want to refuse at first. Duke Nan was really right. If you don't carry the gem, the person will definitely not be invited. Tianzhe's brows twisted fiercely, and he really couldn't figure out why this person wanted to stay. For a rock? But he couldn't fight, so he had to endure. Bang bang bang. The peerless ghost caught up with a heavy stride, and with his massive physique, even the best warhorse in the world was incapable of hauling it. With that, the group followed Xiangyan's group towards the capital of Chu. At the risk of being presumptuous, is this kind of gemstone plentiful in Chu? Zhou Yuan held the wooden box in his hand and felt the mysterious aura emanating from it, only to feel a sense of relief in his body. Couldn't help but have a different thought. The treasure won't run away anyway. Why not take the opportunity to obtain more spirit stones? I don't know much about strange stones. This is a gift from my king. I'm sure there are some in the palace. Xiangyan's face is a bit unnatural. He never likes to lie, and today he has made an exception for the safety of the king of Chu. One can only tell oneself in one's heart that there are many exotic treasures in the palace, so there must still be some left in stock. Zhou Yuan's attention was fully attracted by the spirit stones and did not notice the strange look on his face. The poor Taoist is curious as to where the general knew of the poor Taoist's preference for spirit stones. He has been studying formations for just this period of time, and he has never touched a spirit stone before, so this shows that there are high-level people in Chu. Mordecai, I don't know. Really? I was mentioned by the sage of my Chu, Mr. Nangong. Now it seems that Mr. Nangong was right. Without this stone, Mr. Nangong would only have refused to stop. Xiang finally couldn't bear the inner torment and told the whole story of the matter as well as the thoughts in his mind. Lord Chunan? 61. Witchcraft. Spells. Jiangnan Feng Shui is good. Good to raise people, especially Chu women. Can be called waist good legs good all good. All the way horseback riding through the streets of Shouchuan. Will chew of the flavor of the bottom of the eye. Mr. knows the southern lord? Slightly. Zhou Yuan secretly recalled that if he remembered correctly, it was this Lord Chunan who gifted Zhang Liang the Yellowstone Heavenly Book. On top of that, this one is suspected to have another layer of identity, the elder of the Yin-Yang family. According to the logic of the script, such an old man would usually have another layer of identity, such as the invincible sword god of a certain era, the guardian who hides his identity, the old grandfather who corresponds to the golden finger. I only heard Xiangyan say, Duke Nan is the sage of my Chu. A learned man who treats people kindly and is admired by all the people of Chu. Only no one knows where he came from and how many years he has lived so far. His tone was vaguely proud, as if this matter symbolized Chu's fortune. The poor Taoist has also heard about this long ago. I wonder if General can introduce him on my behalf. Zhou Yuan smoothly suggested that this mysterious old man might be another hidden big shot. Xiangyan pondered for a moment and nodded. In that case, after the Taoist master meets my king, I will guide you forward. Good. The Chu King's palace is high-end, atmospheric and very upscale, more luxurious than the Han King's palace. This is also in the common sense. After all, Chu is a large and powerful country, has always been able to maintain the top 3 seats of the 7 countries. Had it not been for the division of power and the inability to fully coalesce the country, it might not have been repeatedly defeated at the hands of Qin. Zhou Yuan walked through the long staircase under Xiangyan's guidance, all the way towards the palace where the king of Chu resided, thoughts floating in his mind. Is this king of Chu suffering from the same disease as Han Wangan? When he stepped into the stately and solemn hall, he instantly realized that the situation was far more dire than he had imagined. Unsurprisingly, The king of Chu had been consumed by wine and sex, and his qi and blood were already very weak, which was a common problem for almost every king. With a harem of 3,000 beauties, which old cadre can withstand this test? But this was not the most serious problem. With his unique eyesight, he soon saw other symptoms. There was a black gas lingering vaguely around the top of King Chu's head. Not a poison or a parasite, but more like some kind of magic. That's still a hammer to cure. The king of Chu can be counted. A look at the power struggle involved, even if he has a good elixir, but also cannot cure this man-made disease, a curse, or witchcraft. He couldn't help but think of the Yin-Yang family's Six Souls dread spell, but it didn't quite feel like it. The Six Souls dread spell struck extremely quickly, and the king of Chu's symptoms were more like the result of accumulating over time and being counted for a long time. If it were not for the temptation of the spirit stone, he would have come directly to the sentence, "Forgive the poor Taoist ability is limited, really cannot heal this kind of difficult and complicated disease." On the throne, the Chu king, whose figure was thin and whose face was like a withered one, slowly raised his head and asked in a very weak tone, "I'm a man's disease, the Taoist master may cure it?" "Not good." Zhou Yuan gave an ambiguous reply. "Actually, can. The prerequisite is that this patient must not continue to be hit, otherwise even if the gods come, it will be useless. Also, the patient has to abstain from color." The king of Chu's body today was like a large tree that was dry and full of pests, requiring an elixir to get rid of the pests first, then supplemented with tonic to slowly regulate it. But both are too hard, and you can't have one without the other. If the Taoist master has any needs, just mention them, and I will certainly fulfill them. Cough. The king of Chu was overjoyed at his words and was so excited that he spat out a mouthful of blood with a dark color. Although the other party gave an uncertain answer, but also did not directly deny. Better than those who saw his face and then long sighs. Self-confessed cannot quacks. Zhou Yuan was waiting for his words. If he didn't have some benefits, how would he get into this mess? In fact, the poor Taoist's medical skills may not be as good as the imperial physicians in the palace, and curing the Chu king's illness is nothing more than relying on elixirs. It's just that. He began to subliminally influence. Of course, these words were not exactly lies. What the king of Chu was suffering from was not a disease, much less a poison, and it was naturally difficult for a healer to resolve it. Xiaomeng, hearing the words, immediately said, "As long as the Taoist master can cure my king, no matter what formula is needed, we will certainly do our best to find it." Zhou Yuan took out the spirit stone placed in his bosom and said with a straight face, "This is an ancient divine stone that contains the spirit of heaven and earth, and has the effect of cleansing the muscles and marrow and transforming decay into magic. It's just a pity that this piece of aura in the poor Taoist's hand is already very thin, so I'm afraid it won't be enough to cure the king. His aim is simple, to raise money." Obviously, this pool of water in Chu was very deep, and the forces of all sides were intricate. If the Chu king's side could provide more spirit stones, it would be possible to consider saving him. Zhou Yuan is not afraid of being recognized. The final interpretation right belongs to the merchant. Is your alchemy level can be compared to the poor road? Xiaomeng was stunned, although he didn't know much about this kind of stone. From experience, it should be more suitable for use in Qi refiner cultivation, right? But he didn't dare to question it, not to mention the fact that Qin Yuanzi's reputation was well known. And looking at my king's expression at the moment, it was clear that he already had trust in his heart. General Xiang, quickly fetch this to the Taoist master. As soon as the king of Chu heard that he was still saved, he immediately pressed on. Previously influenced by that group of quacks, he had originally given up, but seeing the famous Qin Yuanzi say so, hope was rekindled in his heart. He still has a huge country and countless beauties in his harem. How can he leave them to die? Xiangyan's face showed a difficult expression. If he remembered correctly, the one in the Taoist master's hand was the only piece. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan added fuel to the fire inside. Without the divine stone, I'm afraid it would be difficult for the poor Taoist to perform. Whatever you use, buy it, steal it, rob it or die trying. He didn't care about the deaths of these princes and generals, not to mention that he had a preconceived notion that after a decade or two, Qin would be the only country left in the land of the Xia. Even if he had not appeared, Qin would have been quickly replaced by Han. Pass it on, pass on the widow's edict. Whoever can find the divine stone will be heavily rewarded by the widow. The king of Chu coughed up blood again in his excitement. Xiaomeng can no longer bear to look at the situation. With the current situation, if we can't find the formula, I am afraid that my king's condition will get even worse after being stimulated. He suddenly thought of something. My king should not be concerned. Duke Nan is well versed in the affairs of the world in the ancient and modern times, so perhaps he knows how to find the divine stone. Quick, ask, my lord, obey. Xiaomeng made a wink towards someone. Zhou Yuan instantly understood. This was still remembering his earlier instructions to bring him along to meet Duke Chunan. a man of promises, unfortunately. So he spoke up. Poor Tao should go with him to meet Duke Nan and discuss the matter of finding the God Stone together. The king of Chu's slightly empty gaze watched him closely, and at this moment, it was as if this king of the country had removed all his aura and was just a patient full of desire to live. It was a pity that Qin Yuanzi was not a fan of this. No spirit stones, no deal. On his lips, he said, even if he can't find the divine stone, the poor Taoist will definitely do his best. 62. Lord Chunan. Zhou Yuan was telling the truth. Even if he could not find any other spirit stones, for the sake of what the king of Chu had previously gifted, he would still give the other party pills. But well, a penny for a penny. A spirit stone could only renew one's life for a month or two, and he also had quite a few special elixirs on him that could briefly return a person to their prime by burning their chi and blood in advance. And the price was that the flower blossomed and then quickly corrupted and withered so that he could get out as quickly as possible. Whether we live or die depends on whether the king of Chu gives a damn or not. After leaving the Chu king's palace, he followed Xiang in a carriage to a peaceful small courtyard. It was evening, and an old man was standing under an old acacia tree in his yard, quietly gazing at the bright moon that was about to rise. Lord Nan, Xiang is visiting. May I see him? Even Xiang's clan needs to treat this great sage of Chu respectfully. The old man has never accepted disciples, but many people have been instructed by him and often claim to be the first. Come in. The old man's cloudy eyes widened slightly, and his tone was a bit hoarse, as if he was already old and about to come to an end. He seemed to have expected someone to come and waited here early. Within a few moments, Xiang and Zhou Yuan walked into the courtyard successively. Lord Chunan slightly sidled his head, his gaze landing on Zhou Yuan behind Xiang. Zhou Yuan was also watching the other party and felt a familiar aura, knowing that he was very sensitive to qi. After a long time, he smiled and said, Late Zhou Yuan, number Qin Yuanzi, meet Lord Nan. Chunan Gong waved his hand. He's an old man who's almost in the ground. I didn't think there'd still be people thinking about him. From the looks of it, this old man seemed to be really close to decaying and falling, but Zhou Yuan always vaguely felt that it was not that simple. Unbeknownst to him, Xiang face was a bit odd. When he was a teenager, Lord Nan looked like this, and at that time, some people said privately that Lord Nan was afraid that he would not have much time to live. But now decades have passed, and while Nam Kong is still going strong, the gang is in the ground. It's like a long-lived old turtle. Of course this kind of words cannot be said, otherwise I am afraid that tomorrow in front of his general's house will be surrounded by Chu's readers. Zhou Yuan said in a polite manner. The words of Duke Nan are not good enough. The younger generation observes that you have a strong body and bones, and you will surely live a long life. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw that the faces of the two people beside him didn't look quite right. He was a little puzzled. Did I give too little of a deadline? Xiang was silent for a moment. Taoist master. Lord Nan is over 100 years old to date. Ha! Zhou Yuan's heart slandered. Are you a turtle? The late generation has eyes to recognize MT. Tai. Making Lord Nan laugh. It doesn't hurt, and it's kind of fulfilled in advance. Chunan Gong was smiling, showing an excellent mindset, which was probably the reason why he could live so long. Zhou Yuan pondered briefly. For some reason, the late generation always felt that there was a familiar aura on Duke Nan, as if it was déjà vu. He offered a test, watching the old man's face carefully for a change, not missing a beat. Unfortunately, Chunan Gong was unimpressed and instead flirted. I've heard this kind of talk too many times already, and I really have no intention of taking on a disciple. Zhou Yuan was stunned. Was this treating him as a nonconformist who pretended to know someone who wanted to hit on him? Probably my late generation remembered wrongly. That senior likes fishing the most, and since Lord Nan is now over 100 years old, I think he must not be able to go to the water's edge. What my little friend said is very true. If you accidentally fall into the water, I'm afraid you'll never be able to get up again. The latecomer in no way intended to do so. No harm, no foul, and there's more than one person who expects old me to die. Zhou Yuan was silent, wanting to commit a crime. Why would he suffer? Chunan Gong is still happy. His old and thin body seems to float away when the wind blows. Xiang always feels that the atmosphere is not quite right, but he can't tell why. These two, are they fighting in secret or in the open? No way. Absolutely no way. The two of them had obviously met for the first time, and Duke Nan had always treated people kindly, so how could he be in a war of words with a junior? He must be mistaken. I heard that Duke Nan is very knowledgeable and well-read. I wonder what you think about Chiyu. Zhou Yuan further test, although the feeling is minimal, but he believes in himself. Who is Qi? Chunan Gong suddenly asked, as if he had gone from wise to confused all of a sudden, like an old man who couldn't be more normal. Xiang also explained on the side, although Lord Nan is highly respected, but after all, he is already old and sometimes it is inevitable that he cannot remember things. Zhou Yuan was silent. I have a feeling that he will live longer than you. or even everyone in the world, excluding the poor Taoist of course. Although the other party's body seems to be covered with a layer of fog, but he is already good as water, very sensitive to the state of Qi in blood, otherwise it wouldn't have been obvious at first glance that the king of Chu was rotten and corrupt. The old man in front of him was very different, as if he was permeated with a tree-like vitality, only that he was unable to completely see through the fog for a moment and did not dare to be sure. Well, old age is just not useful. A few words and you're thirsty. Shu Nangong touched the knot in his throat. The implication was very strong. Xiang Yan immediately understood, and after arching his hand and making a bow to fulfill his courtesy, he took big strides towards the house, just a few steps away. I heard the Taoist master say, Duke Nan is so old, why don't you find a maid to wait on him? If he should fall down one day, I'm afraid that there won't even be anyone to help him. The words of apparent concern were audible as a curse. Xiang Yan is depressed. Could it be that I'm too tired lately? Lord Chunan was still smiling, as if he was optimistic about the future. Kid, stop trying. It was none other than the old man that day. Elder hid it from me. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly. Old man, you keep pretending. Senior deliberately instructed General Xian to stop the juniors, so I'm sure he intends to teach. So I'm all ears. The brilliant means of hiding his breath. The unpredictable arrangement. So he was convinced that this old man was not ordinary. Really? Chu Nangong also stopped pretending and went straight to the point. Must go. Unless Senior kills me. Zhou Yuan's tone was firm. He knew what the other party was referring to, probably the same as the last time. He was not allowed to emulate the Qiyu evil art. I don't dare to dare, or else I'm afraid those three will be chasing after old me for the rest of their time. Chu Nangong waved his hand in succession, and his words again sidestepped the rich experience. Zhou Yuan was not surprised, but this one was still hanging on to his name in the Yin Yang family. Elder never has the intention of fighting for power. It is just that there is a path in his heart and he has to do it. Zhou Yuan said with a straight face. Senior can rest assured that even if he is bent on cultivating immortality, Senior will never embark on a bloody path like that. I hope you're true to your word, or else. Shu Nangong was still laughing, but with a threatening intent. Zhou Yuan did not feel a murderous aura, but he was in awe from the bottom of his heart. This old man was really not simple. A guardian? Seniors are really unkind, both to persuade the late generation do not learn Qi, but also refuse to tell about it. So how can the late generation avoid? 63. The storm is coming. Although Zhou Yuan was in awe, he did not have any sense of crisis, probably because he had no shame in asking for it. If the other party is a guardian, and he asks himself not to do something that will harm all beings, your old man will not even care if his juniors harm a few women, right? The records in the ancient books are still fresh in our minds, and you young people won't understand how desperate the people of that era were. Lord Chunan let out a long sigh, his gaze drifting a bit, and he didn't know what he was reminiscing about. Zhou Yuan suddenly said, how come it feels like Senior didn't read it in a book? It's more like a personal experience. The strong emotion of sadness seemed like it was going to bring tears to the eyes, not so much that they cried out, but they were highly affected. Chu Nangong glanced at him and said in a bad humor, old man has lived for more than 100 years, not 2,000 years. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded. Yes, if someone could really live that long, I am afraid that they would have already become immortal. He could only attribute it to the fact that it was because his predecessor's cultivation was so profound that his lifespan was extended by tens of hundreds of years. Chu Nangong stared at him. Perhaps you are right. There is no right or wrong in power. The key lies in who the person using it is. At this moment, the person who looks like a walking dead man on the outside seems to become taller. Zhou Yuan nodded his head and solemnly promised, even though I have the intention to cultivate immortality, I will never extinguish my conscience. He may not be a warrior, a decent man, but at least there is a bottom line. Chu Nangong's gaze was fixed on him, as if he was distinguishing between truth and falsehood, and it was only after a long time that he withdrew his gaze, as if indicating a meaning. Kid, let's believe you for the time being. Regarding immortals, just how much does Senior know? Facing an old man who was long in years and rich in experience, he naturally would not let go of the opportunity to obtain information. Every ability, every piece of information, could be a key aid to his immortality. Yet reality ultimately disappointed him. Chu Nangong slanted a glance at him. Knowing too much too soon will not do you any good. If it was time to tell, your master would have told you. You are a very special person, and this path is destined to be yours alone. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded, as if he had heard his teacher's phrase talk about it later again. Why can't we know? What other secrets are hidden here? Zhou Yuan was puzzled, but the other party did not want to say, and he did not have the ability to force him. Old me can only tell you that there will be heavenly chances on this trip, and it might help you greatly in your immortal Tao. Lord Shu Nan saw his expression and finally gave a line of instruction. Only then did Zhou Yuan turn his worries into joy, realizing that the other party was unwilling to reveal more and could only change the topic. Since Senior has no intention of blocking the way, why are you instructing General Xiang to block the way? He didn't understand it, and had thought that the other side was hinting at something, that they didn't want him to go south, but now that didn't seem to be the case. In response to his question, Chu Nangong only sighed tersely. Can't do oblivion after all. The love he refers to may not be love, but other things such as friendship or nostalgia. With Senior's ability, he would not be able to see the Chu King's situation. Healers can heal diseases, but they cannot heal hearts, Zhou Yuan secretly reminded. Just in time. Use this to see how your Dao skills are, Chu Nangong said in one breath. It was obvious that he knew where the Chu King's illness was. Elderly. I really can't do it. Zhou Yuan had a difficult face. Brat, just say what you want. How experienced was Chu Nangong? A glance recognized that this was taking advantage of the opportunity to ask for something. Zhou Yuan has no psychological burden. You obviously have the ability to do it yourself, but you want to borrow my hand. Do not give a little benefit, do not want to achieve the purpose. Since Senior knows that Senior has been learning the formation Dao recently, I wonder if this spirit stone. I'll have Xiang Yan send it to you later. Senior is truly worthy of being a sage of Chu. My junior admires you. I heard that you still have a Yellowstone heavenly book in your hands. Chu Nangong almost lost his breath. How did the brat know about this? Zhou Yuan didn't explain. Anyway, these bigwigs already knew how he descended, and there was no need to worry about whether the storm was exposed or not. I'll send it along to you later. Remember, send it back immediately after reading it. After Chu Nangong finished speaking, he suddenly had some regrets. Was he right or wrong to stop this greedy kid? Wait a minute. Why should I say yes to him? Thank you, Senpai. Zhou Yuan spoke from his heart. In fact, sometimes the top people may not be so much fighting among themselves. As long as their own interests are not involved, they can still get along with a smile. They were already standing too high up, and if they didn't even have someone with whom they could argue, wouldn't they be lonely? At this time Xiang Yan walked out carrying the boiled tea. Chu Nangong immediately resumed his windswept form. Zhou Yuan also closed his eyes and watched the sky, not mentioning anything about what had just happened. Xiang Yan poured tea for the two of them, and after hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, Duke Nan, my king's illness needs to be cured by the Taoist master's elixir, which involves spirit stones. I don't know. Strangely enough, the two men's voices were not low, but Xiang Yan, who was only a few feet away inside the house, seemed to have heard nothing. Chu Nangong glanced at a certain greedy junior. No harm done. Old me still has a few pieces here, so you can take them later. Xiang Yan did not expect it to go so well and was overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Nan, for your help. If my king is able to recover, he will certainly be grateful. It is not in vain that he, the son of Xiang clan, the future general of Chu, personally made tea and served him, oblivious to the fact that this old and young foxes had already discussed behind his back. On the way to his residence, Xiang Yan's mouth rose from time to time, looking quite joyful. When Zhou Yuan inside the carriage saw this, he could not help but think of the end of Chu and him, and he really could not bear to point it out. Does General Xiang know the identity of the person who accompanied me? Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Since he had decided to enter the game, he naturally had to save for a rainy day. Back then, the Battle of Baiwa looks like Bai Yifei is in the limelight. In fact, the real main force is the Chu army. It can be said that Baiwa and Chu are enemies. The smile on Xiang Yan's face gradually disappeared, and his heart was a bit depressed. Taoist master, I've already tried my best to turn a blind eye. Why do you still want to point it out? Let bygones be bygones. For the sake of the Taoist master, I will not make things difficult with them. He demonstrated his attitude that compared to the life of the king of Chu, the few remaining Baiwa sins were not worth mentioning. Zhou Yuan had a meaningful look on his face. What if someone wants to take advantage of the situation? Xiang Yan was stunned. What does that mean? What kind of disease can leave the many famous doctors of Chu at their wits' end? And what is the cause of this disease? Hasn't General Xiang ever thought about it? Zhou Yuan continued to imply. Xiang Yan seems to be very loyal to the king of Chu, and with the power of the Xiang clan itself, he is a character that can be drawn in. After thinking for a long time, Xiang Yan solemnly said, I am just a martial artist, and I only follow my king's orders. It's not that he doesn't understand, but he doesn't want to get involved in the court battle. The water here is too deep. The king of Chu told him to do whatever he wanted to do, and it was unwise to play mind games with that group of politicians. That's fine. Just wanted to warn the general that a storm is coming soon. I'm afraid. Ahead is Taoist Master Cheng Yuan. Lord Yin has an invitation. 64. The Li siblings. Late at night, the palace of the king of Chu. The entire palace was filled with a demonic red color, and the woman was reclining on the bed in a deep red gauze dress. Her sheep's fat white jade was hidden. and she had a great deal of style. At this time, a middle-aged scribe with an 8-character beard walked into the hall, his face full of smiles. Great! The famous Qin Yuanzi is visiting Chu. My king's disease is saved. The woman in red slightly side-eyed. A smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, and her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to contain water. Brother, all of them here are my cronies, so there's no need to pretend anymore. The voice was soft and charming, like gurgling water that seduced the heart. The middle-aged scribe's face suddenly changed. Crazy, hideous, and his pupils were instantly filled with the color of blood. Damn Taoists, staying in Korea. What's the point of coming to Chu to make a fuss? But soon he suppressed his emotions and resumed his elegant and easygoing side. The woman blinked slightly, flavorfully. Is brother that unsure of me? I naturally trust my sister, but he is, after all, the disciple of the northern medieval sun, so there's no guarantee that he won't have any special means. The northern meddler? Is it powerful? The 4 great sect masters. Each of them is called the strongest in the world. Li Yuan's face was grave. After years of planning, it is hard not to feel a little uneasy when factors out of your control suddenly appear. The strongest? Li Huan whispered. Did that old man belong to the 4 great masters last time too? She is none other than the current queen of Chu, originally a concubine of Qin Shi, the magistrate of Chu, who was later gifted to the king of Chu and became the head of the 6 palaces by virtue of her mother's son's honor. According to the custom of this era, giving a favorite concubine to a friend was a sign of closeness, and Huang Xia lending a flower to a friend seemed to show loyalty, as did Lu Buwei. Was that old man also one of the 4 great sect masters last time? Li Huan inquired curiously. Out of all the people she had seen, that man was the only one that made her fear 3 times. No. Li Yuan shook his head slightly, a little confused as to why his sister was so scornful of an old man who was on the verge of dying. Duke Nan is only famous for living longer and being more learned. I'm afraid he's not very good when it comes to personal force. It was just that in his opinion, Chu Nangong was not a strong person, and he might not even be able to beat him as a second-rate Jianghu. Li Huan's face suddenly became serious. Don't ever underestimate that old man. Although I've never seen the 4 great masters that my brother talks about, I don't think he'll be weaker than them, maybe even as good. It's not too heavenly. Li Yuan incredulous. The 4 masters are recognized as the strongest in the world. Even if there are any strange people to hide their strength, to say that they have won over the 4 is really ridiculous. Brother doesn't believe me? Li Huan's face showed dissatisfaction. This woman's disposition was really a bit strange, at times mature and charming, at times with the savagery of a young girl. Naturally, I believe it, Li Yuan responded with his mouth, but in fact, he still had doubts, and secretly pondered in his heart that perhaps he should find a few people to test the waters. Don't act rashly, since he doesn't care about our business, there's no need to provoke such a powerful enemy. Li Huan seemed to have read his brother's mind, and was certain that Chu Nangong was a supreme powerhouse not weaker than the 4 great sect masters. Good. I'll listen to you. Li Yuan nodded his head and agreed. After his own sister had a serious illness in her early years, her temperament had changed greatly since then. Sometimes as naive as before, sometimes scheming, but he didn't care. The one thing that hadn't changed about his sister was that she was still close to him as her brother, and when his sister was quiet, she was no different from before. He could only attribute it to the fact that it was the experiences of that year that drove his sister to grow up. Thinking about it, the desire for power grew in his heart. I must climb to the top step by step and never let my sister suffer anymore. Can brother help me find an opportunity? I want to meet this 4 great sect leader's senior disciple. Li Huan resumed her charming and overwhelming demeanor. Li Yuan was a little hesitant. I'm afraid this person is not easy to pull together. That's because he hasn't touched me yet. Okay, I'll try. The siblings are very different from their usual siblings and seem to be suffering from some kind of hidden illness. The position of power is roughly equal to that of a prime minister. The current chancellor of Chu seems to be Huang Shi, the Chunchen monarch. Standing in front was a scribe and a group of sword-wielding martial artists, which must have been the disciples and the stream of dead soldiers within the Chunchen Jun's residence. No time. Zhou Yuan directly stated his attitude. He only cared about things related to immortal cultivation. Even if he was in Qin, he would not waste time on these useless human affairs just the same. When I become immortal, all of you will be ants. The corner of Xiangyan's mouth is slightly twitching. Well, at least it is our Chu state's Lord ordering. You just don't want to go, but you can't say so. I will be very difficult to deal with. Taoist Master Qin Yuan has a heavy responsibility and needs to return immediately to delve into my king's condition. So I'm afraid I won't have time to meet with Yurin. He could only act as this peacemaker so that the 2 sides would not clash and cause trouble. The scribe spoke. There is no rush. The monarch summoned the Taoist master precisely for the sake of my king's condition. Please show your face. Xiangyan looked embarrassed. Taoist. That's just it. Go ahead. In order to act smoothly in Shu next, it is better to give some face. And he was also a bit curious about what kind of person this Chun, who had been counted dead by his former protege, was. Carriage all the way to Chun house, as a person under a person, 10,000 people on the Prime Minister of Chu, his residence since the luxury atmosphere. I'm afraid that the entire state of Chu is second only to the royal palace of the first mansion. Chun was already in the hall making tea and waiting. This was an old man with gray hair. It was really hard to believe that it was still possible to mess up a person's life. Wild history. Very wild indeed. I've long heard of Taoist master's name, and today I see that he is truly a handsome man among men. I had known that Yuan was the pillar of Chu's prime, and the rumors are indeed true. As soon as they met, they exchanged business favors. It may not necessarily be that the young man has a big face, but it may also be for the Taoist family, for that heavenly sect master who stands at the pinnacle of the age. In the opinion of the Taoist master, can my king's condition be cured? Lord Chun got to the point and looked as if he was really concerned about the Chu king's health. I just don't know if I want him dead, or alive. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Zhou Yuan said 3 difficult in a row, looking very distressed. Difficult, yet not a stone's throw away, right? Chun was full of smiles and seemed to be rejoicing at this. Zhou Yuan secretly thought to himself, does your old man really want me to cure people? He questioned in his mind. If the king of Chu could be assassinated by someone, that person would either be someone close to him or powerful. Being the minister of Chu, Chun, who was in the form of a prime minister, was naturally the object of his suspicion. Since ancient times, there has been a certain conflict between the power of the monarch and the power of the prime minister. When the power of the monarch is strong, the power of the prime minister will inevitably be weakened, and vice versa. If we can get the full support of Yuan, it is not unlikely that the poor Taoist will be able to cure the king of Chu. Zhou Yuan sipped his tea, his eyes casting to the other party without thinking. If that is the case, the Taoist master is truly a great benefactor to my Chu kingdom. Please accept a bow from the old man. 65. He broke into our childhood. The 4 dukes of the warring states, contemporary figures of the day, had high power and influence in their respective countries. Judging from Huang Xie's behavior, he seemed to be really loyal to the king of Chu, and even made a bow to the young Taoist in spite of his status. It was too late for Zhou Yuan to stop it, and he couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous in his heart. Am I looking at the wrong person? A famous scene suddenly came to him. You're a great man, please take my bow. This Chun is funny, but he had a vague feeling that something wasn't quite right with this man. He just couldn't tell for a moment. Since the poor Taoist has taken on this matter, he will certainly do his best. Zhou Yuan patted his chest to ensure that it was actually because Chu Nangon was too cocky and was only willing to give a portion of the promised spirit stones, and the rest of the spirit stones as well as the Yellowstone Heavenly Book would only be delivered in full after the matter was accomplished. It's like doing business, only giving a deposit, and the final payment still needs to be made after acceptance, so he can't bail out halfway through. He was very dissatisfied with this. Qin Yuanzi was famous all over the world. How could he do such a treacherous thing? With little friend's words, I am relieved. Huang Xia had an approving look on his face, and after a pause in his tone, he asked, little friend has seen Duke Nan just now? Su was grateful for his hand in healing the king of Chu. The address became much closer. Not bad. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly and did not disclose the matter of the spirit stones, only saying that he was visiting a learned senior and had gained some inspiration. Huang Xia laughed. Little friend blessing is not shallow na. South Gong is famous all over the world. More than 100 years. I don't know how many young talents in Chu want to ask him to teach. Can be initiated but very few. Zhou Yuan was a bit surprised. Has Lord Nan become famous so early? Huang Xia smiled as he stroked his beard. I forgot to tell you, Duke Nan is only his current title. Back then he should have been called Duke Huangshi. When I was still a child, I had the honor of meeting Lord Huangshi, who was already famous all over the world at that time, and is what he is today. There are rumors that Huangshi Gong is very good at health maintenance, so he attracted countless famous families and nobles to visit. What? May I ask how old is Yuan? It is 76 this year. Put. Zhou Yuan sprayed out a mouthful of old tea. I saw it when I was a child. Now 76. That time Chunan Gong. Should I say that Huangshi Gong has become famous? And how old is he now? Huang Xia seemed to have expected this reaction from him, or perhaps he had deliberately said it to scare his juniors with a somewhat gloating smile. Then he felt that it was a breach of etiquette, and immediately straightened his posture. I'm sure Duke Nan also changed his name because he was afraid of shocking the world, so please be sure to hide this matter. Little friend. Snap. The teacup in Xiang Yan's hand slipped unconsciously and his eyes were filled with disorientation. He was tempted to say, I also saw Lord Nan when I was a child, and he looked like this then. So how many childhoods did the old man go through? How many people were scared? Huang Xia looked towards this general and Xiang Yan immediately took a stand. Don't worry, Yuan. the last general will keep it a secret. Only then did Huang Xia nod in satisfaction. A child can be taught. Yurine specially invited me here to inform me of this matter? Zhou Yuan gradually stabilized his mind. He can only take it as the reason that at the end of the world of immortal cultivation, the aura still has remnants, and has a special life extension technique, so that some people live longer. While the secret is valuable, it would be a bit of a big deal if that's all there was to it. There is one more thing. Huang Xia's face suddenly became serious. Little friend must beware of the Li siblings. Which Li siblings? Queen Li Huan, left disciple Li Yuan. Xiang Yan feels that the tea in his hand is starting to lose its flavor. He has been trying as much as possible to avoid getting caught up in the strife between Chen Shenjun and Li Yuan, and only acting as a staunch supporter of the king of Chu. But he didn't expect to get caught up in it after all. Is it too late to cover your ears? Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. Was this a well-intentioned reminder, or was it a mutual smear by the hostile parties? If I remember correctly, Li Yuan seems to have gone out from under Chen Shenjun, and is considered his disciple. It was only later that there was a conflict of interest between the two sides, which would later turn into a bloodbath. Is this the time to rip your face off and start being explicitly antagonistic? If I remember correctly, it seems that Lord Li was once a protege of your majesty. He would trust no one but what he saw with his eyes and judged in his head. Not bad, Huang Xia frankly admitted, and then sighed. Back then, when I saw that their siblings were lonely and had no one to turn to, my heart was compassionate, so I decided to take them in. Who would have thought that Li Yuan is actually a wolfish ambition? To his sister after rocketing to the top, then began to form a party. Exclude dissidents. A large number of bad my foundation of Chu. I have advised my king several times, but since the demon queen has gained favor and the villain has gained power, my king can no longer listen to my advice. The old man was so pained and so colorful, so straight-faced, that it was hard not to believe that he was a loyal official. Just by looking at Xiangyan's gradually composed face, he knew that this speech was very infectious. Zhou Yuan, however, did not think so. There was also a possibility that it was because Li Yuan's position of power had gradually climbed up, causing this Chu state orderly to develop a sense of crisis and begin to try to cut out the threat. However, he didn't know much about the Chu situation yet, and his mouth responded, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for mentioning this. The poor Taoist will definitely keep it in mind." After the two left, Huang Xia walked to the courtyard and looked at the bright moon in the sky and muttered, "If my king is cured, he will certainly kill the traitors and restore the glory of my Chu." In the middle of the day, the look on his face changed abruptly and his tone became grim. If the king of Chu is cured, how can I take over the power alone and how can I change the state of Chu? Kill him. Come on man. After tossing back and forth for several hours until 10 minutes past midnight, Zhou Yuan finally returned to the residence arranged by Xiang Yan, Tianzhe and 100 Poison King. Repellent Corpse Devil. Several 3 people do not know where to go. In the courtyard, Flame Spirit Ji and Wu Shuang Ghost is squatting in front of the fire to roast chickens. The huge gap in body size looks particularly funny. Zhou Yuan watched the cravings and nonchalantly came to the two. Just hungry. Have one. The two men looked over in unison. The Flame Spirit Ji is just a little strange, but the undisputed Ghost is very dissatisfied. There are only 3 in total. Not enough for him to stuff his teeth. Are all the Chukis so cheap that they don't care about rice? Of course not. Zhou Yuan was absent-minded at that time. The king of Chu wanted to set up a banquet to entertain him, was politely refused. And later Huang Xia invited the night snacks he was not in the mood to eat. And this time he smelled the taste before feeling hungry. He said on his lips, "There are rules about eating, and sharing with people who are in agreement with one's heart is better than wine and food even if one is chafing at the mouth." Flamingo locked eyes with him for a moment. Wu Shuang is naturally robust and strong. Can the Taoist master hold up? This banshee has learned her lesson and is all but unaffected by the sweet talk. Men only influence me to be stronger. Zhou Yuan barely got his breath back. When did you learn this? Close to the ink. Who made me follow an unscrupulous Taoist priest? The Flame Spirit Ji smiled smugly. Letting you always whip and toss people around without mercy before. It's natural to hear fencing stories more often than not. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded. Was this considered teaching the disciple to starve the master? He picked up the big fat chicken that was already roasting on the fire and turned his grief into an appetite. Oomph. The peerless Ghost was disgruntled. I'll give you 10 back someday. 66. Fire and Ice. What do they want you to do? Flame Spirit Ji asked about today's trip. The moment they met, they gave gifts. It looks like it's still something this person needs, so it's obvious that they've put in the effort, and they must be asking for something. Zhou Yuan nibbled on the roasted chicken as he replied, "Healing. The king of Chu has a disease. Is it true that the higher the status of your men in the Middle Kingdom, the more likely they are to get sick?" Not necessarily. Zhou Yuan sized her up. If you have a strong body like Poverty Roads, what is there to fear if more goblins come? The Flame Spirit Ji had always been bold, and instead of being half shy, she looked somewhere. Really? Wanna try it? Zhou Yuan had been thinking about it for a long time, and apart from the beauty and the purpose of teaching this demonic girl a lesson, he also wanted to examine the other party's body and understand the origin of the attribute of fire. The flame spirit Ji retracted her gaze and said with a smile, I'm afraid that it's too good to be true, making it even more difficult for people to get on and off instead. No man could tolerate such humiliation. Zhou Yuan swore to the heavens, when the day comes, I'll make you kneel down and sing conquest. Flame spirit Ji's smile did not diminish. I'll wait. Wei Zhuang scratched his head vigorously, unable to understand the conversation between the two, so he decided to bury his head and focus on gnawing on the roasted chicken. You said that the Nine Suns is a martial art that is the most masculine and rigid. I am also considered to be a body of pure yang, so why have I been unable to practice it to great success? Flame Spirit Ji asked about martial arts. After Zhou Yuan's enlightenment, coupled with the knowledge of Tianzai's true nature, she had seldom referred to herself as slave. Like he said, be a free bird. Perhaps, it's not just masculinity. Zhou Yuan looked down and pondered. The latest version, the Nine Yang's Koropanishad became Yin and Yang reconciliation, rigid and flexible, just focusing more on masculinity. That is to say, if the flame spirit Ji wants to practice the Nine Suns to great completion, she has to realize the true meaning of Yang Pole produces Yin. What do you mean? Flame Wing was puzzled. Yin and Yang can be perfected, but rigid Yang is still the main focus. Zhou Yang gave an explanation. Do you want me to cultivate that Taiji fist of yours? The flame spirit Ji was reluctant. Although she had already witnessed the power of Taiji, she still preferred the rigidity and dominance of the dragon subduing palm. A fire dragon struck, and the opponent was pulverized and reduced to ashes. A strong man should crush his opponents in this way. Tai Chi is also not suitable for you. Zhou Yuan shook his head. The flame Ling Ji was as passionate as fire. She was an acute person and could not practice this kind of martial arts that required maintaining a steady state of mind. What then? Flame Wing pursued. She was now convinced of the man. Perhaps. I think it's time for you to experience a little bit of fire and ice. How was the experience? This. Zhou Yuan was a little ashamed to say that the best way was of course to pour the extreme cold true chi into his body, but if he said it out loud, it would seem like he had bad intentions. When Flame Spirit Ji saw his expression, she instantly guessed what was going on. I knew you were craving my body. The tone was a little smug. When the man had been sitting on his hands, and while she was relieved by that, she couldn't help but wonder about her own charms. Zhou Yuan coldly grunted, thinking too much. Even if you beg me, I may not be willing to help you. Put. Flame Spirit Ji laughed out loud, thinking that this kind of arrogance would only be seen in Wei Zhuang. Then may I beg you? No, brother Qing Yuan. Zhou Yuan had an evil look on his face. So you are such a person, willing to do anything in order to practice. Call poop. Flame Wing hesitated, though she didn't know what those two words meant and instinctively decided they weren't good words. The peerless ghost buried his head and gnawed on the chicken as if he were an outsider. Just then, the Tianzi guys returned. How long are you going to tarry? This 100-year prince had obviously been very dissatisfied, and if the gap in strength hadn't been too great, he would have moved his hand. It's hard to say. A short period of 3 to 5 days, a long period of 10 days and half a month may be possible. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and gave a response. The problem on the King of Chu was a bit more troublesome, so he had to at least stabilize it before he could get the reward promised by the Duke of Chunan. What favors did they promise that made you so enamored? Tianzai was puzzled. He shared the same opinion as Flame Reiki that the man would not be impressed by money. What's more, the treasures collected in the Baiwei treasure would be 1,000 times more than the Chu King's reward. None of your business. Zhou Yuan was too lazy to explain, not to mention that he would not reveal the wonderful use of the spirit stones. Tianzai's fists clenched in anger, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. Seeing this, the Flame Ling Ji's face revealed a color of righteous indignation and opened her mouth to express her loyalty. Master, let's go together. He may not be able to beat it. The 100 Poisons King wanted to speak, obviously not knowing the truth of the matter. Tianzai said in a deep voice, he still has Chu behind him now. I hope you don't forget the agreement. These things are worthless compared to the treasure. At the end of the sentence, he strides toward a certain room, as if saying so could save some face. Zhou Yuan did not rush to ask about the usage of the wordless heavenly book. He was now certain that the key to unlocking the treasure was in Tianzai's hands, while the blood bead in Flame Spirit Ji's hands was the key to making the map visible. If you wake up the map early at this point, you are giving the initiative to the other side. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Xiaomeng came to greet him early. General is really diligent. Zhou Yuan sighed in admiration. Compared to his divine and valiant grandson, the future upper general's reputation was much dimmer, but he will not be underestimated. The loss of the war is called a non-war crime. Wang Jian used the most impeccable method of warfare to overwhelm the people with power. With the Qin's momentum, with absolute military strength and steadily forcing you to compete with him in national strength. The Chu of his time is absolutely unable to fight the Qin. Even if you replace it with a fierce general with a great record, you may not be able to stop it. Of course, that doesn't mean Wang Jian isn't good. There is no heck of a good fighter. Why at risk when you can win 100%? Xian's clan is deeply favored by the king. Xian Yan dares not slack off. Unfortunately, what is the Taoist priest regretting? Xian Yan did not understand. It's nothing, let's go. Zhou Yuan didn't say anything further. Telling the not-so-bright ending in advance would only add to the troubles. Xian Yan was a bit confused. He seemed to see in the other party's eyes compassion. When he came to the palace, the king of Chu was the same as yesterday, still looking sickly, as if he was going to sail away in the next moment. It wasn't until he saw the Taoist priest he had been longing for come that his eyes glowed. Taoist master, can you have already refined the pills? Naturally, Zhou Yuan's gaze fell on the woman in palace dress beside the king of Chu. I don't know if it was because she was wearing a red dress, but he felt that this woman was even more demonic than Lady Pearl. Li Huan was also looking at him, a faintly unnoticeable smile in his eyes, but his face was full of sadness. Please, Taoist master, make sure to cure my king, or else, this palace won't be able to survive. Zhou Yuan, Chu did not reject martyrdom. 67. Love spell. Of course, this statement can only be thought about in the mind. If not mistaken, this should be the Queen of Chu. The mother of a country's martyrdom does not seem to be an example. There must never be a third person present during the healing process, so please be conscientious. Zhou Yuan directly to the point. At the moment do not know the body of the king of Chu is who is the ghost. Must not give any opportunity to let his world's first alchemist name appear tainted. The king of Chu looked embarrassed. But I have promised to let the queen accompany me. Zhou Yuan was completely speechless. You have not died unjustly. Xiang Yan was afraid that he would say something shocking, and hurriedly snatched the opportunity to persuade him. Your Majesty, the Taoist master must be afraid of being affected on the way to healing. Please forgive me, Your Highness. The king of Chu sniffed and looked at the queen, wanting to speak. To say that he loved this woman more than his own life would surely be a fallacy, except that as a monarch, it was not good to refute his own words. Your Majesty need not be embarrassed. Although I want to accompany, I will never miss the cure, so I will go out. Li Huan showed her understanding and kept things from becoming embarrassing. Xian Yan secretly sighed in relief and exited the hall first. Li Huan also followed closely behind, and before he left, his gaze seemed to glance at someone inadvertently. Zhou Yuan felt something in his heart, and when he glanced at his afterglow, he was touching the other party's eyes. It seems that the water in the Chu King's palace is very deep. Dao, how does the immortal master intend to cure my widow's illness? The king of Chu was completely unaware of the two men's eyes meeting. All he cared about right now was his own illness, and changing his name seemed to give his heart a few more moments of confidence. The king only needs to take this Dan and leave the rest to poor Tao. Zhou Yuan pulled out an anesthetic boiling Dan from his pocket. The king of Chu hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out to take it and swallowed it in one gulp. I understand that he would not dare to murder the king of Chu in a dignified manner. Not to mention that the immortal master looks like a talented person. I think he must be upright. Certainly not a treacherous person. Soon after the elixir entered his stomach, the king of Chu felt dizzy, and his entire body collapsed uncontrollably onto the bed, letting it be administered. Zhou Yuan instantly let go of his restraints and began to inspect the Chu king's body in all directions, with no respect at all, as if it was not the head of a country, but an experiment. If what the other party was suffering from was not a curse, but a poison that interested him, the possibility of dissecting and studying it could not be ruled out. Cultivating immortality. In his opinion, it's no different from scientific research. It's all about progressing in constant theory and practice. He really wants to get better so badly. When the Wuji Tru Qi converged into Chu Wang's body through his back, a familiar aura arose, only that he could not recall where he had seen it before. Zhou Yuan gently tapped his brain, forcing himself to recall the past. For a long time, reverse scale, it dawned on him that this cold, decaying, broken, death-filled aura was not exactly the reverse scale. He hadn't talked to the other man in a long time, ever since the time he caused reverse scale to fall into a deep sleep. But the two sides have a fundamental difference. Although the reverse scale is full of death, but also has the sword of the stern, the aura within King Chu's body was different, like it came from the barbaric wasteland and was mixed with the deathly aura of the underworld, which felt especially strange. They were a bit naughty. Not only did they not dodge, they even tried to attack Zhou Yuan, but they were all blocked by the infinite Tru Qi. A king of a country has no reason to be tainted with this kind of aura. I really did not guess wrong. Zhou Yuan muttered. The king of Chu probably wouldn't go out of the palace. It wasn't popular to go out of the palace in microsuits in this era, unless it was an isolated case like Ying Zheng who had a special plan. That left only one explanation. Someone had brought this power into the palace. Or rather, it was in the palace at the moment. Not being able to look deeply into this, he began to try to use his Wuji True Qi to touch that strange aura, but did not rush to clear it. All the extraordinary power of this world, he has a very high interest, this time not only to dispel, but also want to obtain. Curse, a whole new field never touched before. The Taoists might also have such books, but Baimoz never taught them, seemingly for fear that he would go astray. However, Zhou Yuan had confidence in his state of mind. He would only control the power and would never be swayed by it. A bold idea sprang to mind. Intercept a portion of the curse and introduce it into your body. Sense it, refine it, and take control of the power. The general explanation of curses is that they are prayers to the spirits to send down plagues that fall on the target of hatred, enmity, and desire to do harm. But this world doesn't seem to have any invocable gods, or the Taoists wouldn't have failed to grasp it. Zhou Yuan was more inclined to the fact that this was a special means of triggering some kind of rule to be used on the target in a peculiar way. He suddenly missed Princess Amazing a little. The Yin Yang family was apparently quite accomplished regarding spells. Putting aside his thoughts, he began to implement the bold idea in his mind, utilizing the absorbing ability of the northern meditation technique to guide the power of the curse into his body. Could a hallowed Taoist cultivator still be hard-pressed by a mere curse? Zhou Yuan was confident that he could control everything within his body's tolerance, and if he really couldn't solve it, then he would burn out the evil with flames. Not long after, there was an additional mysterious power in his body, and King Chu seemed to look a little better. A figure surged uncontrollably in his mind. It was actually the Queen of Chu who he had first met, her beautiful face and slender figure deep in his heart. What's going on? Zhou Yuan shook his head, trying to throw this distraction away, but found that he could not do anything about it. She was like a woman who was deeply in love and couldn't get over it for 10, 20 years. How is that possible? He has experienced Lady Pearl, Hu Beauty, the salamander, but also often with the purple woman, Lian Yu, Flame Ling Ji, the absolute beauty of the world together. Although this Chu queen is also a beauty, but not so that he fell in love at first sight, right? There must be something strange about this. Zhou Yuan looked at Chu Wang's qi and felt that today was almost over. So he sat down on the ground and ran his energy to trace the root cause. 4 ages. A love spell? The king of Chu woke up in a ghostly manner, felt that his body was much lighter, and he was not as depressed as the Tarzan in the past, and he was overjoyed. Immortal master. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan smiled faintly, got up and said, Great king must take good care of his body in recent days. Poor Taoist will come back tomorrow. Well, I will certainly follow the words of the immortal master, but if I have any requests, I will certainly answer them. Your Majesty's illness has not yet been fully resolved, and now that you have a loss of qi and blood, it is best to abstain from sex. Zhou Yuan made an addition. The king of Chu blushed. He had thought that he would make a comeback when his body healed, but now he was told to quit his favorite? For the sake of the long term, I hope the great king understands the priorities. Good, I will abide by it. The king of Chu clenched his teeth. For the sake of a longer and happier life, what's the harm in enduring for a few days? The invitation was then extended. Why don't you stay in the palace, or let me do my duty as a landlord? 68. Invited by Li Yuan. What the king of Chu thought in his heart was that if the other party could live in the palace, he would be able to better solve any emergencies he encountered in the future. Although there is something wrong with this matter, the immortal master is a person from outside the square and has long since transcended the world, so there is no need to worry about anything. Zhou Yuan's face was odd. Han Wangan seemed to have made this suggestion as well, and he had refused and failed the other party. The great king's good intentions are poorly appreciated, but this matter is really inappropriate, so the poor Taoist takes his leave. Seeing that he was so indifferent to fame and fortune and didn't even ask for anything from himself, the king of Chu couldn't help but appreciate him more and more. But, again, does he seem to be the king of rewards and punishments? Come on man, what does the king want? Go pick some precious medicinal herbs from the treasury and send them to the immortal master's residence. No, the king of Chu thought the same as Han Wangan, believing that people who cultivated did not care about money, not to mention that this one was an alchemist, and herbs were far more valuable than money. On the other hand, when Zhou Yuan went out of the hall, Li Huan and Xian Yan had been waiting for a long time. Li Huan was the first to greet him and said worriedly, Taoist master, how is the great king's health? Zhou Yuan gazed at this empress of Dechu, and if he hadn't already gotten a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg, I'm afraid that he almost believed in the other party's acting skills. He had determined that the spell on the king of Chu had one characteristic, and that was that it would fall deeply in love with the woman on the opposite side, almost to the point of being engraved in her heart. What kind of decent woman could be the one who would use a spell like that? Moreover, he also discovered another property in the spell that had the power to devour vitality. In short, the Chu King's body would rapidly decay and wither in a short period of time. What a ruthless woman! To first make the King of Chu fall deeply in love with himself, and then take his life with a spell was simply murderous and heartless. He collected his thoughts and responded, "Fortunately, I think that the King of Chu will be cured in a few more days." A flash of surprise appeared in Li Huan's eyes, and then he quickly hid it, with a look of joy and gratitude on his face. "The Taoist master is truly a nobleman of my Chu kingdom, and this palace will make sure that the great king rewards him heavily. Then the poor Taoist will thank you here." Zhou Yuan smiled faintly and left in large strides. As for what the other side wants to do next, we'll see tomorrow. Seeing this, Xian Yan arched his hand toward the queen before quickly following. Did the Taoist master really cure the king's illness? Just after leaving the palace gate, Xian Yan asked impatiently, "Just now in the palace nobles in front of the face, he is not good to steal the limelight. I am afraid that there are not many people who really hope that the King of Chu will be cured, but he definitely counts as one. Healers can heal the sick, but they can't heal the hearts." Zhou Yuan sighed with emotion and then boarded the carriage. Xian Yan was stunned. What did that mean? "I'm just a martial artist, so I'd like to ask the Taoist master to tell me straight. Poor Taoist is just wondering if it's possible that I've just partially detoxified on my side, and when we meet again tomorrow, King Chu's condition will be worse instead?" Zhou Yuan smiled and opened his mouth, almost as if he had already made it clear. In addition to absorbing a small portion of the curse, he had also cleared nearly 30% of the curse from the Chu King's body with his blazing flame true chi, and if no one was making trouble from it, it would be resolved in the next few days. At that time, with just some more tonic medicines, the Chu King's body would not be able to return to its peak, but would at least be able to return to an ordinary human state. What the Taoist master means is that someone in the palace is trying to plot against my king? Xian Yan quickly realized that he was just not very good at politics, but it did not mean stupidity. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly. Poor Taoist didn't say anything. The words of reminder had already been said. He began to use his energy to suppress the curse in his body. The poison of decay was good to solve, but this love spell, it's a bit of a standard. It was good that he had strong self-control. If it had been someone else with poor determination, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to resist pouncing on that Queen of Chu just now. This woman is not simple. Shortly after returning to his residence, he saw the general in charge of the guards come to report. "Taoist master, Lord Zuotu has sent an invitation. What do you think?" Li Gardens. Zhou Yuan instantly had an answer in his mind. Through the conversation at the reigning prince's residence last night, he already knew that the current owner of the post of left apostle, with a position of power just below the reigning prince, was tantamount to the successor of the chancellor. "Can you explain what it is about?" Zhou Yuan was a little hesitant, unwilling to waste time and curious about the truth at the same time. He was now basically certain that the love spell was from the handiwork of the Li siblings, and was eager to ask them about the origin of this magical spell. One that can make a person fall involuntarily in love with another seems more subtle than the Six Souls dread spell of the Yin Yang family. There are thousands of ways to kill people, but the word love is very difficult to sway. Called his heart can affect, can imagine how powerful. Lord Zuotu is worried about my king's illness and wants to ask the Taoist master for specifics. General Xiang replied as such. Zhou Yuan was instantly happy. The Queen of Chu, the Orderine, and the left disciple were also concerned about the King of Chu. Then where did this curse come from? What unknown character is so brave? Why is the Taoist master laughing? General Xiang was puzzled. Suddenly a happy thought comes to mind. Go and prepare the carriage. Zhou Yuan decided to go there, and wanted to see who was being disingenuous and who was speaking from the heart. Or maybe, both sides are acting? Taoist master is really popular in Chu. The flame spirit Ji's tone was mocking, obviously still not letting go of what happened back then. For the Baihui people, South Korea and Chu are both unabashed aggressors, and not killing and setting fire to the place is already very patient. Zhou Yuan didn't know how to comfort him and could only say, "Don't hate your enemies, let the hatred be transformed into a motivation to become stronger so that you won't be bullied in the future." To put it mildly, you're not from Baihui. The flame spirit lady snorted coldly and offered a rebuttal. The peerless ghost was also furious, and if it wasn't for the fact that Chu Ran had just provided him with roasted chicken, he would have already crushed them into meat patties. The Tianzi guys were nowhere to be found early in the morning, and they didn't know where they had gone or what they had done. If I tell you that the Chu kingdom will be destroyed in the near future, will you feel much more comfortable in your heart? With no one around, Zhou Yuan dramatized in a low voice. The flame spirit lady's eyes flashed. Really? Don't forget that the poor Taoist is skilled in divination and can calculate chi fortune. If that ever happens, I'll dance for a month for you. The flame spirit Ji gave him a deep look and gave what she thought was a very generous promise. Her dancing was no worse than that of the girls of Zilan, and when she was young, She had been a good dancer and was highly praised by her elders, but since her family was robbed, she has never danced again. In other words, everyone who's ever seen her dance is dead. Zhou Yuan was shocked. How can you be gracious enough to return the favor? Asshole. Flamewing bit him hard, leaving a shallow teeth mark on his arm. Zhutu's house. In the courtyard, a garden full of peach blossoms is in full bloom and fragrant. In a small pavilion by the lake, Li Yuan was sitting upright until someone arrived and slowly got up, smiling, elegant and modest. I heard that my king's illness has improved. The world's #1 alchemist really lives up to his name. I admire Li. Zhou Yuan, who should have been commercially blowing each other up, did not know how to speak for a moment. He did not know much about this person's deeds. Should he say, "Your sister is really stunning. No wonder you can climb so high." After thinking for a moment, he said, "The Chu King's disease is not a poison or a parasite, but a rare incantation, and the poor Taoist is curious as to from whom this technique came from." 69. Li Huan also wants to give gifts. Zhou Yuan felt that instead of covering up, it would be better to just startle the snake and see how the other party would respond. But he obviously underestimated the Li Yuan's chi-raising kung fu. A man who climbed from cloth to a prime ministerial candidate. The ability may not be called the top at that time. The mind will never be bad. His face didn't even show the slightest hint of dissimilarity, only the most unusual shock and intense anger. What kind of curmudgeon is so bold? If I find out his identity, I will surely tell him to die without a burial place. Zhou Yuan just watched quietly until the other party finished his performance. Then he spoke. Lynching or car cracking? Li Yuan was stunned, then smiled. Since it is up to my king to decide. This man was all out of character, very different from the Taoist children he had seen before. Zhou Yuan nodded. Did Lord Zhutu invite me here just to inquire about the Chu King's condition? Li Yuan fell into hesitation as he suddenly realized that his sister could not necessarily outplay the guy in front of him. Fought just a well alchemy, a little martial arts second-generation disciple. Now seems, its mind is not simple, as if they know what they do. Just now the words seem to be pointing at the Sangwei Y. But his own sister is so bold in nature nowadays that if he refuses to help, she might just run to the other party's house to meet her. In the middle of his thoughts, a soft and charming female voice rang in his ears, and Li Huan, dressed in a long crimson dress, appeared in the peach forest, the whole person looking very bewitching. Zhou Yuan's gaze turned and he was surprised to the core. Shouldn't she stay by the king of Chu's side? Could it be that? Brother, let me talk to this immortal master. Li Huan deliberately increased his tone of voice, and his address seemed to be influenced by King Chu. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment, left a sentence of "be more restrained," and left with great strides. Seeing this situation, where Zhou Yuan still did not understand that it was basically this Chu queen who wanted to see him, and Li Yuan was just responsible for matching the match. Looking at the woman in red in front of him, his heart began to beat uncontrollably, but it was extremely suppressed by him. How dare you mess with my heart? If you have something to say it and fart it. Zhou Yuan was nonchalant. His intuition told him that this woman was very similar to Mrs. Pearl, if not even better. Plus, having insight into the opponent's tactics, he was even more wary. While fighting the spell in this way, what kind of love spell is that? It's just a little trick. My destiny is not controlled by God. Far from it. Anyway, Qin Yuanzi is not under anyone's control. You would actually take the initiative to draw the love spell towards yourself. Aren't you afraid of losing control? Seeing that he didn't hide it, Li Huan simply stopped pretending. Since the other party had understood the love spell, they could naturally associate it with her. Zhou Yuan calmly said, "The poor Taoist does not dare to say that he is too oblivious, but he will never be swayed by the curse of the district. Rather, it is what the Empress has done that has really taken Poverty Road by surprise." Li Huan smiled sweetly. As a member of the harem, is it wrong to use special means to gain the great king's favor? She said it so righteously that one could not refute it for a moment. Never seen such a brazen man. Zhou Yuan snorted. What about the other curse? Since you have already captured his heart, why did you kill him so painfully just to make your own son succeed the throne earlier? Li Huan's next words took him by surprise. Who said the curse was placed on the great king by this palace? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look sideways. Did he still want to deceive him even now? Li Huan coldly grunted. The person who really cast the spell is actually that highly respected Lord Chunshan, the one-man Lord Ling. Coincidentally, that Lord Chunshan also told me to beware of you siblings. Are you playing a riddle game with the poor Taoist? Zhou Yuan's expression teased, but in fact, he was more biased toward Huang Xia in his heart, which was derived from years of accumulated experience in reading people, and he always felt that those words did not seem to be hypocritical. As if Li Huan had seen through what he was thinking, she asked in return, "Since you already know that this palace has placed a love spell, don't you think about why this palace would still want to kill the great king? Wouldn't that be superfluous?" Her words were justified, and not all of them were flawless. Perhaps you want to take power. If the king of Chu dies and the new king is young, the power of Chu will be completely in the hands of your siblings. Zhou Yuan was not gullible. He would never underestimate the temptation of power, even if he himself was not keen on it. So cultivators also judge people by their appearance. What makes you say that, Queen? Zhou Yuan was speechless. To say that judging a person by his appearance, the poor Taoist should be more inclined towards you, right? Li Huan gazed at him. Just because Huang Xia looks all righteous and I, like a demoness, right? After she reminded me of that, it seemed like there was a reason for that. Red, sultry, not a decent person at first glance. How could the poor Taoist judge a person by his appearance? I just don't understand. If the love spell was cast by the queen, why was the other spell cast by Chen Shenjun? Could it be that the two of you came from the same school? Zhou Yuan found it difficult to comprehend that incantation was a very eccentric means that was mastered by very few people. Since the love spell was cast by the queen in front of him, he naturally preferred that the other spell was of her making, because he learned his spells from me. Li Huan once again spoke out of turn. What a big mouth. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but scrutinize the other party. If the roles were swapped, he would still be able to believe it tentatively. A brother and sister who couldn't make it in Zhao, traveled a long way to Chu to survive. And you say you're proficient in spells? And you taught the 4 dukes of war? This whole thing is outrageous any way you look at it. If you're really capable of this, can't you siblings just call the shots in Zhao? Just use the love spell on the king of Zhao. Why did you come to Chu? Don't judge people by their appearance. Li Huan was a bit annoyed, furious that someone was belittling her because of her age. Zhou Yuan smiled and nodded his head. Alright, poor Taoist will believe you for now. So, after saying so much, what exactly do you want me to do? Both sides were so divided that it was difficult to come up with a definitive answer for a while, so they just changed the conversation. Kill him. Li Huan's red lips flicked out, directly stating her true purpose. He has mastered powers that he cannot control, and sooner or later he will be devoured and reduced to a puppet. Zhou Yuan pursed his lips and had a meaningful look on his face. Is it really that desperate? Don't forget that he once took in your siblings and single-handedly pushed you to where you are now. If he knew the state he's in nowadays, he'd be grateful that we killed him. Li Huan's tone was justified. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded. He thought he was a bit shameless, but he didn't realize that this woman was braver than him. I won't treat you poorly. As long as I complete this matter, I will give you a gift. Li Huan gave chips. Zhou Yuan could not help but think of Lady Pearl, who had promised the same thing back then, and Beauty, who had not failed to live up to expectations. Very moist. What gift? As a cultivator, your Tao heart, essence, and cultivation are all already top-notch. Only one thing is missing: body refining. 70. Indestructible witch nerve. As things stood, Li Huan's purpose was clear. Borrowing his power to kill Huang Xie, the corresponding bargaining chip is body refinement, which doesn't seem to be a bad deal. Zhou Yuan, however, was happy. Although he had yet to create a body refining type of technique, his fleshly body was definitely far stronger than the average person after 20 years of baptizing the heaven and earth aura. Coupled with his internal power, he had fought against Bai Yifei's sharp weapons with his bare hands, even breaking them. Where does this guy get off? What on earth makes the queen so confident? Although your physical body has been baptized, it is still far from strong. So, the queen can make me stronger? Li Huan glanced somewhere and spoke in a coquettish tone. It'll add at least another hour to your day. Zhou Yuan, this woman is really immodest and is starting to reveal her nature. If what you say is true and you can give a body refining technique that satisfies the poor Taoist, I'll agree to this deal. Don't worry, the package will satisfy you. Li Yuan blinked, as if answering a question. Then, he picked up the brocade and began to write the method of body refining. The witch's nerve. Witch. When Zhou Yuan saw this name, his first impression was of the witch race of the flood, a race that only practiced the physical body without cultivating the Yuanshan, and was able to fight against the ancient demon race. But that world is obviously not connected to this place and can't really be connected. I didn't expect the queen to have such a secret book. I wonder from which family. By luck, I picked it up on the road when I was up in the mountains picking up herbs back in the day. Could be. It's just that the name is a bit of a mouthful. No insulting the kung fu. Li Yuan was obviously really angry and jumped up and down for a while. Zhou Yuan didn't provoke the other party anymore and tried to figure out this body refining technique with his heart. With his eyesight, he quickly judged that this was a very skillful technique, and some parts of it were even difficult to see through for a while. For example, the line, harden your body with blood, and you will not die. Is it some kind of blood used in a medicinal bath? Fierce beasts, spirit birds, the more powerful the blood owner is, the more powerful the resulting flesh body will be. Li Huan came close to his ear. His voice was full of compulsion, and the scent of his body was clearly audible, causing the love spell to stir. Zhou Yuan suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said in a good-natured manner, Where are we going to find the blood of a ferocious beast now? That's up to you. Li Huan wriggled away. As if he were playing an exciting game of flirt and run, Zhou Yuan swept a glance without thinking. You're so generous because you're certain that Poverty Road won't be able to practice this technique, aren't you? The technique has been given to you. If you can't practice it, you can only blame yourself. Ha! Zhou Yuan didn't talk nonsense with her anymore and sat down on the ground to start trying to function. He was completely unafraid of the other party taking advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, and was only running his gongfu instead of breaking through the barrier, so he could pull back at any time. Wuji Tru Chi had a strong compatibility effect, and the yin and yang could easily run all kinds of techniques, and he quickly grasped the trick. The aura of heaven and earth quickly focused and converged along the pores into the 8 meridians, bones, flesh and blood, lungs and internal organs. Every single one of them was quenched. This type of baptism is different from the old one. If before it was only washing essence, now it is transforming, strengthening. It was as if his physical body was moving away from the mortal level a little bit. Witnessing this scene, Li Huan revealed a flash of color in his eyes and thought, the end of the Dharma era actually allows for the emergence of such pure and unsullied Tao bodies, and by the looks of it, it seems to be close to a great completion, but she didn't say it out loud, or else she risked exposing her secret as well. There are no years in cultivation, and a day passes just like that. Night crept in. Zhou Yuan was still immersed in the body refining art and could not extricate himself from it. This kind of cultivation was very novel and had a very significant effect. Every cell in his entire body seemed to be sublimated, evolving towards some mysterious and subtle level. A bold guess suddenly came to him. If the technique is accomplished, it is even possible to achieve quick healing of wounds and rebirth of severed limbs. And isn't that kind of body exactly what he has been pursuing? The immortal body? But the step of quenching blood was always a difficult hurdle to cross. Li Huan had been waiting on the side, sometimes observing carefully, sometimes looking down in thought, and not knowing what he was thinking. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A figure from the dark night suddenly killed out. The hand-long sword bloomed out the cold aura. It is that a little bit of cold aura first, and then the sword out like a dragon, dressed in black, with his head covered and his face covered. Even the sword in his hand was an unusual weapon, as if he wanted to hide his identity. He was obviously running towards Zhou Yuan, and from the beginning to the end, he did not look at Queen Shu who was on the side. Li Huan reacted almost subconsciously, swinging his long sleeve to meet the uninvited guest. She didn't have any weapons in her hands, as if she was trying to use her slender, snow-white hands as weapons to fight against the sword blade, and unexpectedly, those small, soft-looking hands actually blocked the incoming sharpness. Dusty and leafy, the sword chi collapsed in all directions, stirring up the flowers and grasses within a 10-foot radius and stirring up a furor on the side lake. A flash of surprise appeared in the masked man in black's eyes, but then he swung his sword to kill again. Li Huan sneered and met him without fear. Dang it! The two men were engaged in a fierce battle around Zhou Yuan, with one person showing his killing skills, while the other was unexpectedly guarding tightly, which was puzzling. Those hands were as indestructible as adamantine, colliding with the blade of the sword without losing a single step, rubbing out gusts of sparks. It turned out that this queen of the Deep Palace was actually a martial arts master, but although the physical body is strong, her power is inferior to the opponent. The power is quickly overwhelmed by the other side of the power to build up a sword chopped flying several feet away. The corners of the mouth overflowed with blood, looking a little miserable. Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of color flashed in his eyes. He actually sensed it at the first moment, but seeing that the Empress of Chu had suddenly stepped in to protect him, he temporarily dismissed the idea of getting up, and in the meantime, saw if this person was sincere in his cooperation. In hindsight, this sincerity is truly touching. So he moved. The figure like a ghost rushed to the black man directly in front, attached to the cold ice and flames of the double fist at the same time smashed out. Berserk fists vaguely mixed with barbaric breath, roll mountains and seas, unstoppable. The man in black was caught off guard. Trying to dodge was too late, chopping out several sword chi in succession to counter it. Boom! The sword energy collided with the fist energy, and the aftermath scattered like a gale. Zhou Yuan loomed large, and the black-clothed man took half a step backwards, the ground crumbling under his feet and his ankles sinking. How is that possible? The black-clothed man was incredulous. He was a great grandmaster, but he was actually repelled by a young grandmaster. What kind of monster was this? Between the moves, Zhou Yuan also roughly sensed his opponent's cultivation level. Who sent you? Aside from the Marquis and the Luo net, he didn't seem to have any other enemies, and this man's martial arts path was wide open, so he clearly didn't belong to the Luo net. Unscrupulous demonic paths. Everyone must be punished. The man in black snorted coldly and swung his sword again to kill. This insult was obviously meant to hide his identity. Qing Yuanzi had an excellent reputation, so how could he have gotten such a bad name? Believe it. Zhou Yuan was furious and raised a pair of sandbag-sized fists high to meet him. Seemingly influenced by the body-refining technique, he suddenly wanted to engage in a fist-to-flesh battle, recklessly burning the hot blood in his chest. 71. The other Li Huan. Li Yuan was sitting in the front hall sipping tea, but was obviously a bit distracted, saying that it was just a chat. How come he talked for a whole day? He was beginning to feel a little uneasy, and an unacceptably horrible thought was growing in his mind. Sisters shouldn't be messing around, right? He would never have thought so if it had been his previously well-behaved and obedient sister, but now she was so crazy that she was beyond his reach when she was mad. But he didn't dare to rush it, for fear of seeing an intolerable scene. It wasn't until the sounds of a fight came from the distance that he hurried toward the lake. At this time the two have shifted the battlefield to the center of the lake. Under the coverage of the cold ice true chi, the lake's surface in a circle of 10 feet is almost frozen. The man in black only felt like walking on thin ice. The internal organs were shocked by the other party's rigid true chi to flip over. What kind of freak was this person? It was just that his kung fu was not inferior to him as a grandmaster, but he was also carrying such a powerful cold ice true chi. He was affected by the cold air. Even his moves became much slower, and even still fell into the wind. And for a moment, he was somewhat confused as to whether he was the hunter or the prey. But one thing is certain. This mission must not be accomplished. Fighting alone may not be a rival. If the fight goes on, when the other side of the reinforcements come, they are afraid of the risk of death. Zhou Yuan gradually gained the upper hand, and his moves became more and more vicious. Even if he could not ask who the mastermind was, he would definitely break the knife in his hand. Cold ice, blazing flames, left hand dragonfall palm, right hand taijiquan, rigid and soft. He had now perfectly matched the two martial arts, making his opponents defenseless. The man in black shouted angrily. His entire body's internal force was mobilized, and he began to take the method of exchanging injuries for injuries. Originally thought that the other party would therefore avoid. Let him change to escape the opportunity. Who knows that this person is not afraid, even with both hands directly against the sword in his hands. It was only then that he realized that the person in front of him had a fleshly body that was even stronger than that woman. Sister! From the distance came Li Yuan's exclamation of surprise. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. Perhaps it was because the other party had just tried their best to protect him, or perhaps it was the influence of the love spell, and there was a momentary loss of concentration in his heart. A master's move would have been between millimeters, and the man in black seized the opportunity to build up his full strength to chop out a terrifying sword on. Zhou Yuan had to pause his attack and condensed his Wuji True Chi to blast out several palms one after another, replacing offense with defense. This was just what the man in black wanted. He did not swing his sword again to return fire, but to protect his vitals with his true chi, borrowing the power of the palm to retreat, and in an instant he had already left the lake and disappeared into the darkness of the night. The opponent has disappeared. It is too late to chase after him. Zhou Yuan stared for a moment and returned to step on the ice to return to the pavilion. What's going on? He was a bit puzzled. Although the sword of the man in black had severely injured Li Huan, it should not be life-threatening. Could it be that this woman was strong on the outside and not useful in the middle? Li Yuan reached out and probed the meridians to make sure there was no fear for his life before he let out a fierce sigh of relief. He was a bit indignant. As a man, is the Taoist master even so protective of my sister? Zhou Yuan had the intention to test the waters earlier and did not make the first move. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage, he did not see eye to eye with the other party. He pulled out a Peiyuan Dan from his pocket and handed it out. Take this Dan and you will be fine. The other party's gong method had already been verified through actual combat, plus the fact that they had just sincerely protected each other. It was worth an elixir for him. Li Yuan was a bit hesitant at first, but thinking of the other party's identity, plus witnessing his fierce battle with the man in black, he dispelled his doubts and took the elixir and put it into his sister's mouth. Not long after, Li Huan woke up quietly. Brother! The voice was delicate and sticky, gentle like a pool of clear water, and the hearts of the two men next to him jumped. Li Yuan was filled with joy that her former sister had finally returned. It wasn't that I didn't like the other character's sister, but the well-behaved and obedient one was more worrying, and this one hadn't been back for a long time since that incident. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, was suspicious, and the Li Huan in his eyes not only changed his voice, but even his eyes and demeanor were very different, as if he had changed his soul. Could it be that? A horrible thought grows in the mind. Li Huan was killed by the man in black, and then a wisp of soul from the same place as him turtled up and took over the shell. Thus, facing the gaze cast by Li Huan, he slowly uttered 5 words. Odd change, even change. A flash of bewilderment flashed in Li Huan's eyes, but he quickly hid it and tried to make a cold and arrogant look. Taoist master, this palace is tired. You can go back first. Although he deliberately concealed it, Zhou Yuan still caught the timidity in her eyes, and her small hands were nowhere to be found, tightly clutching the hem of her skirt. looking very nervous. It's like trying to put on a mask and not being able to cover your face enough to look broken. Something's fishy. Zhou Yuan's heart stirred and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The queen seems to have forgotten something. Li Huan tried to think hard, but found nothing, and subconsciously said, no. The smile in Zhou Yuan's eyes became even more intense as he took a step forward. It seems that the Empress has truly forgotten that you just said that as long as the poor Taoist agrees to cooperate, he will give me a great reward. After saying that, he also showed a very unsuitable lewd smile. Li Huan's heart tightened and she hurriedly tried to recall. She had been asleep for too long and was unable to fully receive her memories for a while. That's when Li Yuan finally reacted and blocked in front of her sister. My sister is tired, so the Taoist master should return first. Ha! Zhou Yuan was having fun. How would he agree? As if he had discovered a new continent. The whole person was full of interest. After the deed is done, the queen's obedience will fulfill the promise and allow the poor Taoist to. Green. Yuan. Tao. Long. Li Yuan was really angry. This guy had obviously found out something and was unscrupulously bullying his well-behaved and obedient sister. For Li Huan's sake, Zhou Yuan did not want to clash with him and could only stop for the time being. Queen Mother, I'll see you some other time. He was intensely interested in the woman, and it was obvious that the other woman was hiding very interesting secrets. Li Huan timidly hid behind his brother and didn't dare to poke his head out until someone was far away. Idiot, you've revealed yourself. A voice rang out in my heart, with a tone almost identical to the previous Li Huan. Li Huan was embarrassed. She had been asleep for so long that her memories about the recent past were almost fragmented, and she didn't react for a moment. I'm sorry, she whispered an apology to the other her in her body, looking very frustrated. Forget it, I'm used to it, hurry up and find me a proper body. Yours is too weak. Am I useless? No, you're the best. You're fooling me again. I'm not stupid. The side of the Li Yuan secretly sigh, but also has seen the strange. Sister, every change will be so. Li Yuan comforted. Huan, it's alright, no matter which side of you it is, brother likes it all the same, but I'm always getting you in trouble. If not, how could it reflect my brother's ability? 72. Huang Xie's illness. Fall is approaching and the moon is big and full. The house of the orderly. As usual, Huang Xie stood under the old acacia tree in the backyard, quietly looking up at the bright moon in the sky and murmuring from time to time, my king's condition has improved, and the revival of Chu is expected. At that moment, a dark shadow stumbled behind him, covering his chest. I am incompetent and have failed to accomplish what your excellency has arranged. No harm done. Huang Xie was in the right mood and was not angry, but the next moment he asked a strange question. Has the old man arranged for the gentleman to do anything lately? Man in black? But then reacted to the fact that the adults were having another attack. He's like two people who act decisively at times, even calling it unscrupulous, sometimes indecisive, with a little too much kindness. It seems to be the ruthless one who dominates and can influence, even change, the memories of adults. But one thing always remained the same. This old man wanted to save Chu, and it was probably because of this that he suffered from this strange disease. The man in black is also a person who wants to do great things, and prefers the ruthless one. After all, the one who has become a great man does not stick to the small things. Of course, he had respect for the benevolent one. There are Luonet assassins sneaking into Shochuan. Sir previously ordered me to go forward to monitor. Did Sir forget? The man in black took off his mask and used the same reason as before. Ever since Luonet had defected to Qin, it had repeatedly made waves in the 6 countries, and each country would take measures accordingly, and Chu was no exception. I thought I could successfully muddle through, but who knew that Huang Xia was uncharacteristically deep? I remember last time, Sir said that the city had been purged of the remnants of the Luo network, but now could it be that they are making a comeback? The man in black was dumbfounded for a moment. Hadn't His Excellency forgotten this time? His brain raced and he quickly came up with another reason. Perhaps that Lord Zuotu has used some means and wants to use the power of the Luonet to deal with your excellency. According to my opinion, this matter has to be guarded against. It's both coping and pushing along. Li Yuan, nowadays, although he is obsessed with power and has forgotten his original heart, I think he still doesn't dare to lay a hand on Lao Fu. Huang Xie remembered his siblings. His face became complex and his mind was a little confused. Why did his brother and sister, who were obviously as close to him as his juniors, suddenly turn their backs on him overnight, and have been like enemies ever since? He couldn't figure it out. He always felt like something was missing. Your Excellency, the man in black was still trying to persuade. Huang Xie sighed. Perhaps old me also has a disease. I'm afraid I still need to ask little friend Chun Yuan to come and take a look. Come on. The man in black stiffened. Are you kidding me? We just assassinated someone, and now you're inviting him as a guest? I have important matters to attend to, so I will leave for now. There's no rush. Little friend Qin Yuan is amazingly talented. Sir, might as well meet him. My lord, you don't have a wife or children. What could be so urgent? Man in black, the bright moon is accompanied. On the way back by car, Zhou Yuan fell into thought. The scales of trust were gradually favoring the Li family siblings, not only because the other party had gifted him a supreme body refining technique, but also because it was related to the black-clothed man who had come to attack this night. The 100 schools of thought each have their own unique characteristics, and the martial arts are also diverse and very distinctive. Although the man in black did not carry his famous weapon, it was not difficult to tell from his wide-open, powerful sword stance that he went for strength and rigidity. There were many people who used this kind of sword technique, but I'm afraid that it was a phoenix-like existence that could reach the level of a grandmaster. Of the characters he knew, probably the only ones he knew of were the covering son of Rohan, and the man he had only heard about but never met, Farmer's Warrior Ka. Rumor has it that his sword is the Tiger Spirit, which is on the list of most famous swords, and the known family has always been inextricably linked to the state of Chu. It is really hard not to let people associate it with that Lord Yin, but he was still skeptical. Was Huang Xie's acting really that good? He actually didn't see the half-break, and didn't feel any hostility or killing intent at that time. Mr. Cheng Yuan, Lord Yin has an invitation. Just after arriving at the door, the people from the Order Yin's residence greeted them, obviously having been waiting for a long time. He did not find it strange. The speed of the carriage was certainly no match for lightness, and it made sense that the enemy would return first and set up a trap in advance. Did it say what it was about? My lord, I am not feeling well and would like to ask the gentleman to take a look. You go back first. The poor Taoist will arrive later. Zhou Yuan casually answered. The Hongmen banquet? He looked at General Xiang on the side and smiled. Please trouble the general to go and convey a message to General Xiangyan for me. Please, sir. The fish is hooked. Zhou Yuan walked into the mansion. Flame Spirit Ji and Wuxuan were roasting chickens as usual, and the Tianzhe guys were still nowhere to be seen. Excessive. Zhou Yuan was furious. The two of them looked over in unison, and Ghost without a doubt didn't forget to pull a couple of roasted chickens closer to his body. Following Tianzhe, he starved twice in 3 days, and Wuxuan cherished this rare opportunity to eat well. The Flame Spirit Ji looked at him with interest, as if to say, what are you going to smoke again? Zhou Yuan cursed Little Blackie in a low voice and his expression turned serious. Eat your fill and leave the city at once, and if I am not there to meet you in 2 hours, run as far away as you can. Why? Flame Spirit Ji heard the strangeness in the tone and followed suit with seriousness. Why don't we go together? There are some people whose thoughts never get through until they are killed. And don't worry, I value my life more than anyone else. It's probably because people are getting old. They always feel in a trance on weekdays, and sometimes it's easy to forget things. So I hope that little friend can prescribe some elixirs to calm the mind and spirit. Of course, the old man will never treat you poorly. After Huang Xie finished waving his hand, there were underlings coming forward with trays, and there were ginseng, snow lotus and other precious medicinal herbs. He knew what the alchemist wanted. Zhou Yuan gazed deeply at him, wanting to catch a hint of an expression or even a change in his emotions. Unfortunately, just like last night, the other side was half broken. Before entering the mansion, he had probed and found no traces of swords and axesmen in addition to the previous daily guards, and only then did he dare to walk into this mansion. His eyes turned to the middle-aged man sitting next to him. Even if the other party had been trying to maintain a calm color, he still clearly felt the unstable aura. He had left the wound with his own hands and knew it better than anyone else in his heart. Things are clear now. This is Mr. Zhu Ling, the old man's right-hand man. All these years rely on his advice. Huang Xie opened his mouth to introduce, completely unaware of the smell of gunpowder in the eyes of the two. Zhou Yuan smiled. We know each other. Huang Xie's face showed surprise. Is there actually such a thing? Zhu Ling was still sitting steadily on Tarzan, his face composed, and he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Zhou Yuan continued. Today, I don't know that this Mr. Zhu is a protege of the Rinpoche house. I thought that he was an assassin sent by someone, and I was a bit heavy-handed for a moment, so I hope that Mr. Zhu is not to be blamed. Oh, or rather, the poor man should call you Chivalrous Kuei. 73. Break another sword. Huang Xie had always known that Zhu Ling was the farmer's warrior leader, and this was supposed to be the ally that he had purposely sought out in order to fight against Luonet. But this night's assassination was something he knew nothing about, or was deliberately erased by his other self. So when he heard Zhou Yuan's words, his first moment was confusion, and then his face gradually became grave. Sir, is this thing true? Huang Xie didn't want to believe it, but recalling Zhu Ying's abnormalities and his reaction like a thief at this moment, he had to consider this possibility. The young man in front of him wouldn't have gotten in his face if he didn't have solid evidence. Zhu Ying remained silent and didn't know what he was thinking. At that moment, a subordinate came to report. Your Excellency, General Xiangyan seeks an audience. Huang Xie was slightly stunned. and then his face sank. He would not fail to understand what Xian Yan coming at this time meant. This young man clearly suspects that this matter was directed by him and wants to counter with Xian Yan. Xian's clan was a staunch party of the king of Chu and never intervened in any dynastic disputes unless someone intended to plot against the king of Chu. Let him in. Little friend can't even trust old me? Huang Xia sighed, a touch of self-deprecation on his face, as if he was laughing at himself. Get used to it. Zhou Yuan unashamedly met the old man's gaze and said word for word, your Ian is indeed sick, and it is an extremely serious form of schizophrenia. Oh, may I hear about it? Huang Xia heard this fresh word for the first time and was quite interested. The poor Taoist doesn't know much about this disease, probably because of some kind of change, experience, obsession, deriving another self. Zhou Yuan didn't know much about such things as split personalities, and only drew a preliminary judgment from Zhu Ying's reaction, Huang Xia's confusion, and the emotions that were vaguely generating fluctuations. If Xu Ying had taken matters into his own hands, there would have been no need for him to stay here, and even if Huang Xia had been more generous, he would never have tolerated a traitor. Another self? Huang Xia fell into deep thought, reviewing all the anomalies of the past 2 years. At the same time, Xian Yan in full military attire strides into the mansion, and the army's neat and loud steps can be vaguely heard in the distance. He arched his hand towards Huang Xia and bowed, saying in a deep voice, extraordinary times, do extraordinary things? Sir is responsible for the safety of the king. Xian Yan was ordered to protect him, so I hope you won't be offended. Regardless of whether he was willing to accept it in his heart or not, the king of Chu was the only object of his allegiance, and the gentleman who had a bearing on the king of Chu's life was the object he had to protect to the death. Huang Xia was still immersed in his own world and could not extricate himself from it. Ignoring Xian Yan, Zhou Yuan just waited quietly for another Huang Xia to appear. Stop it. Xu Ying finally pressed himself to his feet and sneered. It's just a pity that he didn't kill you. We have a grudge? It is your sin that the Qin state has no way, and that your heart goes out to its state. A very lame reason, not to mention Zhou Yuan. Even Xian Yan wouldn't believe it, even if he wanted it to end this way. A respected chancellor who has been in power for many years wants to plot against the king of Chu. If this matter is spread out, it will cause a minor loss of face, and a major. The country will be in turmoil. All things are done by me alone. It has nothing to do with Yurine. Xu Ying quickly drew his sword and swept towards Zhou Yuan. This time, he didn't hide his identity anymore and used his real sword, Tiger Spirit. Nowadays, Yuan Hong has not yet come out, and the rest of the famous swords have not yet made a name for themselves in the world. Because of the strength of the owner, Tiger Spirit is ranked 6th on the list of swords. The silhouette was like the wind, and the sword was like a rainbow. After Xu Ying cast aside all his scruples, his battle power also seemed to increase, and this sword contained a forward momentum that seemed to cut through everything. Bang! A wall of cold ice coalesced, but it was chopped up by the sword chi in an instant, and the tiger's prana came on strong, swiftly slashing at the neck. Xiang Yan's pupils shook and he hastily drew his sword and stepped forward, but he was ultimately more adept at charging in the sand and his speed was far from that of a martial artist, not to mention the fact that he was facing a Grand Master-level swordsman. As if it was just a split second, the might of this sword blossomed completely, and the overbearing power directly shattered a large portion of the floor tiles, and for a moment, debris flew about. Xiang Yan raised his hand to block the flying stones, his face filled with panic. No matter what this person's position is, something must not happen now. Not bad. This is what a swordsman should look like. Zhou Yuan's figure appeared not far to the side, and as his cultivation increased with each passing day, his speed had already surpassed the limit of the Lingbo Weiqi step, evolving to a whole new realm. Perhaps I should say, a thought of instantaneous movement across space. Even if the limit at the moment was only a distance of a few feet, it was still considered secretive and unpredictable in the eyes of an onlooker. Xu Ying didn't say anything, just swung his sword again in silence. It was still a powerful, unreserved sword, as if to prove to the world that swordsmanship was not only about speed and sharpness, but could also be about brutal and unreasonably dominating power. Zhou Yuan's two palms came out at the same time, and this time, he did not use the infinite true qi which was a mixture of cold ice and blazing flames at the same time, but only mobilized the Xian ice true qi. The temperature plummeted, and the frost stretched all the way, as if winter had suddenly arrived, and the 10-foot radius was covered in ice and snow. Zhu Ying's sword, however, did not hesitate for a moment, burning his true qi madly, waving his sword to chop through layer after layer of ice walls in front of him, killing Zhou Yuan in an unstoppable manner all the way. Countless soldiers heard the news and rushed here, but seeing the horrible confrontation between the two, none of them dared to go forward, but just followed Xiang Yan's will and closely protected in front of Huang Xia who seemed to be bewitched. Finally, the tip of the sword touched the palm, and a raging vortex formed, like a naturally occurring intense storm that was about to recklessly sweep the earth. 1 inch, 2 inches, The tiger spirit had been completely covered by cold ice, even stretching all the way to the master's arm that was holding the sword, and the whole person was gradually frozen. That will, however, was not extinguished, and with each push forward, the power was weakened, but there was still strength left until it pierced the palm. Zhou Yuan had hardly been injured since his debut, and the only time was probably when he faced the Marquis, who had a huge difference in strength. The opponent's face was filled with madness, his complexion pale from the excessive burning of his true qi, completely ignoring his newly traumatized body. He wanted to trade lives, and by killing this man, the truth might be covered up. You can't change it. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly as a rich yin-yang true qi erupted from his body, his own power similarly catalyzed to the extreme. Ka, in full view of everyone, the thick, wide, and incredibly tough-looking tiger's spirit shattered layer by layer. The sword qi that should have rushed towards Zhou Yuan was reversed alive by the yin-yang mysteries and landed on Zhu Ying's body, causing the flesh that was already close to the end of its strength to be instantly riddled with holes, and blood dyed the brand new white clothes on his body red. It had been a long time since he had performed the returning the other man's way, and this time it was sword qi that bounced back, broke another handful. Zhou Yuan felt sorry in his heart. He originally wanted to leave the sword behind, but the other party insisted on fighting for his life, so he could only do so without reservation. Under the violent collision between the overbearing power and the limitless true qi, even the famous sword made of metaphysical iron was unable to carry it, and was snapped hard. Xuan slowly collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed on Huang Xie's direction until he completely lost his color. Zhou Yuan looked at the bloodstain on his palm and walked towards Huang Xie with large strides. Sir, please calm down. If this matter is indeed your Yin's doing, my king will deal with it impartially. 74. Curtain call. The originally bound long hair was shaken apart by his true qi. The always immortal Cheng Yuanzi looks a bit grumpy at the moment, not to mention that Xiang Yan has just witnessed him breaking a famous sword with his empty hands. He had to suspect that the man was trying to break the order's neck in the process. The surrounding Chu soldiers were also like an enemy. Although they were outnumbered, they had a sense of fear of being surrounded by a single person in front of them. So it is. Huang Xie suddenly smiled, as if he had come out of his mysterious state. Did the order come from your Yin? Zhou Yuan directly ignored the soldiers present. He only wanted to know the truth. It's me. Huang Xie had a smile on his face, but it wasn't as easygoing as it used to be, and there was a hidden aura of madness. The king of Chu is dim-witted and favors the demon concubine, enabling the villain to gain power. In the long run, my Chu will surely come to ruin. You shouldn't have saved him. If he doesn't die, there will never be hope for Chu. If you save him, I'll kill you. This shocking statement instantly drew an uproar from the crowd. They even began to doubt their own ears. Were these really the words of the highly respected Lord Order Yin? He wanted to commit regicide. Xiang Yan's face sank as he said. Xiang Gui was mesmerized by an evil spirit, and this is by no means what he had in mind. Though the elder, whom he had always respected, had gone to the point of no return, he still wanted to defend his name one last time, even if he was convicted for it. The military men of this era were still relatively pure. Unlike the later, military power is imperial power. Huang Xie smiled. There's no need to excuse my old man. A gentleman is open and honest. My old man is guilty and deserves to die. Zhou Yuan gazed at him, and within his sight, the old man's aura was very strange, and the positive and evil auras were intertwined in a difficult way. The curse backfired? It seems like it needs to be seen once more with Li Ring. Huang Xie looked towards him. Little friend, do it. You can kill old man in the name of treason. Upon hearing this, the group of soldiers looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Xiang Yan's brows were deeply wrinkled as he wanted to stop it, but he could not find any reason to do so. Admitting his guilt in person in full view of the public, he could not cover up the matter no matter what he did, much less be in a position to stop the vengeance. There is no need. The killing intent in Zhou Yuan's heart suddenly dissipated. A person whose heart was already dead did not need him to do it himself anymore. Turn around and leave in style. The oppression in Xiang Yan's heart has not diminished at all. Even if Sir spares Ling Yin, the laws of Chu can't forgive him. He no longer knows what to do. Thank you for preserving this last vestige of decency for old me. Huang Xie gazed at his back and muttered under his breath. He then looked at Xiang Yan, who was on the side. General Xiang, I wonder if I can see my king again. Your Majesty, please. Without any hesitation, Xiang Yan called out the long-lost honorific. For the sake of the public, he came with his troops. Selfishly, he was willing to take it on. Not only because in the past, reigning Yin had promoted him, but also because he felt this elder's deep love for Chu. What we do today is nothing more than obsession. Why haven't you guys left yet? Just a short distance out of the reigning prince's residence, he saw the Baiyu heavenly regiment already waiting on the street. If you die, the treasure cannot be opened. Tianze was telling the truth. The two men each had their own agenda. It was impossible for them to be here out of friendship. Flame Lingji curiously said, "Is the Chancellor of Chu dying?" Although he didn't know what had happened, it was evident from the large influx of soldiers, if there hadn't been a major change of heart, how could an army have stormed into the residence of an important minister of the country? Pretty much. Zhou Yuan nodded his head in recognition. Given Huang Xie's current state, even if everyone spared him, he would be just as unlikely to let himself go. Well done. The flame spirit Ji instantly smiled with joy. To them, the Baiwe people, Chu was even more hateful than Korea, because that war was fought with the Chu army as the main force. Bai Yifei and the others were merely seeking their own interests along the way, and the land of Baiwe was actually annexed by the Chu people. Wushuang Ghost has been eating and drinking a lot lately, and has not yet gotten revenge, probably wanting to eat up Chu's finances in this way. Not bad, you just came and got a major Chu minister killed. If you stay for a few more months. The flame spirit Ji smiled so much that her eyes curved as she proposed an evil idea. Do you think that poor Tao is deliberately stirring up the storm? Zhou Yuan was somewhat speechless. The matter of Huang Xie being the mastermind was something that he himself found surprising, much less deliberate. Throughout history, even if he hadn't come, Huang Xie would still be on the losing side. While several people were talking, Huang Xie walked out of the residence surrounded by Xiang Yan and a large number of Chu soldiers. I thought you said he was going to die. Flame Wing was puzzled. Zhou Yuan sighed slightly. Probably want to get it over with, so you guys go on back. He wanted to check it out, and he didn't mind filling in if Huang Xie's other personality took over, intent on turning the situation around. Your Majesty, in front of the palace gate, Li Yuan had been waiting for a long time and had obviously gotten some kind of gossip. Huang Xie stopped and looked at this student like junior. It must have been hard for you all these years. After all, I have failed to live up to the expectations of Yurine. The situation is such that it is not humanly possible to reverse it, but I wish to have a clear conscience. For the old man to tell her, do not have to blame yourself for this, everything is the old man's own fault. Huang Xie seemed to have looked away, and his tone was very relaxed. The betrayal that had been thought was actually because the deceased had become a stranger. The other him in my friend's mouth was unacceptable even to himself, let alone outsiders. Perhaps he was the one who had put too much pressure on himself over the years, and sometimes if he relaxed his mind, he would see things very differently. Li Yuan gave a heavy hum and arched his hand in a deep bow. Greetings to the Sagittarius. Huang Xie nodded gratefully and took a big step across the palace gate. Xiang Yan followed closely behind, and as he passed by Li Yuan, he suddenly heard a sentence. Don't keep too many people you can't trust. He was a little taken aback. What did this man want? Li Yuan didn't explain, but just slowly followed. The king of Chu was awakened from his sleep and walked out of the palace to see the old man kneeling at the bottom of the steps. What is the reason for your Yin's behavior? The first thing he did was to rush down to assist, but he was stopped by Huang Xie's raised hand. The old man is guilty. What is your Yin's offense? Intent to commit regicide is unforgivable. He went so far as to speak of the offense without any reservation, not caring in the least about the name behind him. The king of Chu was so shocked that he was unable to speak for a long time. A veteran minister who has been aiding the government for many years, and whose name is known throughout the world. He actually wants to kill the king in the end? This chancellor's persona was clear to him, and would never make such a joke in full view of the public. What did the widow do wrong? The king is right. It is the old minister who is wrong. It is the old minister who is so obsessed with power that he has become a demon of the heart. Huang Xie sighed in his heart. The 6 bright masters of Qin. The country is flourishing. Even if the king in front of him is very ambitious, I am afraid that it will be difficult to restore the decline. At this point in time, there's no point in talking about it. The old minister goes on his way, and the great king is precious. 75. How many do you want to break? This was an era when the 6 arts of the gentleman were prevalent, and although Huang Xie's cultivation was not high, with years of meditation, he also had the power of a martial arts master. So, when he wants to seek death, it's hard for the average person to stop it. In front of the king of Chu, he gave a heavy slap to his heart chakra, and all of a sudden, he spat out blood from his mouth, his vitality rapidly draining away. Why is that? King Chu was greatly saddened, and his body, which had just improved somewhat, instantly turned sharply, and his entire body fell straight down. Xiang Yan couldn't care less about organizing his complicated feelings. While ordering people to carry the king of Chu back to the palace, he also sent people to collect Huang Xie's corpse. When he finally had the time to think about what to do with this matter, Li Yuan came to his side, and like Xiang Yan, he also spectated the scene from beginning to end. Yurine is loyal to Great Chu, and when he learned that my king's condition had improved, he was the first to visit the palace. Li Yuan was shameless enough to send his inner circle to ambush in front of the temple and plot against Yurine. Such a story would be more favorable to Chu, I think. Li Yuan looked like he was talking to himself. Xiang Yan couldn't believe it. If he explained it in this manner, With Ling Yin's prestige, the person in front of him would become an unquestionable sycophant and be scorned by countless Chu people. Li Yuan needlessly smiled. Although I, Li Yuan, am not a good person, I know how to repay kindness. Consider this as repaying the favor of knowing the sage. I will go back and explain on the great king's side. After saying that, he left with a big stride, and the main hit was a dashing one. Xian took a deep breath and looked at a group of his men. What happened tonight must not be leaked out, and those who violate the order will be subject to military justice. Nah, outside the palace gates. What did you guys talk about? Zhou Yuan had actually seen the scene, so he was interested in the subsequent winding up of things. There was no plotting against the king, no regicide, but it was just a gatekeeper who was ungrateful and plotted to kill his old master within the king's palace. Li Yuan did not hide it. Anyway, tomorrow this statement will be circulated. The words were also a reminder to keep things moving toward the end he would like to see. Zhou Yuan could not help but look sideways. This kind of person is not like the Li Yuan in his impression. Rather, the poor Taoist was wrong. I didn't realize that the left disciple was also a person who values love. Li Yuan proudly tilted his head. I always do things this way. Tonight, although there are sad things, there is no lack of joy. He finally got what he wanted. Climbed to the position of this person. This is the moment when the heart is really considered solid. Your sister. What exactly is going on? Zhou Yuan changed the topic. The person was already dead, so there was no point in saying more. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately showed strong rejection. This doesn't seem to be something that Mr. should be in charge of. Aren't you afraid of the same result as Huang Xie? Zhou Yuan had a meaningful look on his face. In fact, according to his speculation, the two people were in very different situations. Huang Xie ended up splitting into a second personality because his obsession was too deep. Li Yuan is different. More like a vulnerable woman deriving a strong other side for self-protection. But he still felt something strange. Logically speaking, Li Huan's age was already not small and she was already the mother of several children. So how could she reveal such a girlish gesture? A teenage girl? Or is there something else going on? Absolutely not. Both of my sisters are fine. Li Yuan immediately retorted, clearly knowing Li Huan's situation very well. 2. Zhou Yuan was skeptical. Even if another character was derived, it couldn't be treated as a new character. Could it? Mister's mission is to cure my king. Li Yuan seemed unwilling to reveal too much and was about to leave after saying that. Zhou Yuan knew that he didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't hold back. He had his own way. How many are you going to break? Just after returning to her residence, Flame Spirit Ji uttered an exciting remark. Zhou Yuan was stunned. Isn't your excellency a bit too confident? Do you realize what you're saying? Of course I know. Flame Spirit Ji pointed at the broken sword in his hand, her tone odd. Are you a sword-breaking maniac? Every time he kills an opponent, he breaks the opponent's weapon. Is this trying to prove his physical fitness? Don't think that's going to move me. Only then did Zhou Yuan realize that he would have the wrong intention. But this title was something he liked. In this era where the sword was respected, preferring to fight against the world's divine weapons with these hands, he bowed his head and mused. After all, it is a famous sword made of Xian iron. It would be a shame to lose it just like that. You still know how to make weapons? A little bit. Zhou Yuan was rarely humble. Only because Xian iron is still mortal iron after all. He thought this was the cultivation world back then. Naturally he could not look at this kind of weapon. For the refining art, only drilled for a few months and then put it aside. But if you pick it back up, you should be able to get on with it quickly. The key is only the material. When will you set off? The Flame Spirit Ji asked again. And although she acted calmly, Zhou Yuan knew that she had already pressed the killing intent in her heart. It's human nature to pretend to be loyal on a daily basis when your enemy is right in front of you. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. We will leave the day after tomorrow. Although this demon girl is usually very skinny, but when it comes to business, she is so understanding that it is heartbreaking. So how can one not be happy? He gave a deadline. Tomorrow we'll be able to cure the king of Chu, and then look for Li Huan to solve the doubts in his heart. The Chu matter will be completely closed. There was no talk all night. Early in the morning, Xiaomeng came to pick up early. His whole body looks a bit depressed. Probably he didn't sleep all night. It seems that Huang Xie's death had a great impact on him. A man has to die. At least his reputation was preserved. I also didn't expect Lord Zuotu to be willing to carry a bad reputation. Xiaomeng lamented. After this incident, his impression of Li Yuan changed quite a bit. Although it is not so much as to join forces with the other party, but it will not deliberately target it either. Starting today, Chu's ordering officer will most likely be this person. Zhou Yuan was non-committal. It was true that Li Yuan was willing to carry a bad reputation, but it was not all without selfishness. At the very least, he would be able to gain the support of the Xiang clan, or at least would not oppose it. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, Li Yuan was not at a disadvantage in this matter. But for Li Huan's sake, there was no need for him to point out that the body refining technique given by the other party was indeed good. Without realizing it, they arrived at the Chu King's palace. Inside the hall, Li Huan was guarding beside the King of Chu, and when he saw Zhou Yuan arrive, his eyes subconsciously shrank. Then, as if he thought of something, he tried to maintain his cool, haughty demeanor again. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the acting was poor. He could tell at a glance that he hadn't switched back. As he walked toward the King of Chu, he said, "I have heard that the queen is virtuous and motherly, and today I have seen that the rumors are indeed true. Immortal master, quickly heal the great king. After last night's incident, the great king's body has deteriorated again." The more Li Huan spoke, the weaker her tone became. She had obviously tried very hard, but she still felt that she had been recognized by the other party. The King of Chu woke up quietly. In the immortal master's mind, is the widow a dim king? 76. She who comes from the underworld. The poor Taoist doesn't understand politics and can't judge the great king's talent. Zhou Yuan avoided the question. The truth was always too hurtful, and lying was not in his nature, so he could only be perfunctory. King Chu didn't say much and slowly closed his eyes. Immortal master, do it. Li Huan hurriedly stood up. I will return. No need. Zhou Yuan advised to stop. Yesterday was because he did not know who the enemy was, so naturally, he needed to be on guard for a moment or two. Now that the truth had been revealed, there was no need to be redundant. Besides, this Li Huan in front of her really didn't possess any threat. It would be good if others didn't bully her. Li Huan pursed her lips and sat back down obediently. She felt recognized but didn't know what to do. You're stupid. He told you to stay and you stayed. Can you be strong? Haven't you learned after watching me for so long? Walk straight out. Don't be afraid of him. The familiar voice in his head buzzed with indignation and anger. Li Huan did not dare to respond. She did not know how to speak to the other party by transmitting. Don't pretend. He's seen through it. The other soul inside seemed to resign itself to its fate. Zhou Yuan walked to the side of the bed and pressed his hand on Chu Wang's back, the hot true qi sinking into his body along his arm. Because of the budding desire to go, this time he went straight for the jugular, removing the curse in the most direct, brutal way possible. Burning sins in flames. Huang Xia's spell attainment was not very high, and it only took an hour for the spell of decay to be removed. The King of Chu's long illness was difficult to bear, and after violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell into a fainting spell. Zhou Yuan wrapped up his work and got up, letting out a long sigh of relief. Well, Li Yuan inquired cautiously. Aha! Zhou Yuan looked at the other party with an impish smile. It was probably because this Li Huan always acted like she was so easy to bully that people couldn't help but want to tease her. Unsurprisingly, this queen of Dechu instantly blushed, obviously already a mother of several children, but as innocent as a young girl. Li Huan was so nervous that her small hands gripped the skirt of her palace dress in a death grip. Why hasn't the gentleman left yet? Why hasn't the other her come out yet? Zhou Yuan asked rhetorically. Li Huan's breath hitched, and he subconsciously looked at King Chu on the bed aside. Don't panic. The King of Chu has completely fallen asleep. Within 3 hours, he won't be able to hear you even if you yell. Zhou Yuan gave an explanation. As he had the intention to ask, he naturally had to make arrangements. Soul is damaged, can't come out for the time being. Li Huan lowered her head and smoothed her eyebrows. Her voice was soft, and her whole person seemed very well behaved. Zhou Yuan suppressed the urge to bully her again and asked after her. Does she ever slumber? Li Huan shook his head vigorously. Odd change and even change. What is the solution? Zhou Yuan asked that question once again with some anticipation in his heart. Li Huan thought seriously for a moment and still shook his head. I really don't understand what Mr. means. Even if it comes from the same place, I would never harm you. Zhou Yuan was still undeterred. If he could have a friend who was also from there, I believe there would be a lot more to talk about. Li Huan still couldn't figure it out and whispered, is there any special significance to this sentence? I'm sure it's not. Zhou Yuan shook his head. It's nothing. The question was meant to be casual and unimportant. How did she get here? Zhou Yuan knew very well that Li Huan and Huang Xia's situations were very different. The latter was essentially the same person, just that because of some kind of change, he had derived a different kind of character. Li Huan, however, was a real two people, and at this moment, he could feel the strong fluctuations in the other person's body. Presumably the other her was trying very hard to receive control of her body and failing repeatedly. Li Huan hesitated for a long time, as if she had made some important decision, and gently raised her head. Can you promise me not to tell anyone? Sir, promise. Zhou Yuan did not hesitate, and then he saw the other party heaving a sigh of relief, as if he believed him just because of those 2 words. Don't tell him that no man's word can be trusted. The other soul tries to stop it. Li Huan, however, was oblivious. Ah Huan has been an ominous person since I was a child. I often see things that are invisible to the onlookers, and sometimes I am infested by evil spirits, showing my strange appearance in front of people, and people don't like me. For this reason, my brother has not infrequently gotten into arguments with people, even big fights, and always ends up with bruises all over his body. Li Huan recounts the past, probably because she possesses a strange physique that allows her to see dirty things that normal people can't see, and is also prone to being targeted by dirty things. Because of this special physique, the siblings were seen as deviants and suffered a lot of bullying when they were young, until one time, they encountered a group of mysterious people who seemed to know about Li Huan's special physique and wanted to capture her for drilling. Li Yuan desperately resisted, but was almost killed because of the actual disparity. At the most desperate moment, Li Huan seemed to open a mysterious and dark door, and a voice said to her, "Hold my hand, take me out, I will protect you forever," swearing to the sky in the name of the witch god. This is the root of the 1 and 2 souls. She saved the man, or should I say the evil spirit, but that she is not bad and keeps her promises. What kind of a door? Zhou Yuan pressed down the excitement in his heart. He had a guess. He just did not dare to be sure for a while, for fear that his hopes would be dashed. She said, "She came from the underworld." Li Huan told the truth. Zhou Yuan was stunned. He thought it was the immortal gate, but he didn't expect it to be the gate of hell. Able to, ghosts believe in witchcraft too? He was a little puzzled for a moment. Why are you lifting the lid on your old self? From the underworld, her tone complained. Li Huan ignored it and just looked at the green-robed man in front of him with hopeful eyes. "Can Mr. cure me?" It turns out that this is her real purpose. Trust is only one aspect. More reasons are mostly witnessed him cure the king of Chu. The heart gradually born hope. As for the one from the underworld, let's assume that she was a witch god follower in life, so she remained a loyal believer after death. Zhou Yuan said seriously, "It's not a disease, it's a talent. You just lack an excellent teacher. Willing to come with me? A woman who can touch, even open, the gates of the underworld, and one from the underworld she is." Both of these two were perfectly suited to the immortal Dao he was pursuing, not to mention just the Queen of Chu. Even if it was the Queen of Qin, he would have to give it a try. If I'd known there was such a person, who'd have had time to care about the scales? I can't even speak properly. Ha! Li Huan froze. She only wanted to cure the disease. She didn't want to come out of the wall. A man suddenly said these words to her, always feeling that the purpose was not pure. The little heart thumped. Zhou Yuan realized that this was not a good thing to say and immediately gave an addition. "If you want to be cured, the poor Taoist will do his best to help. And correspondingly, you help me understand the affairs of the underworld and realize the power of death. Everything is the word." 77. Why did you chop me? I can't promise, sir. Li Huan shook her head. Although she wanted to cure the disease on her body, she was not at the level of abandoning everything. If he left, his brother's efforts for so long would all be in vain. And after all, this man had just met. How could he just go with him? Can't let go of the baby? But as far as I know, the child is not yours. Zhou Yuan was interested. He was able to judge Lady Pearl's secret, and naturally, he could also tell that the Queen of Chu in front of him was actually still a young girl's heart, and Zhou Yuan was not interested in the secret behind her. It was nothing more than the King of Chu also hugging the pillar and dreaming to himself, as Mrs. Ming Zhu and Hu Beauty had already confirmed to him. Li Huan's petite body trembled, her face full of disbelief. How does the gentleman know about this? Zhou Yuan said in his heart, smell the fragrance and know the woman. On his lips, he said, if you don't have a pair of eyes that see through falsehood, how dare you call yourself a cultivator? Li Huan suddenly laughed. Zhou Yuan was puzzled. Why are you laughing? She said the gentleman lied, and you were clearly judging by your breath. Li Huan shyly lowered her head. How to tell if you are intact by your qi? Smell? Zhou Yuan also smiled. This sister of yours is quite knowledgeable. It's just a pity that I can't talk to her. I always thought that Mr. was a good man, but now it seems that he only has other plans, and that makes it all the more impossible to leave with you. Li Huan suddenly became playful and dared to joke with him. The poor Tao does have something in mind, but it will also give something of equal value, and I can help to figure out a solution to your physique problem, including your companion's predicament today. After speaking, Zhou Yuan added another sentence, and don't give the poor man a good guy card. I never do anything to take a loss. Although Li Huan did not understand the meaning of the 3 words good man card, but also can probably guess that it is flirting with himself. A moment do not know what to say. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and then asked, although she is unable to dominate, she is still conscious, right? In the moment this silly white girl was not able to offer him help at the moment, and there were some questions that needed to be answered by the sleeping one inside. Aha! Li Huan nodded almost without thinking. You sold me out again. Sister Spectre was in complete despair. Mr. doesn't look like a bad guy. He is. Beware of him taking you prisoner, unraveling a little, exploring. Sister Spectre's intention was to dissect, to study, but Li Huan clearly misunderstood, looking up weakly at someone and shyly lowering her head again. Sir won't. Seeing her suddenly talking to herself, Zhou Yuan quickly guessed that she was communicating with that person. What is the underworld like? If there are ghosts in the Yellow Springs, and if there are immortals in the 9 heavens? He had always wanted to know the answer to this, and though he was asking it of Li Huan, the one inside could hear it just as well. Li Huan's face gradually calmed down, as if he was listening. Halfway through the day, a difficult face raised his head. She doesn't want to talk about it. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. This is a win-win cooperation. There is no reason for her to refuse. If there are any requests, the poor Taoist will try his best to fulfill them. As soon as the words fell, an ear-splitting thunderclap came from above the 9 heavens, and the wrath of the heavens seemed to be condensing. Li Huan shuddered fiercely as an inexplicable feeling of fear came over her, a feeling that did not come from herself, but from her. Zhou Yuan's heart sank. This was the last outcome he wished to see. This was the case with the adversary scales, and this was also the case with Sister Underworld. The sky stops the road? Why did you cut off my path to immortality? He slowly raised his head, burning with rage, the flood of power in his body on the verge of eruption. This immortal, poor Taoist is fixed. If you have the ability to split me to death. Rumble. The sound of thunder became louder and louder, getting closer and closer to the top of his head, and the brilliant heavenly might went straight into his soul, causing him to tremble. I'm sorry, I was a bit loud just now. Zhou Yuan decisively changed his words. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. The 3,000 Yuejia can swallow the wu by lying down and tasting the gall. In short, there was no need to go up against an enemy that simply couldn't be messed with at this point. Li Huan snorted a laugh. It was the first time she had seen someone as funny as the Taoist master. Sometimes immortal, sometimes dangling, and now goated and so amusing. Zhou Yuan's face did not change and he only sighed with a lowered head. It looks like we won't be able to ask anything today. Becoming a truly strong person is the only way to be qualified to know those hidden secrets. Li Huan suddenly opened his mouth, seemingly prompted by Sister Underworld. A real powerhouse? Does it mean that the poor Taoist is weak nowadays? However, when Zhou Yuan remembered the 4 great sect masters, the Marquis, and the mysterious and unpredictable Duke Xuan, he gradually recognized this statement. Although his current strength is enough to run through the Jianghu, it is indeed not a real strong man. Do you really intend to stay locked within these palace walls forever, with the bricks and tiles? Zhou Yuan made the invitation for the last time, and since he could not ask anything at the moment, he could only talk about it later. Li Huan heard the intention to leave, want to nod but hesitated. She and her brother came to Chu in order to stabilize. Into the palace is to take advantage of the foothold. In fact, the heart does not like it here. She wanted more than anything else to be free, to have the mountains as her neighbor and the flowers as her companion. What with everything being the way? He's just craving your body. The voice in his mind suddenly sounded. Li Huan was instantly embarrassed. Sir, I can't go. There is no need to rush into a decision. Zhou Yuan shook his head. The Qin Iron Cavalry is stupid and Chu cannot last long after all. I will go south to Baiyue next, so think about it before I leave Chu. At the end of the sentence, he left with a big stride. A moment later, Li Yuan walked out of the side hall. Sister, are you moved? No. Li Huan hid the fluttering in his heart. His brother was more important than his freedom. Li Yuan sighed slightly and tried. If you really want to go with him, you might as well agree to this. Sir might be right. This Chu can't last long. Li Huan was a bit shy. Even if she wanted to leave the palace, in what position would she follow Mr. Brother? Stop talking. I won't go. Inside the courtyard, Xuan just moves calmly, fiddling with his posture. If someone is here, they will be able to tell that this is his original Tai Chi fist. Maybe there are people who have long been secretly spying on him many times. Just the other side of the stealth skill is excellent. Never perceived. The sky changed suddenly and dark clouds covered the sky. A bolt of lightning suddenly fell. I do not know whether it was denied the wrong target, but it was actually struck directly on the body of the old man who had already exceeded 100 years of age, splitting his head full of white hairs, trembling all over the body. Xuan Gong was frozen in place for a long time. It was the boy who offended you. Why was it the old man who split? He wondered if some people were born into privilege. Rumble. The second lightning bolt seemed to be in focus. Xuan justly colored. So that's how it is. It's the old man who was wrong. Those who are ordained by heaven cannot intervene. Thank you Tsong Tian for mentioning it. The thunderclouds gradually dispersed as if nothing had happened. 78. Unlock your secrets. The sun was as bloody as blood. The autumn winds were sluggish, and the world seemed to be shrouded in a lonesome, decaying atmosphere. After 6 days, the group entered the territory of Baiyue and was in the middle of the jungle. Tianze, who was walking at the very front, stopped and slightly turned his head sideways. his gaze landing on Zhou Yuan and Flame Spirit Ji. Maps. The implication is that now that we are in Baiyu, we can take out the map and start studying it. Zhou Yuan pulled out the wordless heavenly book from his bosom, but did not directly hand it over to the other party. His gaze was interested as he said, "Shouldn't you take out your key as well? Flame Ling Ji is different. Directly hand over the blood beads. Acting well, always have to play a full set." Tianze reached out to take it and said in a deep voice, "If I hand it over, you have not yet reversed your position." This was an acknowledgement of the difference in strength between the two sides, and as he said this, his face became a bit unnatural. Zhou Yuan raised his hand. "Poor Taoist swears by his best friend's 10-year marriage. I can't trust your oath." "Okay, but you have to at least prove you have the key in your hand, right?" Zhou Yuan has been curious about this for a long time. Both the treasure left behind by Qiyu, the production of the key must be unique. Tianze gave him a deep look and used his foot as a brush, mobilizing his true qi to carve into the ground. Within a few moments, a circular pattern imprinted with a special pattern was presented at his feet. "From now on, you can't leave 10 feet beside poor Taoist. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Zhou Yuan handed the wordless heavenly book to the other party and solemnly warned. Tianze did not speak, just a hand holding the blood beads, a hand holding the wordless heavenly book, but see holding the blood beads of the right palm slightly force. The blood beads bang burst, turned into a mass of blood and water fell on the book. A blood aura rose to the sky, reflecting the soon-to-be darkened sky, demonic and evil. A short while later, the wordless heavenly book gradually changed, transforming into a black written, blood-colored outline on a map. The crowd in Baiyu all exclaimed, "It's actually there." The only one who was puzzled was Zhou Yuan, as if he was chatting well and was suddenly kicked out of the group chat. "Where?" The Flame Spirit Ji explained, "A holy place in Baiyu. Legend has it that 3,000 years ago, a bald man who claimed to be a cultivator of the Shi family appeared in the land of Baiyu, removing for the people the great demon that was scourging the land at that time. The people felt grateful for his merits, so they made a statue of him in the mountain called Living Buddha." Zhou Yuan's jaw dropped and his mind was confused. How could Buddhism have come in 3,000 years ago? The 100 schools of thought hadn't even been born then. Tianze found a rare opportunity to pretend, coldly grunted. "The Baiyu people all regard the living Buddha as a saint, and will never be disturbed at will. It is safest to place the treasure there." The 100 Poison King hesitated. "I've been there several times, and I haven't seen a single cave other than the Buddha statue." Flamingo wondered, "Could it be hidden in the statue? We'll know when we go. As long as the map is correct, we'll always think of an outbreak." "Right, Your Royal Highness?" Zhou Yuan looked at Tianze. His meaning was self-evident. Everyone now knew the location, but where the key was only Tensor knew, and it must not be out of sight for a moment. If he hadn't heard from Mrs. Mingzhu that Tianze's willpower was very strong, and that he hadn't let go after more than 10 years of torture, he would have even considered arresting the other party and torturing him severely. Go. Tianze's reaction was unexpected, and he didn't pull any tricks from start to finish, and seemed to be genuinely cooperative. Zhou Yuan, however, would not believe it. With his eye for people, this person must be waiting for the right time. A group of people immediately perform light power, almost day and night to catch up with the road for 3 days, and finally at noon on this day to arrive at the living Buddha is located. The mountains are interspersed with lush forests. A solemn statue of Buddha is imprinted on the mountain, and below it is a fast-flowing river with endless streams. Zhou Yuan felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen it for a while. A ghostly light glowed in the eyes of the Flame Spirit Ji. The treasure would be revealed, and her revenge would finally be avenged. There must be a portal hidden here. Find it. As Tianze opened his mouth, several people searched for them, except for Zhou Yuan, who loomed large, still caught up in his bitter thoughts. 1 hour, 2, time passes quietly. The remnants of the sun gradually dissipated. The moon crept up into the sky, and until late afternoon, several people failed to find any relevant caves or organs. Aren't you in any hurry at all? Tianze was a bit angry. This person acted like they were their master, letting them contribute while taking the most for himself. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush it yet. Perhaps. I already know where the entrance is. Zhou Yuan spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Flame Lingji was filled with curiosity. You can even calculate the location of the treasure? That's true. Zhou Yuan's face was odd. Buddha statues, rivers, disappearing entrances, and on top of that, he could vaguely sense a scorching, incomparable aura hiding in the mountains. The plot was all too familiar, only because after 20 years of living in an alien world, the memories of his previous life had gradually buried themselves and took time to sort out. If his guess was right, another secret of this world would be solved, and many people and things would be answered, namely, a lineage. But, shouldn't it be in Sichuan? You know? Tianze looked skeptical. He had always thought that the person who knew the most about the secrets of the treasure was him. Back then, the three families were headed by them, and the other secret about the treasure was now known only to him. Zhou Yuan gazed at Tianze with a smile on his face. No, is that your biggest asset? What a coincidence. Poor Taoist also likes it very much. He collected his thoughts and turned to ask, when will the water level of this river drop? The crowd turned their gazes to the 100 Poisons King. The one who knew the most about this place should be him. Depending on the season, there has been no rain in recent days, and judging from the river, it will drop in the next 2 days. Then wait. Zhou Yuan directly sat on the ground with his knees crossed and closed his eyes to meditate. In fact, he was feeling that sizzling breath with his heart, and judging from the judgment, this breath was very similar to the flamelingji, and it was highly likely that there was a connection between the two. Seeing his attitude of being in control, and associating it with the rumors about this person, the Tianze people strangely developed a sense of recognition, feeling that he had really calculated. So then, several people sat down on the ground and quietly observed the water level change. Did you really calculate it? Flame Spirit Ji curiously came over. The treasure was getting closer and closer. She didn't really want to pretend anymore. Besides, the two sides are theoretically allies now, so it's not too much to ask for closeness, right? Zhou Yuan nodded, 8 or 9 times. He couldn't be sure if it was just a similarity in scenery, but the scent couldn't be fake. He looked at Flamelingji and smiled. The poor Taoist should be able to unlock the secrets on you soon. Flameling just thought he was hinting at something and pulled away without moving. My secrets are not so easy to solve. 79. The Fire-Breathing Unicorn. Secrets can be interpreted in many ways, such as hidden secrets, confidential things, or it can be a little secret that you don't want to be explored. It was obviously the last one that Flamingo was referring to. Zhou Yuan lost his smile. Even though he had been craving for it for a long time, he was not so much as to get up at a time like this. Business was important. Down, down. The 100 Poisons King suddenly exclaimed in shock. His speech was not even good under the emotion, but the crowd could grasp his meaning. Within sight, the water level was dropping at an imperceptible rate, and although it was not too obvious, it could not be hidden from the meticulous insight of a martial artist. Zhou Yuan slowly stood up and whispered under his breath, flooding the great Buddha's knee and burning the Lingyun cave. So it's really you. Under the gaze of the crowd, the water level dropped a little bit until a hole was revealed at the mountain in front of them. After a few people looked at each other, they performed lightweight skills, dragonflies pointing at the water, crossing the river and leaning towards that cave. Do you still have any secrets to hide from us? Zhou Yuan teased at Tianze. The latter, as if he hadn't heard, took out his fire folders and blew them on, then took the lead and walked towards the cave. It was a long tunnel, as if symbolizing the path of death, covered with skeletons along the way, with no telling how many trespassers had been buried. Zhou Yuan mused in his heart. It seemed that it was not that no one had ever discovered this place, and after the water level dropped, this place was no longer a secret. So, does it play the role of guarding the treasure? After following the map for I don't know how long, a wide, wickedly dark palace presented itself. Directly in front of it was a tall bronze gate, and on either side of the wall stood 2 tall, grim-faced statues, as if to symbolize guardianship, and in the center of the bronze door, there was a circular gap corresponding to the key drawn by Tianze. Zhou Yuan teased, "What are you waiting for?" Tianze slightly sidestepped his head and looked at the corpse exorcisting demon on the side, who immediately understood and took out a bamboo shell and slowly blew it. Oh! A corpse puppet was summoned and floated in from the darkness, heading straight towards Tianze, holding the palm-sized bronze disc in his hands. Zhou Yuan was not in a hurry to grab it. There might be other things needed to open the treasure and he wanted to be foolproof. In the past, the demon god was betrayed by the Iron Eater beast and ended up losing all his efforts. Now that he has returned, he has chosen another mount. Do you know what it is, sir? Tianze began to narrate under his breath while holding the disc towards the bronze door. His attitude changed, as if he had already won, and his face gradually showed the color of madness. Accompanying his words, a burst of heavy footsteps came from the distance, which were also faintly mixed with low roars, which were even more powerful and domineering than fierce tigers and lions. The flame spirit Ji was watching Zhou Yuan closely, and as long as he gave a signal and a look, she would not hesitate to strike out at her enemy. However, Zhou Yuan didn't. He was also waiting for the treasure door to completely open. The heavy footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the roar of the king of beasts was getting clearer and clearer, and the dimly lit palace was gradually illuminated, and a behemoth with a blazing flame all over it appeared in front of him. Ancient beast, fire-bathing unicorn. Other than Tianze, who knew beforehand, and Zhou Yuan, who had made some guesses, the remaining 3 were all filled with shock. A ferocious beast that only existed in legends had actually appeared straight before his eyes. Is this your reliance? Zhou Yuan scrutinized the fire Qilin. The terrifying pressure released by the other party was straight from the four great sect masters. As for the true battle power, it had yet to be proven. If you know that, why did you still come in with him? Flame Spirit Ji was puzzled. Was this monster really humanly possible? On top of that, she also felt a familiar aura from the Fire Qilin, and the blood in her body became boiling the moment the other party appeared. He thinks he's in control, but he doesn't realize he's fallen into a trap. While the crowd's attention was attracted by the Fire Qilin, Tianze violently slammed the disc into the gap, and quickly slashed through the gap. Along with the blood pooling in, the bronze door slowly opened. He quickly rushed in, not waiting for the 100 Poison King and the corpse-driving demon to move, and then closed the bronze door at the first opportunity. It was too late for Flame Spirit Ji to chase after her, and she looked with some annoyance at someone who was still confronting the Fire Qilin silently. Thought you were so smart, but you were actually counted. The 100 Poisons King and the Corpse Exorcist Demon both looked disoriented. Were they abandoned by their master? He's got his back, don't I? Do you know what one of the most painful ways to die in the world is? Zhou Yuan laughed lightly. If he hadn't guessed the existence of the Fire Qilin, how could he have stepped in so easily? Confident men are so handsome. Flame Wing blinked. So, what's your reliance? Remember the pills we carried before we left? Wei Shen Dan? Are you planning to use a beauty trick? But it seems to be male. Zhou Yuan gave her a heavy flick on the forehead. Thanks to you practicing Dan with me for so long, you can't even guess such an obvious answer. You really are big and brainless. The 100 Poisons King and the Corpse Exorcist Demon froze as they watched the two flirting, and for a moment, they were somewhat speechless. Could they give the ancient fierce beast some face? At this time, he suddenly envied the peerless ghost who didn't follow him because his feet were too slow. You, the Flame Spirit Lady ground her teeth in anger, but quickly reacted. You want to use the blood-burning pill? But this thing will hurt the origin. She had roughly understood the effects of this kind of elixir, which could enhance her power by several times, or even 10 times in a short period of time, but it could not last long, and her origin would be damaged after using it, and she might even regress in her cultivation. Zhou Yuan nudged his mouth in the direction of the Fire Qilin. Do you think we still lack origin now? The Flame Spirit Ji instantly comprehended it, and her face showed a fierce expression. The Fire Qilin was furious. It read the meaning of the two. It actually dared to covet the noble bloodline of its ancient ferocious beast. Zhou Yuan took out the blood-burning pill and shared one with the Flame Spirit Ji and laughed. This is probably the most adventurous time in the life of the poor Taoist. If I win, I will become rich. If I lose, I will start all over again. The Flame Ling Ji nodded heavily, smiling like a flower. Cultivation is supposed to be a fight with heaven. You say. A golden elixir was swallowed into the abdomen. My life is by me, not by heaven. The two people only felt a powerful and incomparable strength filling their whole body. Their power was raised several times almost in an instant. Go! The two of them rushed towards the Fire Qilin with one left and one right, launching an attack with their most primitive fists. Roar! An angry roar resounded through the mountains and forests, startling the beasts into retreat and scattering the birds in all directions. Bang bang bang! A man and a woman seemed to be in the guise of Wusung, wantonly venting the torrential power in their bodies, combining boxing and kicking with their body techniques, and continuously greeting the Fire Qilin. The sounds of fighting echoed continuously, and the entire mountain trembled under the terrifying power. By burning his chi and blood, at this moment, Zhou Yuan already possessed a power that surpassed that of a grandmaster, and at this time, he was even able to touch base with the Marquis. The Flame Spirit Ji wasn't bad either, with a tenfold increase in power straight from a grandmaster. Although the Fire Qilin possessed celestial-level power, it did not know how to utilize its gongfu, and its fighting style was essentially still stuck in the primitive instincts of a wild beast. The 100 Poison King and the Corpse Exorcist Demon looked scared. Were these two people demons? Not only did they fight with the ancient fierce beast in close quarters, they seemed to have the upper hand. 80. The blood of the beast. The most primitive battles continued. Blood spilling over the dark palace. Roars and shouts. Zhou Yuan's fist was dripping blood. The Flame Spirit Ji was also spilling blood from the corners of her mouth, and the Fire Qilin was even more miserable, even though its physical body was incomparably strong. Under the successive bombardment of the descending dragon palm and the Taiji fist, its huge body was covered with wounds, and the flames on its body were gradually dimming. The battle has entered the heat. The final competition is more willpower of both sides. Who first cannot hold on to fall? Who is the loser? The 100 Poison King and the corpse-driving demon crouched in the corner shivering. These two men and one beast seemed to be trying to collapse this mountain. Boulders were constantly falling during the battle, nearly injuring them. What to do? Exorcist asked. The 100 Poison King pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. Wait. Tianze's abandonment disappointed him, but there was a second way. Flame Ling Ji, a child he had been hurting, should not kill them if this side won the fight. At this point, if he rushed to escape, he might be killed by the aftermath of the battle. In the midst of his thoughts, the battle temporarily stopped, and both sides were taking the opportunity to recover their vitality. Zhou Yuan suddenly shouted, "Poison!" The 100 Poison King didn't expect him to seek his help and hesitated a bit. "My poison is only afraid of melting when it encounters fire." He was naturally willing to help. The Taoist priest might even reason with him. If the ferocious beast won, he would only be reduced to a blood meal. "Look at the wound," Zhou Yuan reminded. He preferred that the fire Qilin was not invulnerable to all poisons. He ultimately did not have a human mind and did not know how to use the flames to detoxify his body. Even with the ability to resist poison, it must have taken some time to recover. Not to mention the fact that he was already injured at this moment, and the poison was used on the wound. Even a body that was impervious to all poisons would still have a hard time. 100 Poisons King felt his confidence doubled when he heard him say that. The recent encounters with too many masters in Korea had made him doubt the poison techniques he was so proud of. Now that he was recognized, a sense of pride rose in his heart. On the other side, as if the fire Qilin understood the conversation between the two, it decisively charged towards the 100 Poisons King, its terrifying rush scaring the chills out of him. How could Zhou Yuan let it have its way? Directly dodging and rushing to the 100 Poison King, he swung his fist at the huge head. Boom! The terrifying impact shook him back and forth, leaving a deep scar on the ground with his legs. The flame spirit Ji killed out from the side, her palms coalescing to form a hideous dragon, ruthlessly slamming into the fire Qilin, the fierce palm force rushing to the point that it almost fell over. "It's now!" Zhou Yuan immediately reminded the 100 Poisons King, and without any hesitation, he pulled out the most powerful Snake King's poison from his body and leapt up, precisely throwing it onto the wounds on the fire Qilin's body. Although the toxicity was mostly burned by the flames, it still caused considerable damage to the fire Qilin, and its eyes, which were filled with a fierce color, became cloudy. Exorcism Demon thought about it, but finally did not make a move. The flame is the nemesis of all evil spirits, and he was afraid that his corpse puppets would be dispersed as soon as they touched it. Agu 100 Poison King fell to the ground. His old hand couldn't stop rubbing his old waist. After all, he was old and not good at lightweight, so he couldn't be as fast as lightning like the young people. Take it while it's sick. Zhou Yuan couldn't care less about the bad old man, and performed his stance to fly and swept away, his entire body sitting on the fire Qilin, both fists slamming down crazily on its head. The cold ice true chi quickly spread out, suppressing the fiery flames on the opponent's body, striking from both skill and physical aspects at the same time. The flame spirit Ji was also not willing to show weakness, and from the side and back, she successively executed the dragon descending palm. She now possessed a power comparable to that of a Grand Master. Even though the ancient ferocious beasts were thick-skinned and fleshy, they were unable to completely ignore the damage. The fire Qilin screamed miserably, its huge body slamming around, burning flaming blood all over the ground, completely illuminating the dark palace. Zhou Yuan vaguely from its voice heard the submit intention, but did not care. He and the flame spirit Ji's chi and blood are burned to the extreme. If you cannot get to replenish, the light will be a regression in cultivation. The heavy will be the meridians are broken and died. Besides, if we agree to this, there's no guarantee that the fire unicorn won't change its mind when the medicine wears off. In short, it must die. Gradually, the roars became weaker, the mountain stopped trembling, and the fire Qilin's resistance became less and less strong. Zhou Yuan had lost track of how many punches he had thrown, and his entire body was nearly deflated, but his fighting spirit was still high. As long as he won this battle, the fire Qilin's massive chi and blood would be enough to make up for everything, and even allow him to increase his power greatly. The flame spirit lady was also struggling to hold on, perhaps waiting until the moment her opponent fell, she would instantly break. The exorcist demon couldn't help but close his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the fire Qilin was strangely pitiful. The 100 Poisons King was frantic. "It's my poison. Ha ha ha, my poison has a share of the credit. A life of hard work and study, no wife, no children, and nothing else to make him happy except in the area of poisons." Finally, the fire Qilin could no longer hold up to the two men's frenzied bombardment, and its huge body slammed heavily to the ground. In order to make sure, Zhou Yuan smashed dozens of punches with the last of his chi to make sure that he was dead before he started to perform the northern underworld power, frantically devouring the fire Qilin's essence blood to quickly recover the depleted power. He had to consider that Tensor was still in there watching over him. "Me too." Flamewing came up breathlessly. Zhou Yuan pondered slightly. "Special means need to be employed. It's not like we haven't practiced anyway." Flame Spirit Ji pretended to be indifferent, but her little heart was beating non-stop. She felt different this time. The man looked like he wanted to eat someone. A moment later, the 100 Poison King slowly stood up. "We'll go out and wait." The exorcist demon's tone was hesitant. "Master, the 100 Poison King grunted coldly. "He is no longer our master." "Hurry up." He gave one last prod as the two young men next to him had come together and someone gave him a meaningful look. The exorcist demon also had the hindsight to follow quickly. I want unicorn blood too. Flame Spirit G was already too tired to move. Well, here you go, all that I treasure. Tianze felt the commotion outside gradually stop, but he didn't know exactly which side had one, and was hesitating to go out when a strange sound suddenly came to his ears. Haven't you ever seen a pig run before? With his experience, he quickly judged what had happened and cursed in his heart, dog man and woman. But he soon couldn't care about this matter. The fire Qilan was no longer moving, but the two still had the energy to fight, and it was clear who won and who lost. His face was instantly and horribly grim. His fists creaked, but he didn't dare to push the door open. The fire Qilan was still no match, so what could he do? It was the first time I had been so desperate that the only thing left was impotent rage. Aha! Inside and outside the bronze door, two voices with similar tones but very different emotions kept echoing. On the other hand, the 100 Poisons King and the corpse exorcist demon had just arrived at the entrance of the cave, when they saw a young girl in a dignified long dress appear in front of them with a very cold tone. What happened in there? Flamingo, thanks for the bounty, and ask for a catch-up. 81. Meet. The person who came was none other than Amazing Concubine, who had actually followed her all the way, only that someone had sent him a message in the secret method of the Taoist family, telling her not to reveal her trail unless she encountered a major change. However, she waited for an unknown amount of time outside the cave and was slow to receive the signal. Listening to the sounds of the fight intensifying inside, her heart could no longer be held down. The 100 Poisons King was shocked when he heard this. This woman's power had been witnessed in the first place, and the two of them, who were difficult to beat, would definitely not be able to do so. And when he heard the other party ask about what was happening inside the cave, he stammered and couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Princess Amazing thought something had happened to someone and pushed past the two men and rushed in. She kept telling herself in her mind, Lord Donghuan wants to know his secret, he must not want him to die, and I will help him because of that. Miss, it was too late for the 100 Poison King to say anything more. This kind of fact was too embarrassing to shout out loud. Will he join? The exorcist demon made a rare joke, only his tone seemed a bit cold because of his long-time practice of Yin and cold type of arts. Absolutely impossible. Such a proud woman would never be trapped by love. The 100 Poison King had a face of certainty. This woman was one of the most talented he had ever seen in his life. The exorcist nodded. Where to? I don't know. The 100 Poison Kings laughed bitterly. They used to listen to Tianze's call, but now that they were disheartened after being abandoned, they didn't even know where to go. Go back and work on our stuff, the exorcist proposed. The 100 Poisons King pondered for a moment and nodded. Let's wait for her to finish. She has to say goodbye. Anyway, it's at most half an hour's work. Good. As soon as the exorcist demon's words fell, he saw Amazing Concubine rushing out at an extremely fast speed, her beautiful face covered in a reddish haze. Suddenly, she stopped and her gaze coldly looked at the 100 Poison King. Why didn't you tell me? The 100 Poisons King knew that he couldn't afford to mess with him and said weakly, the girl didn't give me time either. Princess Amazing jumped up and down in anger for a moment. Can't you just say it? Next time. Definitely. You want there to be a next time? Amazing Princess kicked him in the face in exasperation. Ouch. My waist. The 100 Poison King directly fell to the ground, holding his old waist and wailing. Amazing Concubine was skeptical. She had clearly looked at the other party's age to show mercy with her feet. How could she have caused such a serious injury? The exorcist demon stepped forward to help the difficult brothers up, and whispered, it's an old problem. The girl doesn't have to care. Amazing Concubine snorted coldly and lazily ignored the two men, but her mind uncontrollably floated back to the scene of white flowers just now, and she was suddenly ashamed and annoyed. In her heart, shameless. 1.5 hours later, shameless, taking advantage of people. The flame spirit G finished and dumped all the blame on someone. Although she had just experienced a high-intensity battle, the powerful life force of the Qilan's blood was enough to make up for it, and the whole person was still in high spirits and even felt like she had an inexhaustible amount of strength. Although she had only absorbed about 20% of it, she felt that she was now frighteningly strong, and her power had at least doubled. As long as the remaining Qilan's blood in his body was thoroughly refined and integrated into his power, he could easily break through to the next level of the realm. Zhou Yuan absorbed the vast majority of the quantity and was naturally in a better state than her, starting to collect the Qilan's blood early on. For this era near the end of the world, the ancient ferocious beasts could be considered to be full of treasures. Hearing her complaint to maintain her face, Zhou Yuan laughed. The girl didn't seem to object even once just now. The poor Taoist even suspects that you've been craving for me for a long time. Are you proud of yourself? Flame Spirit G glared at him viciously. Why are you so ruthless? Even if you have Kirin Essence blood to recover, you can't just smash it. She almost died just now. Zhou Yuan rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, the Qilin's blood is too fiery. Flame Spirit Ji was even more furious as she remembered the woman who had just barged in. Why didn't she stop when she came? It doesn't stop at all. Zhou Yuan had a hard time deceiving his heart. An amazing concubine's arrival was the catalyst instead. I want to eat unicorn meat. In the end, Flame Spirit Ji blamed everything on the already dead Fire Qilin. If it wasn't for this, another wouldn't be so powerful. And it's to blame. Good. Zhou Yuan readily agreed. The meat of the ancient beasts is also a great tonic. Put it for a long time but lost its aura. Afterward, the Flame Spirit Ji looked towards the bronze door with eyes full of hatred. I'm going to do it myself. Good. Zhou Yuan now had no doubt about her ability. The blood of the divine beasts not only enhanced their power, but also had an extremely strong healing effect, and the injuries on both of them had already healed for the most part. At this time, the Flame Spirit Ji could even fight with the Bloodclothes Marquis from back then. He sat directly on the ground, refining the divine beast blood in his body while waiting for his revenge. He was stuck with a choice. Most of the Qilin's power was inherited by him, and when all of it was refined, his power would increase by several times, and he was already fully capable of breaking through to Grand Master. But he wanted to press on a little more, to build up his strength, to ascend to that realm in the strongest state, and to maintain the title of the strongest in his class. Along with the Flame Lingji's blood dripping onto the disc, the bronze door opened once again. This was the obvious reasoning. Being one of the same three families, there was no reason why only Tianze could open this door. Immediately after that, the sound of fighting came from the distance until Tianze let out a miserable scream filled with unwillingness and everything fell into place. Flamingo cried for a long time until she completely dried her tears and walked out in her strongest form. Just this once. No more taking advantage of me. Good. Zhou Yuan laughed. The last time was never the biggest lie under the sky. When the two dragged the body of the Fire Qilin out of the cave, the sky was already white. The 100 Poison King and the Corpse Exorcist Demon were sitting at the entrance of the cave and napping, while Amazing Concubine was sitting in meditation and practicing. Talent, hard work, and often the lack of one. Otherwise it would not be able to receive the title of the strongest strange woman of the Yin-Yang family. Hearing the commotion, the 100 Poisons King opened his eyes, revealing envy, admiration, and praise in his eyes. Trying hard not to show her embarrassment, Flame Spirit Ji looked at Amazing Concubine with a smile. Why didn't my sister say something just now? Making my sister very embarrassed. She blamed someone for the wild bombardment while trying to use it to flirt with Princess Amazing as if she was showing off something. Amazing Princess cast aside that memory and spoke in a flat tone. It has nothing to do with me. Yes? The Flame Lingji walked up to her and licked the corners of her mouth with some intent. An hour and a half. Has sister experienced that? Shameless. Amazing Concubine finally couldn't help herself and really didn't understand what this goblin was showing off. The 100 Poison King and the Corpse Exorcist Demon closed their eyes and watched the sky, with a stance that you are treating me as if I don't exist. Actually, I can still hold on for another half an hour, Zhou Yuan solemnly reminded. Flame Spirit Ji couldn't tense up at that moment, and glared at him fiercely. Are you going to kill someone? Amazing Princess even made a move to leave. Don't. Fresh unicorn meat. It'll be useless if it's left for a long time. We too won't be able to finish it even if we burst our stomachs. AT2. Blood Bodhi. Although the cold ice could keep the meat tasty, it couldn't lock the aura inside. So instead of wasting it, it was better to make a good karma. The 100 Poisons King did help a lot just now, although Amazing Princess came a step late, but that was because he forgot to pass the message in a moment of negligence, and hadn't helped him much earlier. The 100 Poisons King looked grave. My poison is too strong. I'm only afraid that there is still some residue left. He wasn't taking credit. He was trying to prove how good he was at poison. Zhou Yuan laughed it off without pointing it out. The Fire Qilin just can't detoxify the poison in the first place, but the flame attribute will gradually remove it on its own. And even if it does contain a laugh and a half step of epilepsy, it will still be burned out. Flame Spirit Ji was not so polite and crossed her arms. Then why am I fine after drinking the unicorn's blood? Perhaps it's because you're gifted with the ability to resist toxicity. When the Lord Tianze's poison wouldn't be able to help you. But I don't feel any poison. The 100 Poison King froze for a moment and lowered his head with a frustrated expression. Flame Spirit Ji snorted. Just kidding. Who made you actually give that bastard poison against me? The 100 Poisons King sighed. I didn't realize at the time that it was for you to eat. Otherwise I would never have offered it. At that time, Tianze was the master, but Flame Spirit Ji was a granddaughter-like existence, and the most he would do was to not help each other. Zhou Yuan mused. Your poison relies too much on poisonous insects. Haven't you thought of adding something else? The crowd sniffed with strange faces. These two started discussing poisons? The 100 Poison King saw that it was rare for someone to be willing to talk to him about this topic, so he was very excited about it. The 5 poisons are the world's most poisonous. Could there be any other poisonous insects comparable? The classic of mountains and seas records that there is a fish in the water called the red frog whose meat is delicious when eaten raw. Zhou Yuan offered his opinion. While venomous snakes have serums, pufferfish have no specific drugs for direct treatment, and can only be cured by gastric lavage and other means. The Flamelingji was puzzled. Since it is something fresh and beautiful, what does it have to do with poison? 100 Poison King but slammed his forehead. How did I not think of it? Although the taste of the red frog is beautiful, the internal organs contain poison. If not handled carefully, can also take a person's life. He looked to the young man as if he had found a soulmate. Zhou Yuan nodded his head and said, there are many poisons in the world. If they were to be fused with the 5 poisons, wouldn't it be even more difficult to solve? That's a very good point, little friend. And the old man will definitely take it on board. The 100 Poisons King had a face of recognition. If this man wasn't too capable, he would have taken on this thoughtful disciple and taught him all his poisonous skills. Zhou Yuan looked at Princess Yan and laughed. This divine beast's body has thick skin and flesh, so I'm afraid I still need to trouble the girl for help. Amazing concubine was first stunned at his words. Then she looked at the corpse of the fire Qilan that he was pointing at and instantly understood what was going on. Don't you dare. Although the unicorn is dead, its spiritual power still exists in the body, so good meat is not eat really a pity. I think the girl can also see that the poor Taoist external power has long been accomplished. You do not want to enhance the power? Zhou Yuan followed the good advice. After devouring the Qilan's essence blood, his indestructible sorcerer's body was close to completion, otherwise it would not have been able to last so long. He did not focus on swordsmanship and had no weapon in his hand. Cutting the fire Qilan was very troublesome. Of all the people present, only Amazing Princess was up to the job. Just this once, Amazing Concubine gritted her teeth. She really couldn't resist the temptation of the divine beast's meat. Not to mention she didn't want to fall behind. I just couldn't figure out in my mind why this man was willing to share her as a rival. With that, he put aside his thoughts and stood up, casting gathering chi into blades to disintegrate the unicorn's corpse. Be careful. Don't break the lifeblood. If it is refined into a dan it will definitely be a great tonic. Zhou Yuan kindly reminded. No need for you to remind me. Amazing Concubine blushed, not knowing if she was blaming someone for questioning her swordsmanship or for some other reason. Perhaps my sister is thinking of something. Flamewing chimed in again, watching the fun. She was obviously shy as well, but she was trying to flirt with her people about it so she could show off her spunk. In this regard, it must be the tide of female demon is more trendy. What new things dare to try? Not only half do not see the blush, but also more excited than someone. Amazing Princess ignored her. She had figured out that the more she reacted, the happier the goblin would be. After the crowd had set up the fire and sprinkled chili peppers, cumin, fennel, ginger, and minced garlic, the peerless ghosts arrived smelling the meat. You've come at the right time. Eat. Flameling Ji directly and generously pulled off a leg. Dao Chang, this meat is useless to the two of them themselves. The real essence of the unicorn lies in a body of blood, has long been devoured by them. Xuan looked around for a few moments and realized that one person was missing. He is dead. I killed him. Flame Spirit Ji directly and greatly told the truth. Xuan scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. In fact, he had guessed it. It had felt so wrong on the road. Everyone thought he was a cutie. Actually, he was pretty smart. If you hang out with me in the future, you'll have meat to eat all the time. The Flame Spirit Ji patted her chest and guaranteed. Xuan instantly smiled with joy and happily sat over. Zhou Yuan looked down and scrutinized the Qilan blood clot in his hand. Compared to meat, the Qilan blood could barely be preserved, and in order to maximize the retention of the aura, he froze it with cold ice. You intend to use blood as a seed? Amazing Princess could see what he was thinking, perhaps because she herself possessed a powerful bloodline and knew how precious this item was. Zhou Yuan nodded. Perhaps one day, this bit of blood seed will grow into a heavenly tree, bearing blood-colored Bodhi. The palace of the King of Chu. Li Huan stood quietly in the attic, staring blankly at the high palace wall in front of him, his heart suddenly a little forlorn. You regret it? The voice in his mind resounded again. Li Huan pursed her lips. She wanted to say no, but she couldn't deny the true feelings in her heart. But she couldn't leave everything behind and go far away. She still had her brother. If you want to go, just go. That person's chi is thick. He might really succeed in the future. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Li Huan was puzzled. Earlier she was clearly still firmly refusing Miles. Because, he's coming. Li Huan sniffed and turned around sharply. I'll ask the girl one last time. Will you come with me? Li Huan hesitated, wanting to agree, but having misgivings. Zhou Yuan smiled at the situation. Unable to choose? Then I'll give you a hand. He directly wrapped his arms around that slender waist and performed a light power to go straight up from the window to a high altitude. Li Yuan was shocked. What are you doing? Second brother tied his daughter-in-law. You. Help me. Li Wan tries to turn to the sister inside him for help, but the other plays dead. I can't beat him now that his witch body has become a great success. Seeing that she still had a tangled face, Zhou Yuan laughed and said, "There is no harm in it, just treat it as if you are being forced." Li Huan blushed in silence for a moment before asking, "If the king of Chu makes an attack, how will you respond?" "It's simple. Exterminate him." 83. Entering the Qin. Great Qin, Xianyang. Winter is creeping in, with cold winds and snowflakes. Qin Shangshuide, the entire royal palace in black, solemn, domineering, and in the sky snow and wind embellished with black and white, as if to symbolize the situation of the Qin dynasty nowadays surging in the dark. Qin Wanzhan was gradually getting older and had reached the age of pro-regime, while some people might not be willing to give up the power in their hands, and both sides were secretly preparing for that day to come. I thought that Mr. would not come before the day of the proclamation. Ying Zhang, dressed in a black coronation suit, his majestic voice responded in the hall of Zhongtai, with a vague hint of joy. It had been a long time since anyone had been able to make him show his emotions. Icing on the cake is not as good as sending charcoal in the snow, and right now is the key moment for his king's domination. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly. Poor Taoist counted with his fingers that the Qin country will be in turmoil in the near future, so he came here to help the great king. He knew the principle of to take, you must first give. If he did not contribute at all, how could he spend money in the future? A smirk appeared at the corner of Ying Zhang's mouth, but it wasn't obvious under the cover of the coronet. The day of the widow's reign is approaching. However, the Marquis of Changshin and his party are watching intently. Do you have a plan to teach me? He directly out the enemy and us situation. Mr. God's cleverness. This kind of thing has been almost in the open. There is no need to hide. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly. Your Majesty has Li Si in literature, Wang Jian in martial arts, and Meng Wu. Why do you need me to make a fool of myself? The tone of voice pause. I turned aside. Li Si, that day with lordly cooperation is quite pleasant. Taishan collapsed in front of but not change color. Planning in a tent. The decision to win 1,000 miles can be called the state of the art also. He had always thought that the chaos of Lao Ai had not caused much of a stir, even in history, and that Ying Zhang had made enough preparations to take power with ease. The king, Meng and the two great generals have surrendered. Who can stop the dragon from reaching 10,000 miles? Li Si face is not moving, but the heart is secretly slander. That day I was not pleasant. Pants are almost wet. Just to maintain the dignity of the literati did not show it. If he had a choice, he would never want to work with this Qin Yuanzi again, especially traveling together. This person has obviously made all the preparations, but did not disclose half a word to him, calling people to be so worried. Mr. Means and might also admire a lot. Since you enter the Qin, already feel the victory. Li Si smiled. The other party so appreciated himself, he naturally have to respond. As usual, sir, you have been a master of calculation. Ying Zhang's face showed his approval. Many people knew that Meng Tian had helped him, but not many knew that Wang Jian had already taken a stand. Being in the 6 states and knowing the affairs of Qin, he could be a teacher of the state. He continued, I do have a matter for you, sir. Your Majesty, please, I wish you, sir, to join Guardian Guy in his efforts to retrieve the head of Lao Ai. At the end of his words, his tone became cold and stern, but it returned to normal after a split second. Obviously, he already knew about the collusion between Lao Ai and his mother, Zhao Ji, but just for the sake of the pro-government cause, has been quoted not to send out. When the day comes for the king to be crowned, I believe many will be liquidated and it will be a roll of heads. At those words, Zhou Yuan glanced at Gai Nyad who stood in the corner without saying a word, seemingly as calm as water, but in fact, he was poised and ready to go. As always, abiding by his duty. If someone makes a move against Ying Zhang, he will strike his sword at the first opportunity and give the offender a thunderous blow. As expected, Gaini had broken through to the martial grandmaster realm, not lagging behind Xiao Zhuang in the slightest, and I didn't know what he had gone through recently. It's better for Gaini to stay by the king's side to guard him, and leave Lao Ai to poor Tao. Zhou Yuan wanted to single brush. Ying Zhang's face showed a strange color, and Gainer couldn't help but raise his head. Li Si reminded. According to the exact information we received, Lao Ai is at least a Grand Master, and I'm afraid his strength is still above Black and White Xianjian. Grand Master? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Zhou Yuan smiled indifferently. A glint flashed in Ying Zhang's eyes. Although he didn't care about Jiang Hu matters, he was still quite interested in such a young man who dared to say that he would kill a great master at will. Gainer, however, remembered a rumor from the Jianghu and opened his mouth in a rare manner. The None's warrior K was killed by a gentleman? That's just the bullseye. Zhou Yuan had a fearless face. At that time, his body refinement had not yet come to fruition, and the chivalrous Kuei was barely able to touch him. Nowadays, aside from the celestial realm, which stood at the top of the era, he was already invincible. It seems that not only is Mr. Proficient in Taoism, he is also a champion in martial arts. Ying Zheng sighed in admiration, but in his heart, he couldn't help but be a little curious. Is there anything else that this person doesn't know how to do? The great king is fallacious. Zhou Yuan shallowly pretended for a moment before resuming his modest personality. Tomorrow morning at the morning court, the widow will formally enthrone you as the state master of Great Qin. There is no hurry in this matter. Wanted. Ying Zheng's tone was solemn. Zhou Yuan suddenly realized that this was a deliberate attempt to scare the snake, or perhaps, luring the snake out of its hole. Good. On the way out of the Qin king's palace, Gai Nye and Wandering Wind and Snow escorted each other all the way. After a short 2-month parting in the past, Sir's cultivation is already out of this world. I admire you. Gainey heartily lamented. There wasn't a few years difference in age between the two, and he never slacked off, but it was as if there was always a gap. Zhou Yuan laughed. Xiao Nye, do you know that you have a special skill? Gainey didn't care about the name calling, arching his hand and saying, I'd like to hear about it. Whoever you compliment is bound to be incredibly woeful and seemingly disreputable. Zhou Yuan said the words he had held in his heart for a long time, and immediately felt much more comfortable. The phrase not beneath you and me is so canonical, it's like a horrible curse, and whoever falls for it becomes a joke. Gai Nye was silent for a moment, but I speak from the heart. Well, in short, in the future, boast less. Amongst the same generation in this world, there is no one whose talent is stronger than yours. Zhou Yuan had a serious look on his face. Gai Nye was silent once again, probably because he was not good with words, otherwise he would have said, don't let me boast, and as a result, you do it yourself? Let's not mention this. You have been in Qin for so long, do you know who the Luo Net honors? Zhou Yuan turned to ask about the Luo Net. Gai Nye shook his head slightly. The Luo Net is mysterious and unpredictable, and no one knows who the real master behind it is. However, it can be divided into 2 parts on the bright side. Which 2? Covering the sun, Lao Ai. The former under the orders of Minister Lu, the latter originally under the authority of the Empress Dowager. That is to say, the Luo Net power so mastered by Lao Ai was actually Zhao Ji's in the beginning? No wonder Ying Zheng is so angry. This is simply helping another man against his own son. If it were me, I'd fall too. Zhou Yuan collected his thoughts. If you take on Black and White Xianjian now, are you sure? He has always known that the Ghost Valley double sword cannot be measured by common sense. Not yet to the realm of the master can fight with the Black and White Xianjian, and now breakthrough the master's strength has risen. There is no power to fight. Gainey shook his head. There's a huge difference between my kung fu and his, so I'm afraid it'll be hard to beat him. Ha! I'm relieved to hear you say that. Zhou Yuan left in large strides, leaving Gainey alone. 84, Qi and Chunan Gong, MT, Tai. Returning to this mountain again after half a year, the scenery hadn't changed, but the people had changed, and the second senior brother was now frighteningly strong. As always, Baimoz stayed in that small bamboo house, not knowing what he was drumming up all day long. Zhou Yuan arrived in front of the bamboo house, and the people inside the house seemed to feel something in their hearts, and the bamboo door opened on its own. Baimoz's back appeared in the line of sight. He was currently facing his back to the door of the room, his whole body facing the 8 trigrams on the wall, seemingly falling into meditation. Zhou Yuan slowly walked in. I haven't seen you in many days, but your teacher's style is still the same. Nowadays, when he looked at the celestial realm powerhouses again, although they were still powerful, they were no longer as unfathomable as they were back then. The powerful divine beast blood had increased his strength so much that the gap between him and the older generation of powerhouses was no longer that great. Not bad. Baimoz still had his eyes closed and praised on his mouth, seemingly having sensed the vigorous life force within him. My disciple has obtained the Qi secret scroll on this trip, and I also met a strange person. Zhou Yuan voiced out the doubts in his heart. He had come here to inquire about something. Qi, Baimoz muttered. How much does teacher know about this famous demon god? Zhou Yuan's face showed anticipation, but he was afraid of hearing the words we will talk about it later. However, this time, Baimoz did not sell the story, but slowly recounted it after letting out a light sigh. He's in the same category as you, with an extremely deep obsession with becoming immortal. I'm not like him. Zhou Yuan's face was solemn. If it was true that according to what Chunan Gong said, the way for Qi Yu to become immortal was to blood sacrifice all beings, he would not do so. If the price of becoming immortal is to obliterate one's own mind, what is the point of this immortal? He'll find another path. And as it turns out, Qi's path is not viable. Most of the people in the world thought that Qi's resurrection had failed, but he actually came back. Been back? Zhou Yuan was intensely interested. This was the first time he had heard this statement. Returning in the body of a human king, I want to slaughter all the living beings to prove the way. Which human king? De Xin. The northern meddler gave him a look. The master also wants to become immortal. but will never allow this. That's a reminder and a statement of the bottom line. The implication is that you can do whatever you want, except that you can't go down the same road as Qi. I will walk out the second path. Zhou Yuan also made a solemn promise. He was not afraid of being an enemy of the world, but it was definitely not because of this kind of reason. He had already obtained the Qi secret scroll, which contained two major secret arts. First, the complete method of refining blood parasites. Using blood as a guide to refine an immortal body requires endless killing to feed. Secondly, the mantra of passing on to the next life. This spell is complementary to the blood parasites. With the blood parasites as the base and the past life mantra as an aid, it can allow the dead to be reborn, but will lose their memories and consciousness, and become a killing machine manipulated by the mother of the parasites. That is, Qi Yu's so-called undead army. Zhou Yuan presumed that black and white Xinjian was one of the examples, as well as one of the few cases that were considered successful. Because of his own powerful obsession, some of his memories still remained. Bei Moz continued. That sage of Chu was, by and large, also from that era. A character from 800 years ago? Zhou Yuan could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This had completely surpassed the limit of an ordinary person's lifespan. No wonder Xiang Yan and Huang Xie said in the beginning that he appeared in our childhood at the same time with a pale appearance, which is simply a 1,000-year-old demon. Didn't you say there are no more immortals in the world? This person is not immortal. Just when the luck of the day is unique, accidentally robbed Qi slaughtered Xin turtle. By virtue of far better than your blood of the divine beasts have a longer life. Another sentence from Bei Mozi made Zhou Yuan completely certain of Lord Chunan's identity. The blood of the Genta turtle. That's not surprising. If it was truly a world of one lineage, it would mean that it possessed the impressionable four divine beasts, and the one who carried the blood of the Xin turtle had later lived for a whole several thousand years. What's 800 years? So, was the blood of the turtle originally what Qi wanted? Bei Mozi slightly side-eyed. This disciple sometimes looks like he doesn't know anything, but when you remind him, he knows much more than you do. Born to know? Since he is carrying the blood of the Xin turtle that can prolong his life, haven't you guys thought of grabbing it? Zhou Yuan inquired curiously, his tone all tinged with flirtation. Can a few powerful people who want to pursue immortality really resist the temptation when they learn that someone's blood can lead a long life? Is it because you don't want to, or you can't fight? Zhou Yuan was momentarily unable to determine whether Chunan Gong, who now possessed only 1,000 years of power, would be able to defeat the four great sect masters. Wouldn't the master be such a person? Bei Mozi's face sank, his tone somewhat unhappy, very dissatisfied with the matter of his disciple questioning his character. Disciple knows his mistake. Zhou Yuan admitted his mistake on his lips, but the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed. To say that he was half unmoved was not quite believable, because even he himself was somewhat moved the moment he learned that the other party was carrying the blood of the Xin turtle. Soon, though, the flutter was diverted. There are four divine beasts in the world, so instead of risking to challenge an old demon with 1,000 years of power, it is better to go to the remaining two divine beasts. How could a divine beast with empty brute strength be easier to deal with than a 1,000-year-old demon that possessed both the power of a divine beast and martial arts? Bei Mozi was ridiculed by his disciples and felt a bit embarrassed on his face, and said with a straight face, although this person possesses 1,000 years of power, he is not invincible. Zhou Yuan nodded his head in recognition. This was true. Chunan Gong was also wary of the four great sect masters. Perhaps the two sides had exchanged blows and could not help each other, so they finally reached some kind of compromise. Bei Mozi continued to emphasize, if it is a fight to the death, although the master is not his enemy, he can also fight for half of his divine beast's blood. Fought? Zhou Yuan asked after him. The northern meddler was silent for a long time. This person is affected by the nature of the Xin turtle, never fighting for his life, and only knows how to escape, with a hard shell. If he insists on escaping, no one in the world can help him. Zhou Yuan was immediately happy. In front of his eyes as if appearing Ghost Valley Z and the East Emperor Tai held up the sword to chase and kill an old turtle. But the other party's defense is strong. Escape Kung Fu is very good, and ultimately can only be helpless to close the hand. At this time, Chunan Gong was after all only 1,000 years of power, not the later 3,000 years. Like the Ghost Valley, the East Emperor Tai Chi and other outstandingly gifted powerhouses may not be unable to help him. The blood of divine beasts was not immortal, and if it suffered heavy blows one after another resulting in a large amount of loss, it would still be possible to be killed. Hasn't it ever occurred to Master that there might be other divine beasts in the world? Zhou Yuan tried. Bei Moz looked at him. This is what the Eastern Emperor seeks, and had it not been for your arrival, this would have been the path to immortality that he would have chosen. Unfortunately, he only doesn't have this luck. Zhou Yuan didn't go any further. He suddenly realized that if he didn't succeed in opening the immortal gate, the power of the divine beasts would become the key for all the forces to fight over. At that point, all alliances, friendships, and perhaps even mentorships will be challenged. Everlasting life. 85. Selling disciples. Zhou Yuan's Kirin's blood was not so much to be missed. The Kirin's strongest point was the flame, although it also had the ability to prolong its life. Judging from the enhancement of its feelings and feats, the probability was that it was inferior to the other three great divine beasts. Otherwise, she would not have not devoured it in the first place, but kept it as a mount. Moreover, he was also in charge of the opening of the immortal gate, and was by no means a weakling to be slaughtered now. He bowed his head and thought. Right now he had an additional backup plan besides opening the immortal gate. Slay the dragon, slay the phoenix. Bei Moz seemed to guess what he thought in his heart. Sighed, the four divine beasts were originally left by the ancient sages to guard the divine state, and now it is because of its strong vitality that you and others are thinking about it. Woe is me. The old man shook his head repeatedly. Looking pained, Zhou Yuan snorted. Teacher is quite noble. If my disciple reveals the location of the divine dragon and the phoenix, you old man is afraid that you can't wait even for a moment. He had always known that this teacher of his was not as superbly minded as the outside world thought, and was sometimes more stuffy than he was. Bei Moz smiled indifferently. A moment later, he reminded, even if you get the power of a divine beast, you are only a half immortal, and the immortal gate is the top priority. I know. Zhou Yuan had never forgotten that he did not know if the blood of the Qilin had the effect of prolonging life, but had never changed his original intention because of it. This power would become the foundation of his pursuit of the immortal way, but it was by no means the end. In the past 100 years, have you guys ever tried? Zhou Yuan continued to inquire. It was rare that the teacher did not say something perfunctory by saying it later, so naturally, he had to ask for clarification. Bei Moz sighed quietly. That door can't be opened easily, or there will be endless consequences. Why? Zhou Yuan was puzzled. Did this statement mean that they had the ability to do this, but were unable to do it for some reason? Bei Moz shook his head slightly. Knowing too much too soon will only affect your Dao heart. There are some things that you will find out sooner or later. Zhou Yuan was silent. Here we go again. The teacher was obviously unwilling to say any more. Even if he put a knife on his neck, he would not change, not to mention that he might not be the teacher's opponent now. So, would the one outside the house like to come out and talk? Zhou Yuan looked towards the door. The blood of the Qilin was of the flame attribute, and although it hadn't been completely refined, it already had a certain effect. So even if the other party's means of concealment was very good, he could still feel that innate chill. Marquise, it's been a long time. Bei Moz slowly stood up and walked out of the room on his own, as if to say, you guys talk. No sooner had the old man stepped out of the door than the Marquis, dressed in white and with a cool face, entered the room, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him. Long time no see. Zhou Yuan smiled relatively, not just because he no longer feared the other party due to his great increase in strength. Since he was able to appear here, it proved that he had already reached a reconciliation with his teacher. If not a friend, never an enemy. It's actually true that you've gotten the power of a divine beast. A flash of surprise flashed across the eyes of the Marquis, as if she was lamenting the richness of his fortune. Zhou Yuan smiled. It's probably because good people get good karma. This matter was indeed out of control. Tianze wanted to use the fire Qilin to deal with him, but by chance he became the fodder on the road to immortality. So I can only say that luck made the difference. Since you already possess the power of a divine beast, you only need to bury your head in bitter cultivation and you will be able to gain at least hundreds of lifetimes. So why do you need to chase the immortal path so painstakingly? The Marquis seemed intent on trying to persuade. Zhou Yuan had already had a heart as firm as iron and was not moved. What kind of hidden danger is it that makes you all so afraid? Don't you want to go further? He willed the trick and in turn persuaded the other to join. The Marquis asked rhetorically. So many sages couldn't solve the problem. Do you think you can? Okay. Zhou Yuan nodded his head decisively. No matter if he could do it in the end, his mouth must never say no. The female marquis coldly grunted. I know what you want to ask, but even though you have obtained the power of a divine beast, today's you are not qualified. How about qualifying? At least as good as your master. Zhou Yuan was caught in a trade-off. With his current foundation, it was more than enough for him to break through to Grand Master. He just wanted to ascend in a stronger state and had been trying to suppress it. In other words, he was only one Grandmaster away from the celestial realm, which seemed to be only one realm, but it could also trap countless celestials. The reason was very simple. He roughly calculated that there were about tens of millions of people in this era, and the trend of martial arts was strong. There were at least 1 million martial artists among them. There were only 20 to 30 Grandmasters at most, and there would be no more than 10 at the celestial realm, which could be called 1 in 10,000 even amongst martial artists. I will do it. Zhou Yuan looked at the other party seriously. The Marquis was looking at him as well. If that day ever comes, you'll come back to the Snowlands to talk to me. Fine. Talk. Zhou Yuan intoned. But where is the snow region? As far as he knew, the boards in this era seemed to differ from the previous one. The far north. The Marquis spat out a cold breath. Zhou Yuan was silent for a moment. Elder came here just to say this? Don't call me senior. The woman's mood changed at the drop of a hat, and her face went a few shades colder, and a few shades of shame. Zhou Yuan confused. Your old man although maintained like a young girl, but the age is cut and dried. Do not call you seniors. Called what? Is it really called a fairy? Borrowed seed, the Marchioness said in one breath, as if she were broken. Zhou Yuan unconsciously took half a step back. Borrow what seed? As if she had already figured it out. The female marquis explained in a calm tone. Yan Fei is an ice seed that I purposely cultivated, exchanging the gift of saving his life and a lifetime of wealth for a body of his power, which was used to make up for the loss of my origin after I left the snowy domain. But you killed him, and if I go back there, my strength will surely decrease due to the damage to my origin. You have to give it back. No way. I've never been the only one to suck people's internal energy. How can anyone else suck mine? Zhou Yuan vowed not to obey. Then the man actually started to undress. Was this an attempt to blackmail him by slandering his innocence? You were born with Taoist bones, and your talent is not bad. What are you doing? Don't pretend. It's just a deal. After today you and I will have nothing more to do with each other. The Marquis came and went in a hurry, and by the time the snow and ice had melted from the house, it was gone from the house. Zhou Yuan had just stepped out of the house when he saw his teacher go and return, condensing a flame in his palm that directly set the house he had lived in for decades on fire. Apparently, he was too dirty to want to live in the house anymore. This is your bargaining chip for compromise. Selling disciples? Zhou Yuan was speechless. Originally he had refused, but on second thought, giving up without a fight was the best strategy. What's more, although the female Marquis is old, she is a complete young girl body. Her skin is even more tender than the Flamelingji girls, so she can be treated completely as a young woman. You don't suffer. Bei Moz didn't raise his head. Although Zhou Yuan felt that his teacher's words were right, he was still dissatisfied. You had to tell me beforehand, right? It doesn't look good on anyone's face to say it. 86. Hell is full. Bei Moz had long understood this disciple's nature, clearly taking advantage of the sky, but still pretending to suffer a great loss, clearly wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail. Why don't we borrow your old man's seed? Zhou Yuan questioned. He was more or less emotionally involved with Flamelingji, Mingzhu, and shocked Salamander, and even Beauty who was out to get back at the King of Han. This time with the Marquis was ridiculous, as if the other had gone to the hospital to buy a seed. Most importantly, the process this time had been dominated by the other party, much to his displeasure, riding horses all day long, but today I let them step on my feet. The always extremely cultured Bei Moz was suddenly so angry that his beard straightened. Get out! Back to the residence. The startled Salamander is holding his daughter sitting on a swing swinging back and forth. Xiaomeng, as always, sitting on the edge of the water to realize the way of water. Two ears do not listen to things outside the body. Li Huan seemed to have resigned himself to his fate and began to gradually blend into his environment, carefully arranging the flowers and plants. Only the flame spirit Ji locked herself inside the house. Since the Qilin essence blood, she seems to be enlightened, said I also want to become immortal, and then began day after day to enlightenment journey. Zhou Yuan came to Li Huan's side. How is it? Can you still adapt to life here? You forced me. Li Huan forced herself not to show her joy, otherwise she would look bad. As the Queen of Chu, she actually ran away with a man she had only met a few times. Thinking about it made her cheeks burn. Zhou Yuan lost his smile and said in a tone like coaxing a child. Fine, fine. I'm the one who kidnapped you here, and you've been resisting. The more he said, the more Li Huan felt shy, not to mention that there was a lady with a daughter on the side, and it felt as if the matters of the heart were seen through by them. Are you ready? Zhou Yuan got serious. Li Huan was so startled that the shower fell to the ground in his hands. She apparently misunderstood, thinking that the big bad wolf was going to open his fangs towards the white rabbit, and had the intention to refuse but was powerless to resist. Are you thinking wrong? What I mean is that it's time to fulfill the original agreement. Seeing her blushing, Zhou Yuan immediately opened his mouth to correct her. He wasn't a stallion. How could he think about that every day? Not to mention that he had just gone through a marvelous realm of ice and fire, and was in the state of a sage at the moment. Seeing that he would be wrong, Li Huan was even more groundless and simply became an ostrich, self-hypnotizing for a change. In the next moment, the petulant gesture was gone. The once haughty Queen Chu returned once again, and it seemed that after this period of recuperation, her soul had basically recovered. Everyone shuns hell, yet you take the initiative to approach it. Aren't you afraid of falling into it and not being able to pull yourself out? Not far away, the startled salamander sensed the obvious change and couldn't help but look over. The other one? Rohypnol had such tactics as well. and she was not entirely unfamiliar with them, but then he withdrew his gaze, dismissing it as someone's thrill-seeking initiative and concentrating on teasing his daughter. Don't worry, I'll get out. Zhou Yuan was not afraid in the slightest, since he wanted to open up a new path. How could he be afraid of the dangers ahead? Li Huan gave him a deep look, knowing that this man was stubborn, and if he didn't agree, he would still pester him later. Then let you feel it and know what it means to know what's coming. There are some things you can't say, you can only experience them firsthand. She seemed to be convinced that Zhou Yuan would be frightened and intended to experience fear as a way to disabuse him of his delusions. After all, that was the place she had desperately tried to escape from. Because of the arrival of the crowd, there were many more bamboo huts in this backyard, and the two deliberately chose a separate house to avoid the situation from getting out of control or affecting others. The two sat face to face on the ground. Li Huan used a vermilion brush to draw 4 talismans on the palms of the two men respectively before their palms were slowly pressed against each other and their eyes were tightly closed. It was a marvelous journey led by Li Huan, using a special secret method to find the path that he had once left, guiding Zhou Yuan's consciousness to it. In mortal terms, only the soul can lead to the underworld. Whoops, a cloudy wind came from nowhere, and Zhou Yuan only felt that his consciousness had come to a whole new world. It was dark, cold, and seemed to reek of decay everywhere. Ahead was a path filled with black mist, and as far as the eye could see, there was no end to it, as if it was endless. When I say go, I must go, Li Huan, who was beside him, solemnly urged. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly. He hadn't even become an immortal nowadays, so naturally, he wouldn't be so arrogant as to seriously be able to traverse the underworld. It was only because he was carrying the fire of the divine beast, the nemesis of sin, and was in Taiyi Mountain that he had the courage to come and take a look. Of course, Li Huan's lack of opposition was one of the reasons for this, and she seemed to be interested in pushing for it. At the top of the mountain, sitting on the gossip map of the North Underworld, Sun violently opened his eyes, as if to see that is gradually spreading, if not the Qin Shi. Eyes closed again. A pure and extreme aura gushed out from his body, centered on himself, spreading to a mile away, seemingly sealing the entire area. Perhaps this contemporary Taoist first-person's cultivation has already exceeded the realm of celestial beings, but because of the constraints of the times cannot become a real immortal. Beside the stream, Xiaomeng slowly opened her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Ghost Chi? There are no more ghosts and monsters haunting this age, or else the Taoists would have the means to subdue them. Mahogany swords, talismans, compasses, all have been passed down." The startled salamander was alerted and mobilized his true chi to protect his surroundings so that his daughter would not be disturbed by the evil aura. Inside the bamboo house, the flame spirit Ji, who was in seclusion, suddenly stood up straight with cold hairs, and the flame true chi in her body operated autonomously, transforming into a blazing flame that enveloped her body. This guy, what the hell is going on? Zhou Yuan and Li Huan came to the edge of a cliff and looked down from above, and when they saw the scene below, they could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Beneath the abyss, countless blood-stained arms were clearly visible waving, and densely packed skeletons appeared and disappeared under the black fog, such a sight spreading all the way to unmeasured. It looked like countless ghosts are lining up to move forward, but are too congested to move forward. Zhou Yuan gulped and felt that his dense phobia was offended. Li Huan looked at him with a teasing face, as if to say, "This is what you want to see. Is it good?" Zhou Yuan immediately perked up. The source of his scalp tingling was not fear, but shock. He suddenly remembered a phrase, "Hell is full. Don't come." At that moment, they seemed to have discovered them, and rushed forward with a wail, as if they wanted to drown the two of them. "Go!" Li Huan recited a low incantation, and the two men's consciousnesses were soon pulled by a mysterious force and returned to their bodies. However, countless blood-stained arms passed through the world barrier and grabbed the shoulders of the two to pull them back. Zhou Yuan let out a low gulp. His true chi transformed into a hot flame that enveloped the two of them, and all the evil spirits flew into ashes. "Ha! A mere lone soul scares you like this? Do you know that it's not the real underworld yet?" Li Huan mocked unmercifully. "One day, I'll come and go as I please." 87. The 9 heavenly creatures. The immortal gate is closed and hell is full. It was as if these two events were signaling something. Then again, the teacher had mentioned that the Marquis had an important guardianship responsibility. Zhou Yuan thought that this trip was not a false one because he could figure out many things without having to ask. The entire earthly realm is like a protected paradise, with the immortal sect and the Earth's mansion all closed, both as a form of bondage and protection at the same time. No wonder the teacher said, that door can't be opened easily. Otherwise, if the lone souls that we just saw were allowed to enter, I'm afraid that the entire Earth would fall in an instant, and at that time, even if all the disciples of the 100 schools of thought came down to save the world, it would still be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Curious now that hell is at full capacity. What is the scene after the immortal gate? However, This was indeed not something that today's him was qualified to explore. Just now if he fell down the Yellow Springs Road, not to mention carrying the blood of the Qilin, that is, at the same time possessing the power of the 4 divine beasts, he would also be drowned and devoured in an instant. Thinking of this, the eyes that looked at Li Huan couldn't help but feel more than a hint of pity. So just how long has she survived in such a hell? Don't look at me like that. This is our mission. Li Huan thought for a moment and added, if it was me in my heyday, I could slap you to death. I believe. Zhou Yuan nodded his head solemnly. Being able to prise up in the underworld branch, which was filled with unjust souls, his strength could be imagined. But, his words changed, and he reached up and pinched the other man's beautiful face. That was then. This is now. And now I can squeeze you round and flatten you if I want to. What are you pretending to be? A tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog? Li Huan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But in the end, he held back and didn't make a move. She didn't even have a body of her own nowadays, and the matter of cultivation could never be put on the agenda, so doing it would only bring humiliation. Moreover, this body is too weak, and without the aid of treasures, the witch body is really difficult to refine. Lend me a drop of blood and I'll double it back to you later. Li Huan proposed a new deal, and was actually thinking about the blood of a divine beast. In his heart, he also secretly slandered. This person's luck is really thick, and he was able to find the blood of divine beasts to quench his flesh in the age of the end of Dharma. You want to cultivate with this body? Zhou Yuan did not reject it, but instead pondered what he should get in exchange. Although a drop of blood was dispensable to him, Qin Yuanzi never did business at a loss, and had given away a lot of things before, but in the end, they were all taken back with the goods. To cultivate, the most taboo thing is to only go out. That is tantamount to going backwards. What do you want? Say it. Li Huan had a disgusted look on her face. Through this period of time together, she had long understood the other party's nature. Trying to get benefits from the other side without giving anything is just delusional. What is your mission? Zhou Yuan was nonchalant. Although he was powerless to change anything at the moment, it was always no disadvantage to know beforehand. Li Huan glared at him. Are you trying to harm me? Last time, Sky Ray had warned her that as a stowaway, there was no way she was going to ask for trouble again. For a change, is there a heavenly way in this world? Li Huan looked up and realized that the heavenly thunder was not focused. 9 heavenly basilisks. When he finished, he glared at him again, warning that this was the limit. Sure enough, it's her. The great name of the guardian god is inextricably linked to this world. Otherwise, it is impossible for heaven to be so humanized. Zhou Yuan did not ask further, knowing that these are sufficient, directly and generously crossed his fingers. You owe me a drop of blood. No problem. Zhou Yuan had just stepped out of the house when he saw the flame spirit Ji leaning against the doorway in an extremely seductive pose. After her identity metamorphosis, she looked even more attractive. You're having so much fun that heaven and earth have lost their colors. Flame spirit Ji laughed and teased, her gaze casting to Li Huan inside the room. The other party, however, didn't ignore her and just closed her eyes to cultivate. It was just a bold attempt, and it won't be repeated. Zhou Yuan promised and warned himself. Playing with fire when you don't have enough strength is likely to lead to endless mischief. Are you free these days? Dual study. The flame spirit Ji put forward a pretense of calmness. She found that the speed of autonomous refining was far less than the two of them joining forces. And anyway, she had already done it once, so what if she did it again? It's all about cultivation. Yeah, Zhou Yuan readily agreed, although he no longer needed dual cultivation. But who would like their boring seclusion? If someone accidentally gets killed, it won't be the unicorn, will it? Flamewing suddenly asked a strange question. Presumably, they felt that both of them had the scent of the griffin race on them and would be affected by it. Zhou Yuan flicked her without any good humor. We are the ones who master the power. We won't be transformed in form by the power. What are you thinking about? The flame spirit lady secretly sighed in relief, but a smile appeared on her face. What a shame. Zhou Yuan was aroused by her words. What? You want to try other cultivation methods? Do you have any good suggestions? Flamewing knew he was up to no good, but jumped at the chance anyway. There's a waterhole in the back of the mountain that's warm in winter and cool in summer, and it's been my favorite place for 20 years. Motivate the flames with the way of water? Not bad. It seems like you haven't been studying in vain for a while, and have tentatively comprehended the true meaning of the Tao. Humph. This double training lasted for several months, and only ended when the day of Ing Zhang's coronation drew near. The calm pool of water suddenly boiled, followed by a sky-high wave, as if a pot of water had been boiled. Zhou Yuan flew out of the water, his breath becoming more and more calm and introverted. Grand Master, back to the basics. After refining most of the divine beast's blood and completely letting go of the restraints, the breakthrough was just a matter of time. Looking at Xiaomeng, who was still soaking in the water, Zhou Yuan's face looked odd as he recalled the scene from a few months ago. At that time, The flame spirit Ji and the youngest sister were arguing over the ownership of the water pool. And the flame spirit Ji came up with a sentence, the youngest sister is not afraid of bumping into things she shouldn't see? Xiaomeng, however, was not the least bit timid, and had an impassive look on her face. You guys do what you do. What's it got to do with me? The flame spirit Ji was instantly happy, disregarding Zhou Yuan's persuasion and insisting on being in the depths of this water pool. In this way, because of the fight, the three of them were often in an awkward scene here. Senior sister, are you treating us as your enlightenment stones? Zhou Yuan was both emotional and felt helpless. I don't know if this state of mind of not caring about anything is good or bad. Xiaomeng was closing her eyes and mobilizing her internal energy to ward off the water temperature. Her tone was flat, compared to the heavenly Tao. What you have done is not worth mentioning. Ruthlessness? Sort of. It's something for a teacher to worry about. I don't have time for my own apprentices. Zhou Yuan put aside his distracting thoughts and shouted towards the water pool. Are you really not going to go down the mountain with me? Don't disturb my cultivation. The flame spirit lady sounded impatient, as if she was trying to make up for all the years of laziness she had missed out on. Zhou Yuan shrugged his shoulders and turned around to leave in large strides, the mist rising continuously from his body, rapidly drying his originally wet green shirt. 88. Great Qin Heavy Industries. A new Zilan Xian has recently opened in Xianyang City, and although it adheres to the principle of selling art, not bodies, and only wine and songs and dances, it has not affected the increasingly booming business at all, simply because they know how to make pills. Although Lan Yu had only learned 30 to 40% of her master's alchemy, it was already enough to make most of the basic elixirs, making countless upper-class nobles with illnesses or unspeakable secrets rush to it. As always, the purple woman stood on the second floor, looking at the guests coming and going below, her eyes seeming a bit melancholy. Is Miss Violet Lady waiting for the poor Taoist? A familiar voice sounded behind him. It was Zhou Yuan who had just entered the city, and after learning that there was an additional Violet Orchid Xian in the city, he knew that the Violet Lady had come. So he changed his itinerary and did not head to the palace first, intending to catch up with an old friend first. Why did you wait for the Taoist master? The purple woman looked back at him with a smile. Zhou Yuan couldn't say anything for a moment. Because I have taught Lian Yu. Is it no longer important in the heart of the purple girl? The purple woman looked at him as he pretended to look hurt and skimmed her mouth in disgust. And I don't know who left without saying goodbye in the first place, but now I'm officially telling you, sir. You're fired. The tone was full of resentment. Zhou Yuan smiled helplessly, because at that time, I wasn't sure if the girl would choose to come with me or stay and help Wei Zhuang. It would be very humiliating to be rejected on the spot. Now, I'm here, but not because of Mr. Oh, the purple woman wiggled her fingers. As Mr. said, the world will be in chaos in the future, and I must prepare in advance. In fact, there were many things she hadn't said. For example, the fight in the Korean courtroom was intensifying. Hanfei's conflict with the great general was already almost out in the open, and the matter of Zilan Xian moving to Qin was proposed by Wei Zhuang. The cold-faced and warm-hearted Xiao Zhuang said directly, I don't need these tired people. Even though the purple women knew that he was cold-faced and warm-hearted, they had to admit that they would only be a burden if they stayed. Zhou Yuan heard the other party's emotions and laughed. Will you feel better if I apologize? Sir has not wronged me, so why apologize? The purple woman's mouth said she didn't care, but her words were full of resentment. Also came? Zhou Yuan changed the topic. Time would remove the barrier itself. And Mr. remembers he has an apprentice? The purple woman gave him a blank look, her resentment further intensifying. Zhou Yuan smiled helplessly. 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day. Li Kai has already joined quicksand, and in order to avoid implicating their mother and daughter in the future, he decided to let into Qin. The purple woman explained, with a few more sighs in her tone. Things are unpredictable, and I am afraid that a group of people who were on the same side at the beginning will soon turn against each other. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded for a moment. He knew what kind of character Li Kai was. Even if the quicksand won over the night, when the Qin army pressed in, what would he choose? The two were silent until Zhao Gao came to Zilan Xian. Sir, the king is summoned. A red dress, with an aura somewhat similar to that of covering Sun Xianjian. The whole person looked somewhat demonic. That day in the Qin king's palace there had been a side meeting, and at that time, Zhou Yuan did not care. The purple woman frowned slightly as she guessed from the familiar scent. Zhou Yuan teased, you actually dare to come to see me alone? Zhao Gao lowered his stance to a very low level and spoke in a humble tone. The Luo net is not one with the top and bottom. Zhao Gao only serves the king from the beginning to the end. Guess, if I kill you, will the king of Qin ask for punishment for this? No, I'm afraid that in the king's heart, Sir's importance is no less than Lord Li's. Zhao Gao remained calm on his face. as if he was really just an obedient dog. Zhou Yuan is not in a good position to make a move because if he kills a member of Ying Zhang's inner circle, even if he says he doesn't care about it, he's bound to have a grudge in his heart. Since Mr. is busy with his affairs, I won't keep you here, lest the king of Qin seal off this violet orchid shin of mine. The purple woman already had anger in her heart, and the arrival of the people from the Luo net even added to the fire, and directly issued an expulsion order. Just as well, I'll come back later. If Mr. wants to see his disciple, I naturally won't stop him. The purple woman's arrogant attributes gradually emerged, just not as exaggerated as Wei Zhuang. Zhou Yuan smiled and turned around to leave. The two stood side by side in front of the gate of the Zhongtai Palace, neither of them speaking. Given Ying Zhang's temperament, he could not ask the question, why didn't you go to the palace instead of going to the hook bar when you came to the city? The king's heart, beauty is only a small part of the hegemony, not to mention the woman will not affect the cause. Although he thought it was natural for men to be horny, a Taoist son who liked to live in a hookah was absurd any way you looked at it. I heard that Great Qin and the Gongfu family often have armament dealings. Zhou Yuan broke the awkward atmosphere. Ying Zhang didn't know why he brought up the Gongfu family, but he nodded anyway. Not bad. Although the Mozi family is famous for their organ techniques, they have always adhered to the idea of non-attack, and the only family that is dedicated to the study of the benefits of weaponry is the Gongtu family. Great Qin wants to become a hegemon, so it has been trading frequently with the Gongshu family lately. In layman's terms, the Kung Fu family is the largest arms dealer of our time, and now that Qin was the strongest of the seven kingdoms and had been harboring ambitions to unify the world, it naturally became the biggest client of the Gongshu family. Why don't you just recruit them? Zhou Yuan made a suggestion. That vision had been molding in his mind for a long time, only that he had never had the chance to realize it. I have nothing to do at the moment, so I just happened to bring it up in passing. Ying Zhang frowned slightly. Do you think that the Qin army is not strong enough? Does the king still remember Poverty Road's original article? Science and technology are the first productive force? There was a few moments of confusion in Ying Zhang's eyes as he still did not understand the true meaning of these words. The poor Taoist feels that the Gong Luo family's technology can not only be used for people's livelihood, but also for agriculture and even more, provided that the power source of the organ technique is overcome first. By then, tanks, cars, and even airplanes won't be a dream. The more Zhou Yuan talked, the more energized he became, and a scene gradually emerged in his mind. One day, Great Qin Heavy Industries, a torrent of steel chugged across the plains, the hum of machinery echoed across the fields, and a prosperous world where martial arts and technology coexisted was revealed. Ying Zhang couldn't understand, but he could feel the exuberance in the other party's tone. Strengthening the country with the art of organism? The idea was very original and he was equally interested. The Gongfu family has always kept a contact in Xianying, mister. If you are interested, I will summon you immediately. That's quite a coincidence. Great King, remember, let that person make sure to bring the organ beast with him. May. Ying Zhang then called Zhao Gao and asked him to make arrangements. Is the gentleman sure about this? I'm afraid we need to see it to make a judgment. Zhou Yuan didn't promise easily. The Mo family, the Gong Luo family for so many generations, couldn't any of them think of this? I am afraid there are insurmountable difficulties involved. 89. Gongfu Qiu. Gongtu Qiu is the contemporary direct lineage of Gongtu family. Since childhood has been very obsessed with the machine art, but also because of the loss of a left arm. When he was young, he swore secretly that one day he would use the machine art to completely defeat the Mozi family, so that the world would know that the Gongshu family's machine art is far superior to the Mozi family's. He was a young man, and he swore that one day he would use the machine art to completely defeat the Mozi family. Lord Zhao, why did the king suddenly summon me? Approaching Zhongtai Palace, Gong Tu Chou couldn't help but ask Xiao Gao, who was leading the way in front of him. The cooperation between the two sides has always been in the hands of the Qin ministers. The king of Qin almost never asked, now suddenly summoned. It is difficult to guess whether it is a blessing or a curse. Hopefully, it's an increase in orders. In front of the Zhongtai Palace, Zhao Gao stopped. I don't know. It's probably that Mr. Qin Yuan who was interested in the Gongfu family's organ techniques. After meeting with that person, the king will be surrounded by a group of attendants all retired, beside only the Ghost Valley disciple. Even if he wants to understand, there is no way to start. Gong Tu Chou was stunned at his words. A disciple of the Taoist family brought this up? Aren't they bent on pursuing the way of heaven? Have you gone so crazy that you're going to ascend to the heavens with an organ technique? But, although the machine technique can emulate birds soaring in the sky, it doesn't reach the real world of immortality. If the king of Qin was blinded by it and had to build his own organ beast that could ascend to the immortal world, how should he respond? With an apprehensive heart, Gong Tu Chou slowly stepped into the main hall. My name is Gong Tu Chou. I pay my respects to the king of Qin. After bowing, he turned his gaze to the green-clothed Taoist on the side. and the other party was also looking at him, or to be exact, the small organ tiger beast in his hand. In a flash, the person was already standing a stone's throw in front of him, and the organ beast in his hand was snatched away by the other party without him realizing it. How is it driven? Zhou Yuan did not say half a word of nonsense. The long-troubled question was finally going to be solved. Gong Tuqiu was already annoyed by the other party's unreasonable behavior, and he slightly twisted his mechanical left arm at the words. Suddenly, the organ tiger beast in Zhou Yuan's hand struggled violently, and even opened its mechanical mouth to gnaw at him. But this level of attack naturally couldn't injure the sorcerer's body that had already become a great success, and it didn't even scrape a bit of skin. It can't hurt, and it's extremely insulting. However, Zhou Yuan did not see eye to eye with him. Instead, he became more and more interested. Smart remote control? It's really extremely anachronistic tech. Dare I ask, Mr. Gong Gong, what is the connection between you and it? Zhou Yuan once again inquired. Gong Tuqiu snorted coldly, with a look of I'm too lazy to care about you. Mr. Gongshu wants to persuade me to support the organ art. I hope Mr. Gongshu will tell me the truth. Ying Zhang opened his mouth to help. Influenced by someone's strange ideas, he was also gradually becoming interested in the art of organs. Not for the mysteries of it, as long as it makes great Qin stronger. The organ art is so varied and marvelous that it can never be explained in a few words. Though Gongshu Qiu didn't dare to disobey the king of Qin head-on, he scoffed at the notion that the Taoist disciples intended to support the art of organism. What kind of support is it? Isn't it just trying to pursue the way of heaven by using organ techniques? This bunch of fairy tinkerers are simply crazy and foolish. Besides, what's so fun about cultivating immortality that it's a million times better than organ magic? Zhou Yuan smiled faintly. Since Mr. is unwilling to say, poor Taoist can only ask it himself. After speaking, he mobilized his true qi to sink into the organ beast, exploring its structure as well as its core power. Gongchu Qiu was shocked. What do you want to do? Don't want to. Zhou Yuan did not have any interest in the body of the person in front of him, and only wanted to understand the core mysteries of the organ technique. With the pervasive exploration of his true qi, the subtle construction of the organ beast in his hand was taken in, and at the same time, a particular discovery surprised him quite a bit. The power source of the organ beast is actually a spirit stone? Zhou Yuan looked at Gong Gongqiu. This was a bit unexpected, because the internal core of the organ beast had a special protection. He didn't even realize it at first. Spirit stones aren't exclusive to your Taoist family. Could it be that if you can use them for cultivation, we, the Gongfu family, can't use them for organ techniques? Gongfu Qiu had a proud face. When Zhou Yuan thought about it carefully, this matter did not seem so bizarre, but instead became reasonable because of the addition of the spirit stones. He had never been able to figure it out before. With the level of technology in this era, it would be difficult to place a power unit with sufficient capacity in a body as young as the organ beast. But the spirit stone is also known for its abundant energy, and by placing it in the body of the organ beast, together with some kind of marvelous control means, it can be perfectly realized to be comparable to the high-tech of the latter days. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, does this mean that as long as you have enough spirit stones, you can build endless organ beasts? Sure. Gong Tuqiu barely hesitated for a second. This was absolute confidence in his own organ art attainments. Then came a sharp response. What did you say? Plenty of spirit stones? If I really have enough spirit stones, I can make Korea destroy Qin. Under the agitation of Gong, he uttered some treacherous words. Ying Zhang, who had been watching the conversation with great interest, saw his face sink. There's killing. Gongchu Qiu immediately knelt. I slipped my tongue for a moment, so I asked the king to grant me the offense. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but confirm that it was a scientific researcher of this era. Straightforward, simple, sincere. This will not happen again. Ying Zhang had already understood this man's nature, so let's not get into it with him. Gong Tuqiu then sighed in relief and raised his hand to wipe his cold sweat. Looking at someone with an increasingly disgruntled look, he suspected that this kid was deliberately leading him to say the wrong thing. So evil-hearted. Zhou Yuan directly ignored the other party's eyes and pulled out a few sheets of brocade from his arms, which he had just taken the time to draw. If you can build these things and the finished product is satisfactory to me, I can consider helping you with the spirit stones. It's unsure at the moment, but that doesn't stop him from painting a big picture. Gong Tuqiu reached out and took it with a skeptical hand, scrutinizing it carefully. What are these things? What are they for? You just need to make it, and you'll find out later. Naturally, Zhou Yuan was unwilling to explain too much. It would be quite troublesome to explain before the finished product appeared, and it was also to avoid news leaks. It wasn't that he couldn't trust the other party, but he questioned his ability to keep a secret, and no matter how strong the organ technique was, it couldn't change the fact that he himself was a battle scum. Gong Tuqiu snorted coldly. Because of the simplicity of the construction, he didn't bother to pursue the matter. but for the sake of the king of Qin, he would definitely take this job. Little Doyle, the poor man will wait and see. It was only after Gong Xiuqiu left that Ing Zhang slowly spoke. Can't even I know? There are farming tools, weapons, and a marvelous thing that can replace cultivation and palimpsest. What is it? Machines required for papermaking and printing. Zhou Yuan added. Something that is light and thin, clean and white, more suitable for calligraphy and painting than a silk book, and easy to carry, as well as a tool that can record words quickly, in large quantities. Ing Zhang's pupils shrank. Is that true? 90. The self-strategy of Lian Yu. Ing Zhang didn't know what paper was, but he didn't fail to understand the meaning of the phrase, better than silk. In an era when bamboo slips were the main writing and recording tools, animal skins and silk were complicated and expensive items that could not be manufactured in large quantities, even for state affairs. The more convenient alternative of brocade and silk could not be used, for even with a great deal of labor and material resources, this huge supply could not be met, and the so-called fast, high-volume recording of text, which he could also understand. Did that mean that there would be more readers in the future? Once papermaking and printing came out, reading was no longer an aristocratic monopoly. Zhou Yuan's reply confirmed his suspicions. Ing Zhang took a deep breath to calm the excitement in his heart. If this is the case, Mr. State Master's position is well deserved, and everyone in the world will be grateful to you. Although the person in front of him was equally knowledgeable, he was limited to theory, but now he was gradually using what he said and thought in reality. It's not a boast, it's a real talent. Zhou Yuan is also heartfelt. The level of technology in the Qin dynasty is a bit deformed. Stockings can be made, but there is no such convenient thing as paper. Has the trend of the times gotten so skewed that it's all about legs and no reading? He couldn't help but snicker. Isn't the king afraid that the people of the world are too smart and will not be easy to control in the future? Ing Zhang asked in return. You are also a martial artist, but you wish to further your machine art. Aren't you afraid that this will threaten your position? Like Zhang Liang's saying, when a man has a higher mountain in his heart that he wants to climb, he doesn't care about the quagmire under his feet. Both of them had ambitious goals, so how would they be affected by this triviality? Zhou Yuan said with a straight face, the physical body is the end of his, not mine. Ing Zhang also said confidently, I want to accomplish great things, and the more talented people in the world, the better it will be for the hegemony. The two men smiled at each other. Zhou Yuan mused, it's just that the world in the eyes of the great king is too small. Oh, Ing Zhang immediately showed great interest, remembering what Hanfei had said about the frog at the bottom of the well. Zhou Yuan walked forward and approached towards Ing Zhang on the high seat step by step. In the shadows, Gai Nie's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the sword in his hand. A question suddenly occurred to him. If Sir were to make a move against the Maharaja, would he be able to stop himself? Judging from the aura, this person was becoming more and more unfathomable, and was even stronger and more threatening than the pressure brought by black and white Xianjian at the beginning. But this distraction was quickly put aside. If it really came to that, the only thing he could do was to use his sword in the shortest possible time and do his best. Ing Zhang's face was calm. He believed in his own eyesight. The person in front of him had the same ambitious goal as he did, and the cooperation between the two was a win-win ending that no one would jeopardize. He just watched the other man silently, watching as he picked up the pen on the tabletop and sketched out the new boundaries a little in the margins of the map behind him. At first, Ing Zhang realized that the world was much bigger than he thought, so he deliberately left some gaps around the 7 kingdoms, but he didn't expect that someone would really make up for it today. Able to. Is the sky really that big? The man's pen and ink had been taken off the map, as if he resented the few gaps left from before. Ing Zhang took a deep breath, trying his best to maintain his calmness, and said, according to the map drawn by you, my land of Zhuxia is just a projectile. Pretty much. Zhou Yuan put down the pen in his hand. Gai Nie listened to the conversation between the two, no longer able to restrain out of the shadows, his eyes cast to the world. Before he could get out of the state of shock, he heard Zhou Yuan say, there are still countless people in the world waiting for Great Qin to educate them, so how can a mere 7 countries represent the world? Indoctrination? And of course it means conquest. The corners of Ing Zhang's mouth couldn't help but rise. He really wasn't wrong. The two of them were the same type of person. The goals are different, but the ambitions are the same. Gai Nie remained silent. He knew very well that the process of conquest was less than war, but it was hard to raise objections at this time without being a bit of a buzzkill. One can only comfort oneself in one's mind that the culture of the summers is so profound that it can lead the barbarians to a higher level. So it was that this Ghostbusters disciple managed to convince himself in order to fit in with the team. Unfortunately, the two subconsciously ignored the swordsman. Ing Zhang smiled. Great Qin heavy industry, a strong technological country, a bigger world. I will certainly keep your teachings in mind, sir. The poor Taoist wants to cultivate the art of national fortune. I don't know if the king is willing to join hands for it, Zhou Yuan said. This is a plan that I just came up with recently, and it has not yet been completely perfected, so I was just testing Ying Zhang's attitude. As long as I can make Great Qin stronger, I will do whatever I can, Ying Zhang solemnly promised. That's the bottom line, and that's a promise. Zhou Yuan smiled. Facing such an enlightened monarch, he could not think of a reason to fail, so a serious response was also given. There will be no dishonor. On the wigwam, Lian Yu was sucking cock with her back against the mountain. It's been a year of ups and downs for her. The anticipation of losing her parents, the joy of family reunion, and now the loss of shattered dreams. She cried and grew. This piping sound is so sad. Is it not because you cannot find your master? Zhou Yuan opened his mouth to jest, intending to make his disciple happy in this way. Ru Yu barely managed to pull out a smile. Master, a little joy does not wash away the sadness that pervades the bottom of her heart. She naturally can not really happy, but just forced to smile. Your father is also an obstinate man. What he decided cannot be changed by others. Zhou Yuan said that there was nothing he could do. He could not tie Li Kai to Qin and force him to live. In that case, it would just be a matter of transferring his emotions onto him. Gently shook her head. Master has already helped us too much. This is father's own choice. There were so many favors that she was already unable to repay them, so how could she dare to beg for more? Not to mention that this was an unresolved situation. Judging by his father's attitude that day, letting him watch Korea perish, even if he keeps him alive, it's just a dead heart, a shell that moves. Maybe after dying once, he will let go of all this. Zhou Yuan mused and suddenly thought of a solution that would be the best of both worlds. A flash of hope appeared in Lan Yu's eyes. Having died once, did Master really have the ability to bring people back from the dead? She didn't dare to ask the next question, lest it would cause her master to waste his energy. But he had a grand wish to cultivate immortality. There's no need to think too well of Master. I actually have a personal agenda. Zhou Yuan laughed. Master is recently researching an incantation, just missing an experimental target. Your father has a firm heart, just the perfect test subject. What he was talking about was precisely a similar means to the case of black and white Xinjian, only that it was still in the research stage. According to his preliminary understanding, the target of the experiment needed to possess an extremely strong obsession. Li Kai, who gave up his family for his country, is bound to have regrets in his heart and is almost a match made in heaven for the experiment. Strangely enough, while he was clearly telling the truth, Lan Yu said she didn't believe anything and decided that her master was studying this method specifically to help her. Master, I owe you more and more. How on earth can I repay you? Will you stay for dinner tonight, sir? 91. Ridiculous. Mrs., who stepped out of the house on one side and made a request to her benefactor. Perhaps it was because she felt unable to repay this heavenly favor and could only make a small contribution, and her best skill was probably left to cooking. It was just that for some reason. Her eyes seemed to be a little shifty. That's fine. It's just the right time to try the 100 delicacies. Zhou Yuan did not refuse, so as not to make the mother and daughter think wrongly. Mrs., who quickly got busy, probably listened to the words 100 Vietnam delicious. She deliberately took out many carefully cultivated little cute, and actually made a lot of different flavors of food. Purple woman seems to be still angry. Lady who raised her cup in a gesture. My concubine is not good at drinking, but Mister's kindness to our family is as deep as the sea. So I'll drink to you and thank you for all the love and teaching you've given too. Lan Yu also raised her glass and toasted along with her mother. Both mother and daughter were obviously not good at drinking, and as soon as the spirits hit their throats, their cheeks were already slightly flushed. The scene is quite cozy with the mother's charm, the daughter's beauty, and the handsome Taoist. Although Zhou Yuan did not like drinking either, since the toast was made in this manner, he naturally would not refuse it and just considered it as a small drink. The wine passed down his throat, and he was immediately aware of the abnormality. In the wine, there's something. Zhou Yuan looked at the mother and daughter, and his gaze finally settled on Mrs. Who, first of all, Lan Yu would never do anything to assassinate the master, and this night's food and wine are all prepared by Mrs. Who, but also insisted on not coming with Lan Yu to help. What was in the wine did not look like a poison, but possessed a paralyzing effect, very similar to the composition of the ephedra dan. What does she want? Zhou Yuan did not directly point it out, but only rested his gaze on Mrs. Who, wanting to wait for her to confess on her own. Mrs. Who quickly sensed something, but forced herself to hold back the tension in her heart and raised her glass again. This second glass. Thank you, sir, for helping to reunite my family. Your ladyship is too polite. Since I have become as master, we are all family. He deliberately aggravated the tone of the word family, hoping that the other side can know the difficulty of retreat. Take the initiative to admit their mistakes can still be punished lightly. The words just fell, but his mind couldn't help but float to the appearance of Hu Beauty's charming and dainty appearance, and he felt that his belly was hot. No, there's not only a hypnotic drug in the wine, It's more than enough to set you on fire. This woman. Lan Yu wanted to follow and raise her glass, but suddenly it seemed like she couldn't hold her liquor, and her whole body slumped directly onto the table. She's hit. Although he had been practicing hard, after all, he had started a little late, and now he was barely able to stabilize the first-class level, and there was still a long way to go before he could become a martial arts master. With just this kind of cultivation, unless one had a special bloodline, or took some kind of treasure that could resist poison, or if the Taiyin Sutra became a great success, one would definitely not be able to be invulnerable to all poisons. Can the lady explain? Is S drinking power really that bad? Zhou Yuan looked at the woman with a sullen face whose eyes were dodging. After a long time, Mrs. Hu sighed quietly. It seems that after all, it was my concubine who made a fool of herself. Mr. Cultivator is a god. How could he be disturbed by a mere psychedelic drug? I don't understand. Zhou Yuan gasped and laughed. If he wanted to get him over with this level of medicine, Luo Net was afraid that he would have already done it. Mrs. Hu wanted to speak, her gaze shy, as if she had been viciously molested. Zhou Yuan was a bit speechless. It was obviously you who drugged me. How did you make it seem like I bullied you? Is the lady not going to explain the explanation? He really couldn't figure it out. If the other party wanted to harm him, such a carving was simply looking for death. And what the hell is an aphrodisiac? Zhou Yuan actually thought of one more possibility, but in his heart, he said that he didn't believe anything. It was unscientific. Mrs. Hu suddenly fell to her knees. My concubine has a favor to ask, and I hope you will grant it. Say, but ask for a son. As if she had used up all her strength, Mrs. Hu's entire body softened, her face reddening to a lovely red under the increased strength of the wine. The wineglass in Zhou Yuan's hand clattered to the ground as he stared incredulously. Seeking a son? As excellent as Popper is, isn't it too much for you guys to use it like that? Especially when you've just experienced a female marquis. He had something on his mind that he didn't know if he should say or not. Mrs. Hu seemed to be afraid of his refusal, gritting her teeth. This is what my husband asked for. The Li family has had a single lineage for many years, while his body was no longer able to because of that disaster back then. She couldn't speak any longer, keeping her head down and trying to see the ground. After hearing this, Zhou Yuan only felt that it was ridiculous. In order to pass on the fragrance, he could be ruthless enough to do such a thing? You think I'm a hospital warehouse? In all fairness, if he were to be faced with this kind of thing, he would only try to solve his body's problems, not come up with this kind of dim-witted tactics. Perhaps Li Kai is just worried that Madam can't think straight and wants to use this to make you hold on to the idea of survival. Zhou Yuan thought carefully and came up with another possibility. Lady Who shook her head slightly inside. Concubine doesn't know, but I will definitely listen to my husband. Madam is really. Zhou Yuan had a helpless face. He was not a saint, and at this moment, his heart was actually moved, sprouting the idea of helping others. In the end, his heart is not clean. One might even say evil. He was only trying to cultivate immortality and was not a saint, and now he was still in a mortal body, not having been able to get rid of the 7 emotions and 6 desires of mortals. The key problem was, his cultivation preached from it, requiring a complete and utter lack of distraction. If you forcefully suppress their own desires, it is likely to lead to failure at the critical moment. So when Mrs. Pearl sent the gift, he almost did not hesitate. It was my concubine who brought this upon herself, and I hope that Mr. will not publicize this matter. Mrs. Who buried her head in tears, only feeling ashamed of herself. She had wanted to use ecstasy to retain her last vestiges of dignity, naively believing that she could fulfill her husband's wishes in a way that would conceal them from the world. Now that I think about it, when is it stupid? Who said I refused? An evil smile suddenly appeared on Zhou Yuan's face. Sir, Mrs. Who was startled, feeling that there was something not quite right about this man. There is a secret ma'am would like to be unaware of. Your sister once did the same thing. What? Sister, she's also. Mrs. Who was more and more confused. No wonder that day when mentioning Mr. Sister's reaction is a little strange. So there is such a tangled? It was with great difficulty that the poor Taoist restrained himself, but the lady had to play with fire. Why did she suffer? Zhou Yuan stood up and approached step by step with a very evil smile. Mrs. Who felt her body lighten and was lifted to mid-air by an unspeakable force. Not here. That's what makes it fun. Fire Qilin. Don't even think about messing with my Taoist mind. The living you are still no match for the poor Taoist, let alone a mere remnant. Zhou Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, applying his energy to suppress the evil thoughts in his body that were intent on revolting. First, sir, are you okay? I need your ladyship to help me one more time. 92. Lu Bue and Lao Ai. Why are you drinking so late? Just a short distance out of the house, he saw the purple lady standing not far away, her gaze full of scrutiny. Oh, by the way, I gave some pointers on alchemy. probably because he was used to being a thief. Zhou Yuan was getting more and more skillful nowadays and spoke without turning red in the face or jumping in the heart. I don't think the purple lady would specifically ask Lan Yu. Moreover, the latter had drunk too much, and when asked would most likely say yes, and decided that he had forgotten. How could a highly respected master lie? And the one in the wrong could only be the high-pitched voice. The special scent were all carefully concealed, and Zhou Yuan made sure that nothing was broken. The violet lady also did not find anything and nodded her head. It's rare that you still remember this disciple. If you really have the heart, come more often to comfort and console her. Will do. Zhou Yuan was inexplicably a bit weak. He could have not only comforted. In order to completely make the purple woman not be able to care to look deeper into this matter, he decided to strike first and attack his soft underbelly, so he laughed and said, "There is no need to deliberately conceal it. Lan Yu has long sought the opinion of the poor Taoist, and I am willing to do so 100 times in my heart." He was referring to the matter of the violet lady secretly practicing the Taiyin Sutra, which was a technique he created with his own hands, and no matter how much he hid it, he couldn't hide it from Mi's eyes. As expected, the purple woman's face instantly became unnatural, with a kind of weakness of being caught stealing food, just trying not to show it. She hummed softly, "Although this technique was created by Mr. It was given to me by. I don't owe you anything." She wasn't going to let this guy take her at his leisure. Zhou Yuan smiled. This cause and effect relationship is clear. In his heart, he was secretly relieved. If he let the purple lady Anne know about this, it would be too embarrassing to meet again in the future. Damn fire Qilin, how dare you affect Poverty Road's mind? I must completely refine you next. Having said that, when the similar faces of Mrs. Hu and Beauty who appeared in his mind at the same time, the fire of evil couldn't be controlled and burned. It's hard for anyone to resist such a beautiful juxtaposition, even if it's barely controlled. It's no match for the other person's initiative. It's true what they say, a woman chasing a man, a veil separates them. Regarding this gong method, does Sir have any insights? The purple woman struggled for a long time, and finally her desire to go further won out over her face, and took the initiative to ask. As for the drinking so late, she didn't think much of it and just assumed it was the master teaching his apprentice. Zhou Yuan scrutinized the other party. The power has improved a lot, or else he wouldn't be holding up so well. There was no doubt that dual cultivation was the best way, as his yin-yang way had been completely consummated. But of course, it was limited to the mortal level. However, the attitude of the purple woman was unknown, and this method could not be proposed freely. You can start with the way of water. Zhou Yuan gives advice. Ice and water are the same attribute, and there is an inextricable relationship. Ice and snow melt into water, water solidification into ice. As long as you can do to control the temperature of the true qi, you can freely convert between the two at will. The purple woman was lost in thought. She had gone through a lot of Taoist explanations about ice, water during this time, but she could never find a solution. She had a premonition that if she could solve this dilemma, her cultivation would break through on its own after her kung fu reached the conditions. She admitted that she was in a hurry. Lan Yu the little sister was catching up little by little. Wei Zhuang the younger brother had also made an early breakthrough, but she had been standing still for many years. It's not about jealousy, it's just that she has a strong sense of enterprise and doesn't want to be reduced to a useless face. Sir, what kind of dual cultivation does Taoism refer to? The purple woman offered in a pretense of casualness. Zhou Yuan was stunned, not expecting that she would take the initiative to. What does the purple girl mean? Not bad. I would like to borrow the power of the gentleman, but only in martial arts, and it will be reciprocated in the coming days. The violet lady was not a young girl who blushed easily, and she was willing to put down her face for the sake of cultivation. Judging from the dual cultivation between this person and flame spirit Ji in the past, walking this condition didn't necessarily mean doing those things. With the friendship between you and I, do we still need to say these words? Zhou Yuan had a disgruntled look on his face. The purple lady, however, saw through it with a glance and teased, obviously intending to constantly keep every woman away from you by way of grace. Is that it? Zhou Yuan was stunned and subconsciously wanted to retort, but when he thought of Mrs. Hu tonight, he realized that it did seem to be the truth. Passing on the torch is one thing, but this woman probably wants to use it as a way to return the favor, doesn't she? He flirted in reverse. Then how does Miss Purple Lady plan to repay the favor? Nowadays, most of the women in Purple Orchid Xian have found a good man. How about you? The purple woman hummed. Mr. doesn't seem like a good man. Zhou Yuan smiled. It's true that poor Taoist cannot be considered honest, nor does he want to be an honest person. What a disadvantage to be honest. He wants to be the bad guy. Men aren't bad, women aren't good. He thought that made sense. The two of them then began a journey of double cultivation. The Sanggunian. As the king of Qin grows older, Lu Buwei, who was originally in control of the power, has gradually become more and more idle. occasionally watering the flowers, cutting the grass, and living a good life. At this moment, the old man is in the garden in the backyard of the palace, holding a large pair of scissors to cut flowers and plants to pass the time, clothed in cloth and covered in sweat. If not in the sunga, one would almost think that this was an old farmer with his face in the dirt. Just then, a man in black came behind him. He had a tall, athletic frame, skin so pale you could almost see the veins, and the whole thing looked slightly sickly, yet he had a sultry face that looked almost like a woman's. As a matter of fact, this man does attract women's favor, and it is the recently popular Marquis of Changshin, Lao Ai, the man who was rumored to be able to turn a wheel. With the gradual decentralization of Lu Buwei, Lao Ai's wings became fuller and fuller, and he had a tendency to replace him. Are you just going to give up? Lao Ai's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. He had always thought that the two were on the same boat. Lu Buwei put down the scissors in his hand and sighed. Old me is old. It's time for me to retire. This great Qin is supposed to be his. You think he's going to let you get away with it all? Lao Ai's tone is cold. Even if the other party repeatedly perfunctory, he has never given up the idea of pulling him into the thief ship. After all, he is a prime minister who has been operating for many years, and if he can get his help, the chances of winning will certainly increase greatly. Lu Buwei slanted him a glance and laughed. If you are at peace, the old man can retire in peace. Lao Ai's face was grim. Could he still be at peace? Although he tried his best to hide it, the secret of the two children could not be hidden, and Ying Zhang would never let him go. Even, probably already knew about it. I heard that the Taoist genius has returned. Lu Buwei changed the subject. Humph, just an ignorant child who doesn't think twice about trying to break the rules. Lao Ai's face was disdainful. Thousands of years, want to become a fairy more people, from Qiyu to Emperor Xin, which is not the king of the ambitious, and ultimately are unable to escape the failure, the death of the road to eliminate the situation. How can a milquetoast brat be qualified to serve as my great Qin state master? It's Ying Zhang's great Qin, and you shouldn't oppose him. 93. Gnome's hunting order. Lu Buwei repeatedly insisted on orthodoxy and displayed the posture of a loyal old courtier, provoking Lao Ai to barely hold back his hand. I know he's a descendant of the Ying family, but the problem is, once he gets his hands on the power, we'll all be dead. Such a simple question. As a wise man, he wouldn't be unaware of it, favoring an attitude of indifference and not wanting to do anything, causing him to go back with anger every time he came here. Lao Ai even suspected that the rumors were true and that the man on the throne was the son of the other side, but unfortunately, the few times he pressed Zhao Ji about it, the woman insisted that the bloodline was pure. You've resigned yourself to the fact that I won't, in favor of making him less than he is. Lao Ai suddenly laughed, for the last meeting of the court combined with the party to make trouble, successfully denied the king of Qin proposal. This matter is very proud. Thinking about Ying Zhang's face, which was furious to the core but unable to snap, made him feel immensely pained. Unbeknownst to him, the old man beside him was watching him with eyes like a retard. Suddenly, Lu Buwei thought of Ying Zhang, the young boy who had been so tender and sophisticated, while his opponent had been so foolish. He felt like a failure. Lao Ai was kind of half of what he brought out, and now that he was so stupid, he was really losing face. Then he pondered about Ying Zhang's intention. Why did he choose to hold back for the time being when he could have easily taken down Lao Ai? Do you think I'm an imaginary enemy too? Lu Buwei suddenly also laughed. Some people have long tasted the glory and wealth. The scenery is infinite. The only thing still care about is probably the name behind. Thousands of years from now, I'm sure future generations will still remember the word's oddity, won't they? What are you smiling about? Lao Ai pursued, feeling that the smile on the other man's face did not agree with him. It seems Marquis Changshin is on the verge of replacing old husband. Lu Buwei perfunctory with compliments. In fact, he knew in his heart that the courtiers who had stood up to support Lao Ai on that day would all be liquidated as partisans when the day of pro-regime came. What a good move to show the enemy's weakness and draw the snake out of its hole. It paralyzes opponents and makes them meekly hand over the list of their accomplices. Lu Buwei, although some regret, but do not intend to intervene. The change of power is always inevitable bloodshed. When he in order to get a foothold in the Qin state also did not less murder. Lao Ai was totally unaware of the old man's assessment of him and was still smug with himself. If you come to my aid, I will still retain your position as Sangoku. What about you? To be the master of the house. Lu Buwei smiled again at his words, then grew serious. Just as well. Since he wants the old man's life, don't blame the old man for not remembering the love between ruler and subject. In the future, you and I will rule together. Lao Ai was then satisfied. What he had in mind was to use Lu Buwei's power to push Ying Zhang out of power, and then support his own son to take the throne. At that time, the old man would still be at his mercy. By the lake, a handsome man and a beautiful woman linked their fingers. The purple woman glanced at someone, and after receiving an encouraging look, her free right palm slowly aimed at the lake, accompanied by the transmission of the cold internal energy from the left palm. The body instantly became ice cold, and again, after flowing through the 8 meridians, it surged out from the right palm. The water quickly froze and the ice spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The purple woman was borrowing Zhou Yuan's internal attributes to sense the yin cold true qi. As to why it was in this way, someone's explanation was that you do not possess this type of talent, and teaching by example was the best way to do it. Thinking at first that there was a trick involved, but unable to resist the temptation to go further, she gritted her teeth and agreed. A single attribute requires innate talent. Other than that, one needs to comprehend the mystery of yin arising from the extreme yang, and yin arising from the extreme yin. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth to explain. Starting with the waterway, transforming the extreme coldness of ice into masculinity. When you have truly achieved unceasing circulation, you will be considered a success. The purple woman listened while looking down in thought. So that's what you did? Zhou Yuan nodded his head and then added, other than that, I will also plunder. He had comprehended the true meaning of yin and yang before he went down the mountain, but the process of transforming the attributes was very slow, and it was not until he had successively plundered by Yan Fei and the fire Zilan that he was able to achieve a truly great success, and now the completion of the transmutation of the true qi only required a single thought. The purple woman was surprised. So this is your real intention to go to Korea? I was wrong about you before. She'd always thought the man was a flirt and went to Korea purely for the beauty, but that didn't seem to be the case now, Zhou Yuan said with a straight face. Of course, or else what do you think the poor Taoist is doing it for? The purple woman laughed and didn't continue on so as not to be called shallow by this man. Just then, the colorful butterflies came. What is it? The purple woman inquired. She was usually not disturbed when she was practicing, unless there was something important. Could it be that someone is up to no good? There's an old man in front, asking to see Mr. by name. Kai Dai's face was odd. Guests of this age were already rare, not to mention that Zilan Xian was becoming more and more formal nowadays. Also, the other guy seems to have some kind of special fetish. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yuan didn't have the good sense to pull out a piece of ice and accurately hit Kai Dai's forehead. Although the poor Taoist's visit to Qin was not deliberately kept secret, few people know about it, and those who seek me out at this time are not ordinary people. Knowing that he had come to Qin was not so strange, but the person who could determine that he was in Zilan Xian at the moment must have a very sophisticated intelligence system under his command. Oh, Kai Dai spat out her tongue and laughed. I thought that old gentleman had come to fight me. The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched. Then he is only afraid that he won't be able to go back. If it's light, his old waist will be damaged. If it's heavy, his life will not be guaranteed. Kai Dai was instantly dissatisfied. How could a slave be that vicious? Since it's coming for you, you can settle it yourself. The purple woman didn't care much. Qin had always ruled by law, and there were only a few who dared to cause trouble in Xianyang. Good. Inside the compartment, an old man with a full head of Chinese hair was sitting peacefully facing the door of the room. His head lowered as he sipped tea to himself. It was not until the door of the compartment was opened that he stopped his movements and took a look at Zhou Yuan who walked in. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, directly complained. Can't the sage just declare his name and purpose? It has to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Lu Buwei froze for a moment before understanding the meaning of the words. You know who the old man is? No. You're not afraid? No fear. Why aren't you afraid? First of all, the news of the sage's arrival here cannot be concealed. Secondly, the poor Taoist is only a person outside the square, not involved in the affairs of the court. Zhou Yuan did not care, not to mention the fact that Lu Buwei did not participate in the rebellion as far as he knew, and his own identity would not have anything to do with power. Lu Buwei laughed. To have a heart beyond the ordinary at such a young age. It's no wonder those seniors trusted you so much. Obviously, he also knew Zhou Yuan's goal, and even knew exactly what had happened in Korea. After all, there weren't many people who could make him call them seniors. The Nong family has issued a Jianghu hunting order against you, and to my understanding, those seniors will not interfere in such trivial matters. 94. Lu Buwei's bargaining chip. Lu Buwei reminded solemnly, trying to see surprise, nervousness on the young man's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Zhou Yuan had long anticipated all of this and had considered it before killing the man Kuei. He wondered, you and I are not relatives. Why did the sage make a point of coming to remind us? Lu Buwei pondered for a moment. I haven't seen anyone trying to do that for years, and now that it's hard for one to come out, I always have to come and take a look. Another one to watch the fun. Zhou Yuan smiled. Those who kill, people will always kill. If the Nong family wants to take revenge, only more people will die. There are no villains in history, and there is no good or evil in this matter. The chivalrous is trying to kill him for his position, and he's not going to be benevolent enough to forgive. Lu Buwei also laughed. The earth is zealous of all things. Shen Nong is immortal. And the Nong family is known to have 100,000 disciples. Are you really not afraid of half of them? These so-called 100,000 disciples are made up of nothing more than peasants, while behind me are the millions of iron horsemen of Great Qin. Do you know why Bai Qi died in the first place? Lu Buwei cited an example, intending to use it to remind young people not to be too young and foolish. Unbeknownst to me, the other side knows everything. On the surface, he was given death by King Xiaomeng, but in reality, he was executed by the 6 elders of the Nong family in a joint effort. Zhou Yuan's precise and accurate words caused Lu Buwei to be unprepared. I had thought that this was a secret known to few, but I didn't realize that even little friend knew about it. The Sagittarius seems to have forgotten where I came from. Zhou Yuan laughed. He had grown accustomed to the rhetoric, and anything that could not be explained could be dealt with in the way of divination. What? You mean unreasonable? Do you know what Sento is? Knowing that we are the ones who can communicate with heaven? In short, all interpretations belong to the heavenly sect. Lu Buwei sighed. It seems that you have a way to deal with it, but I still want to say one more thing. When Bai Qi was not only the famous god of killing, but also the best of the great masters, but still died tragically in the Earth Zephyr 24 array. Is there a possibility that after he was abandoned by his own country, his heart was dead and he had no desire to live? Zhou Yuan suggested another possibility. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the Earth Zephyr Ziv was indeed powerful, a supreme killing formation that could be compared to the 6 sword slaves. Maybe, Lu Buwei laughed. Originally, I thought that this life was enough, but now that I have met my little friend, I suddenly don't want to die again. Zhou Yuan said with a straight face. I'm not going to give you an old age. Lu Buwei was stunned, and then lost his smile. He was once rich as a nation, but now he was disliked? Would young friend like to save old man? Reluctantly, Zhou Yuan was dry. He admitted that what he did was with a purpose, and the old man in front of him did not have anything worth moving. If it were in his previous life, he would not hesitate to kneel down and call out righteous father. Lu Buwei said to himself, we merchants emphasize on business and equal exchange. The implication seems to be that money will be used to buy lives. Sorry, poor Taoist is an immortal cultivator and has no interest in money. Zhou Yuan remained unmoved, not to mention the fact that he has the Qin treasury at his disposal now. But when the other party dies, the huge fortune will be confiscated in the end, so there's really no need to get into trouble with Ing Zheng over this. Lu Buwei let out a long sigh. It seems that I am afraid that this box of spirit stones will be buried in the ground for a long time. So be it. It seems that life should be like this. I will take my leave. After saying that, he made a gesture to get up and slow down. Zhou Yuan called out to him, and it had to be said that this old man had completely captured his soft underbelly. The spirit stones of this world were very scarce and concerned his scheming, otherwise he wouldn't have delayed so long in Shu for this in the first place. He looked at Lu Buwei and reconfirmed. A case? Lu Buwei nodded his head and said seriously. A very large box. It would take several people to lift it. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. Although the poor Taoist's great sword does not behead the old and the young, if the sage cheats, I will make an exception. We businessmen are most honorable and never lie. Ha! Zhou Yuan scoffed. Businessmen were the most trustworthy. Yet they were also the least trustworthy. But he had to get into the game, and in this whirlwind of power, Lu Buwei was not bound to die. What Ing Zheng wanted was only to centralize power, not to kill an old man who had grown old. In short, the Chancellor of Great Qin must die, and the name Lu Buwei must be erased. Zhou Yuan gave the bottom line. It didn't matter if the man died or not as long as he could eliminate Lu Buwei's influence. Of course, Lu Buwei smiled. He had been prepared to meet his death, but when he learned about the man's deeds, he suddenly changed his mind. He wanted to see that glorious era come to pass. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and said, can we inspect the goods first? What do you think? Lu Buwei asked rhetorically. Zhou Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. Silver and goods. This was a rule since ancient times. As long as the sage doesn't join with Lao Ai to make waves, the poor Taoist will try to advise him. It's natural. Changping Junfu. Tea was boiled in the room, and the brocade-clothed nobleman and the cloth-clothed youth sat opposite each other. The evil thief Zhou Yuan is in the city at this very moment. What on earth is your majesty still hesitating for? Tian Guang looked at the Changping Jun in front of him with an eager face. Few know that the chivalrous leader who died in Shu not long ago was his father. With his father's killer right in front of him, it was really hard for him to be indifferent. Changping Jun frowned. This person's martial arts are unfathomable, and he is known as the #1 person of the younger generation. If we use assassination means, not only will it be difficult to succeed, but it may also expose our plan. He had been steady for so many years, and he really didn't want to show his cracks because of this. However, it could not be rejected outright, or else it would probably lose this important arm of the known family, which was now in a dilemma. Thinking for a moment, he asked, Do the 6 great elders have any intention of making a move? Tianguang shook his head with a sullen face. A few elders said that these younger generation matters. If the older generation intervenes, I'm afraid the situation will get out of control. Each sect has so many more undercurrents. Township powerhouses, who generally don't interfere in the young people's fights, which is a tacit agreement maintained for many years. Once someone broke the balance, the consequences would be unimaginable. And all the young disciples of the 100 schools of thought were afraid that they would be cleansed all over again. The chivalrous Kuwei is still no match for it. Do you think we can do it with our power alone? Changping Jun asked rhetorically. Tianguang suddenly smiled. Don't worry, Your Highness, I've already found an ally. Allies? Changping Jun looked down and thought, his face becoming astonished. You're fighting a tiger for its skin. Qin's legal system was not suitable for Jianghu people to act, and there was only one force left that could take root here and threaten the man. Roulette, the notorious, paid assassins league. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and lest I implicate the monarch, I will not come here again these days. Tianguang stood up and headed out the door, not stopping no matter how much Changping Jun called out to him. 95. Want to cast the dynasty. A long night with a bright moon for company. This night Zhou Yuan had a rare lack of enlightenment. Instead he was carving with a short sword in one hand and a wooden block in the other. On the side, Zhou Yan, who had gradually begun to walk, was wielding a wooden sword, and it seemed that because of the pregnancy tonic, the child had a strong physique and a strong interest in swords. Zhou Yuan stopped his movements, looked at the doll who was walking towards him with his short little legs, and laughed. Are you going to single-handedly challenge Zhong Hong again? Zhou Yan froze, tilting his head with a confused expression, as if he was thinking. Next to the shocked salamander face helpless, she naturally knew who the other side of the mouth of the vertical and horizontal refers to. Those two ghost valier she has seen, all are heavenly. In terms of actual combatability in today's younger generation, I'm afraid that I only lost to this Taoist demon in front of me. My daughter is not even a full year old now, and her talent is not yet known, but even if she is a genius, I'm afraid it will be hard for her to reach those two, let alone 1 against 2. It was just that the other party kept insisting on this sentence, and there was nothing she could do but teach her daughter once in a while. Don't believe your godfather's bull ********. Zhou Yuan looked at the small child's serious face and laughed. Maybe in the future she can really do it. The startled salamander blankly glanced at him, thinking that if his daughter really dared to do that, she was afraid that she would be hacked to death by those two. Ta-da! Zhou Yan suddenly opened his mouth, uttering his first word since his descent, and the wooden sword in his hand slashed down hard against the grass. The startled salamander froze. This silly girl couldn't have really listened, could she? Zhou Yuan laughed and said with a straight face, that Zhong Hang is a swordsman. My daughter is also a swordsman. Why don't you ask Zhong Heng if he is afraid of Yener? Without continuing this topic of cajoling a child, the startled salamander stepped forward and picked up the small, palm-sized wooden sculpture on the ground, and lowered his head to scrutinize it carefully. Dragon, tiger, snake, sheep, a total of 12 statues, each corresponding to the 12 signs of the Chinese zodiac. Why are you suddenly into carving? There was a tone of disbelief in her voice. From what she knew, the man never did anything pointless, much less had such time-wasting hobbies. Do an experiment. Zhou Yuan got serious and pulled out a handful of crushed spirit stones from his pocket, placing them in turn into the small holes underneath the wooden sculpture, followed by placing them in an orderly fashion on the grass in a circle. The startled salamander gazed carefully and thought with his heart, but never understood what the man was trying to do. It was not until Zhou Yuan pulled out another handful of talisman paper from his pocket and pasted them onto the wooden sculpture respectively. Aura fluctuations were coming from the center of the 12 statues, and they continued to increase at a slow pace. The startled salamander finally understood. Spirit gathering formation? Zhou Yuan nodded. A relatively slow but smoother formation in terms of efficiency. His purpose was different from that of the Marquis, and the effect he hoped to achieve was naturally different. The other man's method was too ruthless, bordering on outright pillage, to accomplish his purpose. Moreover, the aura of Taiyi Mountain was already very abundant. There was no need to deliberately collect it. This formation was intended to be used in other ways. This level of spirit gathering formation, I'm only afraid that it won't be very useful. The startled salamander raised her doubts. With her eyesight she could likewise see the end. The gathering speed was just too slow. Because I want more than plunder. I want regeneration. Regeneration? The startled salamander fell into contemplation. The literal meaning of the words was obvious. The purpose was to break the routine, not the one-dimensional interception of the spirit gathering formation in the familiarization. For example, the total amount of aura in the world is constant, and the upper limit won't change even with more pillaging. Zhou Yuan patiently explained, and I want to create a new spirit gathering spell formation that can be independently derived while plundering, managing to break the world's confinement. His goal was clear. Since the world didn't allow for immortality, he would take it with him and grow with it. So wouldn't he have the capital to break through to a higher level? Then I'm afraid you still need a source. The salamander offered insight. Auras don't arise for no reason. They always need to find an opening. Not bad. Zhou Yuan had an approving look on his face. I have a bold idea, but the current array attainments are not yet mature, so I cannot implement it for the time being. The salamander stared at him. Like last time? That time was an accident. Zhou Yuan knew that she was referring to that time when she tried to contact the specter and corrected herself seriously. But there was one thing that the startled salamander hadn't guessed wrong. His target was none other than the specter. While the hell was full, the Qin Shi, the ghost Qi, was incredibly thick. If this immense and incomparable power could be transformed into the aura needed by cultivators, the world ceiling would surely undergo a heavenly change. I know Sir is going to do something amazing and can't help you much, so if there is a need, be sure to say so. The startled salamander whispered softly. Although there had been a physical payment, she still didn't feel it was enough to repay the immense favor. I will. Zhou Yuan laughed. Behind every successful man there is a woman. It's inevitable for a strong man to be lonely. Don't you think so, ma'am? The startled salamander gave him a blank look, not wanting to talk about this topic in front of his daughter. Zhou Yuan then proceeded to the residence of Bei Moz. Those who practiced cultivation did not ask about the world, did not fear the cold or the heat, and were always comprehending the Tao. So even though it was already late at night, Bei Moz remained awake. When Zhou Yuan brought up the idea in his mind, a brilliant light instantly flashed in this old man's eyes. Feeding the earth with the ethereal energy? Bei Moz gazed deeply at the disciple. The heart is full of emotion. Thousands of years want to cultivate immortality of a lot of people. The idea of such a bold but the first one. This is an idea that even Qi would not dare to do. Once the door is breached, the earth will cease to exist. Bei Moz solemnly reminded that the power of the underworld was not that good. Even he had to be cautious, because even if they were celestial realm powerhouses, they weren't sure they could guard the gate of the underworld. They were still mortals after all. I will naturally have backup means, Zhou Yuan said with a straight face. I will wait until I am certain that I can hold it before I put it into action. What are you going to do? Bei Moz pursued. Although the idea was incredibly bold, he would not veto it outright. Cast the lucky dynasty and subdue the Qi of the 9 states. Zhou Yuan thoroughly voiced out the thoughts in his heart. He knew very well that this was a very long road, and that he would never be able to do it with his strength alone, and would need the help of these topmost powerhouses. Bei Moz's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. With the help of the dynasty's Qi, that was not necessarily the case. Good. Finally, not all one mind on women. It was a rare occasion for this old master to flirt with a phrase that had been on his mind for a long time, and he had been trying to find an opportunity to spit it out. Zhou Yuan was instantly dissatisfied. Immortal cultivation is also very tiring. You need to combine work and rest, okay? Bei Moz didn't argue with him about this, instead pondering the feasibility of the plan. The stronger the country is, the thicker the power of Qi will be. It seems you intend to help Qin. Not bad. This is supposed to be a mutual growth process. I believe in great Qin. Will the king of Qin say yes? 96. Mice without peer. The attitude of Ing Zhang was the key to this plan. If the monarch did not agree, this lucky dynasty could not be forged. Zhou Yuan was sure of this. He is a majestic lord who has never been seen before or since, and wants to create a strong great Qin more than anyone else, so he has no reason to refuse. Even if he hadn't asked, he could have guessed Ing Zhang's attitude. How could he refuse to make great Qin even stronger and still have the chance to pursue immortality himself? It seems you think highly of him. Bei Moz did not know this king, but he believed in his own disciple. Can be labeled as no one in the past and no one in the future. Visible his talent. He fulfills all my perfect fantasies of a monarch. Zhou Yuan did not hide his appreciation for Ing Zhang, and he was glad that it was in this era that he had a monarch who spared no effort to support him. It would be difficult to break the world's bonds with the power of one person, and I don't know how many years it would take. Since you have decided, just go and do it. I will go talk to those old guys. Bei Moz also gave his full support, probably because of that dream from 20 years ago that made him willingly give his trust. This teacher, like Ing Zhang, was almost unreservedly supportive of the matter. Zhou Yuan said with interest, Master, is there something else you are hiding from me? Such as your identity. Bei Moz glanced at him and said, there is only Bei Moz in the world. I remember Zhuanzi had a piece on easy travel. There is a fish in the northern underworld and its name is Xuan. The past is like clouds. There is no need to mention it again. Northmore interrupted the conversation. Zhou Yuan didn't care and then changed it. It's funny how I've only heard of eldest brother and never met him. He has his own path to follow. He doesn't care even if master is captured by a demon? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but flirt. Bei Moz ignored him and closed his eyes in a gesture of enlightenment. Zhou Yuan stood up and walked outward, saying to himself, You said that this has never met. In the future, if it has inadvertently become rivals to each other by mistake, how should it be? If you meet him, leave him alive. The voice of the northern meddler sounded behind him. Zhou Yuan laughed at once. Great, he kind of understood everything. Beside the stream, the 100 Poison King, the corpse exorcist demon, and the peerless ghost were gathered in a group, with a small copper tripod on the center fire. Wu Shuang ghost took the chopsticks in her hand and made a gesture to clip, but then she looked hesitant. The exorcist closed his eyes and watched the sky, in a posture that had nothing to do with me. Seeing this, the 100 Poisons King opened his mouth and said, the old man will definitely clean it up this time. Trust me. The peerless ghost looked at him blankly, as if to say, brother, you eat first. The painful experience of the last poisoning was still fresh in his mind, and he was not stupid enough to be an experiment again. Zhou Yuan smelled the smell and walked over, seeing a pot full of puffer fish meat. Since none of you are eating, I'll be polite. The fire of the Qilin could burn all toxins, and coupled with his fleshly body that had been practiced over the years of testing medicines, he was not afraid of any strange poison. Picking up the bowls and chopsticks on the side, he feasted on himself. The peerless ghost gulped as he watched, but hesitated to make a move, only looking at someone without blinking. You're fine, I'll eat. The 100 Poisons King tensed his face and forced himself not to laugh out loud. Finally, after Zhou Yuan had created 2 large bowls one after another, the peerless ghost could no longer hold back and hit the bowl to gurgle and eat. The exorcist demon tried to stop it, but was stopped by a glare from the 100 Poisons King. It's just a matter of time. Anyway, Wu Shuang has thick skin and this is the Taoist heavenly sect, so there's always a way to cure it. Boom! There was a loud noise in the distance. The water pool on the burning flames. Flame Ling Ji from which slowly walked out, a red dress more and more bright and colorful. Breaking! There has been another martial arts master in the world since then, and along with the rise in cultivation, her control over the flames has gone even further. If before it was only fire control techniques, now it is completely and utterly fire spirit root. Zhou Yuan praised. Not bad, you already have the qualifications to cultivate immortality. The flame spirit Ji smiled charmingly. Thanks to Mr. Helpful, my slave has nothing to show for it, so I can only give my body in return. She had completely looked away. What with the last time? And it turned out that in the end neither side could hold back. If that's the case, why not just tell it like it is? It's been done countless times anyway, so what's there to be ashamed of? She's happy herself. Hey! Shouted the peerless ghost, pointing his chopsticks into the pot, signaling his sister to come over and eat. Although they are not related by blood, they are like siblings because of their respective lonely destinies. The flame spirit Ji smiled at him, and was about to come, when she saw her stupid brother suddenly stiffen his body, and his whole body fell backward, slamming heavily on the ground. Old man! She gritted her teeth in exasperation. Did you just have to use him as an experiment? The 100 Poisons King's heart was weak, but his mouth was justified. I've thought it over carefully. Wu Shuang's physical skills are indestructible, with the only weakness being his internal organs. If we can practice a body that is invulnerable to all poisons, we will be invulnerable. This was both true and false. Helping Wu Shuang was true, and helping one's poison technique was also true. This is also a helpless move. Mr. did not allow him to experiment with living people, and the rats could not withstand the power of the poison technique. After thinking about it, the only one who is the most suitable is Wu Shuang. That's true. The strongest fortresses are often breached from within. Zhou Yuan stood up for the 100 Poisons King. He truly felt that there was truth in this statement. There was a clear case of this in the same era, when the one at the Phi Cow Gate of Wei was attacked from within. You accomplice! Flame Spirit Ji glared angrily, and was secretly annoyed that her foolish brother was not competitive, always forgetting the pain after a good wound. How many times did I tell him that that guy is 100 poisonous body? Don't easily follow suit, but as a result, every time I see food, I forget all about it. She was really worried that Wu Shuang would be played by these old foxes one day. Don't panic, everything is under control. Come over and eat together. Zhou Yuan was confident. The flame spirit Ji walked over, and when she saw Wu Shuang's entire body blackened, she was furious again. Apparently, the old man's poison had been spiked this time. If I can't cure it, I'll feed you a taste of it too. The eyes that looked at the 100 Poisons King were somewhat unkind. The latter shrank his neck somewhat sheepishly. Maybe, it's okay, right? Zhou Yuan smiled. If it's really not possible, just feed Wu Shuang a drop of blood, and it will also strengthen your siblings' blood relationship. The 100 Poison King slammed his forehead. Yes, Sir's flesh is already comparable to an immortal body, and can cure all the poisons in the world. Then he became frustrated. His carefully developed poison was no match for a drop of blood? Seeing this, Zhou Yuan comforted. No harm done. As long as the toxin is fierce enough, even an immortal can be poisoned. I'm looking at you. Oh. Hearing this, The 100 Poison King instantly rekindled his fighting spirit. That's right. One day, old me will refine a poison that can poison an immortal. The flame spirit Ji looked at him with a smile. It's best not to use such a poison on Wei Zhuang. It's natural.